Please like and share the video, and follow the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks, and leave a comment with the novel you want to hear. I will upload it soon based on your request. Chapter 1201. Controlling Samsara, Transcending the Paths. The 6 paths converged, and the fate of the samsara was willful. The ancient ancestors of the ancient 6 families inside the light wheel naturally knew the situation of the 6 path samsara best. What's the matter? Why is the power of the purgatory path weakening? The sky path was the most important part of the 6 path samsara, and the ancient ancestor who controlled the sky path was the first to realize that something was amiss. He snapped at the purgatory path master. Everyone, I have no idea why my strength is weakening rapidly, but it seems like the purgatory path is out of my control. The purgatory path master said helplessly. Although he felt very uncomfortable with this reprimand, he could not react to the sudden change. My power in the humanity realm is still the same, but I think the power of the sky path is increasing, the humanity path master said. How about the other paths? The power of the ghoul path has not changed. The power of the asura path remains unchanged. The sky path master also noticed the problem and said heavily, I will weaken the power of the sky path, and the purgatory path master will strengthen. As soon as he mentioned increasing the power of the purgatory path, the light wheel that the 6 of them were desperately maintaining seemed like it was on the verge of collapsing. Not good, I can't keep this up. The beast path master said anxiously. Right after he said that, the crumbling motion surged toward the 6 of them like a torrent of shattered void. All 6 of them conjured the powers of the realms they controlled at once but were still blown away like bugs meeting a strong headwind. They were unable to put up any form of resistance. The moment the light wheel was shattered, all 6 of them felt that something even scarier was about to happen. They felt that the supreme power in their minds, which had allowed them to control the 6 paths, had suddenly vanished. Although they thought that they could still manipulate the 6 realms they controlled, they felt as though their identities had changed. They had gone from being the controllers of the realm to being administrators. There was a huge gap between the 2 statuses. Luo Yunyang has passed the test. The sky path master said in fear. They knew very well how dire the situation would become once Luo Yunyang went through this ordeal. It could even be said that once Luo Yunyang passed this trial, their fates would be at his mercy. Quick, find a way to kill Luo Yunyang. Do it at all costs. The Asura Path Master roared. After stabilizing their bodies, the masters of the 6 paths began to conjure their techniques in an effort to find Luo Yunyang, who posed a great threat to them. Unfortunately, although they searched desperately, they could not find any traces of Luo Yunyang. The more time elapsed, the more threatening Luo Yunyang would seem to the 6 path masters. Destroy the 6 paths now. If we can't have it, then he shall forget about taking it too. The Asura Path Master cried out hysterically. You are crazy. The 6 realms are the foundation we live on. We will all die when the Great Era Calamity arrives if we make the 6 realms collapse. The Humanity Path Master said almost immediately. But if we don't take advantage of this time to destroy the 6 realms, they will eventually be controlled by Luo Yunyang. What that happens, we will not even survive, let alone think about challenging our Lord with the 6 paths. The Asura Path Master began to frantically urge the energy in his body as he spoke. This time, he wasn't going to hold back anymore. The very moment the Asura Path Master moved his palms, the Ghoul Path Master, the Beast Path Master, and the Purgatory Path Master also made their moves. The Humanity Path Master hesitated for a brief moment before asking the Sky Path Master, do we really need to make the 6 realms collapse? We have no choice. As the Sky Path Master spoke, he moved his hand swiftly to form a series of hand seals. Shortly, the Sky Path realm reappeared behind him and started to crumble. After a short moment, the realms hidden in the 6 portraits would collapse completely. Don't you guys think that you should seek the opinion of the master whose belongings you're going to destroy? A faint voice with a hint of mockery echoed in the void. When the voice spoke, Luo Yunyang's figure appeared in front of the 6 of them. The 6 path masters, who had already initiated the destruction of the 6 realms, suddenly felt that the power they had conjured was having a hard time moving forward. Of course, one could imagine why. Luo Yunyang, die! The Asura Path Master shouted at the top of his voice as he dashed toward Luo Yunyang frantically. The Asura Path Master was the most talented at fighting. Thus, he was also the one with the strongest intent to fight. Seeing how the situation had evolved, it was impossible for the Asura Path Master to not be angry. Although it was difficult for him to destroy the Asura realm, he was still able to mobilize the power of the Asura path as fast as lightning. Luo Yunyang glanced at the Asura path master, who was coming for him, and scoffed at the sight. He did not even so much as budge an inch. You must have a death wish. After Luo Yunyang said that, a blood-red whip appeared in the Asura realm and lashed heavily at the body of the Asura path master. The Asura path master, who had originally surged toward Luo Yunyang like crazy with impressive might, suddenly looked like a toy mercilessly thrown to the ground by the lashing whip. The Asura path master's eyes were bloodshot. He was extremely furious, but at the same time, he could hardly believe what had happened. He had been knocked to the ground directly by the Asura realm. The Sky Path Master, the Humanity Path Master, and the Purgatory Path Master, who had been about to take action, were all looking at the fallen Asura Path Master in shock. Although the Sky Path Master was the leader among the 6 of them, the Asura Path Master was undoubtedly the best in terms of combat capabilities. Hence, they could not believe it when they saw the Asura Path Master pinned to the ground during the battle against Luo Yunyang. You have become the 6th Path Master. How did you pass the test of the 6 paths and how did you become the 6th Path Master? The Sky Path Master had already lost his previous composure, as his words sounded rather incoherent. Luo Yunyang agreed very much with what the Sky Path Master had said. If he hadn't been pushed to the edge and had not activated his attribute regulator, he would have been decimated silently by the Samsara light wheel. I am the Samsara controller, so passing this trial of the Samsara was naturally no problem for me, Luo Yunyang, who did not want to disclose his secrets, said casually. You must be right, my brothers and I have not been able to become the 6th Path Master in all these years. Since you became the 6th Path Master that easily, it must be because you were destined to be the Samsara controller. Otherwise, who would have such capabilities? The Sky Path Master said with a stupefied look on his face. It was impossible to control the spirit consciousness of someone with a cultivation level like the Sky Path Master. The reason the Sky Path Master had believed Luo Yunyang's words so easily was not that he was a fool, but because he could not accept the fact that someone had casually accomplished something he had tried for years to achieve. In the end, this emotion blinded his rationale. The Humanity Path Master observed the situation and made a decision immediately. He turned to Luo Yunyang and said heavily, since you are the 6th Path Master, according to the agreement made when we obtained the 6th Path Divine Portraits, you are now our master. Your subordinates pay their respects, 6th Path Master. One could say that the Humanity Path Master had taken the lead because, shortly after he said that, the Ghoul Path Master and the other Path Masters also reacted. There was almost no chance of them turning things around, so submitting to Luo Yunyang was the only option left. Your subordinates pay their respects, 6th Path Master. When the 2 of them took the lead, the other 4 Path Masters also bowed down to Luo Yunyang. They weren't stupid. Now that their fate was in Luo Yunyang's hands, they would never act recklessly around him. Luo Yunyang glanced at the ancient ancestors of the 6 ancient families, who bowed before him, and said nonchalantly, although you were all very respectful when you bowed to me, I know that you wish I would die right now in order to regain your freedom. Although what Luo Yunyang said about the intentions of the ancient ancestors of the ancient 6 families was spot on, they still said in unison, Your Honor, you have become the 6th Path Master. Our destiny is in your hands now. It is only right that we listen to your commands. We will serve you loyally and never dare to rebel. Luo Yunyang looked at the 6 ancient ancestors, who were eagerly showing their loyalty and smiled slightly. Although I know that you will not betray me, it is very uncomfortable for me to have you around me. Since I have become the 6th Path Master, I should have my own true king's helm my 6 realms. It's time all of you transcended the paths. Transcended the paths. When this sentence was uttered by Luo Yunyang, the ancient ancestors of the 6 ancient families took flight almost at the same time. How could they not know what transcending the paths meant when they had been in control of the 6 realms for such a long time? Although it seemed like they would be able to attain immortality by transcending the paths, it also meant that their spirit consciousness was going to be wiped clean. In other words, they would no longer be themselves and they would become sky laws that would flow according to the rules of nomological laws in the 6 realms. It was impossible to resist Luo Yunyang, so all they could do now was escape. Unfortunately, Luo Yunyang would not allow them to escape as they wished since he had already thought of making them transcend the paths. Are you leaving? It's too late. Luo Yunyang did not pursue them, but the moment they were about to escape out of the 6 realms, chains formed by nomological laws rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, those chains had wrapped around the bodies of the 6 people tightly in the void. Human ruler, please have mercy. We will definitely help you fight the being that destroys great eras as long as you spare our lives. Our understanding of the being that destroys great eras goes beyond your knowledge. We can help you slay that existence, human ruler. The Ghoul Path Master cried out, as he was on the verge of going crazy. However, the Asura Path Master growled crazily and cursed loudly. Unfortunately, his words had no effect whatsoever. Luo Yunyang didn't really wish to say anything else to them. He also believed that the ancient ancestors of the ancient 6 families could give him some information on the being that destroyed great eras, but he didn't have to spare them if he really wanted to obtain this information. As long as they transcended the 6 paths, all their memories would be crystal clear to him. Luo Yunyang really did not have much to say to the 6 ancient ancestors. He tapped his finger gently and reined in the chains that had flown out of the 6 realms. In an instant, the 6 ancient ancestors disappeared into the portraits they had previously controlled. A short while later, a king reappeared in each of the 6 portraits. They all looked no different from before, but in fact, the 6 kings had lost their spiritual consciousness. They were just like the characters in the portraits. After doing this, Luo Yunyang did not immediately leave the power formed by the 6 realms. He was pondering something, or rather, he was mulling over a sentence. The plundering shall not cease if the sacred venerate does not die. Luo Yunyang understood the meaning of this sentence very well. However, he had never expected that the samsara wheel would be related to the sacred venerate. Or rather, he had not expected that the previous owner of the samsara wheel would be killed by the sacred venerate. The reason the test of the previous samsara wheel owner was so tough was that it was impossible for anyone to pass because he thought that the next owner had to possess incredible ability in order to fight that sacred venerate. Otherwise, there would be no way to beat the sacred venerate. Luo Yunyang had never thought of fighting against the sacred venerate. Thanks to the improvement of his cultivation base, he had become more and more aware of the difficulties of improving his cultivation. Luo Yunyang's cultivation wasn't even comparable to the cultivation of the 12 Yuan sages in the vast sky sacred realm, let alone to the sacred venerate. It would be a pipe dream to even think about fighting against the sacred venerate with his current cultivation base. Based on his status in the vast sky sacred land, it seemed as though he was also a disciple of the sacred venerate. How could he fight against the sacred venerate? However, the words left by the previous owner of the samsara wheel were like a curse that appeared constantly in Luo Yunyang's heart. The way the sacred venerate treats all things as chess pieces will one day take you down the path of confrontation. Although Luo Yunyang knew that he had never heard this sentence before, these words echoed continuously in his heart. After gently shaking his head and casting aside the words of the last trace of consciousness of the samsara wheel's previous owner, Luo Yunyang tapped gently the 6 portraits and a 6-colored halo appeared behind him. Chapter 1202, Good and Evil will reap their just desert in the end. Luo Yunyang must have run into a lot of trouble this time. The Xi family patriarch said confidently as he eyed the void. The Xi family had the greatest feud with Luo Yunyang. Of course, with Luo Yunyang's rise to prominence, the Xi family patriarch also felt increasingly more uneasy, as if something was stuck at the back of his mind. When Luo Yunyang had come to the ancestral mountain of the ancient 6 families, the Xi family patriarch was the one who had resisted with the most determination. When the 3-eyed stone being summoned the 6 ancient ancestors out of the 6 realms, the Xi family patriarch started jumping in joy. He felt that the emergence of their 6 ancient ancestors would allow them to hold their ground completely. They would not have to worry about a calamity descending on the 6 ancient families, and the Xi family would not need to worry either. When Luo Yunyang was captured into the 6 light wheels by the ancient ancestors of the ancient 6 families, he was even more reassured. The Lao family patriarch, who was standing beside the Xi family patriarch, smiled and said calmly, "Not only is he in danger, but it can even be said that he is doomed to die. Do you think Luo Yunyang can escape such peril?" The Xi family patriarch and the Lao family patriarch did not have a good relationship normally, so it was rare to see them actually agree with each other this once. After exchanging a glance, the two of them grinned. The only flaw in this near-perfect situation was that the divine troops were still hanging around. Hence, they could not fully laugh at Luo Yunyang's misfortune. Although the Grand Commander of the divine troops looked like a blockhead, none of them could withstand his might if he really got angry. Therefore, They did not dare provoke the Grand Commander until their ancient ancestors returned. They even hoped that the Grand Commander would ignore them for the time being. The Sky Spirit Monarch could hear the conversation between the two patriarchs but merely treated them as insignificant beings. If he wanted to, he could kill the Sea family patriarch at any moment, so he naturally did not bother stooping to their level. Although he was confident that Luo Yunyang would win, Luo Yunyang had been moved to an unknown location by the ancient ancestors of the ancient six families, and there were no signs of him returning. Thus, the Sky Spirit Monarch was feeling very anxious. Even though the Sky Spirit Monarch had faith in Luo Yunyang, it was inevitable that his confidence would waver slightly. After all six of the ancient ancestors were not only very strong cultivation-wise but also had top-level techniques. Resisting the first move they had thrown at him had already taken a toll on him. Could Luo Yunyang really resist the third technique of their three sacred arts? The Sky Spirit Monarch and the powerhouses of the ancient six families weren't the only ones watching the battle. The existences in the seven extinct grounds were also watching this clash closely. However, those beings were not paying attention to Luo Yunyang and were instead watching the ancient ancestors closely and observing to what extent they could use the power of the Samsara Wheel. What they wanted to know more was how incomplete the Samsara Wheel was right now. In the eyes of the existence that destroyed great eras, everything in this domain was his possession. How is that possible? Amid the boundless silence, a voice spoke. This time, the thumb had spoken first. Right after the thumb spoke, Luo Yunyang's figure also appeared in the ancestral mountain of the six ancient families. Although the Samsara Wheel behind him was faintly discernible, it still made him appear much more majestic. His gaze fell on the people from the six ancient families. Luo Yunyang, how did he? The Sea family patriarch had been eagerly expecting Luo Yunyang to die. Hence, his heart ran cold when he saw Luo Yunyang walking out alive. He had spent a lot of time thinking about what would happen to Luo Yunyang, and the best-case scenario was that Luo Yunyang would escape after getting heavily injured. However, he had never thought that Luo Yunyang would come out unscathed. Luo Yunyang, where are our ancient ancestors? The crowd was puzzled by Luo Yunyang's emergence, but the first to speak was actually the three-eyed stone being. Although the three-eyed stone being had a stone-like body, he was equally flustered and anxiety could be heard in his trembling voice. Luo Yunyang looked at the three-eyed stone being and said, "Are you sure you want to look for them yourself?" The ominous feeling that the three-eyed stone being had was intensifying. However, he still replied, even though his hands were trembling, "Luo Yunyang, what I have now is a supreme treasure that contains 6 levels of sky laws. It is impossible for you to defeat them." Luo Yunyang paid no attention to what the three-eyed stone being said. His attention was focused on recalling the moment he had returned to the space where the ancient six families were. The moment he had returned to this space, Luo Yunyang had felt that an extremely dangerous being was watching him closely. Although he merely felt eyes on him, this still caused Luo Yunyang to feel creeped out. It seemed as if the being watching Luo Yunyang sensed that he had been discovered and hastily retracted his spirit consciousness. Even so, Luo Yunyang was still completely astonished. He did not need to guess to know who had spooked him. "Luo Yunyang, did I hit the nail on the head?" The three-eyed stone being saw that Luo Yunyang did not respond and thought that what he'd said was right. However, just as he opened his mouth to continue, Luo Yunyang was roused from his thoughts and glanced at the three-eyed stone being before saying casually, "Come here then if you want to look for your ancient ancestors." After he said that, Luo Yunyang made a gesture with his hand and 6 huge divine portraits appeared in the void. The 6 portraits were no different from when they had appeared earlier, when the three-eyed stone man had brought them out. However, the three-eyed stone being could sense that the 6 ancient ancestors were different. In the past, he had been able to communicate with the 6 ancient ancestors with his mind, but now, the ancient ancestors of the ancient 6 families paid no attention to him at all. They weren't just ignoring him. They even felt like puppets in the portraits, unlike how free and easy they had been in the beginning. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. You are all a mistake made by the ancient ancestors of the ancient 6 families, so let them put an end to this mistake once more. After he said that, Luo Yunyang waved his hand at the 6 divine portraits. In an instant, 6 figures flew out of the portraits. When they appeared, 6 divine lights illuminated in the direction of the ancestral mountain. The three-eyed stone being reacted quickly the moment the 6 divine lights swept across. He could sense the huge threat coming from the 6 divine lights, so he desperately fled into the distance right away. The three-eyed stone being had always treated guarding the ancient 6 families as his duty, but when he faced problems he could not solve, his first thought was to stay alive. He would flee. Without any hesitation, his first thought was to escape. However, as he flew hundreds of miles away, a blood-red palm was flying toward him. The person that executed this was the Asura Path Master of the 6 ancient ancestors. Ancient ancestor, it's me. The three-eyed stone being turned pale from fright, but there was only enough time for him to say these words before the palm struck him. In the blink of an eye, the three-eyed stone being was smacked to the ground and turned into ashes. The three-eyed stone being was dead. Nobody else was capable of resisting among the martialists of the ancient 6 families. The moment the 6 rays of light enveloped the ancestral mountain, figures were dragged out of the mountain, heading straight into the 6 divine portraits. Although there were many disciples in the ancient 6 families, they became one of the countless creatures in the divine realms after they were drawn into the divine portraits. The Sky Spirit Monarch had at first wanted to help Luo Yunyang upon seeing Luo Yunyang make a move. However, he stopped after he saw the 6 ancient ancestors rushing out of the portraits. In the Sky Spirit Monarch's opinion, the current situation had absolutely shocked him. He had not expected that Luo Yunyang would become so strong once again. He would not even have had the chance to surrender if Luo Yunyang had been this strong when they'd met previously, and Luo Yunyang would have certainly killed him on the spot. Luo Yunyang did not look at the Sky Spirit Monarch. His mind was still searching for the being that was watching him. Unfortunately, there were no traces of that existence, no matter how hard Luo Yunyang searched. It seemed as if this feeling of being watched was a result of Luo Yunyang's mind being distracted for a moment. However, Luo Yunyang knew clearly that it definitely wasn't his mind playing tricks on him that had caused that situation. The reason he could not sense that being was either because the being wasn't looking at him anymore or because that being was still watching him, but he no longer had any way of sensing the being. The second possibility was even scarier to think of. A while later, all 6 figures returned to the divine portraits behind Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang looked at the ancestral mountain of the ancient 6 families and quickly formed a series of hand seals. In an instant, the ancestral mountain of the ancient 6 families easily fell into Luo Yunyang's outstretched palm. The ancient 6 families had used countless resources to build this ancestral mountain. Now, due to the destruction of the ancient 6 families, the ancestral mountain had fallen into the hands of Luo Yunyang. After searching around with his mind again, Luo Yunyang took flight and left. Now that he had achieved his goal, he naturally did not want to stay there any longer. 15 minutes after Luo Yunyang left, a figure appeared in the void. She sighed gently as she surveyed the ruins. Then, she took a step and disappeared into the void without a trace. Luo Yunyang had already returned to Hongmeng's sacred hall by the time the woman disappeared. The trace of spirit consciousness he had left behind had witnessed the arrival and departure of the woman clearly, but he did not care about it. Although the ancient ancestors had exceeded his expectations, this was not a big deal. What he really wanted to do was destroy the origin intent. Now that the bracelet of the three-eyed stone being had been obtained, the only thing left was to destroy the origin intent after refining the remaining items. It was also at this moment that the human race's divine ancestor, who looked pale, came walking over. Chapter 1203, Why Negotiate When You Can See Something? The human race's divine ancestor had always disliked showing emotion. Some people even said that he always had the same expression in spite of everything. However, the human race's divine ancestor now seemed flustered. Divine ancestor, what happened? Luo Yunyang roughly knew why the human race's divine ancestor was this way, but he still asked him anyway. The human race's divine ancestor cupped his fists before speaking. Human ruler, I've failed to complete this task. The 4 sky race. The human race's divine ancestor's expression became even more distorted when he mentioned the 4 sky race. The 4 sky race will not lend us the sky thunder pool. He humphed. Luo Yunyang nodded his head. What does the divine ancestor think we should do if they are not willing to lend it to us? Forget about it. The human race's divine ancestor took a deep breath and replied, Human ruler, the 4 sky race isn't a force to be reckoned with. However, although they don't have Tai Yuan venerates, they will not be easily defeated by Tai Yuan venerates with the Sky Thunder Pool in their possession. Furthermore, the 4 sky race is an ally of ours. Luo Yunyang stood up from his throne. But the origin intent must be destroyed. You should also have sensed it, divine ancestor. Now, everything is in chaos, including the 36 great cosmoses and the territories of the mysterious underworld race. There isn't much time left for the origin intent. I told the Four Sky race about the current situation, and the patriarchs of the Four Sky race also backed me up. The human race's divine ancestor sighed and added, unfortunately, their elders are really abominable. The human race's divine ancestor spoke resentfully. He had considered taking the Sky Thunder pool with force, but because the Four Sky race was not exactly weak and he also had some ties to the patriarchs of the Four Sky race, he wasn't really willing to fall out with them. Luo Yunyang looked at the embarrassed expression on the face of the human race's divine ancestor and smirked. The Four Sky race really doesn't know its limits. When the Great Era Calamity descends, it will not give a damn about the Four Sky race. After he said that, Luo Yunyang made a decision. Divine ancestor, I will go to the Four Sky race with you. I believe they will certainly lend it to us. The Sky Spirit Monarch had always stood by Luo Yunyang's side, almost becoming his bodyguard. After hearing that Luo Yunyang was going over personally, he said respectfully, Your Majesty, I can take a trip there on your behalf. Luo Yunyang naturally knew what sort of existence the Sky Spirit Monarch was. He also knew that this would be an easy task for the Sky Spirit Monarch. However, it was likely that the Four Sky race would be decimated if the Sky Spirit Monarch were to go on his behalf. Although Luo Yunyang was not happy with the Four Sky race, who would not hand over the Thunder Sky Pool, he was not willing to cause bloodshed in that race just over a treasure. Although he could do it, he did not want to. I happen to be free, so I will go to the Four Sky race with the divine ancestor. Luo Yunyang smiled at the Sky Spirit Monarch and said, You will come with me. When the human race's divine ancestor heard the Sky Spirit Monarch's words, his heart shuddered. Although he was pissed with the elders of the Four Sky race, he knew exactly what the Sky Spirit Monarch could do. He was already thinking of ways to dissuade Luo Yunyang when the Sky Spirit Monarch requested to head over. Fortunately, Luo Yunyang knew what would happen if he allowed the Sky Spirit Monarch to go alone and prevented it from happening. The Four Sky race was well versed in the power of thunder, so the place where they lived was within stars formed by the power of lightning and thunder. Although these stars also had other laws, these other laws were mostly suppressed by thunder laws. Your Majesty, this is the territory of the Four Sky race, the Thundercloud Great Cosmos. The human race's divine ancestor said, I once traveled to the Four Sky race and have ties to the head of the race. Thanks to the head of the Four Sky race, I was allowed to cultivate in the Thunder Ocean for 100 years, which was indeed a great kindness. Although the human race's divine ancestor was explaining the details of the Four Sky race to Luo Yunyang, his intention was rather obvious. He was pleading with Luo Yunyang, telling him that the Four Sky race had a good relationship with him and it would be best not to go to war with them. Luo Yunyang chuckled lightly. The divine ancestor has feelings for his old friends. Some things are difficult to express clearly, causing those who only care about immediate interests to get blinded by their petty thoughts. I came here to reason with them. The word, reason, made the frown on the human race's divine ancestor deepen. He did not believe that Luo Yunyang would have the patience to reason with them. If reasoning could work, the Four Sky race would have handed over the Sky Thunder Pool. Because of their friendship with him. Greetings, divine ancestor. A strike of lightning shot out of the thundercloud Great Cosmos before suddenly turning into a figure with a purple body, 4 heads, and 6 arms that was standing at 10 meters tall with a pair of wings on his back. The cultivation base of this figure was already at the peak of the universe grade. The human race's divine ancestor nodded in acknowledgement and said, Jie Bulao, I want to meet your chief. Divine ancestor, our chef is training in seclusion. It will take 100 years if you want to see him. The martialist from the Four Sky race, who was known as Jie Bulao, was still being respectful to the human race's divine ancestor on the surface. However, his tone was unwavering. How could the human race's divine ancestor not know that the chief of the Four Sky race was clearly using diversion tactics to avoid a meeting? I must see your patriarch. This is related to the survival of the entire realm. The human race's divine ancestor said sternly and glared at Jie Bulao. Given his insignificant cultivation, Jie Bulao had no chance of resisting the human race's divine ancestor. Although the human race's divine ancestor did not do anything to suppress him, his heart still trembled in fear. Divine ancestor, I really have no say in this. How about you wait for a moment and allow me to report this matter to the elders before giving you an answer? Bulao said while trembling. Luo Yunyang didn't say anything as he merely observed what happened indifferently. Although his prestige among the human race had surpassed that of the human race's divine ancestor, what the human race's divine ancestor had accumulated over the years could not be underestimated. Luo Yunyang absolutely had to obtain the Thunder Sky Pool no matter what the Four Sky race said. After all, this concerned everyone's fate. A quarter of an hour passed, but there was still no response from the Four Sky race. The human race's divine ancestor now had a grim look on his face. The more indifferently the Four Sky race treated them, the more face the human race's divine ancestor would lose in front of Luo Yunyang. Although the human race's divine ancestor had realized that Luo Yunyang was the best leader for the human race, he still found this unfair in his heart. While he was willing to submit to Luo Yunyang, he also hoped that he could keep his prestige. Why is it taking your elders so long to reply? The human race's divine ancestor snapped at Bulao when he saw the Sky Spirit Monarch glance over at him. Upon seeing the human race's divine ancestor, who had always been polite and soft-spoken in the past, snap sternly, Bulao shuddered. Only now did he understand how imposing the human race's divine ancestor was and how terrifying he could be. He also noticed the massive gulf between them. Divine ancestor, the elders are. As he hummed and stammered, unable to give a valid reason, Luo Yunyang turned to look at the Sky Spirit Monarch and said, "Sky Spirit Monarch, open a passage for me." "Yes, Your Majesty." When had anyone given an ancient almighty like the Sky Spirit Monarch the cold shoulder before? Upon hearing Luo Yunyang's command, he acknowledged it immediately and drew his sword before cleaving at the great cosmos filled with thunder nomological laws. Bulao was shaking uncontrollably while the Sky Spirit Monarch drew his sword. He wanted to stop shaking but realized that he could not control himself at all. He couldn't even move an inch, let alone stop the Sky Spirit Monarch. The human race's divine ancestor didn't stop the Sky Spirit Monarch. Firstly, he knew that the Sky Spirit Monarch's cultivation was through the roof and he wouldn't necessarily be able to stop him even if he wanted to. Secondly, he was also furious about the cold treatment of the Four Sky race. Sword light swept across, shattering the countless thunder nomological laws while many more planets and meteorites were reduced to ashes wherever the sword light could reach. A purple sun that was coincidentally in the path of the sword light and the Sky Spirit Monarch was severed in two. Bulao saw the foundation of the great cosmos that belonged to his Four Sky race get severed into two wherever the sword light went. He was enraged by the situation, but his anger turned into fear eventually. He felt fear for the Sky Spirit Monarch and helplessness against the Sky Spirit Monarch's might. Which supreme being has descended? Please forgive the Four Sky race for not coming out to welcome you. An enthusiastic voice came from the thundercloud great cosmos after a minute. This voice was accompanied by dozens of Four Sky race powerhouses that started flying over. Although they didn't seem pleased, they still suppressed their rage because they had realized after seeing the sword light that the person who had unleashed the sword strike was someone they could not offend. Luo Yunyang did not speak. Instead, he glanced at the human race's divine ancestor, gesturing to him to speak and deal with the situation. The human race's divine ancestor wished he could strangle the old farts of the Four Sky race. They had ignored him but acted cordially in front of the Sky Spirit Monarch. This is His Majesty the human ruler of the human race. This time, the human race's divine ancestor introduced Luo Yunyang. However, before he had finished speaking, a powerhouse from the Four Sky race interrupted him. Human race's divine ancestor, the Four Sky race has always regarded you as a friend. Is this how you treat the Four Sky race? The human race's divine ancestor's expression darkened. Just as he was about to speak again, the Sky Spirit Monarch turned to glare at the powerhouses of the Four Sky race. Chapter 1204. Comply or die. The human race's divine ancestor had an impulse to strangle these Four Sky race powerhouses. These chaps were really repulsive. They had still been smiling and acting hospitable when they'd appeared, but after seeing the human race's divine ancestor, they had suddenly turned hostile, as if he owed their race something. Elder Te Lucian, this is His Majesty the human ruler. After a slight moment of hesitation, the human race's divine ancestor made the final decision to forgive Elder Te Lucian. Regardless of what had happened, his relationship with the Four Sky race wasn't ordinary. Although Elder Te Lucian heard the introduction of the human race's divine ancestor, he still felt that the human race's divine ancestor should be the supreme commander of the human race. As for the human ruler, he had to merely be a figurehead set up by the human race's divine ancestor and nothing more than a facade. Since the human race had destroyed part of their thundercloud great cosmos, this was an obvious provocation to the Four Sky race. As an elder of the Four Sky race, it was only natural for him to judge the situation and decide what was going on if he was facing other races. However, when facing a familiar person like the human race's divine ancestor, what he had to do was fight back for the dignity of his own race. Only by gaining his race's dignity back could he cement his position as an elder and be more respected by his own martialists. Human ruler, Your Excellency the human race's divine ancestor, please don't use the human ruler as a facade. Everyone knows that you rule the human race. Would they dare to attack the Four Sky race's territories so recklessly if it weren't for your orders? The human race's divine ancestor would still have thought that it was reasonable to say he ruled over the human race if Luo Yunyang had not shown his true strength before. Now, even though he had a high status in the human race, he was already a far cry from Luo Yunyang, who was the human ruler. Elder Te Lucian, what kind of nonsense are you babbling about? Why aren't you paying your respects to His Majesty the human ruler? The human race's divine ancestor chided Elder Te Lucian. Ha ha ha, divine ancestor, we are old friends. Do you think we cannot see through the facade you created? Although Elder Te Lucian's cultivation was only at the peak of the Taichu Yuan Venerate, he spoke as though he was an equal to the human race's divine ancestor. This naturally had to do with the Four Sky race's Sky Thunder Pool. With the help of the Sky Thunder Pool's power, any Taichu Yuan Venerate of the Four Sky race could exhibit strength equivalent to a Tai Yuan Venerate. There were huge restrictions to this sort of power, such as that it was very difficult for a powerhouse of the Four Sky race to leave the Thundercloud Great Cosmos and only one person could borrow the power of the Sky Thunder Pool at any given time. However, no matter what sort of restrictions there were, the Sky Thunder Pool was still extremely important to the Four Sky race. As the person benefiting from the Sky Thunder Pool, Elder Te Lucian could not agree to the request of the human race's divine ancestor. Otherwise, he would simply have no chance of comparing himself to the human race's divine ancestor. The human race's divine ancestor scoffed angrily while Luo Yunyang watched with great interest. When the human race's divine ancestor was angered to the extent that he was at a loss for words, Luo Yunyang turned to the Sky Spirit Monarch and commanded him. This man is being impudent. Behead him. Elder Te Lucian's face darkened. He thought that he must have misheard when he heard this sentence. The human ruler, who followed the human race's divine ancestor, actually wanted to kill him right now without any warning. Was this a threat? These thoughts ran through his mind before he smiled and told the human race's divine ancestor, "Divine ancestor, we are old friends, aren't we? Are you disregarding our friendship so much that you came over to say you want to kill me when we just met again?" The powerhouses behind Elder Te Lucian smirked and laughed sarcastically upon hearing that. The Four Sky race martialists believed they were on par with the human race. Although the human race's divine ancestor was their guest, it was impossible for him to decide the fate of one of the Four Sky race elders. As for the human ruler, they really had no idea who he was. The human race's divine ancestor's expression turned a little unsightly. He ignored Elder Te Lucian and told Luo Yunyang, "Your Majesty, the Four Sky race has a deep relationship with us. If your Majesty would." However, as the human race's divine ancestor was speaking, the sword in the hands of the Sky Spirit Monarch slashed down heavily at Elder Te Lucian. Elder Te Lucian's cultivation base was much weaker than the Sky Spirit Monarch's base. He wasn't relying on the power of the Sky Thunder Pool at the moment, but even if he was, he still wouldn't be a match for the Sky Spirit Monarch. Sword light swept across swiftly as Elder Te Lucian's head was severed from his body. At that moment, there was a look of disbelief on Elder Te Lucian's face. Elder Te Lucian thought that the human ruler of the human race had to be playing along with the human race's divine ancestor. The relationship between the human race's divine ancestor and the Four Sky race would absolutely never have resulted in such an outcome. However, the moment the Sky Spirit Monarch made his move, Elder Te Lucian realized that it was too late even though he was alert. The sword of the Sky Spirit Monarch had severed his spirit consciousness from everything else and sent him into endless desolateness. The martialists behind Elder Te Lucian were also startled when they saw that Elder Te Lucian had been killed. However, shortly after being stupefied, they felt frightened and angered. They could not believe what they had seen was actually true. While the human race's divine ancestor was a friend of their race, Elder Te Lucian was close to them. Immediately, the martialists of the four sky race that were present glared angrily at the human race's divine ancestor. If it weren't for the huge gulf between them and the human race's divine ancestor cultivation-wise, they would all have torn the human race's divine ancestor apart. Elder Te Lucian was not a bad person, Your Majesty. Why did you do this to him? Do you know what this will cause? The human race's divine ancestor spoke with agitation. The death of Elder Te Lucian and the actions of the Sky Spirit Monarch would make the people of the four sky race hate the human race's divine ancestor. Luo Yunyang glanced at the human race's divine ancestor and said, Divine ancestor, maybe Te Lucian was indeed not a bad person, but he shouldn't have prevented me from taking the Sky Thunder Pool. You should know how important it is for us to destroy the origin intent. If Te Lucian was allowed to live, he would certainly have continued to make it difficult for us to obtain the Sky Thunder Pool. Then, I would have had to massacre the entire four sky race instead of just Te Lucian. The human race's divine ancestor opened his mouth but said nothing in the end. He clearly knew that Luo Yunyang was not threatening him. The four sky race martialists who had come with Elder Te Lucian also sensed that something was wrong as they heard the conversation between Luo Yunyang and the human race's divine ancestor. They now viewed Luo Yunyang with greater fear, but they did not dare show this on their faces. Let's enter the territory of the four sky race. I believe the powerhouses in there are also sick of waiting. Luo Yunyang glanced at the great cosmos that had been split in half by the sword and spoke with a hint of sarcasm. No one in the four sky race dared to fight Luo Yunyang head-on now. Furthermore, the Sky Spirit Monarch had enveloped all the martialists of the four sky race with his aura. They were doomed to die as long as even one of them dared to show hostility. With the Sky Spirit Monarch leading the way, Luo Yunyang and the human race's divine ancestor strolled into the center of the thundercloud great cosmos. In the blink of an eye, a land enveloped by boundless thunder nomological laws appeared in front of Luo Yunyang. Boom! A thunderous clap echoed around Luo Yunyang and his party. With every clap of thunder, thousands of thunder dragons appeared around Luo Yunyang. The Sky Spirit Monarch and his divine troops were not impressed when they saw the mighty formation of the opposing troops. While the thunder dragons looked imposing, they were merely putting on a show in front of formidable powerhouses like the Sky Spirit Monarch. He could kill all these thunder dragons as easily as snapping his fingers if he wanted to. Those who were suppressed by the Sky Spirit Monarch all looked very agitated. The death of Elder Te Lucian had enraged them, and they felt even more depressed about becoming tools Luo Yunyang could use to flaunt his might. The Thousand Thunder Dragons Gathering Array was the #1 array formation of the four sky race. It was rumored that it could even kill a Tai Yuan Venerate. Given how things had gone, they finally had the chance to avenge themselves. The human race's divine ancestor did not take the Thousand Thunder Dragons Gathering Array too seriously. As the #1 martialist of the human race, he knew that this array formation would not harm him. Naturally, it would also be difficult to cause any harm to Luo Yunyang. After pondering for a moment, he was the first to speak up. Chief Shen Duopo, our human ruler has come to the four sky race. Why aren't you coming out to welcome him? Ha ha ha, divine ancestor, our chief treated you as a distinguished guest of the four sky race. Is that how you repay us? Even if Elder Te Lucian had offended you because of the Sky Thunder Pool, you shouldn't have killed him without saying anything. The person speaking was a Taichu Yuan Venerate from the four sky race. He added resentfully, from now on, you are no longer a friend of our race. You have become our enemy. An enemy we will fight to the end with. The human race's divine ancestor's face fell. Just as he was about to explain himself, Luo Yunyang nodded at the Sky Spirit Monarch. Following this nod, the Sky Spirit Monarch drew his sword unceremoniously again. Sword light flickered for a moment before a powerhouse standing atop the head of a thunder dragon was severed in two by the sword. Normally, it was very difficult for Taichu Yuan Venerates to die. However, the powerhouse that was cut by the Sky Spirit Monarch had his spirit consciousness severed by the sword. Against the sword light of the Sky Spirit Monarch, he had no chance of surviving. The dragons surrounding them seemed to sense the impending danger of Luo Yunyang. Although they were still hovering in the void, none of them dared to even make a single sound. Even the four sky race martialists who controlled them dared not make any noise. After a stretch of deathly silence, a towering yet withered four sky race martialist appeared. His emergence made the human race's divine ancestor appear somewhat embarrassed, as this person obviously had an extraordinary relationship with him. "Sir, there was no need for you to kill our elder in such a horrible way even if he disrespected you." The four sky races powerhouse ignored the human race's divine ancestor and spoke to the sky spirit monarch. The sky spirit monarch wasn't paying too much attention to that person, who was nearly at the level of a half-step Tai Yuan venerate. He merely shot a glance at the powerhouse before shutting his eyes. The sky spirit monarch was a subordinate of the human ruler. Thus, no matter what, he could not allow himself to steal the limelight from Luo Yunyang. Meanwhile, the four sky race powerhouse felt a chill upon seeing the nonchalant attitude of the sky spirit monarch. He felt disdain beneath contempt. He realized that the sky spirit monarch was actually dismissive, so he turned to the human race's divine ancestor. What the human race's divine ancestor feared the most right now was that his friend would not know when to back down. His friend would be really doomed if he actually offended Luo Yunyang. Therefore, he hurriedly spoke up. "Chief Shen Duopo, this is the human ruler of the human race. He came here to talk about the Sky Thunder Pool. Divine Ancestor, I have always regarded you as my friend, as well as a friend of the four sky race. I never expect you to do this in order to." Before Chief Shen Duopo could finish speaking, Luo Yunyang snapped at him. "I will only give the four sky race two options. First option, hand over the Sky Thunder Pool and I will spare the four sky race from death. Second option, I will slaughter the entire four sky race before leaving with the Sky Thunder Pool." Luo Yunyang said all this in an extremely calm fashion, but this calmness also contained an imposing chill. Upon sensing the imposing might in Luo Yunyang's tone, Shen Duopo felt furious and reluctant to accept the outcome. However, he was even more afraid of Luo Yunyang. "Divine Ancestor, are you not the ruler of the human race anymore?" Shen Duopo hesitated for a moment before he asked the human race's divine ancestor this question softly. The human race's divine ancestor shook his head. "The human ruler is now the leader of the human race." 15 minutes later, a squarish object about the size of a palm landed in Luo Yunyang's hands. Then, Luo Yunyang left the thundercloud Great Cosmos with the human race's divine ancestor and his party. The human race's divine ancestor glanced at the Sky Thunder Pool in Luo Yunyang's hands, feeling bitter. "Your Majesty, although you have the Sky Thunder Pool, the human race will lose an ally because of what you did," the human race's divine ancestor said solemnly. "I don't need an ally that does not help me when I am in danger," Luo Yunyang said resolutely. 1 Chapter 1205, Crying Skies. Luo Yunyang was tempering a small banner just outside Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. The banner had a terrorizing aura around it even though it had just begun to take shape. It was the sky-breaking banner. The strongest treasure was needed to kill the origin intent. Thus, Luo Yunyang had thrown in all the treasures he had on hand just to refine this banner. The pull used to make the banner came from Luo Yunyang's six-dragon sun-striking bow. Luo Yunyang was slightly reluctant to use the six-dragon sun-striking bow to refine the sky-breaking banner, as the bow was the strongest treasure he currently possessed. The six-dragon sun-striking bow had helped him a great deal previously when he had been in the vast sky-sacred realm. Even at his current cultivation level, Luo Yunyang was still unable to unleash the strongest potential of the bow. That was because the six-dragon sun-striking bow had massive power and Luo Yunyang hoped that he could eventually use this treasure independently. However, he had exhausted numerous resources, such as the 6 different types of precious metals, in the process of tempering the pull of the sky-breaking banner to no avail. With no other way out, he made the painful decision to use the six-dragon sun-striking bow as the pull of the sky-breaking banner. The Great Extinguishing Hell portrait was used as the flag of the sky-breaking banner. While such a one-of-a-kind treasure was in no way inferior to the six-dragon sun-striking bow, Luo Yunyang still felt that it was the most suitable item to use as the flag of this treasure. Luo Yunyang felt just as reluctant for each of the various resources which would be inscribed on the flag. He slowly made adjustments to the details of the inscriptions on the flag as each valuable treasure was destroyed. Some of the treasures even contained the foundations of certain sky nomological laws. Over the course of many years, Luo Yunyang had acquired a number of valuable treasures. However, tempering this sky-breaking banner cost him heavily in terms of all these acquired treasures. Just as the sky-breaking banner was about to take shape, Luo Yunyang felt terrorizing energy being emitted from it. In terms of sky laws, the ones the sky-breaking banner had were similar to the ones the six-dragon sun-striking bow had. They both had 6. However, they were different in the sense that even though the six-dragon sun-striking bow had massive potential, Luo Yunyang was unable to wield it to its fullest potential despite being able to use it. The sky-breaking banner was different. The sky-breaking banner had been tempered by Luo Yunyang from scratch. Therefore, he would be able to unleash most of its might even though it was using the six-dragon sun-striking bow as its pull. It could be said that the sky-breaking banner was a treasure that would be extremely appealing to anybody. A thought flashed through Luo Yunyang's mind just as the sky-breaking banner was about to take shape. If this treasure was so strong, then why had Yuan sage Jinlao imparted this law to him instead of tempering it on his own? Even though there were rules set in place by the Taishu sect, Luo Yunyang still felt slightly uncomfortable. These feelings seemed groundless no matter how much he continued to reason. However, as the tempering process was nearly completed, Luo Yunyang began to feel even more that something seemed to be amiss. He just was not sure what seemed to be the problem. Yuan Zi is seeking an audience with you. A message appeared in his head as he was about to fully concentrate on the tempering process. He felt that Yuan Zi was the most talented amongst all the other returnees. Other than him, it seemed like only Yuan Zi was capable of competing on equal grounds with the human race's divine ancestor. Furthermore, Yuan Zi was an extremely discerning person who never imposed inconveniences on the people around him. Hence, it was very easy to get along with him. From his perspective, Luo Yunyang favored Yuan Zi greatly. The last mission given to Yuan Zi was to annihilate the Star Sky race. Just before he had set off, Luo Yunyang had given him yet another separate mission. Thinking that he had succeeded, Luo Yunyang created a clone embodiment that then headed out of the enclosed hall. "My respects, Your Majesty," Yuan Zi said respectfully, even though he knew that the person approaching him was merely a clone of Luo Yunyang. "Let's dispense with the formalities. What good news are you bringing me this time, Brother Yuan?" Luo Yunyang replied while waving his sleeve. "I would like to report that I have completed the mission given to me, Your Majesty. This is the galactic star beast I have captured for your inspection," Yuan Zi said as he presented an object which resembled a birdcage. The birdcage was small in size but was reinforced by 36 gold struts that made it look extremely difficult to pry open. The birdcage alone seemed like an exceptional treasure, but what truly attracted Luo Yunyang's attention was the galactic star beast confined within the cage. The galactic star beast was a colossal beast that could easily devour a planet in a single mouthful. However, the galactic sky beast presented to him right now appeared to be no larger than the size of a palm. The current galactic star beast even looked cute despite continuing to howl in rage in an attempt to bite Luo Yunyang. Indeed, it was extremely cute, completely unlike the ruler of the Star Sky race. Roar, roar, roar. The beast, which initially only appeared threatening, lunged forward with increased intensity upon seeing Luo Yunyang. However, its actions were almost non-threatening given that its strength had now been reduced to that of a small bird trapped within a cage. The cultivation base of this galactic star beast is at the peak of the Taichu Yuan Venerate. Without your insight, I would not have been able to handle it. Yuan Zi chuckled while watching the angry galactic star beast. The ruler of the Star Sky race should have become a Tai Yuan Venerate some time ago, but it's a pity that half of its abilities were destroyed by me back when it was trying to help the Supreme Incarcerate ruler sneak an attack against the humans. That is why he could not become a Tai Yuan Venerate even though the other half of his body had received all the energy of the Star Sky race. Furthermore, give your current breakthrough, he would be no match for you even if he were to become a Tai Yuan Venerate. Even though Yuan Zi had not yet become a Tai Yuan Venerate, everything he had accumulated over the years was sufficient to bring him near the peak. As long as he wanted to, he could become a Tai Yuan Venerate at any time. To many people, becoming a Tai Yuan Venerate was an important milestone of their journey. However, this milestone did not mean much to Yuan Zi. His only aim was to achieve success when the conditions were correct. "Thank you for your kind words, Your Honor, but it is still hard for me to hold a candle to you," he replied. He did not say this because he wanted to compete against Luo Yunyang but because these words came from the bottom of his heart. Although he did not know what kind of training opportunities Luo Yunyang had, he knew very well the difference in standards between the two of them. Right now, not only had the gulf between him and Luo Yunyang not been reduced, but it had actually gotten wider. From his point of view, it seemed as though this difference would continue to increase. Brother Yuan, do not be too hard on yourself. The aptitude you have is amongst the greatest even amongst the human race. If you were to become a Tai Yuan Venerate this time around, I am sure you would instantly become a Shantian Tai. We are already more than halfway through the process of refining this treasure. After this, you'll have to seize the opportunity to become a Tai Yuan Venerate when we take action. Please rest assured, human ruler. I will definitely not disappoint you, Yuan Zi replied. Luo Yunyang wanted to use his chaotic 4-origin beast clone to swallow the remaining half of the galactic beast so that he could upgrade the beast into something better. According to his deduction, as long as the chaotic 4-origin beast could evolve, it would not be too difficult for it to eventually ascend to the Tai Yuan Venerate. In fact, it could almost ascend immediately. Even though Yuan Zi appeared normal, it did not seem as though he wanted to leave. This made Luo Yunyang feel that perhaps there was something else he wanted to say. Yuan Zi, is there anything else? Luo Yunyang asked, as he had deduced that there was more to it from his expression. I have always treated you as a friend, but you aren't treating me as one by humming and hawing. Your Honor, this is related to Feng Feifei. Many years ago, her aptitude wasn't any inferior to mine. Unfortunately, she did not receive guidance in the correct direction and she wasted a lot of effort. As a result, she hasn't been able to ascend to the Tai Yuan Venerate. Now that the ancient 6 families have already been vanquished, I hope that your majesty can give Feifei some pointers. A huge weight seemed to be taken off Yuan Zi's mind when he said this. I know something about Feng Feifei's cultivation techniques. It should not be too difficult for her to attain the Tai Yuan Venerate if she follows my instructions and trains, Luo Yunyang replied after a brief pause. A ball of light appeared in his hands and eventually transformed into a white jade seal. Inside this, you will find Feng Feifei's cultivation path. You just have to bring this to her. Luo Yunyang gently shook his head while watching Yuan Zi leave. He then picked up the birdcage that held the galactic star beast. However, after he strolled for a bit, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind and surprised him. He pictured himself rushing out of Hongmeng's sacred hall, only to see the looming dark sky and bloody rain falling everywhere. Even the bouts of thunder that came with this rain were blood red. Blood red rain, blood red thunder, and blood red wind. This scene was not limited to Hongmeng's sacred hall. It also extended to the 36 great cosmoses of the human race. Even Tianding realm, which had been established by the human race's divine ancestor, was engulfed by this boundless blood red scene. Is the sky crying? Luo Yunyang asked expressionlessly as he looked at the scene. He knew that this was happening because the origin intent of the realm had finally reacted to the sky-breaking banner, which was nearly completed. Even though the origin intent of the realm seemed to collapse, he continued to survive. In the face of this impending calamity, Luo Yunyang had another thought. He was not too bothered by these visions, but he was now more concerned about making the chaotic 4-origin beast a Tai Yuan Venerate. Chapter 1206. The enemy of my enemy. The galactic star beast immediately quietened down after Luo Yunyang brought its cage into the hall where he cultivated. Or rather, the galactic star beast was extremely silent. Roar! The galactic star beast howled in fear, as it felt the presence of the chaotic 4-origin beast when Luo Yunyang summoned it from within him. After absorbing a large portion of the galactic star beast, the chaotic 4-origin beast started to evolve into a chaotic whole galactic beast. However, because the chaotic whole galactic beast had only absorbed half of the galactic star beast, it had not yet attained the level of a Tai Yuan Venerate. Although the will of the chaotic 4-origin beast belonged to Luo Yunyang, it still retained some of its own instincts. For example, it could gobble. It immediately had the intense urge to gobble up the galactic star beast upon seeing it. Human ruler, who would have thought that this chaotic 4-origin beast would be a clone of yours? I, the galactic star beast, am the arch-enemy of the chaotic 4-origin beast, the galactic star beast said in lament. In the past, when we established ourselves as a race, the chaotic 4-origin beast destroyed our territories. I have always been filled with regret for not being able to devour the chaotic 4-origin beast to make my cultivation level stronger. I don't have many regrets about falling prey to the chaotic 4-origin beast this time, but I have to say that you will not live long after I die either. You are no match for my master, who will eventually kill you to avenge me. Despite the circumstances, it had a look of trepidation in its eyes when it mentioned this. Luo Yunyang observed the fearless manner of the galactic star beast and shook his head. If that's all you wanted to say to me, then I congratulate you. You have said your piece and you may now leave. The chaotic four-origin beast quickly made its way to the cage where the galactic star beast was entrapped as though it was going to devour it at any moment. Human ruler, do you want to destroy the sky? Its life was at stake, so the galactic star beast trembled in fear before shouting. It's not easy to destroy the realm's origin intent. All you are doing is bringing forward the great calamity. I can tell you that your approach is not going to bring you success. The human race was the chosen race of the realm's origin intent. If you were to destroy the origin intent, you would definitely be hated by it. Then, it would be too late for regrets. Luo Yunyang said nothing, he just activated his nomological laws. At that moment, the cage holding the galactic star beast disappeared into thin air. The chaotic four-origin beast opened its mouth widely and charged toward the galactic star beast before devouring it. The cultivation base of the galactic star beast was slightly lower than that of the chaotic four-origin beast, as the latter had devoured its other half previously. Furthermore, the cultivation base of the galactic star beast had been sealed up the moment it had been captured. That was why it was completely devoured in a single mouthful by the chaotic four-origin beast. After it consumed the galactic star beast, streaks of blackish bronze energy began being emitted from the body of the chaotic four-origin beast. These streaks of energy started out looking like red clouds but eventually transformed into a blackish bronze light ball that enveloped the chaotic four-origin beast. The traces of energy belonging to the galactic star beast had disappeared completely. The last almighty belonging to the star sky race had finally been eliminated. Luo Yunyang could feel that his will within the chaotic four-origin beast had begun hibernating. This was because the chaotic four-origin beast was going through a metamorphosis. When the chaotic four-origin beast woke up, it would no longer be the same way it had been initially. It would have a new body that could swallow the sky and land with a strength 100 times stronger than any ordinary Tai Yuan venerate. The sky-wrecking banner was still in the process of being refined. 9 compounds that even Luo Yunyang did not know of began appearing on the surface of the sky-wrecking banner. Despite how much he had mentally prepared himself for the completion of the sky-wrecking banner, the current might of the weapon made him shudder in fear. The 36 great cosmoses of the human race had already been engulfed by bloody rain. While this did not harm the martialists in any way, the continuous rainfall made everyone feel gloomy and dispirited. What is going on? Why do I feel as though the sky is crying? A star-grade teenager asked his companion while observing the continuous droplets of rain. His companion was a well-built, sturdy youngster. He also had a star-grade cultivation base, but the aura he emitted made people afraid of opposing him. These are tears of the sky. The sky is indeed crying. I heard the elder back home say that the human ruler is going to destroy the sky. His companion replied after scanning the area to ensure that there was nobody else around. Naturally, the sky will cry in that case. Those words made his companion look worried. In his opinion, even though the human ruler was comparable to a god, he was still not on the same level as the sky and earth. There were even rumors going around the 36 great cosmoses that the human ruler occupied his position to fulfill the mandate of heaven. Was it even possible that he intended to destroy the sky? Can the sky even be destroyed? The timid teenager asked while trembling. The human ruler has said that he wants to destroy the sky because there are problems with it. He will destroy the sky to let the sky become more. The sturdy teenager scratched his head. Clearly, he had no idea how to continue justifying the actions of the human ruler. That is right, this is meant to improve the human race. Eventually, that was all he could come up with. Even though he felt that the explanation did not seem entirely correct, that was the best he could do. The frail-looking teen wondered whether the human ruler was truly capable of destroying the sky. Even though the news of the human ruler destroying the sky was being suppressed, it eventually made its way around the entire human race after the sustained period of bloody rain. Even though some people in the human race questioned this destruction, they did not dare openly challenge Luo Yunyang for fear of his might. The other races were also extremely disturbed by Luo Yunyang's actions, but their powers were too insignificant. After all, they did not even have any Tai Yuan venerates or Taichu Yuan venerates. Hence, they did not dare express any grievances they had. The bloody rain began spreading across the 7 extinction grounds, causing the land to appear even queerer. Ha ha, I never would have expected that piece of trash to aid us. Ha ha ha, does he not know that we want the origin intent to be destroyed as well? The ring finger mocked him to the sound of raindrops. The raindrops, which seemed to fall in a straight fashion, now appeared to tilt slightly and fall at an angle. It still isn't backing down, even though it has been wrecked by us and only a few of its abilities remain, the forefinger said. But it only has this life and it's not willing to die just like this. Even though many people in the human race have reached the pinnacle of their standards in this final era of theirs, the ambitions of the human ruler have caused it to only be able to ask us for assistance. Since it wants to die, it would not make a difference if it died in the hands of the human ruler or ours. The ring finger laughed. Let's just let it die. We should just slowly accumulate our powers. Do you think the human ruler is destroying the realm's origin intent for fun? I think he just wants to destroy the origin intent of the realm to create a new one, the forefinger replied. An origin intent more inclined toward the human race, so that it can cause us trouble even if it cannot stop us. In your opinion, does this mean we should help the origin intent? The thumb said, help it, why shouldn't we? However, I do feel that we might as well take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of the detestable human ruler in the process. His existence simply makes me uncomfortable. This chap makes me extremely uncomfortable as well. How great would it be if we could kill him? The ring finger chimed in. The voice of the thumb rang out. We are there. We will strike when the human ruler destroys the sky, it said as it faced the crying sky. Then, you will be able to continue for another period of time. The falling red raindrops were gradually reduced and the boundless rain falling across the 7 extinguishing grounds became merely a drizzle eventually. Amid the light drizzle, the 7 extinction grounds, which had initially been rock hard, eventually loosened up, allowing the hand to have more room. Ha ha ha, the origin intent is still pretty useful. Not bad, the voice of the ring finger resounded. As the drizzle continued to fall, Luo Yunyang took a treasured banner in his hands within Hongmeng's sacred hall. Chapter 1207, 7 Sky-breaking strikes boom. The sound of thunder filled the sky. High priest, what exactly is going on? An emperor asked in fear as he looked at the continuous streaks of thunder. The person known as the high priest seemed to be an elderly man in his 70s. His cultivation base was at the pinnacle of the star grade, and he had the highest cultivation base on the planet he was living on. Your Highness, the skies are frightened, he replied in disbelief after some hesitation. The skies were frightened. What were the skies? To them, the skies were boundless limits, the very omnipotence that could influence their way of living. How could the skies be afraid? High priest, do you even know what you are saying? Why would the skies be frightened? Another person interrupted. On this small planet, the position of the high priest was unrivaled. Even a prince who was going to ascend to the throne to become king would have to be acknowledged by the high priest. An emperor without the acknowledgement of the high priest would not even be able to command anybody. One could say that nobody in that place dared doubt the instructions of the high priest. However, he was doubted simply because what he had said this time was so unbelievable. Why would the honorable and mighty skies shiver? Why would they feel fear? Why would they? The emperor was known as the chosen one of the skies. How would he react upon hearing that the skies were frightened? The high priest wasn't angered by the questions being asked. To be honest, I could not believe it either when I saw that phenomenon, he replied. However, the skies are indeed trembling. There are supreme beings who want to destroy the skies, and this is simply the reaction of the skies to the prowess of those beings. The high priest turned pale after saying this. High priest, do supreme beings truly exist in this universe? The emperor asked. Yes, definitely. Why else would the skies shudder in fear? Besides, I have this strong feeling that those supreme beings come from the human race. Otherwise, why would the skies be prejudiced against the human race? The thought of some supreme being trying to destroy the skies sounded very much like a fantasy to the emperor and his subordinates. However, when the high priest said that the supreme being was human, literally no one present believed his words. They even thought that the high priest might have gone senile. Your Highness, I know some people might think that I am going senile. I would like to say that I am still very clear-headed and the person destroying the skies is indeed human. Streaks of lightning gathered to form a net before striking downward against the ground as he spoke. The purple lightning net gave off the feeling of a great apocalypse. The emperor, who tried his best to keep his composure, slipped and fell to the ground upon seeing that boundless lightning net. The ministers who were with the emperor all shivered in fear except for the high priest, who stood rooted on the highest point of the altar. As the lightning net descended, vegetation ceased to exist. As soon as the lightning net descended, they saw the pole of a banner appear in the sky. This treasured banner, however, was not located in the same sky they were in. They could only see the reflection of its divine rays because its power and might was so strong that it broke through the sky. That was why they were able to see the image of the banner. The boundless lightning disappeared completely from the sky as the banner was swung. At that moment, it felt as though the sky and land around had come to a complete standstill. There was no sound or movement. There was only peace throughout the sky and land. Droplets of bloody rain began falling down once again from the sky. The high priest felt something exceptionally strong lurking amid this rainfall. In the past, he would have rushed out into this continuous rainfall to investigate the details of whatever was lurking within. However, this time, he was filled with dread. A sense of terror overcame him amid this bloody rain. He knew that even if he were to just stretch a single hand out to approach this rain, death would certainly await him. The lightning disappeared as the bloody rain continued to fall. The high priest looked up into the sky and saw a silhouette standing atop a giant altar. It was a towering, mighty silhouette. It was not known exactly how many people were standing with the high priest looking at the silhouette. However, the moment they saw it, they were filled with a mixture of reverence and fear. Luo Yunyang knew fully well what was going on in every corner of the great cosmos. He just wasn't inclined to care about any other situation. All he did was move the sky-breaking banner he held in his hands. According to Yuan sage Jinlao, swinging the sky-breaking banner 7 times would destroy the origin intent of the realm. Of course, before swinging the sky-breaking banner, the various treasures used in the tempering process of the banner had to be removed. Swinging this banner wasn't something that could be done in just any way. The activation of certain laws was necessary as well. These 7 swings had been named 7 sky-breaking strikes by Yuan sage Jinlao. Although Yuan sage Jinlao spoke casually about the usage of the 7 sky-breaking strikes, Lunyang could feel the difference indeed when he was activating the swings of the sky-breaking banner. The very first swing made him feel as though his entire energy was being absorbed by the sky-breaking banner. However, this was just the beginning. Even though the lightning was destroyed, the howling winds continued to form rapidly in the sky. It only took less than a minute for the developed winds to spread out and start turning the 36 great cosmoses into ruins. Although the destruction of the realm's origin intent was nearly completed, it was still a force to be reckoned with when its existence was in danger. Luo Yunyang, who had already made his first swing amid these rapid winds, then made his second swing. 7 sky-breaking strikes, second swing. The sky-breaking banner, which had been tempered by Luo Yunyang, posed no obstruction when he was using it, except that the energy required for wielding such a weapon was simply massive. Luo Yunyang quickly recovered his energy after making the first swing, but this recovered energy was also quickly absorbed by the sky-breaking banner. On top of this, Luo Yunyang could feel a part of his body seemingly crumbling under this massive power. Luo Yunyang persevered despite that discomfort and the massive winds disappeared completely. The winds are gone. Yuan Zi and the rest were sitting crossed-legged right next to the human race's divine ancestor under a divine altar. They were second only to Luo Yunyang within the human race, so the duty of the human race's divine ancestor and the others was to protect Luo Yunyang. Even though the human race might just be able to destroy any threats against them in the process of destroying the origin intent of the skies, nobody was able to guarantee that someone would not use this chance to sneak an attack against Luo Yunyang. Destroying the origin intent of the realm was no easy task after all. Failure would mean exceptionally severe repercussions. Not only have the winds dissipated, but so has the lightning. Once the winds and ravaging lightning are gone, what he has to destroy next are the origins of the cosmos. Yuan Zi sighed. The destruction of the 7 subjects would imply that the origin intent of the realm would be thoroughly destroyed. The human race's divine ancestor looked at Yuan Zi without saying a word. He had already begun to look up to this talented young man and felt that he would be the most talented disciple. However, he sensed that he could not quite predict the actions of Yuan Zi, who was already a Tai Yuan venerate. Under the circumstances, the human race's divine ancestor knew that there was a possibility that his standards were not even second in place in the human race. There was a chance that Yuan Zi was stronger than him. I hope that after the human ruler destroys the origin intent, he will be able to reconstruct it. Otherwise, I am worried that the only people who will survive in this land will be as humans. When that happens, the great calamity will come right away, the human race's divine ancestor replied. Rest assured, divine ancestor, I believe that the human ruler will be able to reconstruct the origin intent as much as I believe he will go on to destroy it, Yuanzi replied. Otherwise, he would not take such a risk. The human race's divine ancestor was surprised by Yuanzi's calm expression. Looking at his expression gave him a sense of admiration and fear. This novel feeling that was awakened in his heart had already lain dormant for millions of years. In just a moment, the human race's divine ancestor braced himself against the ominous feeling he had. However, upon looking at Yuanzi again, he noticed some sort of restriction on his body. A type of restriction that affected his appearance. In an instant, the human race's divine ancestor heaved a sigh of relief, as though he understood everything and everything seemed to have returned to normal. Yuanzi seemed to understand the reason for the surprised expression of the human race's divine ancestor. Divine ancestor, I seem to be unpredictable, right? He laughed. That's right. In reality, I could not tell what you were thinking. As the two of them were conversing, the bloody rain in their surroundings suddenly intensified. Despite the presence of divine venerates, the various streaks of destructive laws hidden within the bloody rain would still be killed. Just as this bloody rain intensified, Luo Yunyang swung the sky-breaking banner he was holding in his hands once more. The wind was gone, so were the rain and thunder. There was a strange atmosphere in the realm. Following the dissipation of these elements, intense exhaustion overwhelmed Luo Yunyang. This fatigue was not only physical but also mental. Destroying the origin of the will of the sky was not such a simple matter. The repercussions that came along with it were massive. After swinging the sky-breaking banner in all directions, Luo Yunyang decided that he would never attempt a move as risky as destroying the origin intent of the realm ever again. Humans, are you really trying to drive me into a corner? An overwhelmingly majestic voice bellowed throughout the sky. It was the origin intent of the realm, which had been awakened due to Luo Yunyang's attempt to destroy it. This awakening was only temporary, as its life had been threatened. If this origin intent had been awakened much earlier, then Luo Yunyang would never have taken such drastic measures. Unfortunately, the awakening had come too late and it would be unable to last long in that condition. You should understand why I am destroying you. If I were to stop now, you would not even need a minute before you fell back into your slumber. By destroying you, I can reconstruct the origin intent. Good, 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 bellowed the voice in the sky as a massive pagoda appeared above. This massive pagoda contained boundless might. A large swaying bell made time turn as the pagoda descended and cracks began appearing in the sky. Bell of time, pagoda of space. The origin intent had two foundations that formed the realm's origin intent. Most of the time, this origin intent would not rely on the use of these two foundations, as their usage would inflict injuries on the user and other people. Now, it had to make use of these two treasures. After all, it was left with no other choice. The clock and pagoda made the space and time in the area come to a standstill. Even the human race's divine ancestor, who had a Tai Yuan venerate status, was unable to move due to the appearance of these two objects. He felt a mixture of disappointment and fear as he saw the two treasures appearing. Just as the human race's divine ancestor felt a sense of loss come from the origin intent of the realm, a pair of hands flew across the sky. No, it was actually a massive hand that flew out of the massive pagoda. The strongest weapons of the origin intent of the sky were the massive pagoda and the bell. This massive hand did not belong to it. What frightened the human race's divine ancestor even more was the might of the massive hands, which were 100 times stronger than the bell and the pagoda. What is that? The hands of the great calamity. It looks like they have joined forces. Yuanzi exclaimed. Chapter 1208. Great Samsara imprint in the 36 great cosmoses, Tai Yuan venerates were synonymous with being invincible. Although the number of Tai Yuan venerates had increased tremendously ever since Luo Yunyang had shared his insight, the title of a Tai Yuan venerate was still frightening. The reason so many Tai Yuan venerates of the human race supported Luo Yunyang's decision to destroy the origin intent of the realm was not only because of their trust in Luo Yunyang, but also due to having confidence in their own strength. More than 100 Tai Yuan venerates were enough to make significant changes to the realm. However, when the bell of time and the tower of space came crashing down, they realized that their sky laws were somewhat weak against the desperate efforts of the origin intent. They were not the only ones that felt this way. Even the strongest among them, like Yuanzi, found it hard to provide effective support to Luo Yunyang. They would not have to be so frightened if only the bell of time and the pagoda of space were making a move on Luo Yunyang. However, the entity that destroyed eras was attacking Luo Yunyang as well. Endless destruction accompanied the appearance of this hand. The willpower of many Tai Yuan venerates could not even withstand this palm when it appeared. In their opinion, the palm was like a whole realm, and they felt like mere ants when it came hurtling over. Being obliterated by the power of the palm seemed like their only option. Is this the Great Era Destroyer? I imagined that fighting him would be difficult, but not to the extent that we would be unable to retaliate, the Daqian Hall Master said in a trembling voice as he stared into the void. It seems that I've underestimated this entity. The cultivation base of the Zanpin Sacred Hall Master was not much better than that of the Daqian Hall Master. She watched the palm crashing down with a look of despair in her eyes. A great era calamity is indeed beyond what the human race can withstand. Yuan Zi and the human race's divine ancestor were the strongest martialists among them. They had gradually clambered up to their feet in the face of this huge pressure. However, all they could do was stand up. They simply could not do it. Now, Luo Yunyang could only rely on himself. Luo Yunyang didn't panic when the bell of time and the pagoda of space appeared. The sky-breaking banner was waved rapidly, sending out 2 black rays of light. The 2 black rays were executed to shatter the bell of time and the pagoda of space. Luo Yunyang had long expected the origin intense retaliation, but the attack of the Great Era Destroyer caught him off guard. While he had expected that the Great Era Destroyer would attack him, he had never expected that entity to join forces with the realm's origin intent. After all, one of the main reasons the origin intent of the realm had ended up in such a sorry state was because it had been repressed. Although the origin intent was already unable to fend for itself, it was still very hostile to the Great Era Destroyer. Now, the two of them had jointly launched a deadly strike against Luo Yunyang. Roar! A loud roar came from behind Luo Yunyang, accompanied by the appearance of the colossal chaotic 4-origin beast, which leapt and dashed toward the Great Era Destroyer. Actually, it should be said that the chaotic 4-origin beast, which had evolved into a chaotic whole galactic beast, had leapt out of Luo Yunyang's body. The chaotic whole galactic beast had become a Tai Yuan venerate, and the aura it exuded was 10 times stronger than any ordinary Tai Yuan venerate's aura. The chaotic whole galactic beast was one of the trump cards Luo Yunyang had up his sleeves. The moment the Great Era Destroyer palm descended, the chaotic whole galactic beast opened its mouth and shot out a massive energy sphere. The energy sphere spun rapidly and could grind anything down. Chaotic whole obliteration energy sphere. This was the strongest attack awakened from the memories of the chaotic 4-origin beast after it had merged with the galactic star beast. According to Luo Yunyang's estimations, this technique was not inferior to the strongest technique of his father, Luo Judian, after becoming a Shantian Tai Yuan venerate. The reason he dared to utilize the sky-breaking banner was also because he had the chaotic whole galactic beast, which served as a trump card. Compared to the energy sphere sent forth by the chaotic whole galactic beast, the palm of the Great Era Destroyer was really insignificant. In terms of size, the palm of the Great Era Destroyer was much bigger than an ordinary person's palm. However, it was like an ant compared to the chaotic whole obliteration energy sphere. The two of them weren't comparable in terms of might either, yet when the palm started to descend, the energy sphere was instantly shattered and even the chaotic whole galactic beast was blown away. The palm of the Great Era Destroyer also left a huge imprint on the massive body of the chaotic whole galactic beast before continuing to head toward Luo Yunyang. However, it seemed like the luster of this palm had faded somewhat. Luo Yunyang's original body was waving the sky-breaking banner during his battle against the Bell of Time, and the Pagoda of Space was already pretty exhausted. In the opinion of many people, Luo Yunyang was already at his limits, so he would definitely die if he faced this oncoming palm. However, the moment the palm was about to hit him, Luo Yunyang's eyes lit up and his other hand, which hadn't yet moved at all, suddenly blasted out a palm strike. The palm was pretty much the same as the palm of the Great Era Destroyer. Neither showed imposing might or nomological law power. It seemed as if these were two ordinary palm strikes executed by two ordinary people. Still, Luo Yunyang knew that his palm did not just contain all his power. It also contained a technique called Great Samsara Imprint. The difference between the Samara palm Luo Yunyang had obtained in the past and the Great Samsara Imprint was gargantuan. It could even be said that there was a world between them. Although both techniques had the same origins, the Samsara palm was merely a superficial technique of the Great Samsara Imprint. The two palms collided gently in the void and shattered like porcelain silently. Everything seemed really ordinary, but the moment the two palms shattered, Yuanzi and the rest felt their bodies return to normal. They all simultaneously looked at Luo Yunyang. If Luo Yunyang's position as the human ruler of the human race had been insurmountable, he definitely would have seemed like a divine being that no one could ever surpass. Human ruler, I really underestimated you. You didn't just have cards up your sleeves. You even comprehended the great samsara imprint of the samsara wheel. How impressive. After all these years, who would have thought I would still see the great samsara imprint again? A voice full of lament echoed all around. Upon hearing the voice, Luo Yunyang suddenly became serious. He hadn't told anyone the name of this great samsara imprint after he had comprehended it. According to the memories of the ancient six families' ancient ancestors, they hadn't told any outsiders about him obtaining the great samsara imprint either. Furthermore, although the six of them each controlled a path, they weren't strong enough to become samsara controllers. Hence, their ability to control the great samsara imprint remained at a surface level. In other words, they did not know about the existence of the great samsara imprint. Great Era Destroyer, you're nothing more than a defeated loser who cannot contend in the vast sky sacred realm and can only struggle to stay alive here. Luo Yunyang was trying to draw out the Great Era Destroyer by saying this. He only had a vague idea of the Great Era Destroyer's origin. However, Luo Yunyang's words were so on point that the Great Era Destroyer became agitated immediately. Or rather, the Great Era Destroyer went berserk. I'm struggling to stay alive. Ha ha ha, young lad, do you know exactly what struggling to stay alive is like? Let me explain. It is not considered a struggle as long as there's still a glimmer of hope. Only those that have absolutely no ability to resist are considered to be struggling to stay alive. When I'm done killing you all and harvesting the last drop of power, I will go recover my other bodies and start a massacre. Frenzied roars accompanied by unceasing rage echoed all around, causing Yuanzi and the others to tremble uncontrollably. They controlled sky laws, but they still felt that their sky laws were vastly inferior to their opponents. Just as Luo Yunyang was about to speak again, the voice said, "Young lad, don't even think of nosing around and fishing for information. There isn't much time left for you guys. You better watch out for yourselves." This voice was now beyond calm, which was a drastic contrast from how overbearing it had been just moments ago. The Great Era Destroyer left after that, as Luo Yunyang and the other powerhouses could no longer sense his aura. Great Era Destroyer, you said you wanted to join forces with me. Another enraged voice echoed again in the void. The voice was fuming with indignation and was on the verge of becoming hysterical. Luo Yunyang retracted his mind power from the body of the Great Era Destroyer before raising his sky-breaking banner. He had already completed the first 6 strikes of the sky-breaking 7 strikes when the bell of time and the pagoda of space had descended. The next strike would be the last. The origin intent would be destroyed completely as long as Luo Yunyang completed the next strike. Luo Yunyang, I really lost this time, but you guys can't beat the Great Era Destroyer either. You are not his match. He is too strong. You don't have any chance of winning. The origin intent calmed down and said painfully, I've fought against the Great Era Destroyer. No, my predecessors fought against him but never won. The bunch of you will not succeed. We'll have to see if we'll succeed or not. As he said that, Luo Yunyang waved the sky-breaking banner in his hand. Chapter 1209. Reconstructing the realm. The final strike of the sky-breaking 7 strikes shot through the sky like a black arrow after Luo Yunyang waved the sky-breaking banner in his hand. The black light disappeared into the sky without a trace. Luo Yunyang felt like all the energy in his body had been drained the moment the black light shot forth. If his exceptional willpower hadn't been supporting his mind, he would have collapsed after executing the final strike. However, Luo Yunyang was still standing on his feet, even though his energy was completely drained, by supporting his body with the sky-breaking banner. There was no bloody rain, raging wind, or terrifying thunder and lightning. Space and time in the realm seemed to have come to a standstill and everything seemed to have stopped growing. Even the gaps between the void and the surging long river of time had lost their effectiveness. Behemoths were growling and constantly passing through the boundless space. Towering skeletons were rising from the thick earth. Many shadows of cities were also appearing in the same area. Chaos ensued in the realm, which went through massive changes. Although the origin intent could collapse at any moment due to what the Great Era Destroyer had done, it could still make the realm stay on track. However, without the origin intent, time and space had become chaotic and so had the realm and everything in it. The 36 great cosmoses and other territories would turn into nothing if this continued. Although the people in the 36 great cosmoses of the human race had been ordered to stay home before the Great Era Calamity arrived, many of them could still foresee their demise even though they were staying home. Some people who were leisurely drinking and chatting at home suddenly saw armor-clad ancient Yuan demons rushing into their homes and cleaving at them with blades. Some people were having a meal, but the meat of the ferocious beast they were eating suddenly came back to life. This freakish situation would make anyone's heart go cold just by thinking about it. However, the most chilling part was that most of the human race had no way of dealing with this situation. Even an almighty like the human race's divine ancestor could not do anything while facing such a strange situation, let alone those common folks. Some Tai Yuan venerates who governed their own great cosmoses had already received emergency calls via the jade talismans of their disciples. However, they were equally helpless and could only leave the jade talismans as they were. The virtual realm had disappeared and all the things that were familiar to the human race had vanished. Many people thought that this was the end of the world. Although Luo Yunyang was not afraid of the occurring changes, he knew that he must lead this realm, which had lost its way, until it was back on track. In other words, he needed to form an origin intent for this realm again. Luo Yunyang had never done such a thing before, but among the techniques of destroying the origin intent given to him by Yuan sage Jinlao, there was a technique that could do so. All sorts of nomological law intent would intertwine with one another in a realm without origin intent. Anyone that wanted to cultivate a new origin intent could select any nomological law intent and nurture it so it would grow. This nomological law intent would become the new origin intent if it was cultivated to a certain level. Luo Yunyang's spirit consciousness expanded by millions of miles in an instant. He did find many nomological law intents, but they were either too violent or too weak to bear the heavy burden of stabilizing the realm. It was necessary to form a new origin intent for the realm within 30 seconds. Otherwise, great upheaval would be just around the corner. A moment later, Luo Yunyang was struck by an idea. Since the nomological law intent could be nurtured, why not create a nomological law intent on his own? Wouldn't this ensure that the nomological law intent would grow rapidly and also strengthen his control over the realm? Luo Yunyang was shocked by his madness when this idea formed in his mind. However, after pondering it hard, he found this idea feasible. That said, this thought rushed out of Luo Yunyang's mind power in an instant and engulfed a violent nomological law intent that was close to Luo Yunyang before enveloping its surroundings. Luo Yunyang was going to support an origin intent, so there was no reason for him not to support his own spirit consciousness. By following the technique taught by Yuan sage Jinlao, Luo Yunyang moved his hand rapidly to form hand seals. As a result, the nomological law intent began to grow rapidly. 10 seconds later, he was already able to control a void. 20 seconds later, he could cover an entire universe. After 30 seconds, the endless realm was completely under the control of Luo Yunyang's new origin intent. The behemoths blustering in a frenzy became calm all of a sudden. Dozens of cities that were about to converge stopped the instant they began to fuse. The endless realm became quiet again. However, Luo Yunyang suddenly felt that the infinite power of the origin intent had begun to converge toward the trace of spirit consciousness he had separated. Not needing to use this technique again, the separated consciousness quickly gathered the origin intent under its authority. Taishi Yuan Venerate, Taichu Yuan Venerate, Tai Yuan Venerate. In the blink of an eye, the power of the nomological law belonging to the spirit consciousness had reached the level of a Tai Yuan Venerate and was still increasing. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. All things persist, and time and space continue. There was no need for Luo Yunyang to impart anything, as the spirit consciousness that was formed began sending out majestic commands to the boundless realm. At these commands, the time and space that had already collapsed were quickly restored. The behemoths and monsters growling at the cities of the human race also disappeared silently and returned to their own territories. The massive skeletons that seemed as though they could cause an upheaval had returned to the earth, and the cities that had been converging also moved back to their original locations. All these things were reversed as quickly as they had happened. The new origin intent of the realm that was formed quickly regulated the various great path nomological laws without Luo Yunyang's intervention. The scorching sun returned to the sky while giant trees stayed rooted in the earth. Everything seemed to have returned to normal, but many martialists could feel the difference in this new realm. For example, although they could not say that it had been difficult for them to comprehend the nomological laws of the realm in the past, it had been anything but easy. However, the comprehension of the nomological laws had become very easy after the new realm had been established. Furthermore, what surprised them the most was the energy in the new realm. It felt as though it had increased greatly all of a sudden, and absorbing the energy had also become extremely easy. Many martialists who were at their bottlenecks felt that there was hope for them to break through to the next level. Although there were many more benefits that the martialists could not sense right away, these benefits were constantly changing the constitution of all the humans in the realm. The human race's divine ancestor had way better senses than ordinary martialists. He not only felt that vitality was blooming in all the great cosmoses of the human race, but he could even sense the state of the new origin intent. If the origin intent destroyed by Luo Yunyang was considered half-dead, then this new origin intent was filled with endless vitality. Congratulations, human ruler, for destroying the origin intent, the human race's divine ancestor said in admiration as he watched Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang felt that the connection between him and this realm had become more intense after his trace of spirit consciousness had become the new origin intent. One could say that Luo Yunyang felt as though he was one with the realm at the moment. Based on this feeling, Luo Yunyang also felt that his powers had improved greatly. However, despite his increase in power, Luo Yunyang vaguely sensed that there were some hidden dangers in doing so. No matter how hard Luo Yunyang pondered this, he could not seem to understand what sort of hidden dangers there were. Thank you, divine ancestor. You are too kind. It is all thanks to the support of you and everyone else that we were able to destroy the origin intent and reactivate the vitality of the realm. Luo Yunyang smiled politely at the human race's divine ancestor. If it weren't for the support of the divine ancestor, I wouldn't have finished what I set out to do so easily. The human race's divine ancestor knew this was Luo Yunyang's way of being polite, as they had only played a very small role in the process of destroying the origin intent. Especially when the origin intent and the Great Era Destroyer had joined forces and fought back, he and the others had done nothing to help. It is insurmountable merit for the human ruler to reconstruct the origin intent. If the current situation continues, the human race will be 10 times stronger than it was for 100 years. The human race's divine ancestor said excitedly, by then, the number of Tai Yuan venerates we have should be thousands. Thousands of Tai Yuan venerates. Thinking of this number of Tai Yuan venerates alone was exciting enough. Luo Yunyang had a slightly bad feeling when he thought of having thousands of Tai Yuan venerates. When this sensation appeared, the image of a desolate realm was also projected in his head. In this desolate realm, Luo Yunyang saw a palm with only 5 fingers in the beginning. In an instant, the fingers turned into a massive palm and also revealed more than half a foot of its arm. It seemed like the palm was aware of Luo Yunyang's vision, as a face appeared on the web between the thumb and index finger. It was smiling at Luo Yunyang. Thank you, human ruler. I have benefited greatly from your success this time. You have saved me years of hard work. A very abrupt, gloomy voice began to reverberate through the realm. Luo Yunyang frowned as he stared at the palm, which was glowing and burning fiercer than ever. Chapter 12:10. Every storm begins as a ruffle in the grass. The Great Era Calamity would arrive in less than 10 years. This was the conclusion of Luo Yunyang's origin intent, which ruled over this realm. After coming to this conclusion, the entire human race of the 36 great cosmoses entered a state of frenzy. Although they clearly knew that ordinary weapons were of no use against the Great Era Destroyer, they would still do their best to craft the strongest weapons they knew of for the final fight of their lives. Luo Yunyang's main body was cultivating in seclusion, and so were his chaotic 4 origin beast clones. Thus, it was the origin intent controlled by a trace of his spirit consciousness that was running the affairs of the human race. In the process of destroying the origin intent of this realm, Luo Yunyang had seen the threat of the Great Era Destroyer. Although it seemed like his Great Samara imprint had gotten a draw against the Great Era Destroyer's palm, Luo Yunyang knew very well that the palm he fought against was only 10% of the Great Era Destroyer's true strength, or even less than that. Given his current cultivation base, he had to improve his cultivation on top of mobilizing the strength of the entire human race in order to defeat the Great Era Destroyer. The obliterating finger within the half-ring beside Luo Yunyang was the main focus of his training in seclusion this time. Luo Yunyang felt that he would have the chance to defeat the Great Era Destroyer if he could comprehend the obliteration finger completely. Unfortunately, he had only managed to comprehend 5 levels of the obliteration finger, which was divided into 9 levels. He hadn't solved the 6th level yet. 10 years might sound like a long time, but it was not. According to Luo Yunyang's estimation, he could only comprehend up to the 6th level of the obliteration finger within this time if he didn't have any exceptional opportunities. At the same time, his body in the vast sky sacred realm was searching for information frantically. Although his clone in the vast sky sacred realm had only become a Tai Yuan Venerate, his status was much higher than that of an ordinary Tai Yuan Venerate. Not only did Luo Yunyang have access to some advanced ancient books, but he could also practice them. However, these ancient books were inferior to Luo Yunyang's obliteration finger. Some of the formidable supreme refining techniques that Luo Yunyang had found were simply impossible to refine in the 36 great cosmoses. In the end, the powerhouses of the human race in the 36 great cosmoses could only choose simplified versions of 3 refining techniques that were not too formidable. Nevertheless, it still took the entire efforts of all the 36 great cosmoses to achieve this. What sort of being is the Great Era Destroyer? Why are there no records of the Taishu sect in the ancient books? The Luo Yunyang in the scripture repository of the vast sky sacred realm was exasperated and dejected as he tossed aside a book that recorded the top martialists of the vast sky sacred realm in the past 1 million years. As the saying goes, one should know one's enemies if one wants to emerge unscathed from war. If Luo Yunyang could know more about the Great Era Destroyer, it would undoubtedly benefit him greatly in the impending fight. Unfortunately, Luo Yunyang's current status in the vast sky sacred realm was still useless when it came to obtaining such information. Big brother, something happened to the Luo family. Return quickly. A message from Luo Donger arrived, causing Luo Yunyang to be momentarily stunned. He had told Luo Donger to refrain from contacting him unless it was something important when he'd entered the scripture repository to search for information. Her message urged him to return urgently, which meant that something grave must have happened. Moreover, the message mentioned the Luo family. Luo Yunyang simply could not ignore it. After all, the place Luo Donger and his family were living in was the War Emperor Palace of Luo Judian. The matters of the Luo family usually had very little to do with Luo Yunyang. If something had happened now, it meant that things must be grave. Luo Yunyang was already the leading figure among the core disciples of the Taishu sect. Although his status was still not comparable to the status of the Tai Yuan Venerate disciples of the 12 Yuan sages, he was not far behind them. Therefore, Luo Yunyang pretty much moved without any restrictions in the Taishu sect. In the blink of an eye, he had returned to the Luo family. Although the Luo family was also considered a large family in the vast sky sacred realm, the rise of the Luo family wasn't attributed to Luo Judian. Luo Judian was the most dazzling genius in the Luo family now, but he was still quite far behind compared to the patriarch of the Luo family. With the rise of Luo Judian and Luo Yunyang, Luo Judian's authority in the Luo family had also increased unprecedentedly. Many things that Luo Yunyang could not have been involved in before were now available to them. Luo Yunyang did not come to see the Luo family frequently, as he felt incompatible with his family. Greetings, Sir Yunyang. A martialist from the Luo family was surprised when he saw Luo Yunyang. Although he greeted Luo Yunyang respectfully as usual, Luo Yunyang still noticed the different way he greeted him. He did not bother interacting with his heavenly venerate martialist. Although he did not use his mind power to scan the entire Luo family grounds, he was still able to move quickly toward where Luo Donger was. In an instant, Luo Yunyang arrived at the punishment hall of the Luo family. He found the situation even more unusual when he arrived outside the punishment hall. After all, the children of the Luo family would not come to the punishment hall. Who has come? The guards of the punishment hall were 2 men holding swords. Their cultivation base was at the Taishi Yuan Venerate level. Both of them glared at Luo Yunyang icily when he appeared. Luo Yunyang had an idea when he saw the 2 men. He had paid little attention to the Luo family, as he had been there on less than 3 occasions after coming to the vast sky sacred realm. However, he knew that the guards of the Luo family's punishment hall were only at the 3rd level heavenly venerate. After all, in the vast sky scared realm, although Yuan Venerate martialists might not necessarily command a family, they still had a high status. Hence, Luo Yunyang felt that these 2 men shouldn't be the guards of the punishment hall. I am Luo Yunyang and I have something to attend to in the punishment hall, Luo Yunyang said after mulling this over for a moment. Luo Yunyang, You are the son of Luo Judian. The man standing on the left looked at Luo Yunyang and said coldly, the punishment hall has not summoned you. Do you think this is a place where people like you can come and go at will? Why are you standing there? Move aside and wait. The man on the left had a sinister expression as he spoke. In fact, he wanted very much to arrest Luo Yunyang. However, after sensing Luo Yunyang's cultivation base, he decided he would just ask Luo Yunyang to wait aside and deal with him after what was happening inside the punishment hall was over. In his opinion, even though Luo Yunyang had a reputable status in the Taishu sect, this was still the punishment hall of the Luo family. Luo Yunyang would have to wait obediently no matter how high his status was. However, the moment he finished speaking, Luo Yunyang punched him. Although he was a Taishu Yuan venerate, there was no chance of him resisting Luo Yunyang's punch. He felt like he was a mere ant. His partner, who had yet to speak, was also sent flying along with him by Luo Yunyang's punch. They were both sent flying in the direction of the punishment hall. How dare insignificant beings like the two of you stop me? Luo Yunyang said indifferently as he stomped into the punishment hall of the Luo family. The ancestor of the Luo family had been a core disciple of one of the 12 Yuan sages of the Taishu sect and had held a lofty status. However, the current status of Luo Judian was no lesser than the status of his ancestor. Hence, Luo Yunyang did not have many scruples about the way he behaved. Furthermore, he found something unusual about the tone of his sister and did not bother bickering with these insignificant individuals. Trespasser in the punishment hall. Die. A Tai Yuan venerate who looked like he was in his 30s flew out of the hall. His golden whip lashed heavily at Luo Yunyang when he appeared. A Tai Yuan venerate who controlled the sky law was naturally no match for an ordinary martialist. This Tai Yuan venerate had lashed with his whip heavily with the intention of taking Luo Yunyang's life right away. Although Luo Yunyang could not recall if he had any enmity against this Tai Yuan venerate, he still showed no mercy. As soon as the whip approached him, he unleashed the 5th level of his obliteration finger. The obliteration finger contained the power of obliteration sky law. Although this was also a sky law, it could crush all other sky laws of a similar level. Furthermore, Luo Yunyang's comprehension of the obliteration sky law wasn't something the likes of an ordinary Tai Yuan venerate could match. The moment Luo Yunyang's obliteration finger appeared, the color in this Tai Yuan venerate's face drained. He was afraid of Luo Yunyang's obliteration finger. He felt that he had no chance of withstanding this technique of Luo Yunyang. He had wanted to inflict heavy injuries on Luo Yunyang when Luo Yunyang had come barging in. It would be best if he could kill Luo Yunyang, as this would not only allow him to make a name for himself but also vent some of his anger. However, he only realized he had been wrong when Luo Yunyang made his move. Not only had he been wrong about himself, but he was also hopeless. Luo Yunyang's cultivation base was comparable to a Tai Yuan venerate's, and the technique Luo Yunyang executed was more refined than his own. Sir, I come from the Chunyu family. My family will not spare you if you hurt me. The Tai Yuan venerate shouted at Luo Yunyang as the obliteration finger was about to hit him. He was hoping that Luo Yunyang would hear what he said and spare his life. Unexpectedly, Luo Yunyang actually intensified his attack instead. Boom! The power of the 5th level obliteration finger pierced the defense of the Tai Yuan venerate and surged into his body in an instant. The boundless might of the obliteration force crushed the Tai Yuan venerate in the void instantly. Although it was difficult for a Tai Yuan venerate to die, Luo Yunyang's obliteration finger was no ordinary technique. The moment the spirit consciousness of the Tai Yuan venerate disappeared, his eyes filled with grievance and disbelief. He had never thought that Luo Yunyang would actually dare to kill him. He was part of the core group of martialists of the Chunyu family. Immediately, more people came rushing over, including a few Tai Yuan venerates and many Taichu Yuan venerates. Among the large group of people, Luo Yunyang saw Luo Donger and his son, Luo Xiaochang, who was only a little older than 10 years old. Luo Donger, who was beside him, seemed somewhat nervous. You killed one of the 4 elders of the Chunyu family. A Tai Yuan venerate said in fright when he saw Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang had never seen this Tai Yuan venerate before, but judging from his appearance, this handsome Tai Yuan venerate should be the elder of the Luo family's punishment hall. He wanted to kill me, so I acted in self-defense. Although Luo Yunyang did not know what had happened, he did not feel guilty about what he had done at all. The Tai Yuan Venerate glared at Luo Yunyang and said, "Vile being, do you know how much trouble you have caused our family? Surrender immediately and wait for orders from the family." Luo Yunyang looked at the Tai Yuan Venerate, who could not wait to kill him, and said calmly, "Who are you?" The Luo family Tai Yuan Venerate nearly blew his top when he heard this question. He was the head of the Luo family's punishment hall and was well known throughout the Luo family. "Wretched thing, do you really think that the Luo family cannot punish you now that you have become a disciple of the Taishu sect? You better surrender now, otherwise." Luo Yunyang understood Luo Judian's relationship with the Luo family a little. When Luo Judian had returned from the Da Alliance, he had been nearly exiled from the family because he had lost all his Dao energy. However, after Luo Judian had become one of the war emperors of the vast sky sacred realm, the Luo family had begun to actively rope in Luo Judian again. Luo Judian's attitude toward the Luo family had been extremely cold. "Did you call me a vile being? You must be referring to yourself. Otherwise, I will kill you right now." Based on Luo Judian's attitude, Luo Yunyang knew more or less how his father saw the Luo family. Hence, Luo Yunyang wasn't in the mood to reason with this elder of the family now. He had to solve this situation with decisive actions. Although he did not know what had happened, the elder's behavior made Luo Yunyang believe that this person was no ally of his. How dare you threaten me?" The head of the Luo family's punishment hall had never expected to be threatened by Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang glared angrily at the elder and said, "No, how could I threaten you? I'm just stating a fact." The elder's face turned really dark when he heard this. His heart went cold when he thought about the Chunyu family's elder. It was very likely that he would be equally helpless if Luo Yunyang really wanted to kill him. At the moment, he wasn't just angry. He was also afraid. Those who had rushed out with the elders were also standing and gawking at the situation. In their opinion, it was very normal for their elder to reprimand Luo Yunyang, but the fact that Luo Yunyang was speaking in this manner was completely unexpected. You only have 10 seconds. Wasting time is going to make your life difficult." Luo Yunyang glared at the elder as he spoke. The face of the elder turned burning red, but he did not dare utter any more nasty words. He felt really unlucky at the moment. Chapter 12:11. Making an appearance in 10,000 years, Luo Yunyang, you better not fool around. Although the patriarch is training in seclusion, the Luo family will not tolerate it if you do anything to me. Although the elder of the punishment hall sounded harsh and loud, everyone could see that he was showing his weakness. He was clearly cowering away from Luo Yunyang like a loser. "You still have 5 seconds left." Luo Yunyang acted as though he did not understand the underlying meaning of the elder's words. The elder's expression became even more unsightly. He wanted very much to take action now, but the death of the elder from the Chunyu family had left him terrified. "Yunyang, you are also a disciple of the Luo family. You should know the rules of the family, especially when we are in the punishment hall. You at least have to." The words of the elder were no longer as determined as before, and it even felt like he was begging for mercy. Luo Yunyang stayed silent and merely stretched out 2 of his fingers. His actions were blatant, as if he was telling the elder of the punishment hall that he only had 2 seconds left. "I wasn't referring to you as a vile being." The elder finally trembled under Luo Yunyang's imposing might. Although he knew that he would no longer be able to establish himself in the family in the future if he conceded, he still couldn't control himself. He was trembling while saying that. Luo Yunyang did not say anything. He only left 1 finger upright now. At the same time, a massive murderous intent began to emanate from Luo Yunyang's body, making him seem like a ferocious beast all of a sudden. A ferocious beast ready to pounce and tear apart his prey at any moment. In the face of Luo Yunyang's pressure, the elder of the punishment hall flushed with anger. He eventually said nervously, It was purely a slip of the tongue. I was referring to myself." The elder almost exhausted all his strength to utter the last sentence. He knew deep down that his dignity was thrown aside completely the moment he said those words. From now on, he could no longer command the respect he used to, even though he was still the elder of the punishment hall. It could even be said that his reputation in the Luo family had hit rock bottom. After hearing that, Luo Yunyang recovered his terrifying aura. He ignored the elder and asked Luo Donger gently, "Donger, who bullied you?" Luo Donger firmly believed in her brother's ability, but she still found it incredible that her brother had actually come in and harshly reprimanded the elder of the punishment hall right away. She had never expected that her brother would treat the elder of the punishment hall this way. Brother, it was Xiaochong. He hurt the young master of the Chunyu family during training. Luo Donger grabbed her little nephew as she spoke helplessly. Luo Xiaochong resembled mostly Yunxi appearance-wise, and was much more good-looking than Luo Yunyang. Upon hearing what his aunt said, he remained composed. He did not even look like he was going to defend himself. Is he dead? Luo Yunyang glanced in the direction of the Chunyu family. There was still a Tai Yuan venerate left among the group of people from the Chunyu family. Although he was glaring at Luo Yunyang with murderous intent, he dared not make any moves in front of Luo Yunyang. He had seen clearly the way Luo Yunyang had killed the fourth elder. Although his cultivation base wasn't inferior to the fourth elder's base, he was not much stronger. He would most likely die as well if he really fought with Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang actually had the nerve to ask about the conflict between his son and the young master of the Chunyu family without asking if the young master was injured. Instead, he had asked if the young master had died or not. He's not dead. Luo Donger spoke first before the Chunyu family's Tai Yuan venerate could speak. Not dead, ask them to scram then. Luo Yunyang glanced at the elder of the Chunyu family and snapped, otherwise, we will kill them and go straight to war. Every member of the Luo family that was present found it hard to accept such a situation. Thus, they all looked at Luo Yunyang in confusion. The faces of the martialists from the Chunyu family were also very ugly. They had come to ask the Luo family for an explanation. In their opinion, they would still need Luo Xiaochong to be worse off than dead even if the Luo family did not use his life as a form of explanation. In the beginning, everything had been going smoothly, just as they'd wanted. The Luo family was unwilling to fall out with the Chunyu family, so they'd interrogated Luo Xiaochong in the punishment hall. It was obvious that they wanted Luo Xiaochong to pay for his crimes against their young master. However, just as everything had been going so well, Luo Yunyang had broken in and, without asking what had happened, had killed the fourth elder of the Chunyu family and even forced his own punishment hall elder to submit to him. This was not an ordinary method of making someone submit. It was very humiliating. It could be said that, although the elder of the punishment hall had not lost his job, it was unlikely that he would be able to punish anyone as the head of the punishment hall in the future. Luo Yunyang, your son has wounded our young master. We will not let this matter go, a Chunyu family martialist said as he glared at Luo Yunyang. When this person finished speaking, Luo Yunyang mysteriously appeared in front of him. Before he could react, he was slain directly. Since you guys are not going to let this matter rest, I shall kill you all. Luo Yunyang took another step forward and blasted a punch toward the only Tai Yuan venerate left in the group of people from the Chunyu family. The Tai Yuan venerate's face fell, as he was unwilling to fight with Luo Yunyang. The reason he didn't want to was because he felt that he couldn't defeat Luo Yunyang. However, his companions had forced him to the point that he could not stand by idly, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Boom! The Tai Yuan venerate was on his guard, yet he was still knocked back a dozen steps when the punch landed on his body. He also spat out a mouthful of blood. Yunyang, stop for now. I think it would be better to wait for the patriarch to deal with this matter. The elder of the punishment hall, who had lost all his dignity, hurriedly stood between Luo Yunyang and the Tai Yuan venerate. Luo Yunyang did not continue to attack him. The reason he was so unruly was because he had sensed from the moment he'd entered the punishment hall that he would very likely be the unlucky one if he behaved modestly. Is it worthwhile to wait for the patriarch to deal with this? It's just a dispute between two children. Luo Yunyang laughed coldly. Can't you handle this matter as the head of the punishment hall? The head of the punishment hall was nearly going crazy. Luo Yunyang wanted to let him deal with the situation. Yes, he had wanted to deal with this matter initially, but he had since given up on the idea. Besides, he did not want to provoke him any further. Under Luo Yunyang's watchful eyes, the elder of the punishment hall pondered this for a moment before saying heavily, it is very normal to have some small scuffles in the course of training. His injury means that he is still not good enough. Chun Yufeng, take your people with you and get away from our family immediately. The man known as Chun Yufeng was the martialist that Luo Yunyang had punched. He nodded at the elder of the punishment hall and told the haggard youngster beside him, whose arms did not look very responsive, let's go. Second elder, we cannot let this matter go that easily. My opportunities, my subordinates, and my younger brother. The haggard teenager, who was unwilling to accept the outcome, spoke disgruntledly. However, before he could complete his sentence, Chen Yufeng interrupted him. Chen Yufeng did not say anything, but the aura he emitted left the haggard young man speechless in an instant. Although the youngster's status was extraordinary, this situation was already out of his control. His priority now was leaving the Luo family. Luo Yunyang did not look at the second elder of the Chunyu family, who left in a hurry, and his expression remained unchanged. Although the Chunyu family were no pushovers, he did not need to show mercy anymore since they were not going to reconcile. In the blink of an eye, the Chunyu family retreated like flowing water. Then, Luo Yunyang looked at Luo Xiaochong and said, "Tell me, what happened?" Although Luo Xiaochong appeared fearless, he still explained everything again when he heard Luo Yunyang's question. What had happened was actually very simple. During their training, the young master from the Chunyu family had stolen an opportunity from a disciple of the Luo family. Luo Xiaochong, who had happened to see it, had started a fight with the young master of the Chunyu family. Although the young master was strong, he was no match for Luo Xiaochong. Not only had Luo Xiaochong broken his arm, but he had even shattered a sinister technique he had cultivated for years. Luo Yunyang nodded after listening to the ins and outs of the matter. Although Luo Yunyang wasn't against his son acting unruly, he would be happier if his son was able to take responsibility for it. Is what my son said the truth? Luo Yunyang turned to look at the elder of the punishment hall. The elder, who would dare not spout nonsense even if he had the guts, replied heavily, "Yunyang, listen to me. I know Xiaochong suffered some injustice, but that young master comes from a formidable background. He is no ordinary child of the Chunyu family. He is the youngest son of the Chunyu family patriarch, who is also a disciple of Yuan's sage Yantian." The elder of the punishment hall added fearfully, "It would be better for us if we offended him as little as possible. I'm afraid the Chunyu family patriarch will probably interfere since you caused such a commotion." While Luo Yunyang was listening to the elder, a divine figure appeared millions of miles above the sky of the Luo family. He paused for a moment before a trace of doubt hit him. How is this possible? The sage that was supposed to appear in these 10,000 years was supposed to run into a calamity. How was it nearly resolved? Seems like I'm running a little late this time. Chapter 12:12. Striking first and gaining the upper hand. Elder brother, although Chang'er is wrong, isn't your punishment too harsh? Luo Dong'er switched from her usual laid-back attitude and pleaded with Luo Yunyang carefully. Although they were brother and sister, Luo Dong'er had gradually revered Luo Yunyang more as her brother had become stronger. "I did not punish him because he injured the younger master of the Chunyu family, but because he was not decisive enough." Luo Yunyang, who was sipping his tea, smiled and handed a cup of tea to Luo Dong'er before adding, he clearly knew the boy from the Chunyu family would bear a grudge against him and things weren't going to improve between them, but he still acted magnanimously by putting the tiger back on the mountain while he was training. "I can take care of the Chunyu family, but what will happen in the future?" In Luo Dong'er's opinion, there was nothing wrong with what her nephew had done. The child had fought bravely for justice, reprimanded the young master of the Chunyu family, and driven them away. However, after listening to Luo Yunyang, she also felt that it wouldn't be good for Chang'er to let the young master off. "Brother, are you saying?" Luo Dong'er asked in disbelief. Luo Yunyang glanced at Luo Dong'er and said softly, "That's exactly what I mean. The vast sky sacred realm is not a place where one can be a good guy." Although Luo Dong'er thought her brother might have gone overboard, she also found it reasonable after thinking it through. "Brother, do you mean that this enmity with the Chunyu family can't be resolved?" Luo Dong'er asked worriedly. "I think so. The Chunyu family is a lofty bunch to begin with, and they are used to overwhelming the people below them. Chang'er hurt the younger master of their patriarch, so they will definitely make him pay for this deed with his life." Luo Yunyang scoffed. "Since we can no longer resolve this, we better show them what sort of nail they have stepped on." After he said that, Luo Yunyang smiled. "You don't have to worry about it. I will be handling this." Then, Luo Yunyang's smile vanished. His words continued to echo in Luo Dong'er's ears. "Look after Chang'er carefully and let him out when he learns his mistake." The Chunyu family was also located in the sacred East Sky continent, but the place where they lived had been created by them using a large lake as a foundation. This space had formed its own great cosmos that had sufficient spirit essence and also provided the Chunyu family with a massive amount of resources. "They are too much." In a massive hall that looked like a sky palace, a person slammed his fist heavily on the chair below him. His eyes were blazing with anger as he snapped, "Luo Yunyang is behaving absolutely lawlessly. He actually had the nerve to not hand over his son, who injured the young master, and even kill the fourth elder of our family. How will the realm see the Chunyu family from now on if I don't teach this rogue a good lesson?" The person speaking had a very formidable cultivation base. Although the throne below him had been refined by 5-colored sky stones, which was a rarity in the vast sky sacred realm, and contained boundless great path nomological laws, it was still pulverized by his blow. The martialists of the Chunyu family who had gathered immediately became agitated. Someone called out angrily, "The Luo family is equally abominable by tolerating Luo Yunyang. I think we should massacre the entire Luo family. The hatred in our hearts will never be abolished if we don't obliterate the Luo family. We will never be able to avenge the fourth elder if we don't obliterate the Luo family. Family head, please send out the troops." Although Luo Judian became a Shantian Tai Yuan, he can only control one sky law. As long as the patriarch makes a move, he will definitely be able to destroy Luo Judian in mere seconds. The Chunyu family head smiled as he watched the agitated group. Ever since Luo Yunyang had killed the fourth elder, he had started to toy with the idea of killing Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang was indeed a talented Taichu Yuan venerate of the Taishu sect and was considered a leading figure amongst the younger generation of disciples. However, what was the big deal about him? The Chunyu family patriarch was the disciple of a Yuan sage and was even managing the Yuan sage's sect on behalf of his master now. Even the person with authority within the Taishu sect, who was known as a formidable being, was still cordial to the Chunyu family patriarch. Who could blame this big shot for not being a part of the 12 Yuan sages and even being ostracized by them? If it weren't for the supreme power who had created the Taishu sect, that individual wouldn't even have been able to control the Taishu sect. Since the Luo family has dared to challenge the Chunyu family, they shall pay the price for their willful deed. I will now use jade talismans to invite the patriarch out. This time, not only will Luo Yunyang be killed, but the Luo family will also no longer be the top family in the sacred East Sky continent. As soon as the head of the Chunyu family said that, someone came rushing in. The Chunyu family head's expression changed the moment he saw this person. He was making his announcement and he looked imposing and majestic. Hence, by running in hurriedly, this person was essentially ruining the atmosphere he had created. What is it? The Chunyu family head would have killed the man on the spot if the man was not his trusted servant. Even so, he would still punish his trusted servant if he did not have a valid reason for rushing over like this. Family head, Luo Yunyang has barged through 3 of our gates and is slaughtering his way into the Sky Mysterious Hall. The Sky Mysterious Hall was the place where they were having this discussion. It was an important venue for the entire Chunyu family. Unexpectedly, this unbridled man called Luo Yunyang had killed his way into the Chunyu family's territories. This situation bewildered the senior members of the Chunyu family, who listened to the report in disbelief. Luo Yunyang had actually dared to attack their family when they had been in the Luo family's territories, which had already infuriated them to the extent that they had decided to wage war against the Luo family. Now, Luo Yunyang had killed his way into their territories before they could even send out an army. They had never expected this situation to happen. The Chunyu family patriarch had been climbing the ranks, so they had always been the ones looking for trouble, never the other way around. "What did you say?" The first elder of the Chunyu family berated him. The first elder of the Chunyu family belonged to the same generation as the Chunyu family patriarch. Although he usually would not poke his head into the affairs of the family, his words still carried enormous weight. "Patriarch, Luo Yunyang is killing his way into the Sky Mysterious Hall. I hope you and the family head can prepare yourselves for this. Although we have deployed many people to resist Luo Yunyang, they are all helpless against him." The man who delivered the report was sweaty as he continued speaking in a trembling voice. More than a dozen Taichu Yuan venerates of the Chunyu family have been slain by him. The Tai Yuan venerates were the strongest fighting force in the vast sky sacred realm, while the Taichu Yuan venerates were the foundation. It would be considered a huge loss if a dozen Taichu Yuan venerates died in battle. How dare he? The first elder said while shaking in anger. When was the last time anyone had dared to come knocking on the doors of the Chunyu family? He couldn't even remember the last time this had happened. Hence, the first elder was livid. He glared so hard that it felt as though his eyes were going to burn a hole in the walls. As he shouted at the servant and started walking out of the hall, a heavy object smashed through the shut doors of the hall and crashed toward the crowd inside. It was a man who had been sent flying through the doors. Everyone present knew who he was. This was an elder of their family. Although his status wasn't very high, he was still a Tai Yuan Venerate. The Tai Yuan Venerate was on the floor, crying in pain like an injured dog that did not even have the strength to move a finger. Then, Luo Yunyang walked into the sky mysterious hall. Luo Yunyang, how dare you come to my family's residence and behave so atrociously? This time, our family will fight against you to the end. The Chunyu family head said as he glared at Luo Yunyang with murderous intent. It was already provocative that Luo Yunyang had killed the fourth elder of the Chunyu family back in the Luo family's territory. Now, he was pushing his luck. He was practically trampling on the dignity of the entire Chunyu family. As the head of the Chunyu family, he would no longer have the dignity necessary to lead the entire family if he did not recover from this humiliation. Fight to the end. Luo Yunyang glanced at the Chunyu family head and said coldly, in that case, let's fight to the end. As soon as he said that, the elder lying on the ground of the hall and weeping in pain exploded all of a sudden. In an instant, even his spirit consciousness had been annihilated. Luo Yunyang, how dare you? The Chunyu family head growled as he formed a series of hand seals right away. Then, a golden pagoda descended heavily on Luo Yunyang. The Chunyu family head had a Tai Yuan Venerate cultivation, but the sky law he controlled wasn't very strong. Thus, he was only considered a Shenshin Tai Yuan Venerate. The technique he used was far beyond his cultivation, which made it obvious that he had not comprehended the technique on his own. When the massive pagoda descended, it felt as if the boundless realm was frozen because of the pagoda. Even ordinary Tai Yuan Venerates would find it hard to move an inch, let alone a mere Taichu Yuan Venerate. However, Luo Yunyang's body in the vast sky sacred realm was no ordinary Taichu Yuan Venerate's body. He could already compete against a Tai Yuan Venerate. On top of that, he also had the attribute regulator, which allowed him to make use of the attributes of his body and those of the chaotic whole galactic beast in the 36 great cosmoses, where both of them were true top-level Tai Yuan Venerates. The moment the pagoda descended on him, Luo Yunyang stretched his finger and pointed at the pagoda, unleashing the power of the 6th-level obliteration finger. The pagoda came crashing down on him, breaking apart silently in the void. Chapter 12:13. Don't belittle anyone. A purple crane soared in the sky while clouds drifted high above the mountains. On the mountainside, a middle-aged man was sitting in a lotus position while chanting what sounded like melodies of heaven and earth. His words formed golden lotuses in the void, drifting and swaying elegantly as these lotuses each formed a realm of their own. Around this man were at least 1,000 people who were listening respectfully. Some were smiling, some had shut their eyes to meditate, and some scratched their heads in confusion. However, although these people were behaving differently, they had one thing in common. All of them viewed the middle-aged man with reverence. Senior brother has broken through this bottleneck on one of the sky laws. It seems that it won't be long before we have another half-step leader, said a handsome man in white long robes whose tone was filled with envy. He envied the middle-aged man that was giving the lecture. The person he was speaking to was a man who seemed to have a dark face. Although this man was also looking at the middle-aged man with envy, he appeared more respectful. Senior brother has sat on the spiral sky platform, comprehended for 100,000 years, and accumulated a lot of experience. I am so envious, the black-faced man said, sounding like he was yearning for something. It seemed as though he had found his own path by observing his senior brother. How could the handsome man in the white robes not understand the underlying meaning of the black-faced man's words? He shook his head and replied, "That's easier said than done. This path is suitable for senior brother, but it may not necessarily be suitable for us. We must know that the end of 1,000 Yuan Wei is approaching and that Supreme Being will be revived soon. We might really have to make a trip to the Ghost Spirit platform if we don't have the corresponding strength when that happens." The expression of the black-faced man turned unsightly when he heard about the Ghost Spirit platform. He paused for a moment before speaking. The Ghost Spirit platform will not take people like us, who work under the 12 Yuan sages. As the two men were talking, the middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed and he immediately stopped the lecture. Then, he stretched out his hand toward the void before a talisman made of white jade appeared in his hand. His expression changed once again the moment he saw the jade talisman. He had never thought that someone would dare to attack the Chunyu family. Today's lecture is over. Everyone is dismissed. Thank you, senior brother. The martialists listening to the intricacies of the lecture were unwilling to leave, but their status couldn't be compared to the person giving the lecture. Thus, they could only thank the lecturer respectfully before leaving. In the past, the middle-aged man referred to as senior brother would have been very polite to them. Now, this senior brother was in no mood to exchange pleasantries. Senior brother Chunyu, what's the matter? You can let me know if there is anything you need me to do. The man in the white robes flew over as he looked at the middle-aged man with a solemn expression. Chunyu Tianxing glanced at the man in the white robes and frowned. Since junior brother has kind intentions, senior brother shall not decline. This matter concerns the troubles of the younger generation of my family. However, Luo Yunyang, who belongs to that branch, actually came knocking on my family's door. How humiliating, the man in the white robes asked in confusion when he heard Luo Yunyang's name. Who is Luo Yunyang? Junior brother, you don't know about this yet. Luo Yunyang is a rising star of his generation. His father is Luo Judian, who became a Shantian Tai Yuan Venerate not too long ago, and Luo Yunyang himself has also obtained a considerable amount of opportunities in the boundless Taishu. Although he isn't a Tai Yuan Venerate yet, he has already become one of the most stellar Taichu Yuan Venerates around. The man in the white robes frowned when he heard Luo Judian's name. Luo Judian is really everywhere. Chunyu Tianxing hadn't reacted until this moment. His junior brother's ranking on the Tai Yuan Venerate roll had dropped because of the rise of Luo Judian. Senior brother, he's just a junior thinking that he can run amok after defeating a few weaklings. It seems like this generation is getting out of hand. In my opinion, you should send a clear warning to the others by killing Luo Yunyang. Let this generation know that they are still far from surpassing our generation, the man in the white robe said as his eyes flickered with murderous intent. That's exactly my intention, junior brother. Since Luo Yunyang doesn't know his limits, I shall teach him what his limits are and carve the lesson into his bones. He must know that there are some people he shouldn't provoke. Chunyu Tianxing laughed grimly. After he said that, 13 spirit talismans flew out of Chunyu Tianxing's hands. As he watched where the spirit talismans were flying toward, the expression of the man in the white robes changed again. He could sense where 7 of the spirit talismans were heading, and each of them represented a Shantian Tai Yuan Venerate. While both Shantian Tai Yuan Venerates and Xingtian Tai Yuan Venerates were still Tai Yuan Venerates, the difference between the two types was massive. A Shantian Tai Yuan Venerate could have massacred hundreds of Xingtian Tai Yuan Venerates if he wanted. It was no exaggeration to say that the gulf between these two types had nearly exceeded quantifiable limits. Hence, in the vast sky sacred realm, many people were willing to address Shantian Tai Yuan Venerates as Yuan monarchs. Kings amongst Yuan Venerates, monarchs amongst all Tai Yuan Venerates. In the vast sky sacred realm, a single Yuan monarch would be enough to support a sizable force, and 10 Yuan monarchs would be equal against 2 major sects. Now, Chunyu Tianxing had mobilized the services of 13 Yuan monarchs instantly, which the man in the white robes found incredible. Eldest senior brother, aren't you thinking too highly of that junior? Is he worth activating so many Yuan monarchs for? Chunyu Tianxing smiled faintly. Luo Yunyang has dared to run amok within our family, which means he must have something he can rely on. I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to capture him if I were to go alone. I might also lose him if I don't find enough people to arrest him. Since I'm going to ask favors from the Yuan monarchs, why not ask a few more? This is also a good way to let other people know that the Chunyu family is not a bunch of pushovers. The black-faced man, who had been listening to the conversation between Chunyu Tianxing and the man in the white robes all along, finally said, "This is like a lion using its full force to prey on a rabbit. This time, it seems that Luo Yunyang has run out of luck." Senior brother, you are very wise, the man in the white robes told Chunyu Xingtian respectfully. I'm free now actually, so I hope you can bring me along to watch the battle and get to know some of those powerhouses. Chunyu Tianxing smiled brightly and said, since both of you are interested, come with me. I believe my friends will arrive at the same time we will. After he said that, the world around them changed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Chunyu Tianxing and the two of them arrived outside the Chunyu family's Sky Mysterious Hall. The Sky Mysterious Hall was in complete disorder. After Luo Yunyang had defeated the pagoda of the chief of the Chunyu family, he had executed his samara palm and suppressed the powerhouses of the Chunyu family into a samsara wheel illuminating with a black and white light. If it weren't for the fact that the Chunyu family head had several treasures in his possession, he and his people would have instantly perished inside the samsara wheel. Luo Yunyang had visited the Chunyu family this time to make the family feel this pain and carve it into their bones. Only this way would the Chunyu family remember this lesson. However, just as he was preparing to shatter the defensive treasure portrait of the Chunyu family, Chunyu Tianxing arrived. Although Chunyu Tianxing's appearance wasn't very prominent, his imposing demeanor was something any ordinary martialist could not mimic. The moment he appeared, Chunyu Tianxing waved his palm at the samsara wheel created by Luo Yunyang. His action felt ordinary, but the blow managed to open up a hole in Luo Yunyang's samsara wheel. Then, the suppressed martialists of the Chunyu family rushed out of the hole immediately. They seemed like children who had been defeated in a fight the moment they caught sight of Chunyu Tianxing. "Patriarch, we have disgraced ourselves this time," said the head of the Chunyu family. Chunyu Tianhang waved his hand before looking at Luo Yunyang. "So you are Luo Yunyang. What a pity." Luo Yunyang had already estimated Chunyu Tianxing's strength when he'd arrived. Hence, he responded coldly, "What is there to pity me about? It's a pity that you're going to die in my family's territory today." Luo Yunyang turned to look at the two powerhouses beside Chunyu Tianxing and asked, "Do you think the three of you can kill me?" The man in the white robes was seldom taken lightly. He gritted his teeth in anger upon hearing what Luo Yunyang had said. However, Chunyu Tianxing cut him off as he was about to speak. "The three of us can't stop you. Although you haven't become a Tai Yuan Venerate, I know you're definitely relying on something. However, my family has its own reasons for being able to dominate for such a long time." Luo Yunyang's expression darkened when he heard this claim. At the same moment, countless flower petals appeared in the void. The petals were so gorgeous that when they appeared, they brought along a mesmerizing fragrance. "Hong Yuexian greets you, brother Chunyu." When the largest bud of petals unfolded, a slender, tall, gorgeous woman bowed softly before Chunyu Xingtian. The woman's eyebrows curved like flowers in spring, and she exuded grace and elegance. However, Luo Yunyang wasn't paying attention to her beauty but to the aura she emanated when she appeared. She was a Shantian Tai Yuan Venerate. This woman was actually a Shantian Tai Yuan Venerate. Not only was the sky law she controlled extremely formidable, but it was also very peculiar. Although Luo Yunyang had expected that Chunyu Xingtian would return to fight him when he had come to the Chunyu family's territory, he had never expected that Chunyu Xingtian would bring along so many helpers. "Sorry for troubling you, Fairy Yu." Chunyu Tianxing cupped his fists before the woman and smiled gently, acting as if the entire situation was within his control. The woman smiled and did not speak again, but the countless flowers around her began to seal the space they were in. In the space around Luo Yunyang, the gorgeous flowers even turned into a sea of flowers. "Although the flowers of Fairy Yu are beautiful, I'm an old guy who is not worthy of them. It would be better to leave a place for me to stand." The frail old voice was followed by the appearance of an elder who was only 3 feet tall and looked harmless. Although the elder's stature wasn't huge and he even seemed a little senile, the aura on his body could not be hidden from everyone present. Yet another Shantian Tai Yuan Venerate. After the appearance of their patriarch, the entire Chunyu family seemed to get reinforced. When Yu Hongxian and the old man appeared, they all felt even more delighted. These two powerhouses' appearance meant that their strength had now multiplied. If Chunyu Tianxing had only been able to drive Luo Yunyang away before, they were now certain that Luo Yunyang would be detained. However, as soon as the elder powerhouse finished speaking, someone said, "How can I not be invited to such a great party?" An ear-piercing voice was heard before a massive golden figure that blotted out the sun appeared in the void. It was a 3-headed golden rock whose voice came from all 3 of its mouths and sounded very awful. However, his arrival had increased the pressure of the atmosphere tenfold. "You made such an extravagant arrangement to gather us all just for a puny junior. Chunyu Xingtian, are you trying to use excessive force just to slay a chicken?" Chunyu Tianxing looked at the 3-headed rock and said, "Someone came knocking on the door of my family, so I have no choice but to ask all my friends to back up the Chunyu family. Otherwise, others will think that my family is going to be destroyed." "Ha ha ha, I don't believe you. While there are people capable of destroying the Chunyu family, this lad cannot do it." The moment the 3-headed rock appeared, 10 more auras also appeared around the territories of the Chunyu family. They all chuckled loudly and said, "Chunyu Tianxing, it is really a joke that you gathered us here with such fanfare." Although the 10 of them conversed rather casually, their attention was fixed on Luo Yunyang. All of a sudden, 13 Tai Yuan venerates had appeared. All of them were Shantian Tai Yuan venerates. Based on their auras alone, Luo Yunyang felt that they were not weaker than his own father. They were all big shots of their own territories. Luo Yunyang had never imagined that Chunyu Tianxing would be able to find many people to assist him or that he would be so decisive. Although Luo Yunyang wasn't willing to accept how the situation had turned out, he still decided that it was best to leave this place temporarily. It seemed a little too disadvantageous for him to fight against 14 Shantian Tai Yuan venerates. "Luo Yunyang, take your own life now and I can promise that my family will not pursue this matter anymore," Chunyu Tianxing said after greeting those who had come to help him. At this point in time, he looked like a godly emperor that held Luo Yunyang's fate in his hands. Chapter 12:14. Descending Supreme Beings. Luo Judian was in the middle of a chess game with someone within a majestic palace. "Mr. Mo, it seems like we will have to continue this game the next time we meet. My son has created a mess and I have to deal with it," Luo Judian said as he put down his pieces. The man addressed as Mr. Mo seemed inferior to Luo Judian based on his appearance, but the aura he exuded was no weaker than his. Mr. Mo, who was wearing a black robe, looked up at Luo Judian and smiled. "The younger generation will do all right without you, brother Judian. Let's continue our game of chess." Luo Judian frowned. Although he did nothing, his entire body still radiated like a divine sword illuminating the entire realm. "Brother Mo, were you asked by someone to come and deal with me?" Luo Judian asked icily. "Brother Luo, don't get me wrong. We hit it off the moment we met. How can mere Chunyu Tianxing make me go against you?" Mr. Mo chuckled and said, "I stopped you this time, but even if I hadn't, you still wouldn't have been able to head back." Mr. Mo, are you saying that someone else besides you was sent to stop me? Luo Judian's frown deepened. Although Luo Judian had become a Shantian Tai Yuan venerate and was famous throughout the realm, he also started to feel aware that there were stronger and more capable people out there as he came into contact with more people. In the vast sky sacred realm, becoming a Shantian Tai Yuan venerate was nothing more than emerging from the range of insignificant people. There were still stark differences compared to the individuals that were addressed as patriarchs and supremacies. "Yes, although I don't know who is coming for you next, I'm sure that person will not be weaker than me. Brother Luo, rest assured, your son won't be a problem." Mr. Mo smiled. "It seems like you still don't know my temper very well, Brother Mo," Luo Judian said with a sudden smile. "It must be because we haven't spent much time together and I haven't gotten the chance to display it to you. However, I don't think it's too late for you to find out now. You are going to be disappointed." Mr. Mo started to form a series of hand seals while Luo Judian was still speaking. In an instant, a 64-line chessboard emerged in the void. The chessboard contained a very strong sky law. If Luo Judian were to fall into it, he would find it extremely difficult to get out despite his exceptional cultivation base. However, before the chessboard could fully form, a sword light had already vanished from the void. This sword light wasn't just dazzling. Its speed was also indescribable. Although Mr. Mo was well prepared, Luo Judian was still able to vanish before the chessboard could seal up the space. As he surveyed the empty palace hall, Mr. Mo wasn't angry at all. He merely shook his head and mumbled, "Why bother? Even if you get past me, you will not be able to get past what's next. This will merely be a futile effort in the end." As he muttered to himself, Mr. Mo restored the chessboard to its original layout, back when Luo Judian had placed his last chess piece, and continued to mull over his next move. Luo Judian was very fast. He had fused his body with the sword light technique he cultivated and traversed hundreds of millions of miles in a jiffy. Luo Judian felt that he would only need 10 seconds to arrive at the territory of the Chunyu family from the palace where he lived. However, after speeding away for about 8 to 9 seconds, he felt that something was amiss with his surroundings. He felt as though he was flying through a specific space. His surroundings were constantly changing, but they were changing in a recurring pattern. This fact sent chills down Luo Judian's spine. He already felt that he might have been caught in the realm someone else had created. A person who could turn the sky law he controlled into a realm and even trap a Shantian Tai Yuan venerate like Luo Judian could be no ordinary martialist. Just as Luo Yunyang was pondering this, a loud sneering voice spoke. My 4-division realm relies on 4 types of Shantian Tai Yuan venerate sky law suppressions. You will not be able to escape. Stop messing around, stay here obediently, and don't cause me any trouble. It was the first time Luo Yunyang had heard this voice, but he felt a chill in his heart the moment he heard it. The 4-division realm was a famous trademark technique of a powerhouse. In the vast sky sacred realm, there was a legend that this powerhouse had relied on the 4-division realm to forcefully trap an important member of the Dekongfan sect for 100 years. Although that martialist had managed to escape the entrapment, the reputation of the 4-division realm had already become famous all over the realm. Luo Yunyang did not know if it was just his luck to be hunted down by a powerhouse who had gone into seclusion for so many years. He was now thinking more about what was going on. Why would such a powerhouse team up with Mr. Mo to deal with him? Outside the sky mysterious hall of the Chunyu family, the junior martialists of the Chunyu family who had fled in all directions had begun to return. This time, they were looking prouder and more excited, as their patriarch hadn't just come back in time. He had even brought along 13 top-level Yuan monarchs. In essence, their family had reassured them by sending so many pairs of helping hands now that they had been provoked. The foundation of the Chunyu family wasn't something an ordinary family could match. Luo Yunyang must not be allowed to die easily after being captured. He must be put into the blazing inferno prison and have his spirit consciousness refined for 100 years, one of the martialists who had followed the young master of the Chunyu family to the Luo family said resentfully. Many members of the Chunyu family felt that such a suggestion was normal. In fact, some people even felt that this sentence was too lenient. Those who dared to violate the authority of the Chunyu family should be punished severely. That lady over there is Fairy Yu Hongxian. She's indeed worthy of the title of Goddess of Flowers. I wish I could be her disciple one day. Some of the female descendants of the Chunyu family spoke in awe and envy while watching Yu Hongxian. Why would you think that you could become a disciple of Fairy Yu Hongxian? That's just a daydream. I've heard that Fairy Yu Hongxian is very selective, so ordinary people have no way of getting her attention. That elder over there is Earth Jigong. He controls the power of Earth's sky laws and has the ability to generate a massive land of Earth instantly. I heard that back when 10 Shantian Tai venerates wanted to kill him, they were unable to break through his defenses. I wonder if he still accepts disciples. The patriarch must have a great relationship with Earth Jigong to be able to invite him over. You have a pretty good affiliation with the Earth element, so maybe the patriarch could ask on your behalf. You might really have a chance to become a disciple of Earth Jigong. Forget it. Although you and I are descendants of the patriarch, the gap between us and the patriarch spans hundreds of generations. There are already too many people in our generation. How many can our patriarch recognize? In my opinion, we should just cultivate earnestly in our family's territory. All sorts of chatter was going on. In the opinion of these Chunyu family powerhouses, victory was totally in their hands. Luo Yunyang, who had dared to run amok their family's territory, was doomed to die. However, they were unaware that Luo Yunyang had activated his attribute regulator to adjust his power and was also prepared to make this body of his break through and reach the Tai Yuan Venerate. If he could become a Shantian Tai Yuan Venerate, he would be able to adjust his power through his attribute regulator so that it would be equal to that of 3 Shantian Tai Yuan Venerates combined. Combining the power of 3 Shantian Tai Yuan Venerates in one person wasn't as simple as adding up all this power. While Luo Yunyang did not think that he would be able to kill Chunyu Tianxing and the other Tai Yuan Venerates, he wouldn't necessarily be defeated either. Just as Luo Yunyang was about to break through, Yu Hongxian said softly, Luo Yunyang, surrender and maybe you will still have a chance to live. If you don't, we will be ruthless. No one can guarantee that he will not hurt you or even kill you. Luo Yunyang smiled faintly back at Hong Yuexian. I can't make myself surrender, but do you think you guys can stop me? Chunyu Tianxing guffawed out loud. Young one, since you're courting death, don't blame us for anything that happens. Let's go. As soon as he said that, Chunyu Tianxing quickly formed a series of hand seals and got ready to end Luo Yunyang's life. Unfortunately, before he could complete his hand seals, he felt an invisible force bind and restrict his body. He could not move at all under this mysterious restraint, let alone use any techniques. In an instant, he felt like his heart was in his throat. He knew that this was the moment his fate would be decided. If he did not handle it, well, He would die along with the 13 other friends he had invited over. Luo Yunyang's face had sunk, as he also felt that formidable force. This massive force was so powerful that even Luo Yunyang felt like an insignificant ant that couldn't move at will. However, in an instant, the force that suppressed everyone disappeared completely and neither Chunyu Tianxing nor Luo Yunyang made a move. They all knew that a supreme being was about to descend on them. If they were to do anything that annoyed the supreme being again, they would all be doomed to die. Soon, Chunyu Tianxing and Luo Yunyang saw two figures, one taller than the other, appear in the distance. Both Luo Yunyang and Chunyu Tianxing stared blankly at the two figures when they appeared. However, they were focusing on different subjects. Chunyu Tianxing was looking at the older man, while Luo Yunyang was staring at the child whose hand the older man was holding. Chapter 12:15. Yuan Sage Shending. Luo Yunyang stared dumbfoundedly at the shorter figure. He was too familiar with that person. Luo Xiaochong. It was his son Luo Xiaochong. Greetings, father. Luo Xiaochong was extremely delighted to see Luo Yunyang. He wanted to rush over, but after hesitating for a moment, he decided to greet Luo Yunyang like an adult. Luo Yunyang also shifted his attention to the man holding his son's hand. Although he had previously felt that everything was going as planned, he now had an impulse to take his son back from that person no matter the cost. However, after taking a closer look at the other person, his face darkened. Yuan Sage Shending. There was a total of 12 Yuan sages in the Taishu sect. Among them, Yuan Sage Shending was considered one of the top 3 Yuan sages to avoid offending. Quite a few Yuan sages accepted many disciples, such as Yuan Sage Jinlao, but there was no one like Yuan Sage Shending, who had never accepted any disciples before. The mesmerizing Yuan Sage Shending was smiling at Luo Yunyang, looking very much like a deity who had descended. In terms of seniority, Luo Yunyang was merely a junior to Yuan Sage Shending in the Taishu sect. He wasn't even just one generation younger than him. Yuan Sage Shending's eyes lit up for a moment before his gaze turned slightly pitiful. Greetings, Uncle Master Shending. It was not Luo Yunyang but Chunyu Tianxing who greeted Yuan Sage Shending. He was confused about why Yuan Sage Shending had come. However, he quickly made the decision to greet Yuan Sage Shending even though he was still puzzled. Yuan Sage Shending gestured with his hand gently and said, "No need for formalities." Chunyu Tianxing was puzzled but did not dare to complain. He was too familiar with his uncle master, who had an erratic temperament. If he offended him, it was very likely that he would lose his life without even knowing how he died. Greetings, Yuan Sage Shending. The faces of Yu Hongxian and the others turned pale when they saw Yuan Sage Shending. Although they were considered Yuan monarchs of their respective regions, they paled in comparison to Yuan Sage Shending. Based on the formidable might shown by Yuan Sage Shending when he arrived, it was likely that he could destroy all of them as long as he wished. How could they dare provoke such an existence? After Chunyu Tianxing greeted him, they all exchanged glances before greeting Yuan Sage Shending respectfully in unison. Greetings, Lord Yuan Sage. Yuan Sage Shending responded fairly to Chunyu Tianxing, but he merely scoffed and did not even acknowledge the Yuan monarchs when they greeted him. This sort of response made the faces of Yu Hongxian and the others fall. Luo Yunyang finally calmed down as he greeted Yuan Sage Shending. Disciple Luo Yunyang pays his respects to Yuan Sage Shending. There was a big gap between Luo Yunyang's seniority and Yuan Sage Shending's seniority. Thus, Luo Yunyang could only refer to himself as a disciple when meeting Yuan Sage Shending. Yuan Sage Shending smiled, which made Luo Yunyang very uncomfortable. Honestly, Luo Yunyang would rather Yuan Sage Shending reacted indifferently to his greeting. So you are Luo Yunyang. I didn't believe it when they said your Taishu sect had another talented disciple. However, it seems like it's true after all. Yuan Sage Shending sounded as if he was looking down on the Taishu sect when he referred to it as your Taishu sect. Luo Yunyang had spent a lot of time in the Taishu sect, so it could be said that he knew plenty of inside stories of the sect. None of the 12 Yuan sages had accepted the current sect master of the Taishu sect, and they had all left the Taishu sect and established their own great cosmoses to live in. However, they had not announced their departure from the Taishu sect for the sake of their master. The restrictions imposed by the Taishu sect were almost negligible to them. It could even be said that those Yuan sages were a little hostile to the present Taishu sect. Thank you, Yuan Sage, for your praise. You flatter me. I never praise others to show my politeness. If I say you have a good aptitude, it means you are indeed pretty good. Yuan Sage Shending chuckled out loud. After saying that, he eyed Luo Xiaochong and said, "Today, I met Chang'er and realized that we share an affinity. Furthermore, he asked to be my disciple. From this day on, you and I can speak as equals." Befriending and speaking as equals with a Yuan sage was the dream of many people. However, this made Luo Yunyang feel more uneasy about it. Yuan Sage Shending had happened to meet his son and had also been asked by his son to be his master. Wasn't this a big coincidence? After taking a moment to think, Luo Yunyang replied solemnly, "Yuan Sage, your seniority cannot be overlooked. Chang'er is young and ignorant. He doesn't know his limits and is merely a child. I hope you can be magnanimous and not be offended by what this child says." Luo Yunyang's words made a cold expression appear on Yuan Sage Shending's face before he snapped, "Chang'er has asked me to be his master and he shall be the disciple of the Shending sect now. As for the seniority you mentioned, I will just ignore it." After he said that, the force that had been suppressing everyone surged out of Yuan Sage Shending again. In an instant, Luo Yunyang was at a loss for words. Although this body of his had not broken through to become a Tai Yuan Venerate, it was far stronger than an ordinary Tai Yuan Venerate's body. Nevertheless, he still felt as if he was merely a fly in front of Yuan Sage Shending and could not muster up any form of resistance. Even though he felt that something was fishy, he knew that the cultivation base of his body was not enough to resist Yuan Sage Shending. He felt a deep sense of helplessness. Luo Yunyang did not know when was the last time he had felt this helpless before. Although he was upset, he still hurriedly replied, "It's just that I do not dare consider myself equal to all the Yuan sages and I definitely do not have the guts to consider myself equal to the other patriarchs of the Taishu sect." "Ha ha ha, you don't have to care about this. When I said that you can talk to me as an equal, it only applied to me and you." Yuan Sage Shending's expression recovered in an instant as he turned to look at Chunyu Tianxing and said, "Martial nephew Tianxing, do you think I am right?" Chunyu Tianxing's forehead was already sweating. Although he was very sure that Uncle Master Yuan Sage Shending would not kill him, it was natural for a mighty Yuan sage to show off before his new disciple. Furthermore, Luo Yunyang's son was the only disciple of Yuan Sage Shending. "Uncle Master, you are right. I congratulate you for finally accepting a disciple. With this junior brother leading the way, your sect will definitely continue to reach great heights." Although Luo Xiaochong was younger than his youngest son, Chunyu Tianxing still had to address Luo Xiaochong as his junior brother. "This disciple of mine is good at everything except for being righteous. As his teacher and master, I really don't know whether to praise him or punish him," Yuan Sage Shending said with a wave of his sleeve. "From now on, I will definitely teach him well." After saying that, Yuan Sage Shending stared at Chunyu Shintian and asked, "How dare that son of yours provoke my disciple? Don't you think you should give me a proper explanation for this?" Chunyu Tianxing did not know about the feud between his son and Luo Xiaochong. He only knew that Luo Yunyang had acted against the Chunyu family first. In Chunyu Tianxing's opinion, he only needed to kill the person who had dared to challenge his family. Now, under the watchful eyes of Yuan Sage Shending, he needed to give a proper explanation to his uncle master regardless of the reason this matter had escalated. "Go, bring the young master over," Chunyu Tianxing instructed sternly. All the Chunyu family martialists looked so defeated that none of them dared to make a sound. They had originally thought that the Chunyu family's reputation was going to rise to greater heights when their patriarch had invited so many monarchs over. They had never expected to stub their toes on a tough iron wall like this. This particular iron wall was not only extremely tough but could also cause the downfall of the entire Chunyu family. One of them soon went to look for the unfortunate young master of the Chunyu family. Meanwhile, Hong Yuexian and the rest stood aside feeling uneasy even though Yuan Sage Shending had not asked about them. At this point, they were pissed with themselves for being dragged into such dangerous peril by Chunyu Tianxing. They were really fed up with feeling like their lives were at the mercy of others. The young master of the Chunyu family arrived shortly. It seemed as if he had been instructed beforehand, as he immediately knelt on the ground when he arrived and pleaded. "Patriarch, I was tyrannical and unruly and I offended Uncle Master as a result. I beg for forgiveness this time and I promise that I will repent and turn over a new leaf. I will never do such a ridiculous thing again. Patriarch, please have mercy. Patriarch, please." Yuan Sage Shending paid no attention to the young master of the Chunyu family, who rapidly kowtowed before him more than once. He turned to Luo Xiaochong and asked, "Disciple, what do you think of this matter? Luo Xiaochong had been born intelligent but was still a child. Although he hated the young master of the Chunyu family very much, he was at a loss. He had no idea what to do. After hesitating for a brief moment, he said cleverly, I will listen to what you say, master. If you say so, I shall decide for you this time. Since you have to train with me on the mountain, you'll definitely need a servant. Let's punish him by making him your servant for 10,000 years. Yuan Sage Shending said with a smile. His casual words had decided the fate of the Chunyu family's younger master. Chapter 12:16. Not as simple as it seems. Chunyu Tianxing had never thought that the son he had pampered so much would one day end up being a servant for a total of 10,000 years. He had done everything he could as a father to dote on and care for his youngest son. Of course, if this young master wasn't the favorite son of Chunyu Tianxing, the martialists of the Chunyu family would never have dared charge toward the Luo household. Now, Yuan Sage Shending's words meant that the decision was no longer up to Chunyu Tianxing. The youngest son of the Chunyu household was an intelligent boy as well. When he heard that he would be the servant of the Luo family for 10,000 years, his entire face turned pale. At that moment, he looked at his father with a pitiful expression on his face. As much as Chunyu Tianxing felt for his son, he was simply not in the mood to get involved in this situation. I will support this decision of yours, Uncle Master. Are the rest of you here to watch the show? Yuan Sage Shending addressed Earth Jigong and the others. Even though Earth Jigong was a peak Yuan monarch, he did not dare offend Yuan Sage Shending. They would be completely defenseless if Yuan Sage Shending decided to take action against them. They couldn't leave hastily either, as Yuan Sage Shending had not given them the green light to do so. Now that Yuan Sage Shending had spoken, they all heaved a big sigh of relief. Lord Yuan Sage, we will leave right this instant. Earth Jigong replied hastily as he disappeared into the sky. Yu Hongxian and the other people who had been invited over by Chunyu Tianxing delayed no further and disappeared as well. Chunyu Tianxing knew that even though he would still be friends with those people, it would not be easy to request future favors from them. Yuan Sage Shending didn't think much of Yu Hongxian or any of the others. A Shantian Tai Yuan Venerate could easily be groomed by him. Yunyang, you may come visit anytime in the future when Chang'er follows me to the Shending realm for training, Yuan Sage Shending told Luo Yunyang warmly. Even though Luo Yunyang remained extremely guarded against Yuan Sage Shending, he had to listen and follow him. After all, he was no match for him in terms of strength at that moment. Thank you, Yuan Sage. Luo Yunyang replied as he turned toward his son. Although he could not guess why Yuan Sage Shending would choose his son as a disciple, he felt that he would not try to harm his son in any way before he grew up. After all, he had publicly acknowledged Luo Xiaokong as his disciple in front of so many people. Chang'er, you need to take your training seriously and listen to Yuan Sage when you get to the Shending realm. This is a priceless opportunity. Do not disappoint the Yuan Sage, or I will punish you. Luo Yunyang's tone was firm as he said all this. Father, rest assured, I will do my best not to disappoint you, Xiaokong replied in a slightly shaky voice. Chang'er is naturally gifted and witty. Under my tutelage, he should be able to attain the Taichu Yuan Venerate status within 10 years. Yuan Sage Shending smiled. If you are lucky, the next time the two of you meet, you will be two Shantian Tai Yuan Venerates. It was hard to imagine the training intensity required to groom a Shantian Tai Yuan Venerate within a span of 10 years. Several martialists from the Chunyu household looked enviously at Luo Xiaokong. A burning question they had was how such a priceless opportunity had ended up going to the boy instead of them. Chunyu Tianxing, I will hold you accountable for anything that happens to Luo Yunyang in the future, good or bad. Do you understand? Yuan Sage Shending said as he held Luo Xiaokong's hand and got ready to depart. Chunyu Tianxing's expression was extremely sullen. Being responsible for whatever happened to Luo Yunyang was definitely not a good thing. He wanted very much to retort. However, upon thinking of the temperamental mood swings of Yuan Sage Shending, he decided otherwise. He would definitely end up losing his life if he did. Rest assured, Uncle Master. I will do my best to strengthen my relations with young brother Luo Yunyang in the future. Chunyu Tianxing replied hastily. Very well, Yuan Sage Shending said as he disappeared along with Luo Xiaokong. The young son of the Chunyu household looked on hopefully as the two of them disappeared. However, just as he was hoping to escape from the predicament he was in, a pair of large hands grabbed him and he also disappeared into the sky. My son, A beautiful woman wailed as the young child disappeared into thin air. Our son is fortunate to be able to serve the disciple of Yuan sage Shending. Men, take this ignorant woman away and lock her in isolation for 10 years so she can reflect on her actions, Chunyu Tianxing said furiously as he looked at the crying lady. This lady had enjoyed a good status in the Chunyu household, as she had given birth to a son for Chunyu Tianxing. However, under his orders, she was dragged out mercilessly as well. Luo Yunyang was in no mood to try to cause trouble for the Chunyu household. What he needed to do most was try to figure out what Yuan sage Shending was up to. Younger brother Yunyang, please excuse me for not seeing you out, Chunyu Tianxing said solemnly as he saw Luo Yunyang getting ready to depart. The fact that someone of Chunyu Tianxing's status was acknowledging Luo Yunyang as his younger brother showed a great deal of respect. Even though Luo Yunyang had no intention of going against Chunyu Tianxing, he also had no intention of getting close to him. Do you have anything for me? Chunyu Tianxing nearly choked upon hearing Luo Yunyang's reply. Given their difference in status, he would never have expected Luo Yunyang to reply in such a casual manner. Luo Yunyang's reply gave him a strong urge to kill him right that instant. Unfortunately, given the situation, he had no choice but to comply. Luo Yunyang, who now had such a strong backer, was no longer inferior to him. After all, Yuan sage Shending only had one disciple and that was Luo Shaokong. Meanwhile, although Chunyu Tianxing might be an eldest senior brother, his master had over 1,000 other disciples. Even though he was considered the most senior brother and he enjoyed many privileges, he still couldn't compare to the status a sole disciple enjoyed. That was why he had to try to let go of whatever disagreements he had with Luo Yunyang. Brother Yunyang, I agree that the Chunyu household may have mishandled this matter. Rest assured, I will severely punish those ignorant fools. I hope that you will allow me as a senior brother to make amendments to the situation now that we are on the same side, he said. Luo Yunyang knew very well that this cordial tone was used by Chunyu Tianxing because Yuan sage Shending had already accepted his son as a disciple. Weren't you completely authoritarian earlier? Now, you are saying that everything was a misunderstanding. Aren't these changes happening too quickly? Isn't this a little insincere? An overwhelmingly murderous intent overcame Chunyu Tianxing. Even though he had swallowed his pride before, the current situation was a first for him. Younger brother Yunyang, should we have a discussion about this? He replied with a deep breath. Rest assured, my apology is definitely sincere. Luo Yunyang was not too concerned about Chunyu Tianxing's sincerity. After nodding his head, he turned and left. Luo Yunyang is insolent indeed. He got into the Taishu sect with the support of his father and adopted that lofty attitude. Now that his son has been accepted by Yuan sage Shending as a disciple, who knows how much more arrogant he is going to become? How dare he? The Chuyu family martialist who was saying all this was interrupted when a heavy slap landed on his face. Chunyu Tianxing had slapped him. Remember, never say another bad thing about Luo Yunyang in front of me, or you will end up just like him. Chunyu Tianxing glanced at the comrades who were standing around him. As a martialist who had just been slapped, he seemed to be in a sorry state. Looks like I have to foster a better relationship with Luo Yunyang now. Chunyu Tianxing muttered to himself after the rest of the martialists took their leave. At the very least, I have to make amendments for this situation. As he was wondering about the various options he had to make amendments, Luo Yunyang had already returned to his cave abode and was deep in thought. Being in the vast sky sacred realm was completely different from being in the 36 great cosmoses. Even though he was not near the top in the vast sky sacred realm, he could decide whether he wanted to take an aggressive or passive stance. However, the fact that his son had been accepted as a disciple by Yuan sage Shending had astonished him. It was only then that he realized that the vast sky sacred realm was not as peaceful as he had imagined it to be. At the very least, he did not have the strength to maintain this peace. The trouble with Yuan sage Shending alone was enough to render him helpless. In his opinion, Yuan sage Shending wasn't being straightforward about accepting his son as a disciple. Based on Luo Yunyang's understanding, Yuan sage Shending had never accepted any disciples all these years despite how talented and gifted the people that sought him out were. To him, the most important person was still himself. Why would he accept Luo Yunyang's son as a disciple this time then? Could it actually be because Chang'er was really talented? Luo Yunyang genuinely hoped so, but he had a strong nagging feeling that things were not as simple as they seemed. If Yuan sage Shending had a plan, it would definitely not be an ordinary plan. Chapter 12:17. The Divine Sky and Wind Valley. Even though Luo Yunyang was extremely guarded against Yuan Sage Shending, he was still powerless before the Yuan Sage. That was why the only thing he could do for now was quietly accumulate even more strength. He would only be in charge of his son's destiny when he had sufficient strength to contend against Yuan Sage Shending. The news of Luo Shaokong's acceptance by the highly selective Yuan Sage Shending as a disciple was a cause for celebration for the whole Luo family. A few martialists who had initially threatened the elders because of their displeasure about having him in the Luo family now changed their attitude completely. Some people even attacked the perpetrators who had initially done this, and others asked Luo Yunyang to have a say in the decision-making process of the Luo family. Luo Yunyang did not care much about all these changes. Even so, he followed the suggestion of the Luo family and held a massive celebration. The purpose of this event was to celebrate the fact that Luo Shaokong had become a disciple of Yuan Sage Shending. The way the major powers celebrated was different in the vast sky sacred realm. What was most interesting was that there were various ways of attaining the same sort of success. This was so that nobody would underestimate the abilities of anyone else. The reason Luo Yunyang had acceded to the request of the Luo family was so he would not be suspected by Yuan Sage Shending. Even though he had already explained why he wanted to stop his son from becoming the disciple of Yuan Sage Shending, he still decided not to go against this. After all, such an action might place him in a disadvantageous situation given that things were still developing. There was even a possibility that Yuan Sage Shending might get rid of him even before he could accumulate sufficient strength. Then, there would not even be any room for negotiation and nobody would ever find out how he had been destroyed. While he treated this celebration as a ruse, the entire Luo family treated it as a real joyous celebration. Many guests had been invited to the celebration, and there were dozens of peak Yuan monarchs on the guest list alone. These people crowded around Luo Yunyang, obviously hoping to interact with him more. As the entire family was joyously celebrating, Yuan Sage Shending in Shending Realm smiled. He chose to believe what Luo Yunyang had said. He wouldn't have bothered with Luo Yunyang at all if he was not the father of his disciple. Half a month later, Luo Yunyang returned to the Taishu sect once more. In his opinion, he would experience a change in status now that his son had successfully become the disciple of Yuan Sage Shending. Unexpectedly, it seemed as though nobody in the Taishu sect had heard of this news. The entire Taishu sect, including the higher tiers and the lower tiers, remained completely indifferent. It seemed as though they had been warned not to speak of it. Luo Yunyang had a considerable status within the Taishu sect. In fact, he was already viewed as a Tai Yuan venerate even though he had yet to become one. That was why he had a considerably comfortable life there. He was only slightly anxious about being unable to quickly increase his powers in a short time. Senior brother, Elder Longwei requests to have a meeting with you. Luo Yunyang had been perusing a diagram in the scripture repository of the Taishu sect and pondering how he could transform it into a treasure he could use in the 36 great cosmoses. Elder Longwei. Luo Yunyang knew that Elder Longwei was in charge of the everyday affairs of the Taishu sect. While he might not be someone with an extremely high status, he was an important figure in the Taishu sect. Luo Yunyang had never had any disputes with this elder. What could the agenda of this meeting be? Did the elder mention what this is about? Luo Yunyang asked the younger disciple who had come to deliver the message. The elder did not give me any other instructions other than to pass on this message. The young disciple, who had not even attained the Taishi Yuan venerate level, answered honestly. I shall not keep the elder waiting. Lead the way. Luo Yunyang nodded. The young disciple acknowledged this and led Luo Yunyang into a massive hall. Dozens of people were standing outside, waiting in line. Based on their clothes, these were disciples with varying levels of seniority within the Taishu sect that dealt with different affairs. Greetings, Senior Brother Luo. One of the disciples greeted him in reverence when he saw Luo Yunyang approaching. Senior Brother Luo, the elder has instructed us to lead you directly into the hall when you arrive. He has already waited a while for your arrival. One of the Taichu Yuan venerate disciples hastily approached Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang recognized this disciple. Back during Boundless Taishu, he had been one of those who had chased after him. He never would have expected this man to be a disciple of Elder Longwei. Luo Yunyang smiled and nodded before following this person into the giant hall. Inside the hall, Elder Longwei was intently listening to a Taichu Yuan venerate reporting on something. Elder Longwei didn't have a large build, but he gave off an intelligent, competent vibe. You may leave now, he beckoned to the disciple when he saw Luo Yunyang enter. The disciple did not feel comfortable being interrupted, but he did not dare go against the will of his elder. Thus, he respectfully took his leave. Yunyang, please take a seat. I requested an audience with you because I need your help with something, Elder Longwei said as he stood up. While he spoke, he waved his hand and a map appeared in the sky. It was a map of the sacred East Sky continent. Yunyang, the divine sky and wind valley over here is one of the strategic places of the Taishu sect. It is currently being managed by one of the outer sect disciples of the Tian family. Today, the Tian family reported that a demon appeared in the valley and they were unable to handle it. Therefore, they have asked for the help of a powerhouse of the sect to subdue this demon. I am currently making preparations for the grand banquet and can't find the time to leave. I also wouldn't feel assured if I were to send anyone else their way. Hence, I was hoping that I could trouble you to make a trip to the divine sky and wind valley. Luo Yunyang looked surprised as he studied the map of the divine sky and wind valley. He knew very well that the divine sky and wind valley was no ordinary place. Even though the sacred venerate had defeated numerous strong opponents in Boundless Taishu a long time ago, there were still many top powerhouses beyond Boundless Taishu who were not happy that the sacred venerate had control over the vast sky sacred realm. Amongst these people was the sky-wrecking great sage of the divine sky and wind valley. There was no official record in the Taishu sect of the way the sky-wrecking great sage had been killed. The only recorded information was that the sky-wrecking great sage had been killed in the divine sky and wind valley for going against the sacred venerate. Prior to his brutal death, using his primordial spirit as a catalyst, he had made the entire cultivation base within his body explode. That was why the Taishu sect had not enjoyed any benefits for killing the sky-wrecking great sage. However, the divine sky and wind valley had become a wasteland ever since the essence of the sky-wrecking great sage had dissipated. Even Tai Yuan venerates who trained there sometimes suffered chi deviation and got killed due to the continuous absorption of energy in the valley. Ever since the divine sky and wind valley had become a wasteland, people had slowly realized that even though it was hard for outsiders to absorb the spiritual essence in the divine sky and wind valley, the spiritual essence in the valley allowed them to develop a divine crystal within their bodies. Besides his powerful energy, there were also fragmented sky laws that the sky-wrecking great sage used to wield. Even though these fragments were extremely minute and separated, some people considered them valuable and wanted their benefits. When the Taishu sect realized this issue, it immediately sealed up the divine sky and wind valley. Every few thousand years, they would enter at once to harvest these fragments. Every single harvest would help the martialists of the Taishu sect improve their abilities vastly. However, people would always get into a bloody scruffle every time this opportunity presented itself. After all, this did not happen often. Even numerous peak Yuan monarchs would join the fight for this opportunity. Right now, this opportunity had landed into the hands of Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang was unsure why such a great opportunity had been bestowed on him even though he had not tried to fight for it. I sincerely thank you for this opportunity, Uncle Master, Luo Yunyang said after hesitating slightly. This work is for the sake of the sect. There is nothing to thank me for. Yunyang, when you are free in the future, you may come over to have a chat with me. Of course, you should also come over when there are other matters involved. After Luo Yunyang took his leave, a mirror appeared in the hands of Elder Longwei. Chunyu Tianxing's face appeared in the mirror. Senior brother Tianxing, I have done what you asked of me. Luo Yunyang will enter the divine sky and wind valley in exactly 10 days. The demon hiding within the divine sky and wind valley possesses quite a large amount of sky-wind divine crystals. Even Yuan monarchs would go crazy if they saw such an amount of them. If it was not for senior brother, I would have even considered heading down personally to kill the demon in the divine sky and wind valley. I will always remember this favor junior brother did for me. Even though the demon from the divine sky and wind valley might guarantee bountiful rewards for whoever goes there, it is still worthwhile for an opponent like Luo Yunyang, Chunyu Tianxing replied with a sigh. After all, Uncle Master Shending only accepted one disciple. He is not only strong but also pretty lucky. He hasn't just been blessed with a good father but also with a son who is extremely gifted. Nobody in their right mind would want to offend him. Elder Longwei thought to himself. It would be good if we could resolve this issue properly. That is why I will have to trouble you to accidentally reveal this matter to him once he gets to the divine sky and wind valley, Chunyu Tianxing replied with a smile. Chapter 12:18. Welcome. No matter where you are, Luo Yunyang carefully strode step by step on a narrow pathway in the wilderness. With a long blade strapped to his back, he looked no different from any ordinary traveler. There was no reason he was currently dressed like that, but a strange energy had been radiating from the surrounding area ever since the sky-wrecking great sage had died. It was hard even for a natural Tai Yuan venerate to fly through the sky under the circumstances. Flying through the sky was no problem for Luo Yunyang given his level of cultivation. However, this way of traveling was an extremely slow, strenuous process. Doing so would mean that he was just pitting himself against the deceased sky-wrecking great sage. Thus, after flying a short distance away, Luo Yunyang decided to use the most common way of getting around the divine sky and wind valley, walking. His walking speed was extremely fast. In just a minute, he was able to cover over 100 miles. Every single step felt refreshing to Luo Yunyang, who hadn't even taken a few steps in many years. However, he gradually got accustomed to the feeling of walking once again. The sound of hoofbeats came from afar. Upon following this sound, Luo Yunyang saw a giant beast that was about 30 meters long flying over. Even though Luo Yunyang was walking at a significantly fast pace, his speed was only comparable to that of the flying beast. What attracted Luo Yunyang's attention was not the beast but the circular carriage pegged atop it. In the carriage were sitting 6 formidable martialists who looked extremely surprised to see Luo Yunyang. Who would have expected to see someone walking out here in this valley? One of them exclaimed, "Does he not know that it only costs 100 pieces of pure gold to rent a crystal yuan camel?" Luo Yunyang felt slightly embarrassed upon hearing them say this. He did not know this. 100 pieces of gold was an insignificant sum to him. "Sir, hop on, let us give you a lift." One of the guys smiled and shouted at Luo Yunyang. Even though he would prefer not to be indebted to other people, he was simply sick of this way of traveling. "All right, I'm sorry to trouble you," Luo Yunyang replied with a smile. With a quick step, he ascended lightly onto the carriage. "Taishan, this sedan is co-shared by all of us. What right do you have to invite others on board?" A stern man chided him. The man who had extended an invitation to Luo Yunyang went red with embarrassment. He had only offered Luo Yunyang a ride out of kindness. He had never expected his offer to be so strongly rejected. Shouldn't crystal harvesters help one another? In this valley, the man known as Taishan replied with a hint of irritation. Just as the stern-looking man opened his mouth to speak, a dark-skinned man interrupted. "Enough, both of you. Stop bickering with one another. Taishan is right, we should help anyone who seems to be facing some sort of difficulty in the sky and wind valley." The dark-skinned man was at the 6th level heavenly venerate. Given his cultivation base, he could rule an ordinary cosmos in the realm of the 36 great cosmoses. However, in the sacred East Sky continent, his status was not very low or very high. "Thank you all for offering this ride. I will kindly repay this favor when I get a chance in the future." Luo Yunyang smiled at everyone on the carriage. "What is this talk about repaying us? Fate made us meet in the sky and wind valley. My name is Liyuan, and I am the captain of the Black Flame team. How should I address you?" "Luo Yunyang." Luo Yunyang didn't try to conceal his identity. Liyuan and the rest did not appear surprised upon hearing this name. "Brother, did you come to the sky and wind valley to look for sky wind yuan crystals?" Liyuan asked after each of them had introduced themselves. "Sky wind yuan crystals? Isn't it sky wind divine crystals? How did they become sky wind yuan crystals?" Luo Yunyang frowned. "Ha ha ha, brother, you are funny indeed. The sky wind divine crystals aren't something you or I can have access to given our status. They are exclusively meant for the enjoyment of big shots. Acquiring some sky wind yuan crystals in this region for our training purposes will be good enough." Taishan chimed in. "A sky wind yuan crystal is 10,000 times inferior to a sky wind divine crystal. However, it is still considered a very rare treasure for anyone below the universe grade. People like us can get by with just hunting some sky wind yuan crystals. Even though it might be slightly dangerous, it has been proven to provide bountiful cultivation resources for our training." Luo Yunyang nodded. Even though he had not mingled much with normal cultivators, he had read up on them before in the repository. Many low-level martialists were very uptight about the cultivation resources they possessed, as such stuff was hard to come by. Brother, don't tell me that you are here for the sky wind divine crystals. Li Yuan asked inquisitively. Actually, Luo Yunyang hadn't come for the sky wind divine crystals. He was on a mission. Of course, this was an extremely rewarding task assigned to him by the sect. I am here to complete a mission given to me by an elder of my sect. Luo Yunyang said with a smile. He initially thought that Li Yuan would press on by asking for further details about his sect. However, it seemed as though Li Yuan was aware of the sensitivity of the topic, as he instead continued talking about certain happenings in the Sky and Wind Valley. Even though Luo Yunyang had at first known very little about the Sky and Wind Valley, the books in the repository had expanded his knowledge way beyond that of even Li Yuan and his peers. Hearing him talk about the things he had learned from books gave them valuable insight they had never had before. As the journey progressed, the group learned many new things from Luo Yunyang. Even the stern guy, who had initially been hostile, now viewed Luo Yunyang with a look of reverence. As the crystal yuan camel soared through the wild plains, the vegetation began becoming denser. A few small beasts also began appearing in front of the group. Li Yuan and the others, who had been happily chatting with Luo Yunyang, suddenly tensed up. It seemed as though they were ready to pick up their weapons and charge into battle at any moment. Brother Luo, the Sky and Wind Forest is right ahead. According to the rules of the hunters, we should be parting ways there. Please be careful with everything you do. We wish you success, Li Yuan said. His words were sincere. Even though Luo Yunyang's knowledge had really exceeded their understanding of the area, they still felt as though they had to warn him. After all, he was still unfamiliar with the terrain. Even though they had intended to go with Luo Yunyang, they still had their own tasks to complete. They had also accepted a mission from a large family and had to kill a low-level Sky and Wind Yuan crystal beast to create the base of a flute for the youngest son of the family. Although Luo Yunyang was a worthy companion, they still decided to abide by the rules and part ways with him. I hope that we will get the chance to meet again. Luo Yunyang politely bade farewell to these people, whom he had grown slightly attached to. If we meet you once more in the 180,000-mile radius of the Sky and Wind Valley, then it will mean that we definitely have some sort of affinity, Brother Luo. Li Yuan chuckled. Who knows, we might really have such an affinity, Luo Yunyang replied with a smile. He then got off the Sky Crystal Camel and headed toward the Sky and Wind Valley while Li Yuan and the rest stayed on the Sky Crystal Camel to go complete their mission. Luo Yunyang, I think I have heard of this name before. Is he one of the disciples of the Taishu sect? The stern man asked skeptically all of a sudden. Ha ha ha. How is that possible? A core disciple of the Taishu sect would have a truly dignified status. Just look, even the members of the Tian family who are really respected in this area have 9 crystal dragon carriages plowing the land, said Li Yuan. The first time I was in the Sky and Wind Valley as a hunter, I met a special envoy who had indeed been sent by the Taishu sect, he proclaimed proudly. All the elders and heads of the Tian family were kneeling before him to welcome him. You can imagine the entire atmosphere back then. Tashin and the rest smiled. Their eyes lit up brightly as they asked about Li Yuan's experience with a disciple of the Taishu sect. Halt! Entering the area ahead is prohibited. 2 men in silver robes, each of them riding a silver dragon horse, bellowed loudly. Li Yuan paused for a moment when he saw the 2 men in the silver robes. Tian Grand Deacon, I am Li Yuan, and this is my team. Our purpose for coming to the Sky and Wind Valley is to. I don't care what you are here for. Just get lost, the person known as the Tian Grand Deacon said coldly. I wasn't bothered by minute people like you in the past. Now, I am telling you that the center of the Sky and Wind Valley has been sealed up in a radius of 100,000 miles. You should all make a detour. Making a detour meant that Li Yuan and the rest would go back the entire way. However, the deadpan expression of the Tian Grand Deacon meant that they did not have a choice. Thank you for letting us know about this, Li Yuan replied respectfully. Grand Deacon, instead of enjoying life in your palace, you are now here. This isn't something you should be probing your nose into. Get lost right now, or you will all be detained here forever, the Tian Grand Deacon said as the aura coming from his body intensified multiple times. Li Yuan and the others did not tangle with the Tian Grand Deacon any longer. After one last glance, they hastily took control of their crystal yuan camel and departed. Big brother, we forgot to ask if they met that distinguished person, the silver-robed man next to the Tian Grand Deacon said. How would they know? We had better continue searching. Coming to the divine sky and wind valley without going through the welcome platform is simply. The patriarch is anxiously waiting. Any slip up and we might have to pay with our lives. Let's continue our search, the Tian Grand Deacon said urgently. Chapter 12:19. Sacred Demon God Slayer. In the depths of the massive valley, nomological laws interwove, forming a whole different world. A well-built figure with what looked like rabbit ears was meditating in a lotus position atop a stone chair. Under him sat over 100 formidable beasts of all shapes and sizes. In the extreme environment of the divine sky and wind valley, their actions blended into the surrounding area. Are we all ready? The silhouette with the rabbit ears asked hoarsely. We would like to report that the disciple that was sent here by the Taishu sect has been sent in a different direction by us. According to our investigation, he is currently headed for the depths of the valley. A human replied instead of a beast while working out of the undergrowth. The human had delicate features and a head full of white hair. He did not seem pressured or afraid of the figure seated on the stone chair. In fact, it seemed as if he was taking credit for his work. My brother has gone to fetch him. Major Venerate, you will be able to leave the divine sky and wind valley as long as we get him. Very well. Bring him quickly so that I can leave this place and get hold of the auxiliary plans left by my ancestral master. The rewards will definitely be bountiful for us at the time. The rabbit-eared figure roared with laughter. May the Major Venerate reign victorious over all enemies that come his way. Repeated shouts resonated within the giant hall, but it seemed as though that human martialist was enjoying the atmosphere, as he joined the chorus with the beasts. Tian Hao, I will completely impart to you the sacred demon god slayer technique as well as the technique that will allow you to absorb the laws of the sky and wind valley. The rabbit-eared Major Venerate waved his hands, beckoning to the surrounding people to quieten down. From then on, your status in the human race will surely rise. The item that was meant to be yours will once again land in your hands. I owe everything I have to you, Major Venerate. If you need anything in the future, I will even risk my life to get it done for you, the man known as Tian Hao said solemnly. The rabbit-eared Major Venerate did not reply, but he seemed satisfied with Tian Hao's heartfelt gratitude for what he had done. Major Venerate, the lad from the Taishu sect has already entered the Divine Valley. We can now monitor his whereabouts, a big purple spider said expectantly. Good, let's have a look and see if this young lad has met Tian Hao's subordinates, the rabbit-eared Major Venerate said. The giant purple spider acknowledged this and made a small move with several of its legs in the sky. The mirror was activated when the congregation of nomological laws appeared. According to the mirror, Luo Yunyang was currently on the outskirts of the divine sky and wind valley. Right at that moment, Luo Yunyang turned his head, making everyone present who was watching feel as though he was looking at them. There was a surprised look on the face of the rabbit-eared Major Venerate as he glared at Tian Hao. Has he found out about us? The rabbit-eared Major Venerate asked in a normal but authoritative manner. I would like to think that it's all a coincidence, Major Venerate. Even though his cultivational status may be pretty good, how would he have even noticed us watching him? In this world, it would be hard even for a Tai Yuan Venerate to notice our movements, much less a Taichu Yuan Venerate. Let's get him here as soon as possible to avoid any other trouble that might occur due to our delay. The rabbit-eared Major Venerate nodded in agreement. Tian Hao had begun breaking out in cold sweat. He knew the temperament of the rabbit-eared Major Venerate rather well. The Major Venerate was generally an amiable being when things were going smoothly, but when things went south, he would not hesitate to swallow whoever he had been laughing with just a moment ago. Tian Hao had been through similar situations in the past. As the leader of the Tian family that greatly relied on the Major Venerate, he might have really lost his life if he hadn't pleaded for mercy quickly enough. Rest assured, Major Venerate. My guys are working on locating him right now. Please take a look. They are already there, Tian Hao said, pointing toward the mirror. 4 to 5 martialists from the human race appeared in the mirror as they quickly went over to Luo Yunyang. Deacon Tian Zhang of the Tian family pays his respects to you. Tian Zhang was a huge middle-aged man who seemed to be in his 40s. He was at the Taichu Yuan Venerate cultivation level. Luo Yunyang had a good understanding of the information regarding the Tian family. It seemed like being dispatched to guard the divine sky and wind valley was a form of punishment. In reality, the resources in the divine sky and wind valley had made them extremely wealthy, which had allowed them to become one of the top 30 families within the Taishu sect. Even though there were not any well-known outstanding martialists in the Tian household, the elder of the household, was a Yuan monarch. Luo Yunyang's purpose for coming this time was to acquire the divine crystal of the divine sky and wind valley, not to investigate the Tian family so much. Please dispense with the formalities. Were all of you waiting for me over here? That's not the case, sir. We were tasked to look for you in a 10,000-mile radius. Upon your arrival at the divine sky and wind valley, the eruption of the laws in the sky and wind valley caused a fluctuation in this space that explains why you did not descend on the cloud fortress of the Tian family. Our elder wasn't exactly sure where you landed and therefore sent us to look for you in the vicinity, Tian Zhang said apologetically. I see. I was just wondering why nobody welcomed me when I paid a visit to the Tian family this time. Luo Yunyang nodded. Sir, the Tian household really would not dare neglect you in any way, Tian Zhang replied worriedly. All right, this is not a big deal. Tian Zhang, you are familiar with the surroundings. Tell me, what should we do next? Luo Yunyang gestured toward Tian Zhang. Your Honor, the best time for harvesting sky wind divine crystals is right now. According to the orders of our elder, I am supposed to bring you for the harvest once I have located you. When you are done harvesting, I would like to invite you to the cloud fortress of the Tian household so that our elder will have the opportunity to apologize to you for the inconveniences you have experienced. Even though Tian Zhang appeared crude, the way he handled things was extremely meticulous. Since that is what your elder has instructed you to do, let us go harvest sky wind divine crystals. I would also like to see for myself what kind of a treasure this divine crystal is, Luo Yunyang replied. Sir, you aren't the only one who has not seen harvested crystals. We have not seen one before either. Getting the opportunity to meet and escort you this time has also presented us with this priceless opportunity, Tian Zhang replied respectfully. Even though the few martialists who had tagged along with Tian Zhang had a decent cultivation level, it seemed as though they did not hold key positions within the team. Hence, they stayed silent while Luo Yunyang and Tian Zhang were speaking. Tian Zhang, who had lived his entire life in the divine sky and wind valley, was leading the way. Thus, Luo Yunyang believed that the entire journey would definitely be smooth. Other than the increasing pressure they felt as they approached the center of the divine sky and wind valley, Luo Yunyang did not feel that anything was amiss throughout the course of his entire journey. Sir, the central point of the sky and wind divine valley is up ahead. The legend says that the great sage exploded right in there, Tian Zhang told Luo Yunyang solemnly as they walked through the undulating hills. Even though the divine sky and wind valley was known as a valley, it had a large surface area. There were hills, lakes, and even a rather considerable mountain. The peak of that mountain was the central point of the divine sky and wind valley. Luo Yunyang could feel the pressure he was experiencing increase as they approached the valley. Luo Yunyang had a feeling that it would be almost impossible for him to take flight from within this valley. I got it, is the demon we have to subdue inside there? Luo Yunyang pointed ahead. That is correct, Your Honor. The demon you are going to subdue normally resides on the peak of this mountain. The Tian family has investigated and this demon has not left the mountain peak for 3 days. Your Honor, as long as you are able to kill this demon, then. Cracks started to form in the surrounding sky and land as Tian Zhang was speaking. Actually, the congregation of nomological laws formed a gigantic net that enveloped the land and sky. Under this giant engulfing net, Tian Zhang's subordinates and Luo Yunyang immediately froze in place, finding it difficult to move. Ha ha ha. I'm really sorry to let you down, Your Honor. Even though I have no vendetta against you, you really should not have come, Tian Zhang said casually without seeming affected at all. There was no sincerity in his apology even though he told Luo Yunyang as much. In just a moment, over 100 giant silhouettes appeared around Luo Yunyang. Although they were within this giant net, there was no pressure being exerted on them. On the contrary, they seemed even more relaxed, just like Tian Zhang. Ha ha ha, Luo Yunyang, you might be the most outstanding Taichu Yuan venerate of the Taishu sect, but you are destined to die here. Ha ha ha, after you die, your identity will continue to survive, the rabbit-eared major venerate said in a bone-chilling tone. Rest assured, I have many great things for Luo Yunyang in the future. The rabbit-eared major venerate looked on expectantly at Luo Yunyang. Even though he had not met Luo Yunyang for a long time, he knew his status very well. The body of this human perfectly met the requirements he needed. As long as he could gain control over Yunyang's body, he would be able to leave this place to fulfill the plan he had hatched over the last couple thousand years. This would eventually allow his abilities to attain new heights. Now die, the rabbit-eared venerate said as he opened his mouth wide in a bid to swallow Luo Yunyang. Chapter 12:20. Mutual deception. Everything was going smoothly. Both Tian Zhong and Tian Hao could not believe how smoothly things were going. Despite the confidence they had in their plans against Luo Yunyang, they still felt as though things were going a little too smoothly. This level of success exceeded what they had expected when they had planned for this by far. They wouldn't have felt this way if Luo Yunyang had put up a little bit of struggle. However, this top-notch Taishu sect disciple had fallen too easily. Elder young master, Tian Zhong said while shooting a glance of disbelief at Tian Hao. You have handled this matter extremely well. He was simply too careless, Tian Hao said. The mouth of the rabbit-eared major venerate had already formed what seemed like a vortex that swallowed everything in its path. As long as he was able to swallow Luo Yunyang's soul, the rabbit-eared major venerate would be able to utilize his secret laws and gain control over Luo Yunyang's body to leave the divine sky and wind valley. Although they fused the various laws of the divine sky and wind valley while they were there, this was also a limitation for them. It prevented them from leaving the divine sky and wind valley. Once they left the divine sky and wind valley, the nomological law within the sky-wrecking gate sage within their bodies would make it extremely difficult to get around. This would result in an unimaginable calamity that could destroy them. The rabbit-eared major venerate had an expectant look in his eyes. He had waited too long for this day. All these years, he had been sending his subordinates to the harvest day of the Taishu sect for this very moment. Now, the timing was finally right. Luo Yunyang's body started to crack and shatter like glass in the face of this vortex. The rabbit-eared major venerate's eyes suddenly burned red. Even though he had been cultivating for many years, the current situation was still an unbearable sensation for him. He had not expected his plans to go down the drain due to an unexpected circumstance after all this planning. This infuriated him. He managed to calm down and regain his composure after fuming for a moment. I really did not see that coming, he said while staring at the sky a short distance away. As the streaks of energy of the power of nomological laws gathered in the sky, Luo Yunyang slowly reappeared in the sky when he saw the rabbit-eared major venerate mouth those words. I had initially thought that I would carry out an interesting job. Who would have thought? What? The rabbit-eared major venerate lowered his voice. Who would have thought that it would be even more interesting than I'd expected? These words made the faces of Tian Hao and the others fall. The beasts that were following the instructions of the rabbit-eared major venerate all arched their heads up to the sky and roared. Interesting. You do have a way with words indeed. The rabbit-eared major venerate glanced at Tian Hao and his subordinates. The hollering beasts, which had been making a lot of noise, all quietened down. To them, the rabbit-eared major venerate was a godly entity that controlled everything. I must admit that I made the wrong choice this time. This bunch of blockheads actually thought that you would be easy to deal with, the rabbit-eared major venerate said while eyeing Luo Yunyang. However, this has proven that you are far stronger than they imagined. When did you find out that something was amiss? Tian Zhong and Tian Hao both tensed up, as they knew that their lives were in danger. Despite how peaceful and calm the rabbit-eared major venerate looked, he was an absolute menace when he lost his temper. From the moment I met up with them, Luo Yunyang replied. Did our actions give us away? Tian Zhong asked in a shaky voice. I couldn't tell from your actions, but my intuition told me that something was amiss as soon as I met up with you. That was why I swapped out my body and used my clone instead to observe what exactly you were up to. Luo Yunyang flashed a faint smile at Tian Zhong. Tian Zhong was absolutely speechless. He had initially thought that he had bungled it all up with his act, but he had never expected to fail because of Luo Yunyang's intuition. Even though he was not sure what this intuition was like, it still made him heave a huge sigh of relief. After all, this meant that he hadn't caused the plan to fail. As explosive as the temperament of the rabbit-eared major venerate was, he was still a reasonable person. As long as this failure had not been caused by a mistake on his part, he would not be held accountable. Choosing to leave the moment you sensed something was amiss would definitely have been the right choice to save your life. Unfortunately, your curiosity will cause you to die here, the rabbit-eared major venerate said calmly. Young man, you are truly unfortunate this time around, the rabbit-eared major venerate declared as both his eyes burned bright scarlet. In an instant, the mountains and valleys surrounding Luo Yunyang were enveloped by the light shine in the rabbit-eared major venerate's eyes. Even though the rabbit-eared Major Venerate did not seem to be doing anything, the light rays shot from his eyes were like an inescapable net. It was hard to resist this engulfing law regardless of whether one was a Taichu Yuan Venerate or an ordinary Tai Yuan Venerate. Luo Yunyang remained calm and composed as he glanced at the rabbit-eared Major Venerate, who seemed to control the surrounding environment, before he put out a finger. The fifth level of the obliteration finger was a combination of the power of his clone in the 36 great cosmoses as well as the chaotic whole galactic beast supplemented by the attribute regulator. The destructive power of a single point was stronger than that of a Shantian Tai Yuan Venerate's attack. A jade talisman Luo Yunyang was carrying lit up just as he was about to begin his attack. As the rays of light were being directed at him, the pressure coming from the sky laws, which had been initially exerted on Luo Yunyang, began crumbling. Boom! The obliteration finger froze the lights coming from the rabbit-eared Major Venerate's eyes instantly. Then, the glow that had been spread out started to crumble away. The massive striking force caused the surroundings to break apart. Tian Hao and the rest scrambled for cover, afraid that this power would end up reaching them. Luo Yunyang had a clear idea of the rabbit-eared Major Venerate's cultivation base the moment he dispelled this attack. The rabbit-eared Major Venerate had a cultivation base greater than a Yuan monarch's. According to Luo Yunyang's analysis, he should have mastered the second or third level of the sky laws. However, based on his mastery of the third level of the sky laws, it still seemed as though he had some weaknesses. That was why he was unable to fully integrate the three different types of sky laws together. The very existence of this weakness also allowed Luo Yunyang to gain the upper hand when he countered the attack. Attack together and kill him, or all of you shall die too. The rabbit-eared Major Venerate ordered Tian Hao and the others. These beasts had always blindly followed the orders of the rabbit-eared Major Venerate. Upon hearing his commands, they charged toward Luo Yunyang simultaneously. Every single one of the attacking beasts had the strength of a peak Taichu Yuan Venerate. Under the influence of the nomological laws within the divine sky and wind valley, Luo Yunyang felt as though every single one of them was comparable to a Shantian Tai Yuan Venerate strength-wise. However, before arriving there, Elder Longwei had sent someone to deliver to him a jade talisman that was specifically catered to ward off the influence of the divine sky and wind valley and reduce the superiority of any beasts he ran into. Luo Yunyang blasted out the Thousand-Era Imperial purposes as a giant white elephant came charging over. In the face of his palm strike, despite its speed, the giant white elephant disintegrated completely. However, the force of the charge of the elephant also caused Luo Yunyang to be pushed back by a single step. As he took that single step back, dozens of different beasts came charging toward Luo Yunyang relentlessly. In waves, every single one of these beasts was fighting to their death, which made them extremely troublesome foes. More importantly, even though the rabbit-eared Major Venerate had not joined the fight, his close scrutiny of the battle showed his overwhelming presence to those who were participating in the fight. 1, 2, 3. With just a few moves, 10 of these beasts were killed by Luo Yunyang. This caused the remaining beasts who were advancing toward him to attack even more aggressively. Even though Luo Yunyang remained guarded against the rabbit-eared Major Venerate, his battle against the surrounding beasts was very much like a walk in the park. Elder Young Master, can the Major Venerate actually win this time? Tian Zhong asked hoarsely. Tian Hao glanced at the shivering Tian Zhong and realized he was in a state of fear and panic. Despite how unhappy he was about the way his subordinate was handling his emotions, he had to try his best to endure it as well. After all, Tian Zhong was his most capable subordinate and he needed his support very much. The Major Venerate is undefeatable in this place. Even though Luo Yunyang has surpassed our expectations, he will still be killed by our Major Venerate. Don't worry too much, Tian Hao said in an attempt to comfort his subordinate as he felt the intense gaze of the rabbit-eared Major Venerate. The scarlet eyes of the rabbit-eared Major Venerate filled him with terror. He interpreted that gaze as a warning sign and knew that he had to take action. He was aware that he would most likely die if he charged now. However, after some hesitation, Tian Hao commanded the others. Major Venerate has summoned us to fight. Let's go. Tian Zhong knew exactly what those words meant. Nodding his head, he followed Tian Hao, charging head-on into battle. As they were approaching Luo Yunyang, a giant white furry ape was shattered by a single finger jab from Luo Yunyang. This giant white furry ape was the most trusted aide of the rabbit-eared Major Venerate. Chapter 1221. My will is heaven's will. The giant white furry ape was the first demon beast to follow the rabbit-eared Major Venerate. It was even said that the giant white furry ape would succeed the rabbit-eared major venerate's position if anything unforeseen happened. The fighting prowess of the giant white furry ape had always been the equivalent of a Tai Yuan venerate. However, this giant ape was actually slain in front of Tian Zhong and his party, causing them to feel terrified. They looked at the rabbit-eared major venerate and realized that he did not show any grief or anger over the death of the giant ape. It seemed as if the rabbit-eared major venerate had not even noticed that the giant white furry ape had died. Tian Hao had a terrifying thought. He believed that this situation was actually a deliberate part of the rabbit-eared major venerate's plan. In other words, the rabbit-eared major venerate had deliberately let his subordinates throw away their lives. If that were the case, Tian Hao and the others would simply be throwing their lives away if they continued to fight. At the moment of realization, Tian Hao instructed Tian Zhong, "Kill Luo Yunyang, or we will all die." Tian Zhong was a loyal subordinate of Tian Hao. He didn't think that Tian Hao would lie to him, so he jumped at Luo Yunyang. His body had been remodeled by the rabbit-eared major venerate and no restrictions were acting on him in the divine sky and wind valley. However, the moment he jumped on Luo Yunyang, Tian Hao frantically shot away into the distance. Tian Hao's cultivation base was at the Taichu Yuan venerate level. Because his body had been remodeled, he was more flexible than he was outside the divine sky and wind valley. He fled 100,000 miles away. In a matter of seconds. As long as he got out of this area, the possibility of the rabbit-eared major venerate trying to kill him would be minimized. When Tian Zhong had rushed forward, he had attracted the attention of the rabbit-eared major venerate. On top of that, Luo Yunyang's attention was locked on the rabbit-eared major venerate. Hence, Tian Hao felt that he had a 50% chance of escaping. As for Tian Zhong, he was merely being sacrificed. He was Tian Hao's best subordinate, but now that preserving his own life was already difficult, Tian Hao didn't mind losing a loyal subordinate if he could survive. He was the last hope of his family's branch, so he couldn't die there. In an instant, he flew hundreds of miles away and watched the expression of Tian Zhong change as he battled Luo Yunyang. Astonishment, fright, disbelief. All sorts of emotions appeared on Tian Zhong's face. However, even though Tian Hao saw what was going on, he did not feel the slightest bit of regret. In his opinion, Tian Zhong was his subordinate, so it would be his honor to die on his behalf. Just as he felt glad that he was able to escape, a sigh echoed in his ears. It was a soft sigh that made his heart tremble with fear. As that sigh was heard, Tian Hao felt his body silently split apart before finally turning into ashes. The moment his spirit consciousness shattered, he heard the voice of the rabbit-eared major venerate. People of a different kin will surely have a different opinion. This doesn't only apply to you humans. I understand this clearly myself. Your life stopped being yours the moment you pledged your loyalty to me. Dying on my behalf is an honor for you. Tian Hao wanted to speak but could not say anything. Although he was completely unwilling to accept the outcome, these thoughts soon vanished. The instant Tian Hao was slain, Luo Yunyang acted as swift as lightning, shattering many enemies with his obliteration finger. A short while later, at least half of the ferocious beasts that surrounded Luo Yunyang were slain, leaving only a few severely injured ones that were watching Luo Yunyang with frightened looks. Although they were ferocious beasts that were naturally gifted when it came to combat, they were still afraid of having an all-out battle against Luo Yunyang, whom they had no chance of beating. Attack! The rabbit-eared major venerate's imposing command echoed in their ears, causing all the ferocious beasts to tremble one by one. Tian Zhong wasn't dead. When he saw Tian Hao leaving him behind to die, he felt his heart aching from abandonment. However, after Tian Hao died, all he could do was think of ways to survive this fight. Great Venerate, we have done our best. We will all be wiped out this time if you don't help us. Tian Zhong was shaking when he uttered these words. He knew that he had said something he absolutely shouldn't have said. However, in such a do-or-die situation, he had to say this even if it was a great taboo to speak like that in front of the rabbit-eared major venerate. After all, they would really die if the rabbit-eared major venerate were to do nothing. In a life-and-death situation like this, fighting for the chance to survive was more important. More than a dozen ferocious beasts who had been beaten into pulp also turned toward the rabbit-eared major venerate, who flushed from anger. Do you all want me to join the fray? The rabbit-eared major venerate eyed his subordinates grimly. Major venerate, we really cannot hold on anymore. We will die very soon if you do nothing. I beg you, Major Venerate. A ferocious three-headed lion beast pleaded. As soon as the three-headed lion started to beg, the other beasts joined in. Major Venerate, we are really unable to fight him. Since you can't fight anymore, it's useless to keep you all around. The lot of you can go die now. Tian Zhong and the other ferocious beasts were shocked to hear that. They had never expected their master to say such words. Hence, Tian Zhong turned and ran away almost immediately. Although he knew that it wasn't going to be easy for him to run away from this situation, this was all he could do. Unfortunately, he chose the same path as his master and suffered the same outcome. His body shattered silently in the void. Major Venerate, why? The three-headed lion roared in rage and reluctance. Even so, it couldn't stop its body from shattering into pieces. In the blink of an eye, a dozen beasts that had been loyal to the rabbit-eared Major Venerate had been reduced to dust. However, the rabbit-eared Major Venerate seemed very satisfied to see his subordinates killed. As a result, Luo Yunyang's cautiousness toward the rabbit-eared Major Venerate reached its peak. The rabbit-eared Major Venerate hadn't been at a disadvantage since the beginning. It could even be said that he still held the upper hand. If he had attacked Luo Yunyang along with the giant white furry ape and the three-headed lion, Luo Yunyang would definitely have suffered even if he had been able to kill the giant ape and the three-headed lion. However, the ape and the other ferocious beasts had been sacrificed like offerings by the rabbit-eared Major Venerate. For this to happen, the rabbit-eared Major Venerate had either gone crazy or he had other intentions. Hence, Luo Yunyang did not even need to use his brain to think. He knew right away that the rabbit-eared Major Venerate was secretly plotting something else. Your fate was determined the moment I decided to take you all under my wing. Your lives are mine, so I can naturally take them whenever I want, the rabbit-eared Major Venerate said coldly as he watched the three-headed lion turn to dust. Luo Yunyang didn't say anything as the rabbit-eared Major Venerate continued speaking. They must be really stupid to think that I would share this huge opportunity with them. Pathetically stupid. Luo Yunyang had no intention of saying much to the rabbit-eared Major Venerate. He knew that he needed to kill this being with one move. Otherwise, he would be the one suffering if the rabbit-eared Major Venerate executed the scheme he had been plotting for years. These thoughts went through his mind for a brief moment before his attribute regulator was done adding all the attributes from his three bodies. Then, his near 6th level obliteration finger was locked and loaded. Are you going to attack me now? Let me tell you something. Don't be in such a hurry, the rabbit-eared Major Venerate said as if he had seen through Luo Yunyang's intention. You are going to lose anyway. I'm not afraid if you're prepared either. I'm still going to execute this forceful takeover. However, I'm not going to compete against you in terms of mind power. I'm going to execute a technique of the sky-wrecking great sage. A technique called My Will is Heaven's Will. When I execute this technique, my willpower will actually replace the will of this realm. In other words, my will has reached the level of the sky-wrecking great sage. You would not be able to escape even if you were a Tai Yuan Venerate, let alone given your current level. Stop your futile struggle. Since you are from the Taishu sect, you should know how formidable this great sage is. Luo Yunyang felt his heart shiver but still maintained his composure. He glared back at the rabbit-eared Major Venerate and asked, since your technique is so powerful, why didn't you use it immediately and instead let me kill all your subordinates? Unfortunately, the conditions required for this technique are too demanding for me to use it immediately. For example, I can't even control more than 10% of the nomological law the sky-wrecking great sage controls. It is really difficult to comprehend those nomological laws. Therefore, I had to train more disciples. They have been bound by my secret technique and whatever they own will become mine as long as they die. Otherwise, why do you think I would recruit so many disciples just to deal with the Taishu sect? Luo Yunyang glared at the rabbit-eared Major Venerate even more intently. In other words, you can execute your technique now. Of course, the rabbit-eared Major Venerate answered confidently and took a step forward. The moment he stepped forward, the atmosphere around the divine sky and wind valley seemed to come to a standstill. Chapter 12:22, Yuan Consciousness Possession, Thousand Shattering Blade. Liyuan wielded his blade with both hands and cleaved with all his might. The blade, which contained a hint of a great path nomological law, struck the massive Yuan crystal beast in front of him heavily. The moment the blade light came into contact with the body of the Yuan crystal beast, it froze in the void. This strange situation puzzled Liyuan. He believed that the reason his blade light had frozen had to be because the massive Yuan crystal beast was so powerful that his blade light could not split it apart. Let's go, Li Yuan shouted loudly in determination. This time, the Yuan crystal beast they wanted to hunt was only an Earth-grade Yuan crystal beast. They had been fully prepared and had just been waiting for everything to go according to their plan. Unfortunately, they had never expected that just as everything was going smoothly, they would suddenly realize that the Earth-grade Yuan crystal beast, which should not have evolved for the next 1,000 years, had actually evolved. It had already become a Sky-grade Yuan crystal beast. Hunting Sky-grade Yuan crystal beasts normally required at least heavenly venerate fighters on the team, yet among them, only Li Yuan was capable of that. Furthermore, he could only unleash 2 attacks. Now that he was done unleashing the 2 attacks, the tiger-like Yuan crystal beast was still unscathed. This situation caused them to panic. Tashin and the rest were also battered and exhausted, especially the stern-looking man, as yet another deep scar had appeared on his face. He would have lost his life if that scar had been 3 inches deeper. Although he could still fight, he could no longer fight at the level he had been at before. Ruer, with a deafening roar, traces of chaos chi began to gather and form into a sphere of light that shot out of the mouth of the Yuan crystal beast. Tashin had no chance of escaping such a situation. They could only put his life on the line and go up against the Yuan crystal beast even if he died of exhaustion. Die! Tashin landed a heavy blow on the sphere that was heading toward him before he was blown away by the attack. He was completely drained by this, but the Yuan crystal beast continued to rush over at him. He already knew that this fateful day would come sooner or later when he became a Yuan crystal beast hunter. However, when it was time for him to die, his instinct to survive made him feel very unwilling to kick the bucket. He still had a lot of things to do and he did not want to die here. As Tashin was drowning in his frightful thoughts, the Yuan crystal beast rushing at him unleashed a loud roar. Then, a pillar of light gushed from the top of the Yuan crystal beast's head and crashed against the ground as the light shot into the sky. The Yuan crystal beast was dead. The sky-grade Yuan crystal beast that none of them had been able to kill even after exhausting themselves had collapsed onto the ground and died. How was that possible? While Tashin was rejoicing in being able to live, Li Yuan and the rest rushed toward the dead sky-grade Yuan crystal beast. Regardless of what happened, the Yuan crystal beast was dead, so their task had been completed. It could even be said that the task they had accomplished had exceeded their expectations. Boss, there's no Yuan crystal on this beast. The martialist responsible for rummaging through the carcass shouted after searching thoroughly. However, Li Yuan wasn't looking at the Yuan crystal beast. He was instead staring at the light pillars shooting up into the sky. Some of the light pillars were weak, while others were strong. Some even felt like they were extremely fragile. However, all of them were gathering toward a certain spot in the sky. Although the white light pillar that rose from the top of the dead Yuan crystal beast had dissipated, he could feel that the energy coming from the sky and wind valley that suppressed their cultivation had come to life all of a sudden. I'm afraid we won't be able to hunt Yuan crystal beasts in the future. Li Yuan's mind power instantly enveloped over 100 miles before he discovered that Yuan crystal beasts of various sizes had collapsed on the ground. The Yuan crystal beasts had died on their own, and their Yuan crystals were nowhere to be found. Big brother, is something major about to happen? Someone asked in a shaky voice. Li Yuan's cultivation base couldn't sense what exactly was going on, but he had a feeling that what was about to happen next definitely wasn't a good thing. Come on, let's get out of here, Li Yuan shouted. Many people were still hunting the Yuan crystal beast in this region, just like Li Yuan. Some of them had already succeeded, while others faced perilous danger. However, without exception, they had all noticed the Yuan crystals missing from the beasts they hunted. Could this be a catastrophe? In the Tian family's fortress, the elder responsible for guarding the divine sky and wind valley mumbled worriedly. The elder's cultivation was at the Tai Yuan venerate level, but he was vastly inferior to the will that seemed to have been awakened. While mumbling to himself, he picked up a jade talisman and wrote something on it quickly before crushing it into pieces. The moment the elder requested help, Luo Yunyang found himself stuck in a messy, dangerous situation. The spirit consciousness of the rabbit-eared major venerate along with the boundless will of the region was rushing toward him at a great speed. As the spirit consciousness of the rabbit-eared major venerate approached, Luo Yunyang suddenly realized that the spirit consciousness had taken the shape of a massive ferocious beast thousands of meters long that looked like a 9-headed dragon. A name popped up in Luo Yunyang's mind the moment he saw this beast, Sky-wrecking Great Sage. This was the powerful entity slain by the Taishu sect a long time ago. Now, the rabbit-eared Major Venerate had actually elevated the level of his own spirit consciousness to that of the sky-wrecking great sage. Luo Yunyang knew that such an elevation wouldn't last long. It could even be said that it would already be amazing if the rabbit-eared Major Venerate could maintain such a frightening level for a few moments. However, even Yuan monarchs would not be able to keep their composure in the few moments when this spirit consciousness approached. Momentarily, Luo Yunyang found himself with only two options left. 1. Take it head-on so that he might have a fighting chance. 2. Sever all the connections his other clones had with his current body. Both options had their advantages and disadvantages. If the first option was successful, he would be able to keep this body of his in. It would in turn be of immeasurable benefit to his abilities. Although the second option would cause him great losses, it could ensure his safety, unlike the first option. If he indeed failed, he would endanger more than just this body of his. The rabbit-eared Major Venerate would definitely be able to comprehend everything if he were to occupy this body of Luo Yunyang by using his secret technique. Once that happened, the rabbit-eared Major Venerate would also be able to sense where Luo Yunyang's second body was located in. After thinking through his options, Luo Yunyang made a decision in an instant. Although the second option felt safe, losing this important body was akin to making his life worse than death for his other body, which was located in the 36 great cosmoses. Yuan consciousness possession was the doom of mind power. Without any hesitation, Luo Yunyang transferred most of his attributes to his mind attribute in an instant, leaving behind only the various attributes of the chaotic whole galactic beast. Immediately, the massive Yuan consciousness of the ferocious beast entered the range of Luo Yunyang's spirit consciousness. Luo Yunyang was already prepared, so when the Yuan consciousness of the ferocious beast entered, he launched his attack. Samsara Resounding Fate. As Luo Yunyang became the Samsara controller, his Samsara Resounding Fate also improved by leaps and bounds in an instant. Although he used to hide the life-death Resounding Fate like a secret technique instead of using it casually, he couldn't care less about that now. After he executed the Samsara Resounding Fate, the Yuan consciousness of the ferocious beast that wanted to swallow Luo Yunyang suddenly stopped in its tracks deep within Luo Yunyang's spirit consciousness. It halted for a very brief moment but became even more ferocious right afterward. Is this the Samsara Resounding Fate? You actually know the Samsara Resounding Fate. This was no longer the voice of the rabbit-eared Major Venerate, as it had deepened and now sounded extremely unruly. Luo Yunyang felt his scalp tingle upon hearing this voice. He had experienced the might of a Yuan sage before. He hadn't even been able to move a muscle during his encounter with Yuan sage Shending, and that experience had been deeply etched in Luo Yunyang's mind. Now, Luo Yunyang felt a similar yet different sensation when he heard this voice. Yuan sage Shending was way too weak compared to this. This should be the true level of a Yuan sage. This should be a truly invincible being. Although Luo Yunyang felt this way, his hands did not stop as he used his mind power to form a samsara wheel around him. Then, he said, it would be great if Senior shared the same technique. I hope he can let me off for the sake of it. Ha ha ha. You even learned the Samsara Resounding Fate. This is great. Now I want this body for sure. The Yuan consciousness of the beast dashed toward Luo Yunyang while speaking. Although the Samsara wheel revolved around Luo Yunyang, he still felt that he was being suppressed by 6 levels of heaven and earth when the massive ferocious beast rushed over at him. 6 levels of heaven and earth, 6 levels of sky laws. Although the strength of the Samsara controller could not be underestimated and the Samsara wheel had many uses, Luo Yunyang's spirit consciousness seemed to have started cracking. The Samsara wheel also felt like it was on the verge of collapsing. He had to endure. Only death would await him if he didn't endure this. Chapter 12:23. 3-finger jabs. When the 6 ancient ancestors obtained the Samsara wheel, they were already able to transform it into 6 paths of realms despite only just understanding the basics of its uses. Now, even though the entire Samsara wheel was revolving around Luo Yunyang, it still cracked at once when it came into contact with this pressure. Luo Yunyang then quickly formed a series of hand seals to make the 6-path Samsara wheel revolve quicker as those cracks started to fade. Impressive and extinguishable Samsara, the old voice said with heartfelt admiration. Back in those days, when that person executed the inextinguishable Samsara, he could take on incessant full-strength attacks from me. Unfortunately, your powers are far from his. If I were in the same state as back in those days, I would be able to destroy your inextinguishable Samsara with just a snap of my finger. Luo Yunyang was an experienced martialist. Thus, after hearing what was said, he responded, "While I am not the person you mentioned, you aren't in the state you used to be either. Looks like we are both weaker and useless versions of ourselves. Of course, I'm different from you. I am weak, but you're useless. We're roughly comparable and neither of us can beat the other." Luo Yunyang phrased it in a mocking manner when he said they were roughly comparable to one another. This mockery was not well received by the sky-wrecking great sage, who flew into a rage at once. Obviously, a lofty existence like him did not like the way Luo Yunyang had described him. The pressure on the samsara wheel kept increasing, but Luo Yunyang's eyes shone even brighter. The samsara wheel didn't just contain 6 different sky laws. The sky laws even fused in a special manner. As they converged and rotated together, their might also exceeded that of ordinary sky laws. Luo Yunyang had no control over the 6 sky laws whatsoever. The foundation of his cultivation base now was still his obliteration path nomological law. However, while his obliteration path nomological law was good for defense, it wasn't that suitable for offense. That was also the reason Luo Yunyang executed the samsara resounding fate. In the past, Luo Yunyang had only executed the samsara wheel. However, due to the increasing pressure he was facing, he sensed that his comprehension of the 6 sky laws was also growing rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he felt that his comprehension of the samsara wheel had surpassed everything he had learned in the past. Although the samsara wheel remained in the same state despite being in danger of collapsing, it had actually become a lot stronger than it used to be. Impressive. You managed to gain enlightenment even under my pressure. You are indeed worthy of being the samsara wheel's chosen one, the Yuan consciousness of the massive 9-headed beast said with a hint of approval. However, Luo Yunyang felt that this Yuan consciousness was disregarding his achievement. You are a genius, but it would be useless even if you managed to comprehend much more under my attacks. The gap between us is too huge. It is not something that you can make up by using such insignificant techniques. The massive Yuan consciousness moved a step closer as it spoke. This step felt like a myriad of waves gathering and forming the power of a monstrous tsunami that came crashing down on Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang right away felt how insignificant he was in the face of this overwhelming strength. Countless cracks of various sizes immediately appeared on the samsara wheel, which was illuminated by 6 different colors. Although the cracks weren't huge, they still spread throughout the entire samsara wheel. Just a little more and the entire samsara wheel would shatter. However, at that moment, many amazing wonders about the samsara wheel appeared in Luo Yunyang's mind. It had been difficult for Luo Yunyang to comprehend the samsara wheel in the past even by adding all his attributes to his mind power. Now, all the wondrous uses of the samsara wheel had popped up in Luo Yunyang's mind. The wheel shall not shatter when the samsara is inextinguishable. After this newfound realization, Luo Yunyang quickly formed a series of hand seals in the samsara wheel, which was already at its limit, condensed once again around Luo Yunyang's spirit consciousness. You actually managed to comprehend the first level of sky law for the samsara wheel. Luo Yunyang, you're indeed impressive. The massive Yuan consciousness snapped angrily when he saw that the samsara wheel had taken shape once again. The sky-wrecking great sage was fully confident in taking down Luo Yunyang. In his opinion, he could do it as easily as simply raising his hand. However, he had never expected that Luo Yunyang would prevent him from doing so. Thus, he was enraged. Luo Yunyang continued to comprehend the changes occurring with a smile on his face. This is all thanks to the great sage. If it weren't for you, how could I have comprehended so easily what others could not for 10,000 years? Then you better thank me well. When he said that, all 9 heads of the great sage's massive Yuan consciousness roared at once. Anyone who heard this ferocious roar would think that it was merely an ordinary roar. However, when Luo Yunyang heard it, he felt as if his spirit was shattering in 9 different directions. Cracks began to appear on the revolving samsara wheel as well as on Luo Yunyang's spiritual consciousness. At that moment, he felt like shattered glass. He would completely crumble if he moved even an inch. The wheel would not shatter when the samsara was inextinguishable. Luo Yunyang conjured the technique of the samsara wheel, rapidly using all his power to restore the damage done to his mind. The eyes on the 9 heads of the sky-wrecking great sage were filled with surprise when he realized that Luo Yunyang was still holding on. He wasn't just using a high-level mystic technique. Even the 12 Yuan sages of the Taishu sect might not necessarily be able to withstand it, let alone Luo Yunyang. However, Luo Yunyang appeared unscathed, as if he wasn't facing any problems. This didn't just make him feel dissatisfied, it also caused him to feel a bit of an instinctive fear. Although he did not fear Luo Yunyang, his time was really running out. Even though the cultivation base of the rabbit-eared Major Venerate wasn't weak and had provided him with plenty of support, it still wasn't enough. The cultivation of the rabbit-eared Major Venerate was only able to provide him with 3 precious seconds by relying on the same technique. Now, 2 seconds had passed and he had yet to take down Luo Yunyang. His years of planning would end in complete failure if he failed to kill Luo Yunyang. Splitting heaven and earth, the sky-wrecking great sage roared and formed a series of hand seals right away. In an instant, he executed this technique more than 10,000 times. The space around Luo Yunyang's spirit consciousness began to shatter frantically and countless cracks also appeared on the samsara wheel. Although the rotation of the samsara wheel repaired the cracks constantly, the cracks still made the samsara wheel appear like it was going to fall apart. It would only take a split moment for the samsara wheel to collapse completely. The wondrous uses of the samsara wheel continued to pour into Luo Yunyang's mind. Now, they were even more useful than before. Unfortunately, the speed the samsara wheel was shattering it was so fast that Luo Yunyang had no time to put this into use. It could even be said that Luo Yunyang's spirit consciousness would shatter before he could execute these techniques. As a result, he would be doomed to die if this continued. At the most critical moment, Luo Yunyang made a decision. He could not allow himself to die and have his body get possessed. Since the samsara wheel could not hold out anymore, he was now left with only one choice. Attack, attack. The sky-wrecking great sage's Yuan consciousness definitely would not be able to hold out any longer. Luo Yunyang would get a window of opportunity when the sky-wrecking great sage's Yuan consciousness started to collapse. After making this decision, Luo Yunyang felt like his mind was on the verge of collapsing and the samsara wheel formed around his spirit consciousness seemed like it might give way at any time. At the moment, Luo Yunyang no longer cared about what would happen if he failed. He instead focused all his mind power and jabbed his finger toward the sky-wrecking great sage's Yuan consciousness. The finger contained the might of the 6th level of the obliteration finger. Originally, Luo Yunyang's comprehension of the obliteration finger had only been at the 5th level. Now, under the immense pressure of the sky-wrecking great sage, Luo Yunyang was able to break through thanks to his quick wits when he executed his technique. At the same time, he felt that he had incorporated a total of 2 sky laws into the power of his obliteration finger. These 2 sky laws even complemented each other. As a result, the power gathered in the finger increased by more than 100-fold compared to the 5th level. The sky-wrecking great sage did not pay much attention to Luo Yunyang when he executed the obliteration finger. In his opinion, Luo Yunyang was merely making a futile attempt in his death throes. However, when Luo Yunyang's attack approached him, his face darkened. Obliteration finger. How did you obtain the power of the obliteration finger? How did you? The sky-wrecking great sage cried out fearfully before his Yuan consciousness began to retreat at once. However, Luo Yunyang's obliteration finger was too fast. In a split moment, it had struck the sky-wrecking great sage. All of a sudden, the sky-wrecking great sage's Yuan consciousness started to crumble. A massive amount of energy would be necessary for the sky-wrecking great sage to reform his Yuan consciousness. However, the energy provided by the rabbit-eared Major Venerate was too weak for this to happen. The moment the Yuan consciousness of the sky-wrecking great sage shattered, the rabbit-eared Major Venerate opened his red eyes in disbelief. You lied to me. Naturally, the rabbit-eared Major Venerate wasn't referring to Luo Yunyang. Chapter 12:24. Indiscriminate destruction. The rabbit-eared Major Venerate's eyes were burning red. He had always felt that he was the successor of the sky-wrecking great sage and he firmly believed this. However, he finally realized that he had been deceived all this time after executing my will as heaven's will technique. The sky-wrecking great sage did not regard him as a successor. The sky-wrecking great sage merely treated him like any other follower. If Luo Yunyang had not prevented the sky-wrecking great sage's possession, the rabbit-eared Major Venerate would never have been awakened. The sky-wrecking great sage had drained too much of his cultivation base and, as a result, the rabbit-eared Major Venerate would not be able to stay alive for much longer even if he regained his consciousness. Hate, hate, hate. Deep-rooted hatred sent the rabbit-eared Major Venerate into a crazed frenzy. He glared at Luo Yunyang as an eerie smile spread on his face. Luo Yunyang, I really want to thank you. Without you, I would never have escaped his control. The rabbit-eared Major Venerate said grudgingly with no intent of thanking Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang, who felt that something was amiss, did not have the time to make a move before the rabbit-eared Major Venerate spoke again. I know now that I was merely a pawn of the sky-wrecking great sage. He will be able to gain countless subordinates among the small beasts residing in this realm as long as his spirit essence lingers in this place. I'm just a failed product he created. Who knows, he might be laughing at my foolishness. I'm just like a helpless fool he toyed with. The first thought that popped into Luo Yunyang's mind was to kill the rabbit-eared Major Venerate. Although he did not know what the rabbit-eared Major Venerate was going to do, a lunatic like him could get very scary. Luo Yunyang did not want to fight against a lunatic who knew he was on the verge of dying. Just as Luo Yunyang was about to take action, the rabbit-eared Major Venerate began to hum a mysterious sound. Then, the spiritual influence, which had already calmed down, began surging frantically again all of a sudden. Luo Yunyang knew that it was too late to stop the rabbit-eared Major Venerate upon sensing the surging spiritual influence. Hence, he immediately took flight. Since he couldn't stop this crazed lunatic, it would be best for him to leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, he might get hurt by what the lunatic was about to do. It's too late, Luo Yunyang. Please accept my gift. Blood as a guide, spirit as a soul, laws as a basis, and the path as. These words, which sounded like a curse, echoed in Luo Yunyang's mind. Upon hearing this strange chant, Luo Yunyang immediately sensed that the place where the rabbit-eared Major Venerate had been was shattered. The moment the rabbit-eared Major Venerate's body shattered, traces of nomological laws and spiritual influence in the divine sky and wind valley erupted forth like massive white dragons streaking toward Luo Yunyang. Each of the white dragons contained a massive amount of sky law intent and, based on Luo Yunyang's estimations, each of them could create a Tai Yuan Venerate. Martialists considered each and every one of these spirit essences a valuable supplement. Now, these bountiful supplements were even scarier than death. He could absorb one or two of the spirit essences, but Luo Yunyang felt that it would be impossible for him to absorb all of them now that so many were surging at him. Despite his lightning-fast speed, he was still slower than the spirit essences. In the blink of an eye, the spirit essences had closed the gap. No matter what, he needed to prevent these spirit essences from entering his body. Luo Yunyang frantically conjured his samsara wheel in an attempt to stop these spirit essences. Although it was claimed that the samsara wheel could make anything reincarnate, it was unable to stop the spirit essences manipulated by the mysterious technique of the rabbit-eared Major Venerate. Momentarily, those spirit essences went through the samsara wheel and wrapped around Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang, who realized that the samsara wheel was useless, quickly executed the obliteration finger. According to his estimations, his 6th-level obliteration finger, which contained 2 sky laws, should be able to kill a Yuan monarch entity in an instant. However, the surging spirit essences transformed into countless portions despite being jabbed by the obliteration finger in the middle and continued to pour toward Luo Yunyang's body. 1 streak, 2 streaks, 3 streaks. Luo Yunyang immediately felt that the revolution of his internal universe had slowed down when these spiritual essences surged into his body. He needed to think of some way to dispel this energy from his body. Thus, Luo Yunyang discarded all his concerns and manipulated the power of his body forcefully to push out the spirit essences. Unfortunately, it was useless no matter how hard he tried, as the surging spirit essences continued to gather in his body. In the beginning, the spirit essences were like a thick fog, but toward the end, this fog condensed into a solid lump. This lump was as solid as a diamond. The spirit essences filled every meridian, every inch of skin, and every hair follicle of Luo Yunyang. While resisting, Luo Yunyang realized that his internal universe had been filled to the brim and it had now become extremely difficult for his power to be used. Similarly, the spirit essences that created the blockage in his body also brought benefits to Luo Yunyang. His body had now become extremely tough. Not only was his body extremely tough, but his spirit consciousness also firmed up as bits of nomological sky laws filled the parameters of his spirit consciousness. He was in deep trouble this time. Luo Yunyang chose to give up resisting after failing to conjure the power in his body. It was completely useless, no matter how hard Luo Yunyang resisted. Instead of wasting energy, it would be better to wait quietly. After an indefinite amount of time, the spirit essences disappeared completely. The divine sky and wind valley, which looked very different from the outside realm, seemed to have changed entirely as well. Some mountains collapsed and turned into giant lakes, while some strange peaks piled up and were erected between wetlands. The divine sky and wind valley no longer existed. Boss, I will take a nice long break and not come out for some time after this. Taishan glanced at Li Yuan and spoke fearfully. Li Yuan was also terrified. The scenario of the landscape changing left a lingering fear in his heart. What frightened him even more was nearly being buried alive when the mountains collapsed. It's time to go back and rest properly. Although we didn't accomplish the task this time, it is already a rare chance that we returned alive, brothers. After he said that, an expression of relief appeared on Li Yuan's face. Let's go find a place and have a good drink. Before leaving, he glanced around with a hint of reluctance and said, I'm afraid we won't be able to return to the divine sky and wind valley in the future. There will no longer be any more Yuan crystal beasts here. Both Taishan and the stern-looking fellow were filled with complex sentiments. Although the divine sky and wind valley contained many dangers, it also provided them with plenty of opportunities. It could be said that the divine sky and wind valley played a large part in the cultivation base they had. Now, the divine sky and wind valley was gone for good. Boss, what do you think happened? Taishan asked Li Yuan curiously as he looked at the world around him. How would I know? This doesn't concern lowly figures like us, Li Yuan said with a smile. The most important thing is that we made it out alive. Boss, there's a person over there. The stern-looking man suddenly pointed forward. Li Yuan and the others turned in the direction the stern-looking man was pointing at and saw a body lying on the ground. Upon seeing the body, Taishan shouted, "Ah, isn't this Brother Luo?" At first, Li Yuan wanted to remind his companions not to pay attention to people of unknown origins. However, he quickly went over upon hearing Taishan say that. Brother Luo is still breathing, but it seems like he was hit by something and fainted, Taishan said in relief after examining Luo Yunyang carefully. He is already very lucky that he survived the catastrophe. Since we met again, let's take Brother Luo out of here. Li Yuan said after mulling this over for a bit. Naturally, Taishan agreed and the others did not object. After all, Luo Yunyang was someone they had met a while ago. While they had suffered major losses during the catastrophe, they still had some equipment with them. Taishan found a cart in his storage bracelet and pushed Luo Yunyang out of the valley. Along the way, they met mostly animal carcasses and even some hunters who had died in the wilderness. I wonder when Brother Luo will wake up. Taishan mumbled to himself after feeding Luo Yunyang a pill. Boss says that he isn't going to die, so don't worry about it. Who knows, perhaps he might just wake up soon. The stern-looking man snapped in annoyance. Suddenly, Luo Yunyang, who was laying in the cart, gained a hint of consciousness. He wanted to open his eyes but he felt as if his eyelids weighed a ton. It was nearly impossible for him to open them. What is happening? Why can't I even open my eyes? After 2 or 3 attempts, Luo Yunyang had to give up on the idea of opening his eyes because it was too difficult. He pondered it for a moment and tried to move his arms. Although his arms had not lost their senses, he felt as though they were being suppressed by countless stars. He couldn't even move at all. After repeated attempts, Luo Yunyang finally accepted the fact that he was really immobilized. Stop, someone suddenly shouted. Chapter 12:25. Great Samsara Millstone. He was blinded, muted, and unable to move. Luo Yunyang was like a living dead person, but it seemed like his mind power had increased tremendously while he was in this state. Although his mind power was suppressed by boundless spiritual essence that couldn't be expelled from his body easily, he still had unhindered perception. What did you encounter in there? This voice belonged to a middle-aged man in his 50s clad in golden armor. He stood in the void, and his cultivation level was actually at the 8th level of the Heavenly Venerate. 8th level Heavenly Venerates were nothing in the Taishu sect, but he was still a high-level martialist in the eastern sacred sky lands. While it was still possible for Taishan and the rest to defeat an 8th level Heavenly Venerate when they teamed up, they still shuddered in fear when they saw him. They were afraid of this 8th level Heavenly Venerate. What they feared wasn't the cultivation base of the Heavenly Venerate but the Tien family that was behind him. Although the Tien family would very likely suffer huge losses for what had happened in the Sky and Wind Valley, they were still a family that shouldn't be offended. Sir, we saw the sky crumbling and the earth shattering. Countless Yuan crystal beasts died, and countless spiritual influence vanished. Li Yuan answered after hesitating for a moment. The 8th level Heavenly Venerate nodded. You are all very lucky you were able to come out alive. Tell me where you're from and you can leave. Remember, if anyone asks you what happened, recount it clearly and say what you saw. Li Yuan and his team, who were perspiring, relaxed slightly after hearing what the man said. Being stopped was a nerve-wracking experience for them. They really dared not think about what the Tian family would do after such massive changes occurred. They might not be able to seek redress for their grievances if the Tian family were to silence them in order to hide stuff. They would be doomed to die if that happened. Thank you, sir, Li Yuan replied with full sincerity. It really wasn't easy for all of you to survive such a massive event. The 8th level Heavenly Venerate sighed. As he said that, his gaze landed on Luo Yunyang's body, which was lying in the cart. After discovering that Luo Yunyang was still breathing, he said, "It seems that this friend of yours is pretty fortunate as well. Go on." Li Yuan and his team said nothing after they left the 8th level Heavenly Venerate. They only fully relaxed upon entering a town 100,000 miles away. It could be said that their journey out of this dire land had been even more nerve-wracking. It seems like the Tian family still needs people like us, said the honest-looking man with an intelligent sparkle in his eyes. This concerns only those big shots. What we have to do now is find a place to rest. Li Yuan gestured with a wave. Although Li Yuan had said that they should rest, they did not stop in the town ahead of them. Instead, they continued for 1,000,000 miles before entering a large city. Tashin and the rest placed Luo Yunyang in a quiet room after finding an inn in the city. Once done, Tashin told Li Yuan smoothly, "Boss, why isn't Brother Luo waking up yet?" "How would I know? Why don't we find an apothecary to take a look at him?" Li Yuan went out of the room after giving his advice. Apothecaries existed among cultivators, but they were more skilled and charged higher prices than the practitioners who only treated ordinary people. Tashin had come back empty-handed this time and even suffered quite a significant loss. However, after mulling it over for a moment, he still decided to find an apothecary for Luo Yunyang. Unfortunately, even a Shantian Tai Yuan Venerate would not be able to come up with a conclusion for what had happened to Luo Yunyang, let alone an ordinary apothecary. The apothecary Tashin hired was professional and ethical, as he didn't charge a single cent after failing to determine what was wrong with Luo Yunyang. With the referral of this apothecary, Tashin hired a few more apothecaries, but none of them knew what was going on either. Luo Yunyang clearly saw Tashin's effort and reluctance to give up on him. He wanted to tell Tashin that there was no need to bother, but unfortunately, he couldn't even send out a faint strand of his spirit consciousness, let alone open his mouth. Did this mean that he would be like a living dead person forever? Luo Yunyang had left this body behind in the vast sky sacred realm for important reasons. Thus, its current state worried Luo Yunyang tremendously. Furthermore, what was happening within his body made Luo Yunyang feel anxious. He was worried that some formidable being might discover and abduct him before refining him into a weapon or something of the sort if he did not consolidate the energies inside this body quickly. Although the possibility of such a situation happening was low, it wasn't impossible. However, his cultivation technique could not break through the tough energy restrictions formed by the boundless spirit essences. According to Luo Yunyang's research during this period, the main reason he couldn't break through the energy restriction was because of the will headed within this energy. He would be able to utilize this energy as long as he could wipe out the will of the sky-wrecking great sage hidden within these boundless spirit essences. However, there was a big difference between his mind and the sky-wrecking great sage's will. Luo Yunyang tried out many different ideas, but none of them were effective. Although it was said that the samsara wheel could transform any energy, it simply wasn't able to budge under the pressure of the sky-wrecking great sage's will. It would be great if he could crush the sky-wrecking great sage's will, which was lingering in his body. The moment this idea formed in Luo Yunyang's mind, he immediately thought of something he possessed, the Great Obliteration Millstone. Although there were many uses for the Great Obliteration Millstone, Luo Yunyang had gradually stopped using it ever since his cultivation base had improved. However, he had already comprehended his Great Obliteration Millstone entirely and could form a Great Obliteration Millstone within his consciousness right away. Without waiting any further, Luo Yunyang formed a Great Obliteration Millstone within his spirit consciousness. After forming the Great Obliteration Millstone, Luo Yunyang began to manipulate the Great Obliteration Millstone to crush the will of the spirit essence that was the closest to him. As a high-level being comparable to a Yuan sage, the sky-wrecking great sage's will wasn't something Luo Yunyang could easily deal with. However, given the sky-wrecking great sage's current state, he was unable to utilize this will, and Luo Yunyang was still able to use his great obliteration millstone. 1 rotation, 2 rotations, 3 rotations. While Luo Yunyang was manipulating it, the great obliteration millstone formed by Luo Yunyang's mind power started to slowly rotate, causing the traces of the sky-wrecking great sage's will to slowly start to break down. In the end, it was ground to fragments. This still wasn't enough. Even after being ground to fragments, these fragments drifted out of Luo Yunyang's great obliteration millstone and headed straight toward the boundless spirit essences that had created the blockage inside Luo Yunyang's body. Before Luo Yunyang could stop it, the fragmented will disappeared into the spirit essences and quickly reformed. Within seconds, these fragments of will started to get reorganized and were quickly restored. It could be said that all of Luo Yunyang's hard work had been in vain. However, Luo Yunyang's eyes lit up when he saw the newly formed will and nomological laws. His eyes lit up as if he had been struck by an idea. The completely black millstone of his great obliteration millstone turned into the samsara wheel with a mere thought of Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang came up with the idea of using the samsara wheel as the millstone of his great obliteration millstone to convert the sky-wrecking great sage's will. The massive will started to rotate again while Luo Yunyang was manipulating it. After an indefinite amount of time, the fragmented will was ready to drift toward the spirit essences once again. Unfortunately, it was enveloped by Luo Yunyang's samsara wheel before it could drift toward the spirit essences. The fragmented will constantly flashed with different colors as the samsara wheel continued to rotate. Eventually, the will was turned into the purest form of mind power and slipped silently into Luo Yunyang's mind. The moment this will shattered, Luo Yunyang felt a small part of the spirit essences diffusing quietly. Without the command of the sky-wrecking great sage's will, these spirit essences diffused within Luo Yunyang's body instantly. Luo Yunyang, who couldn't even open his eyes at first, felt the weight on his eyelids lighten all of a sudden. Although he still couldn't open his eyes, he could at least move them now. Clearly, the amount of the sky-wrecking great sage's will that had been ground by Luo Yunyang was too little to matter. In fact, it would be an exaggeration to say that there was a tiny bit. However, it seemed like Luo Yunyang had seen a glimmer of hope. The samsara wheel formed by Luo Yunyang's mind power sprung into action once again and began to grind down the nomological law and will of the sky-wrecking great sage. Because Luo Yunyang focused all his attention on grinding down the sky-wrecking great sage's will, he paid no attention to what was happening outside. It could be said that his body would be fine even if he experienced the attack of a Shantian Tai Yuan Venerate. He wouldn't be able to do anything about it either if such a thing happened indeed. Hence, paying attention to what was happening outside was simply a waste of his mind power. After an indefinite amount of time, Luo Yunyang finally opened his eyes and was able to look at the void again. He had finally absorbed all the spirit essences that had prevented him from moving his eyelids. Chapter 12:26, The Songyang Sword Sect, You're Awake. Luo Yunyang heard a cheerful, pleasant voice. Then, a boy who looked like he was around 16 or 17 appeared before him. Luo Yunyang's mind power was focused on the great samsara obliteration millstone, and he did project his mind power out. Thus, he didn't notice the boy immediately. The true age of the boy was probably around 16 or 17 years old. Thus, he really was like an insignificant ant before Luo Yunyang. This insignificant boy was able to move freely around, while a colossal giant like Luo Yunyang could not even move an inch. It was impossible for Luo Yunyang to speak yet, so he blinked to acknowledge that he had heard what the boy had said. Master will be elated to know that you have woken up. The boy, who was a very talkative person, started blabbering the moment he saw that Luo Yunyang had woken up. Mister, do you know that my master tried all sorts of methods to help you after he brought you in? Unfortunately, none of them worked. It was so bad that the senior brothers and sisters bet that you wouldn't live long. Unexpectedly, nothing happened to you during the 3 years when you ate and drank nothing. Tisk, how strange. What exactly is your cultivation base level? Luo Yunyang originally wanted to say something to this youth but decided to shut his mouth after listening to him blabbering. It would be better to keep his mouth shut, as this boy might continue incessantly blabbering if someone responded to him. After thinking about it, Luo Yunyang split a portion of his mind power and searched his surroundings. Luo Yunyang's mind power could envelop a radius of 100 miles without disrupting the usage of his Sasmara Great Obliteration Millstone. He was on a huge mountain that was at least 1,000 miles wide, and although the spiritual influence there wasn't abundant, it wasn't bad. At the very least, Luo Yunyang was certain there wasn't a territory like this in the entire Divine Union Void. The Songyang Sword Sect. The place where Luo Yunyang was located belonged to a sect called the Songyang Sword Sect. In these sect grounds, Luo Yunyang managed to discover a total of 18 people. The one with the highest level of cultivation among them was a peak galaxy grade martialist. In the 36 great cosmoses, a peak galaxy grade could manage a small sect. However, in the vast sky sacred realm, this was obviously not enough. Luo Yunyang did not find Toshin amongst these 18 people. Clearly, Toshin must have left to do something. With a nearly universe-grade cultivation, Toshin was undoubtedly the strongest person in this sect. Toshin is my master and an elder of the Songyang Sword Sect. I heard that according to the rules of the Songyang Sword Sect, I will also become the sect elder of the Songyang Sword Sect in the future. The boy continued talking to himself but was oblivious to the fact that Luo Yunyang already knew everything about the Songyang Sword Sect. According to Luo Yunyang's understanding, this was a sect without a future because there was nothing that caught his attention within it. However, it was also because what Luo Yunyang could see was still very limited. Luo Yunyang returned to self-cultivation as the boy named Yu Mo left. He needed to grind away all the spirit essences and nomological laws within his body if he wanted to use it again. Once this was done, his cultivation would improve greatly as well. Luo Yunyang could not estimate how much he would improve, but he knew that it would definitely be a huge improvement. It would be best if he could improve tremendously within 10 years, as this was the only way he would have better odds of going up against the Great Era Destroyer in the 36 Great Cosmoses. In the next 2 days, other disciples of the Songyang Sword Sect came to visit Luo Yunyang, as all of them were curious to know that Luo Yunyang had woken up. However, they were merely curious and never came again after their initial visit. Only the boy named Yu Mo came often and talked to Luo Yunyang from time to time. In the beginning, Luo Yunyang thought this boy was kind. In the end, he realized that the boy blabbered too much. As a result, the first thing most people in the Songyang Sword Sect would say to him was, "Shut up." The boy had yearned for someone to talk to for a long time. Finally, he had found Luo Yunyang, whom he could talk to freely. Therefore, he wasn't going to stop anytime soon. He would drone on to Luo Yunyang every time he came. Luo Yunyang could endure this for the first few days. However, as time went by and the nonsense the boy spewed kept increasing, Luo Yunyang finally had to shut off his spirit consciousness and ignore the boy, as he could not endure this anymore. 3 more years went by as time continued to flow. Luo Yunyang refined 1/10 of the spirit essence and will that had created the blockage in his body during these 3 years. Although he only refined 1/10 of the total amount, he felt that his cultivation had increased by more than 10 times since he had begun refining the spirit essences within his body. Although this body still could not unleash the power he had gained after refining the spirit essences, his other body and clones could use his newfound power via the attribute regulator. Because 1/10 of the spirit essences had been refined, the blockage hindering Luo Yunyang's body was no longer as congested as before. As a result, he could move his body around without much difficulty even though he could not use most of his power. However, Luo Yunyang was too lazy to move now. He had not contacted the Taishu sect or his family over the past few years, not because he did not want to but because he knew that it wasn't safe for him to contact his family. He wasn't sure what would happen if he returned to the Taishu sect given his current condition. Although it seemed like his son and father had a significant status, the sky-wrecking great sage had an equally formidable status. Luo Yunyang could not guarantee that no one in the Taishu sect would try to take the spirit essence in his body, even if they feared his father and son. Luo Yunyang would only be safe by refining all the spirit essence that entered his body and repossessing his capability to react against all possible scenarios. Knock, knock. A hurried knocking sound on the door made Luo Yunyang release his mind power once again. However, the knocking sound did not come from the door to his room but from the gate of the Songyang Sword Sect. Normally, a number of people would always be stationed at a sect's gates. However, the Songyang Sword Sect had less than 20 people and they did not have many disputes with anyone else. Thus, it would be a waste of time and resources to have people guarding the gate. Still, there were array formations that sealed the outer region of the Songyang Sword Sect. Anyone that tried to barge in would be attacked by the array formations. A disciple of the Songyang Sword sect went over to the gate to respond to the call. Shortly after that, Luo Yunyang saw a figure. It was a familiar figure. It was the stern-looking man who had traveled with Toshin back then. Now, the man was missing his left hand. Usually, a star-grade martialist could mend their body's disabilities by regenerating the missing part. However, if the martialist was unable to do so, it was likely that the person who caused the injury had used certain techniques that restricted the regeneration of body parts. Luo Yunyang wasn't on fantastic terms with the stern-looking man, but he finally understood why. He had come when he saw the black urn this person had with him. The stern-looking man handed the urn to the person from the Songyang Sword sect and brought the news that Toshin had died during a trip. The entire Songyang Sword sect was crestfallen because of this news. The stern-looking man chatted for a bit with the galaxy-grade martialist that had come to the gates and left right afterward. The stern-looking man left in a hurry, so Luo Yunyang could feel that he was nervous and afraid. Master has died. He had to go on long dangerous trips in order to allow us to have enough resources. He said that he had a good cultivation level and rich experiences, so there shouldn't have been a problem even if he went to hunt in the galaxies around this area. We never expected him to die during this hunting trip and actually be slain by a demon monarch-grade powerhouse. I will definitely get revenge for my master one day. Yu Mo stood beside Luo Yunyang's bed and sobbed bitterly. In fact, Yu Mo, who had always liked to talk, did not care if Luo Yunyang was listening. What he cared about was finding someone to spill his thoughts to, and Luo Yunyang was exactly the person he had been looking for. Luo Yunyang already had a deep understanding of Toshin thanks to what Yu Mo had said. The Songyang Sword sect, where Toshin was from, had originally been a very good second-grade sect. It was an event that had caused their numbers to dwindle down to only a few remaining people. Toshin's greatest wish had been to rebuild the Songyang Sword sect. Thus, he had also done his best. For example, in order to nurture his disciples, he had desperately taken great risks outside in exchange for resources that his disciples could use in cultivation. For example, he had used his entire life savings in exchange for this mountain, which could be used as a shelter by the Songyang Sword sect. For example, it was precisely because of Toshin's various efforts that the present Songyang Sword sect, which had turned into a 9th-grade sect, continued to stand. Now, Toshin had died while risking his life for his sect. As a result, the entire Songyang Sword sect was not only leaderless but also in a state of panic. They all had no idea what to do moving forward. Could the Songyang Sword sect still survive? 10 days later, Luo Yunyang sensed a figure leaving the Songyang Sword sect while he was cultivating in seclusion. Luo Yunyang recognized this person. It was the Songyang Sword sect's strongest disciple. His cultivation was already close to the galaxy grade. Thus, his reason for leaving was obvious to everyone. Chapter 1227. A sect with one-person rats always left a sinking ship. Although this wasn't pleasant, it was extremely realistic. After Toshin's death, the entire Songyang Sword sect was left with only one disciple, Yu Mo. Not only did all of Toshin's disciples leave, but even those who had rebuilt the Songyang Sword sect with Toshin also chose to leave. Only Yu Mo was left behind in the Songyang Sword sect. Mr. Third senior brother asked me to leave with him today. He said that there is no future here anymore and he has already contacted Longyu Manor. They say that we can become outer disciples as long as we are willing to join them. But I don't want to go over. Back then, third senior brother promised Master that he would spend the entirety of his life fighting for the revival of the Songyang Sword sect alongside him. Now, he actually had the nerve to leave right after Master died. Yu Mo was full of injustice and anger but was also at a loss. He didn't want to leave the Songyang Sword sect, but he also didn't know how and what he should do from now on. Luo Yunyang looked at the helpless Yu Mo and shook his head. Although he could already speak, he did not do so. Cultivating, meditating, and talking to Luo Yunyang had become Yu Mo's new routine. Meanwhile, the Songyang Sword sect, which had been flourishing, had slowly begun to decline. Honestly, Luo Yunyang was very satisfied with his present state. As he absorbed more and more spirit essences, the speed at which his samsara great obliteration millstone was grinding the sky-wrecking great sage's spirit essences had also become faster. According to Luo Yunyang's estimations, he should be able to refine all the spirit essences within 10 years. Once he was done, his cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds. The thought of such improvement made Luo Yunyang very happy as he looked forward to that day. Luo Yunyang was not a heartless person, so he hadn't forgotten Taishan's kindness. Helping Yu Mo rebuild another sect after refining his spirit essences was a trivial matter. The process of accelerating the samsara great obliteration millstone was extremely mundane, but the speed of such mundane cultivation was 10,000 times faster than the way Luo Yunyang cultivated usually. There was no sun or moon on the mountain. Luo Yunyang was able to move his body and fight freely when he finished refining 1/5 of the spirit essences in his body. Although he had not recovered his power completely, he was not far from it. However, Luo Yunyang was still unwilling to move. In front of Yu Mo, he could only open his eyes to show that he was still alive. Unfortunately, Yu Mo continued to stick around and talk to Luo Yunyang every day, as there was no one else for him to talk to. One day, the sect's gate was opened by someone after being closed for a long time. Yu Mo was mopping the floor of the great hall before being startled by a loud sound. He quickly looked in the direction of the gate and saw 7 or 8 people walking over in an imposing manner. One of them was actually the third senior brother he was familiar with. However, the third senior brother was smiling apologetically at a young man beside him. "Young master, this is the Songyang sword sect." The third senior brother was full of smiles as he said, "The scenery here is ordinary, but it is fortunately quiet. It is the perfect place for young master to build a courtyard." Upon saying that, he saw Yu Mo standing on the steps. After a slight pause, he told Yu Mo, "Yu Mo, come over and greet young master. It's a blessing for you to have young master here." Yu Mo had matured greatly with the departure of his other disciples. Although his cultivation had not increased much, he was a lot wiser compared to how he had been in the past. "Third senior brother, are you here to pay your respects to master?" Yu Mo replied coldly. The third senior brother glared at Yu Mo and snapped, "Yu Mo, this is a young master of Longyu Manor. He has taken a fancy to this mountain and is going to build his extended residence here. From this day on, you will become the outer sect disciple of Longyu Manor. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and thank young master." As soon as he said that, the third senior brother gestured by moving his blue brocade robe, which represented his identity as the inner sect disciple of Longyu Manor. Yu Mo sighed when he saw how arrogant the third senior brother appeared and said, "Thank you very much for your kindness. Unfortunately, I still hope to stay in the Songyang sword sect." "I can only appreciate your kindness." "The Songyang sword sect? Do you mean the Songyang sword sect that's left with only one disciple?" The young master sneered, "You should know very well that I've always disliked people rejecting me." He did not say this to Yu Mo but to the third senior brother, who was still lively at the moment. His face fell when he heard this. He was shaking in extreme fear. He respectfully told the young master, "Although the younger master is magnanimous, this person will definitely not create any obstacles for you." He then glared at Yu Mo and said angrily, "Get the hell out of here." Yu Mo had always revered the third senior brother in the past. However, this time, Yu Mo responded in rage rudely, "Senior brother, you really know how to distort facts. This is the Songyang sword sect. You are no longer a disciple of the Songyang sword sect, so you should be leaving instead. Please leave the Songyang sword sect immediately." The young master did not say a word. Instead, he observed everything with a dismissive attitude, as if it had nothing to do with him. The third senior brother's expression turned ugly as he strolled toward Yu Mo with malicious intent and enveloped him with his aura. Although Yu Mo cultivated painstakingly these days, his cultivation was still only at the star grade and he had not even broken through to the nebula grade. However, Yu Mo gritted his teeth and did not cower in fear. When the third senior brother approached him, he shouted with all his strength, "The Songyang sword sect is affiliated with the Shenwu sect. You will be challenging the Shenwu sect if you dare try anything." Yu Mo shouted loudly, but it did not bother the flustered third senior brother at all. He had lost face in front of the third young master, so he had to recover his dignity no matter what it took. Otherwise, his reputation in Longyu Manor would plummet. Just as he was about to speak, the young master snorted. "Longfei, what are you going to do about this?" The third senior brother immediately withdrew his aura and replied, "Young master, my junior brother is a bit stubborn, so I'm going to reason with him nicely and let him know that he should not overestimate himself and do the impossible." A slap landed on the third senior brother's face the moment he said that. The third senior brother could avoid the slap given his cultivation base but chose to let the slap hit him hard across the face. He did not do that because he fancied being slapped but because he had no way of disobeying his young master. Do you know what you are showing by doing this? You're provoking the Shenwu sect. Didn't the elders tell you we must always respect the Shengwu sect? The young master's tone was even more sinister as he added, don't ever think that no one would know about it because there is only a kid here. The ability of the Shenwu sect exceeds the comprehension of people like you. Longfei flushed immediately but still replied respectfully, thank you for your guidance. I am so short-sighted that I nearly caused huge trouble. It will benefit you to remember this. The young master turned to look at Yu Mo and said, although the Songyang sword sect is affiliated with the Shenwu sect, Longyu Manor is also affiliated with the Shenwu sect. According to the rules of the Shenwu sect, we can issue a battle challenge to decide the fate of your sect. 10 battles. Longyu Manor will not invade the Songyang sword sect again as long as you can win one of these battles. On top of that, we will also compensate your sect with a huge fortune. I wish you luck and hope you can win a battle. The young master scoffed as he added, this form of challenge is also part of the rules of the Shenwu sect. You cannot refuse it, and if you do, it will be considered a provocation to the Shenwu sect. By the way, you are the only one left in your sect. It will also be a provocation to the Shenwu sect if you find someone else to fight on your behalf. Yu Mo bit his lips tightly, as he detected total contempt in the way the young master looked at him. He felt as if he was prey. Although he knew very well that he had no chance of winning the battle challenge that would determine the fate of his sect, he still agreed to it. I will take on the challenge. Very well. Deacons of the Shenwu sect will be here to witness the battle in 3 days. You better not run away. You should know that nobody in this area can escape the pursuit of the Shenwu sect. The young master sneered. Let's go. Longfei quickly followed the young master and snapped harshly at Yu Mo. Yu Mo, you must have a death wish. As your senior brother, I wanted to find a good place for you. However, since you're courting your own death now, don't blame me when it's time for me to fight with you. I'll show you that your decision is completely wrong. Longfei turned and chased the young master after saying this line. Meanwhile, his hatred and resentment for Yu Mo also increased. This had originally been a great opportunity but stubborn Yu Mo had turned it into this situation. He had racked his brains to impress his young master, yet it had ended up being a futile attempt. God knew how much effort he would need to make in the future to salvage this situation. Yu Mo stared at the departing young master and his party. Even though he looked determined, his heart was filled with despair. Chapter 12:28. The ancestral master came to me. Yu Mo sat in a lotus position in the quiet room where Toshin had once cultivated. He was trying his hardest to master a sword technique. It was the highest level sword technique in the Songyang sword sect, the 9 sky sun setting technique. According to the records of the Songyang sword sect, the founder of the Songyang sword sect had once caused the scorching sun to descend by wielding his sword and executing the 9 sky sun setting technique. The character, Yang, of the Songyang sword sect also came from the 9 sky setting sun technique. However, since the disappearance of their first patriarch, no one had been able to understand the 9 sky setting sun technique, let alone cultivate it. Gradually, the 9 sky setting sun technique had become a defunct technique of the Songyang sword sect. When the Songyang sword sect had been exterminated back then, most of the ancient records had been lost. Only the bronze tablet depicting the 9 sky setting sun technique had been left behind. However, it had always been worshipped as a keepsake. No one actually cultivated it. Or rather, nobody from the entire Songyang sword sect understood what was written on the bronze tablet containing the 9 sky setting sun technique. Yu Mo's level of comprehension wasn't high, so he was merely trying his luck when he took out the bronze tablet. He wasn't expecting any form of reward by doing so. Yu Mo was giddy from reading the bronze tablet and found himself nearly collapsing from exhaustion. He was only at the star grade level, so it was very exhausting to try and comprehend the 9 sky setting sun technique. Usually, any martialist above the planet grade would no longer need to sleep. However, Yu Mo had exhausted himself too much and could not help but feel tired. When Yu Mo fell asleep, the bronze tablet was illuminated brightly. However, this wasn't the spirit of Yu Mo's ancestral master coming alive but Luo Yunyang's mind power. The 9 sky setting sun technique. Luo Yunyang swept through the 9 sky setting sun technique a few times and managed to memorize its core essence. The 9 sky setting sun technique was a supreme technique for martialists of Toshin and Yu Mo's level. However, it was nothing to Luo Yunyang. It was merely considered an above-average technique in his opinion. It was an ordinary technique that gathered flame nomological laws to the point that it felt like the sun of the nine skies was descending. This sort of technique was too simple and consumed too much power. This was Luo Yunyang's evaluation of the technique. According to his original plan, he was not ready to meet Yu Mo yet. However, the arrival of that young master and Longfei left Luo Yunyang no choice but to leave seclusion. One of the reasons was that Luo Yunyang was very annoyed by them. More importantly, he was really unwilling to move his butt from this place. He was cultivating in peace, and if Longfei and the young master were to seize the Songyang sword sect, he would need to find another place to reside in temporarily. Although he was now able to move, he had accustomed himself to the peace in the Songyang sword sect and was unwilling to leave. Hence, Luo Yunyang decided to help Yu Mo keep this place. Given Luo Yunyang's level of cultivation, he could make Yu Mo's cultivation base reach the universe grade easily. However, while this might seem exhilarating at first, it was actually limiting Yu Mo's future cultivation pathway. Without a good, solid foundation, it was almost certain that Yu Mo would face extreme difficulties while advancing to the next stage of cultivation after the universe grade level, or even improving his cultivation any further. Deep in his slumber, Yu Mo suddenly felt like he had fallen into a vast realm. In this realm, a figure stood in front of him, wrapped completely in light. "Excuse me, are you?" Yu Mo asked courageously the figure standing in front of him. "Useless disciple, you can't even comprehend the nine sky setting sun technique, yet you dare claim that you're a disciple of the Songyang sword sect. How disgraceful." The figure berated Yu Mo even without looking at him. Yu Mo was just a young kid to begin with. Even though he was improving these days, he was still vastly inferior to an existence like Luo Yunyang. After hearing Luo Yunyang's reprimand, he immediately reacted to the identity of the person in front of him and prostrated on the ground while pleading in shame. "Ancestral Master, this disciple is incompetent and cannot save the inheritance of our sect. I hope that the Ancestral Master can forgive him. The Songyang sword sect has really been getting worse with each generation after being handed over to people like you." Luo Yunyang chided him harshly. Yu Mo lowered his head in shame after listening to the reprimand of the sect's patriarch. Getting worse with each generation? He couldn't refute this, as it was the truth. After all, their sect was really on the verge of being absolved. "Alright, stop begging for forgiveness. Don't you want to learn the nine sky setting sun technique? Watch closely." Luo Yunyang didn't have any time to play the patriarch of Yu Mo anymore. Thus, he rudely interrupted the only disciple remaining in the Songyang sword sect and swung his sword in the void. At the execution of his sword move, 9 scorching suns descended from the void. Yu Mo was stunned upon seeing the 9 sky setting sun technique. According to the records of his sect, the 9 sky setting suns should only make 1 scorching sun descend. Now, there were actually 9 suns. What was going on? Shouldn't there be just one? Luo Yunyang watched Yu Mo's dumbstruck expression before finally reacting. He had gone too far while acting as Yu Mo's ancestral master. The third-rate 9 sky setting sun technique now contained a great path nomological law after he made some changes to it. Thus, the number of suns had increased from 1 to 9. The focus of the 9 sky setting sun isn't on the sun but on the 9 skies. Do you understand? Luo Yunyang definitely wouldn't tell Yu Mo that he'd imparted the wrong technique, as this would cause the patriarch he was portraying to lose face. Therefore, he looked for flaws in the technique. The focus of the 9 sky setting sun wasn't really important. 1 sun descends from each sky. Therefore, 9 suns will descend from 9 skies. Yu Mo nodded repeatedly. However, just as he was about to ask about the 9 sky setting sun technique, he suddenly felt a lot of information entering his head. The space that pulled his spirit consciousness in disappeared completely and he woke up from his deep sleep. He glanced at the bronze tablet in front of him. His surroundings remained the same as before, and the first thought that came to his mind was that he had been dreaming. Furthermore, he'd had a ridiculous dream. His master had never mentioned that their ancestral master could come in dreams to impart any form of techniques either. After casting aside this ridiculous thought, Yu Mo picked up the bronze tablet to study the 9 sky setting sun technique again, ready to continue working on it. However, he realized that the incoherent technique written on the tablet had become extremely readable. Everything had become very easy. It could even be said that he would be able to fully understand everything on the bronze tablet if he were to attempt comprehending it once more. After being enlightened, Yu Mo picked up a sword and slashed at the void. Then, A red scorching sun descended from the void. However, because his cultivation was only at the star grade, the scorching sun seemed like nothing more than an illusion. The might of the illusion was already shocking enough for Yu Mo. He felt that dealing with the third senior brother, who was at the peak nebula grade, was already enough. While unprecedented joy filled his heart, Yu Mo ran toward the room Luo Yunyang was cultivating peacefully in. "Mister, did you know that the patriarch imparted the technique to me?" "Ha ha ha, the patriarch appeared in my dreams. We don't have to move anymore." Yu Mo cried tears of joy and laughed happily beside Luo Yunyang as if he was mad. Although Luo Yunyang did not want to talk to Yu Mo, he still smiled faintly when he saw how happy Yu Mo was. After all, this kid was too easily satisfied. In the next 2 days, Yu Mo tried his best to cultivate the 9 sky setting sun technique. Initially, he was only able to create the illusion of a setting sun. However, after 2 days of hard work, he could already execute 2 illusions of the setting sun. His cultivation also improved by leaps and bounds after he cultivated the 9 sky setting sun technique earnestly. In the blink of an eye, he was about to break through the peak of the star grade. Luo Yunyang did not pay any attention to Yu Mo after giving the kid a gift. He still had his own things to do and he was in no mood to be concerned about such a trivial matter between 2 small sects. 3 days passed like a fleeting moment. On the morning of the 3rd day, a group of people arrived outside the gate of the Songyang sword sect in full force. However, all of them were aloof and relaxed. In their opinion, they were not there to destroy a sect but to see the sights and have a ball. Although the young master was walking in the middle of this group of people, the most important member of the group was actually a middle-aged deacon. His cultivation level was at the peak of the nebula grade, but he still had an imposing air about him. The reason he was acting in such a lofty manner wasn't because of his cultivation level but because of the Shenwu sect that stood behind him. As a deacon of the Shenwu sect, it was natural for him to have a condescending sense of superiority in front of smaller affiliated sects. After all, he was better and he should be revered by the affiliated sects. "Young master, the mountain of the Songyang sword sect isn't very valuable. It isn't a good place to build your extended courtyard," the deacon said in a warm, cordial manner. The young master laughed it off and said, "Uncle Master Li, the reason I want to build it here is mainly because it is further away from Longyu Manor. You should be aware of the reason. You kids just want to stay away from us old guys." The deacon laughed. "Well, let's do it your way then. But remember, even if you destroy the Songyang sword sect, you have to give him a chance to live. Don't do anything too ruthless. After all, Tashin of the Songyang sword sect was my friend." Naturally, the young master readily agreed to the request. He turned to look at Longfei and said, "Longfei, this time, it's up to you to show your ungrateful junior brother the gulf between him and us. Let him join Longyu Manor willingly. Don't worry, young master, I will not let you down." Longfei promised. Chapter 12:29, 9 Descending Suns. Shaking the soul. Longfei looked furious. The reason was that this unappreciative junior brother of his had not given him any face. This had resulted in him losing the young master's trust. Longfei had painstakingly exhausted all sorts of means in order to regain the trust of this young master. "Junior brother, let's finish this quickly. You still have 9 more challenges. Ha ha, it will be really disgraceful for the Songyang sword sect if you can't even hold up your sword in the end." Longfei sneered snidely at Yu Mo. Yu Mo appeared to be indifferent, but everyone knew how nervous he was based on the way his hands were shaking. Although he had mastered the technique imparted by his ancestral master and was able to execute the 9 sky setting sun technique, he was still very nervous. Now, the burden of the entire sect had fallen on his shoulders. This was the first time he'd ever felt such heavy pressure. "Longfei, you go ahead." Yu Mo didn't address Longfei as senior brother anymore, which was a show of his determination. However, Longfei was delighted to see Yu Mo stammering and guffawing. "Don't be so nervous, little junior brother." Then, he raised his sword and said, "Come on, you can attack first to avoid others saying that I, your senior brother, bullied you and never even gave you the chance to make a move." Longfei didn't just want to shame Yu Mo. He also hoped to leave a good impression on the young master. Hence, he spared no effort in humiliating Yu Mo and instead went overboard. Luo Yunyang was lying in bed but he was also watching the battle using a tiny trace of his spirit consciousness. Although his body was able to move already, this place was indeed a good location to recuperate. Furthermore, Luo Yunyang had taken a liking to the ever-talkative Yu Mo. This fellow was really courting death. Take this. Yu Mo slashed out after calming down and used everything his cultivation base was capable of doing. 9 Sky Setting Sun Technique. The 9 Sky Setting Sun technique had surpassed all the other techniques in the Songyang sword sect after Luo Yunyang had made some changes to it. It could be said that even the Shenwu sect, who was the superior affiliate sect of the Songyang sword sect, had no techniques like that. Although Yu Mo could only execute a tiny bit of its true might, it had still been imparted by Luo Yunyang personally. Hence, as Yu Mo's sword light was sent out, a scorching sun descended from the sky and began barreling down toward Longfei forcefully. Longfei behaved as though he was an elite and casually stood in the same spot. He had never considered Yu Mo a match. In his opinion, Yu Mo was merely a junior brother with a much weaker cultivation. In the past, there had already been a huge disparity between them. Joining Longyu Manor meant that the gulf between them must have widened. During this period, he had also received advice from many powerhouses as a trusted servant of the young master and had even become an inner sect disciple of Longyu Manor. He couldn't just win this time. He had to win fast and make the young master feel that he did it in a very convincing and easy manner. Only doing so would reflect better on his value as a subordinate. However, just as he was pondering how to do so best, the scorching sun came and shrouded him. He felt his soul shuddering in fear in the face of the scorching sun and could not come up with any form of resistance. As the scorching sun descended, it loomed above Longfei's head in an instant. Longfei would die instantly if the scorching sun crashed into him. Longfei was scared stiff and could not even move an inch. Deacon Li, the young master, and the others all watched on in disbelief. Deacon Li's level of cultivation wasn't quick enough to allow him to intervene. Fortunately, the elder beside the young master stepped forward all of a sudden and gestured at Longfei's location. As a result, the elder was able to pull Longfei back to him. However, the scorching sun continued to move toward Longfei even though he was being pulled back by the elder. "How dare you!" The elder rebuked him angrily because he had been stopped while trying to save someone's life. He moved his palms and smacked at the scorching sun again. The elder's cultivation was at the initial stage of the universe grade, so he was considered a high-level martialist in this region. He wouldn't have intervened if he hadn't believed that Longfei was a good prospect. The scorching sun collided with the violent palm strike in the void. In an instant, the palm strike containing the elder's will was split in two by the scorching sun. The scorching sun continued along its way and headed toward the elder. When the elder was about to send out another palm strike, he realized that the scorching sun had gotten very close to him. However, it landed silently on the ground and vanished. The elder, who pulled Longfei back, was shocked because the murderous intent hidden within the scorching sun was actually able to strike fear in his heart. At the same time, one of his sleeves fell to the ground. Although only a small part was severed by the sword, the elder was still disgraced. Everyone turned to look at the elder at once. Many of them knew the elder and were aware of his status in Longyu Manor. His status was vastly superior to Yu Mo, but even so, his sleeve had been cut off by Yu Mo's sword. This sort of disgrace would definitely affect the reputation of the elder once it spread. However, more people were staring at Yu Mo. In their eyes, he was merely a teenager who had overestimated himself. Yu Mo stood rooted to the spot, gawking at the situation. He was feeling very hopeful while cultivating the 9 Sky Setting Sun technique. He had been hopeful that he might defeat his opponent in one fell swoop with the technique passed down by his ancestral master. However, he had no idea how powerful the 9 Sky Setting Sun technique was. Hence, he was completely shocked by the might of the scorching sun he had used. Did I really defeat senior brother Longfei? Is my 9 Sky Setting Sun technique really that formidable? Luo Yunyang was observing Yu Mo. His lips curled upward when he saw Yu Mo look dumbfounded. That kid loved to talk a lot but was actually left speechless by this important situation. Elder Zheng. The young master was the first to break the silence, as he was immediately concerned about Elder Zheng. Although Elder Zheng was nominally the bodyguard of the young master, he was more like a teacher of the young master. Otherwise, Elder Zheng would not have stepped forward to help Longfei. "Don't worry, young master." Elder Zheng then turned to Yu Mo. "Young man, your technique is very strange. I have never seen such a technique that comes straight from the Great Path nomological law. I wonder if you can enlighten me." Yu Mo froze momentarily. He was tongue-tied and did not know what to say, but Longfei interrupted him loudly. This is the 9 sky setting sun technique. The 9 sky setting sun technique. The 9 sky setting sun technique wasn't a secret in the Songyang sword sect. Any disciple of the Songyang sword sect could get hold of the 9 sky setting sun technique and try to cultivate it. Many of the disciples even dreamed of comprehending the supreme technique left behind by their ancestral master and soaring to greater heights. However, this remained merely a dream, as it wasn't easy to realize. Longfei had also tried to comprehend the 9 sky setting sun technique before but had not spent much time on it. In the end, he had concluded that this cultivation technique was purely a waste of time. However, he had not expected that he would be defeated by the 9 sky setting sun technique during such an opportunity to perform. Did I win this one, or not? Yu Mo finally reacted to the situation as he looked at Deacon Li and spoke nervously. Deacon Li had not expected that such a supreme technique would appear in a failing sect either. Although he did not know about the 9 sky setting sun technique, he could see that it was definitely not inferior to some of their top cultivation techniques in the Shenwu sect. Hence, he felt joy for a moment. While the cultivation technique of Yu Mo wasn't that bad, his cultivation level was only at the star grade. The Shenwu sect would definitely reward him considerably if he recruited such a talented young martialist into their sect. After pondering this for a moment, he turned to Yu Mo and said, "That's right, you just won this battle." Longfei's face darkened right away when he heard what Deacon Li said. He knew how much the young master wanted to take over the Songyang sword sect, so he had made up his mind to give the Songyang sword sect to the young master. Now, he couldn't even help the young master take down the Songyang sword sect and had even lost his only opportunity to do so. How was he going to establish himself as a worthy subordinate of the young master from now on? This battle doesn't count because I was not ready yet. Deacon Li frowned when he heard that. Although he was only a lowly figure in the Shenwu sect, his authority wasn't something these subsidiary sects could challenge. While Deacon Li felt upset because of Longfei's response, the young master slapped Longfei across the face and cursed bitterly. "Wretched being, do you think you're qualified to question Deacon Li's decision?" Deacon Li felt much better after hearing what the young master said and replied with a faint smile, "Young master, you don't have to do this. This junior brother was too hard on himself. I believe he will learn the error of his ways soon." After he said that, he looked at Yu Mo and said, "Young man, your sword technique is pretty decent. I am Deacon Li of the Shenwu sect and I confirm your victory. You also get to keep your sect." Yu Mo was ecstatic. Although he tried to keep calm, everyone present could still see the happiness on his face. At the same time, Deacon Li added, "Yu Mo, the sect master of the Shenwu sect has always liked to accept young geniuses. Would you like to be a disciple of our sect?" This remark immediately attracted the attention of everyone present, including Luo Yunyang. Chapter 12:30. Dragon Veins Gather. Land of the Soaring Dragon. The Shenwu sect was a dream destination for the ordinary disciples of Longyu Manor. They would never give up on the opportunity to become a disciple of the Shenwu sect, even if they had to give up everything they had in Longyu Manor. Longfei immediately flushed red. While he also had a status in Longyu Manor, how was Longyu Manor comparable to the Shenwu sect? He would never have joined Longyu Manor if he could have entered the Shenwu sect. Even ordinary disciples of the Shenwu sect had an equal status to this young master. If that happened, he would have to fawn over the young master because the young master would be trying to befriend him instead. Unfortunately, this opportunity was not meant for him. The young master's face darkened. His hopes of taking over the Songyang sword sect would be dashed if this young man, who he had never paid much attention to in the past, became a disciple of the Shenwu sect. He wouldn't care about losing 100 locations like this if the Songyang sword sect was just an ordinary place. However, the Songyang sword sect was no ordinary place. It was a paradise he had researched for years and a place that provided great benefits. Now that the Shenwu sect was involved, he also found himself in a dilemma. He was unwilling to give up on the Songyang sword sect, but he also did not have the ability to go up against the Shenwu sect. Hence, he could only glare at Yu Mo. As the proud young master of Longyu Manor, he had never thought he would get so worked up over a lowly figure he had looked down on. Amongst the people watching Yu Mo, Luo Yunyang was perhaps the calmest one. The reason he had helped Yu Mo was because he was unwilling to move to another location and also because he had taken a liking to Yu Mo. It was a good choice for Yu Mo to join the Shenwu sect, and Luo Yunyang would definitely respect Yu Mo's decision. What would happen to the Songyang sword sect if I joined the Shenwu sect? Yu Mo asked Deacon Li after hesitating for a moment. You will become a disciple of the Shenwu sect after you join the sect. Deacon Li replied with a gentle smile. Although it seemed like Deacon Li had not answered Yu Mo's question directly, the meaning of his words was, in fact, extremely obvious. He meant that Yu Mo would become part of the Shenwu sect after joining. Then, he would no longer have anything to do with the Songyang sword sect. Thank you for thinking highly of me, Deacon Li. However, I still want to stay in the Songyang sword sect. Yu Mo's voice wasn't loud, but his tone was very determined. Deacon Li was rather disappointed with Yu Mo's reply, as he'd really wanted to recruit Yu Mo into the Shenwu sect. Although it would be difficult for him to nurture a disciple like Yu Mo, he would still be able to receive considerable rewards if he recruited such a talented person. In his opinion, Yu Mo was a very suitable candidate for the Shenwu sect. Unfortunately, he was not willing to join them. Deacon Li smiled right away and said, "In that case, this all ends here. However, Yu Mo, you have to remember that the doors to our sect will always be open to you. You can join the Shenwu sect anytime you want." After he said that, he turned to the young master and said, "Young master, do you think it is necessary to go ahead with the rest of the battles?" The young master smiled in response when he heard the question. Although Deacon Li had not said much, he could understand his intentions. "We have lost a battle of this challenge, so according to the rules of the Shenwu sect, we cannot destroy the Songyang sword sect even if we move forward with the rest of the battles." The young master cupped his fists and addressed Deacon Li immediately. "In that case, there is no need to battle anymore. My task here is complete then. I shall take my leave first." Deacon Li smiled. Upon saying that, he turned and walked out of the main hall. Meanwhile, the young master also made up his mind. "We shall take our leave too." Everyone from Longyu Manor left in just half an hour. The last one to leave was Longfei, as he waited until the young master and the rest of the disciples were out of sight before telling Yu Mo disgruntledly, "Yu Mo, this is just the beginning." Yu Mo did not care much about what his senior brother said, so he just ignored him. "Ha ha ha, I get to keep the sect. I saved the sect." After the formation array at the sect gate closed once again, Yu Mo suddenly jumped up in joy and cheered. He was extremely happy. He'd already wanted to jump up in joy when the people from Longyu Manor had left, but he had forced himself to stay calm to maintain the prestige of the Songyang sword sect. Now, he could not contain his joy anymore. He danced happily in the hall and, in the end, even ran into Luo Yunyang's quiet room and shouted at Luo Yunyang, "I saved the sect. Ha ha, I saved the sect. From now on, we don't have to worry about Longyu Manor." Luo Yunyang smiled as he watched Yu Mo jumping around in joy. Although he had paid no attention to Longyu Manor, he still felt that the young master of Longyu Manor could not be willing to give up so easily. Based on what Deacon Li said, there were actually hints that Longyu Manor was going to interfere with what they would like to do. However, Luo Yunyang did not take it to heart. Even Yuan monarchs could not bother him anymore, let alone Longyu Manor and the Shenwu sect. Yu Mo blabbered in front of Luo Yunyang for half an hour about his thoughts and worries before leaving happily. Then, Luo Yunyang shut his eyes again and continued to conjure the Samsara Great Obliteration Millstone to grind down the spirit essences inside him. Within Longyu Manor, the young master sat sullenly on his jade seat. In his hand, a map was reflected in a treasured mirror. It was a geographical map depicting less than half of the sacred East Sky continent. The traces of spirit essences hidden in the land were like dragons looming deep under the massive continent. The young master was staring closely at the location where the Songyang sword sect actually stood. No dragons were passing through the location of the Songyang sword sect. If there had been, Toshin would not have been able to purchase this land and establish the Songyang sword sect. 6 dragons gather, land of the soaring dragon. Young master said grimly as he watched the dragon meridian starting to move toward the location of the Songyang sword sect. The reason he appreciated Longfei was because he came from the Songyang sword sect. Longfei also had not let him down. He had immediately sold the Songyang sword sect out when he'd said he wanted to build another residence. Everything had gone smoothly. It could even be said that everything was under his control. Even Deacon Li was part of his plan. He wanted to obtain the Songyang sword sect in an honest and fair manner. Even if he could not keep the land of the soaring dragon once it formed over the spot of the Songyang sword sect, he would still be rewarded handsomely because he would voluntarily give up the land of the soaring dragon. However, he had never expected that something so important would be ruined by a lowly figure. That lowly figure really deserved to die. However, based on what Deacon Li had said before leaving, he knew that he could not kill the lowly figure for now and could only drive him away. Greetings, young master. Elder Zheng, who was responsible for protecting the young master, came over. Upon seeing the elder greet him respectfully, the young master replied enthusiastically, Elder Zhen, I have said many times that you don't have to treat me so formally. Formalities cannot be disregarded. I will always remember your kindness in my heart. Elder Zheng was still as respectful as ever. Elder Zheng, although the Songyang sword sect is insignificant, I don't want anyone finding out too much, neither do I want to disappoint Deacon Li after what he said. Young master did not tell Elder Zheng about his main plan. He didn't do that because he did not trust his subordinate but because he firmly believed that it was better not to let too many people in on things. Elder Zheng nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. As a subordinate of the young master, he knew the young master's temperament the best. The young master would never take things lying down after a small setback. What are you going to do, Elder Zheng? Although Zheng had never disappointed the young master regardless of the task, the young master still could not help but ask Elder Zheng. After all, this task was very crucial. I'll find some bandits and have them ransack the Songyang sword sect before setting it ablaze, Elder Zheng said as he chuckled. This sort of matter was really nothing to Elder Zheng, and his plan would be in the best interest of the young master. I definitely feel assured with Elder Zheng handling things, but I also ask Zheng Lao to make sure that things are done cleanly after the Songyang sword sect is ransacked. The young master nodded. By the way, our priority is not to hurt Yu Mo too much because we'll still need to explain to Deacon Li. Young master, rest assured, I will handle this as cleanly as possible. The young master smiled as he watched Elder Zheng. Then, he manipulated the map with his palm and the dragons on the map began to gather around the location below the Songyang sword sect. The land of the soaring dragon. I must obtain it this time. While the young master was talking to himself, Luo Yunyang, who was lying on his bed cultivating, suddenly had a strange premonition. Although he wasn't absorbing the spiritual influence around the Songyang sword sect, the changes that occurred to the spirit essence could not escape his keen senses either. The spiritual influence around the Songyang sword sect was getting stronger. It was getting stronger at a rate that was fast enough for him to notice. Chapter 12:31. Graced by the phoenix, the spirit meridians were shifting. This sort of thing rarely happened, as the meridians of the spirit essences had become accustomed to the routes it originally flowed through. Furthermore, in a region like the sacred East Sky continent, the dragon meridians were already sealed up by a supreme existence, which made it even more difficult to shift them. Generally speaking, only a catastrophic situation could make the dragon meridians shift from their original position. So why were the 6 paths of the dragon meridians shifting toward a barren mountain like the Songyang sword sect? Could the spirit of Tashan's patriarch have come alive? Luo Yunyang didn't believe that the spirit of Tashan's patriarch was coming back to life. If that was indeed true, the Songyang sword sect wouldn't have been destroyed before. As he pondered this, Luo Yunyang suddenly recalled something he had seen in the scripture repository back in the Taishu sect. When a sage arrives, meridians of spirit meridians gather. Could the talkative Yu Mo actually be a sage? Luo Yunyang rejected this notion as soon as it entered his mind. How could a talkative kid like Yu Mo be a sage? However, he was the only one on the mountain other than Yu Mo. Luo Yunyang finally understood what was going on. He was indeed oblivious, as his cultivation base had already surpassed that of the sage mentioned in that sentence by far. It was no wonder the dragon meridians would shift toward this location. After all, he was residing on this mountain. After this realization, Luo Yunyang no longer cared about the situation. He was now in control of what this place was going to look like. The passage of time was blurry on the mountains. For Yu Mo, it seemed as though the cycle of the sun and moon was being repeated every day. He had nothing more to do except cultivate harder. He would spend an hour every day talking to Luo Yunyang, but other than that, there was nothing for him to do. He had no idea how many people had visited his mountain in the past month, but the guys who came with malicious intent would somehow get lost after entering the mountain and get sent out. In contrast to Yu Mo, who was living his life oblivious to what was happening, the young master of Longyu Manor was on the verge of going crazy. He was usually really polite to Elder Zheng, but he now viewed the old man with dissatisfaction. Elder Zheng, what the hell is going on with the people you recruited? They have been to the Songyang sword sect more than 10 times but they still haven't found anyone. Could these people be totally unreliable? The young master hissed. Elder Zheng was very uncomfortable with the way the young master spoke to him. Although he knew the young master respected him in a pretentious way, this pretense was still very important to a subordinate like him. The young master's behavior was like a slap in his face. Young master, I suspect that there are some ancient formation arrays in the Songyang sword sect. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the guys to go inside a dozen times and still get lost. Elder Zheng explained patiently. I also went down there some time ago. When I first entered the Songyang sword sect, I did not sense anything wrong about it. However, after walking deeper into the Songyang sword sect, I realized that I couldn't get my bearings either. Did you ask Longfei about this? The young master, who knew that something was amiss but did not want to waste time on it, asked Elder Zheng directly. I did. Longfei said nothing is wrong with the Songyang sword sect and there aren't any major formation arrays. Elder Zheng replied, I suspect that he is hiding something. Then you better try your hardest to make him spill the beans. I only want results. The young master snapped coldly. In the past, Elder Zheng would definitely have reassured the young master that there would be no problem with dealing with a small sect like the Songyang sword sect. Now, he hesitated and only lowered his voice. I will do my best. After watching Elder Zheng leave, the young master turned his attention to the jeweled mirror beside him. Although the six-path dragon meridians weren't huge, they were still converging toward the Songyang sword sect. There really wasn't much time left for him. Shortly after that, he received a jade talisman that contained a message from Deacon Li. The message from Deacon Li was merely a sentence. Young master, you're really taking your time. The sentence felt sarcastic. However, the young master understood that Deacon Li wasn't mocking him but merely urging him to get things done quicker. He wanted very much to take down the mountain in one fell swoop but he was unable to do so. Incompetent. Utterly incompetent. The young master slammed his hand heavily on the table and was about to throw the talisman away before great pressure appeared, causing him to tremble in fear. The pressure wasn't directed at him, but the young master felt his knees buckling when this pressure enveloped him. The young master's cultivation was at the galaxy grade. One needed to be at least a universe-grade powerhouse to be able to suppress him in such a manner. Although Elder Zheng was at the universe grade, he had always held back his aura when facing the young master due to their relationship. Who was it? Who had dared be so audacious by releasing his aura and wasn't afraid of someone dealing with them? The young master endured the immense pressure suppressing him and quickly walked out of the hall. He did not use his spirit consciousness to find the culprit because his spirit consciousness could not even leave the hall he was in. A five-colored mystical cloud hovered, covering half of the sky, and the young master saw a five-colored phoenix within it. A majestic aura came from the five-colored phoenix, and young master's heart thumped even more upon sensing it. However, he became gloomy when he continued to observe the direction the phoenix was heading in, as the phoenix was actually heading toward the Songyang sword sect. An auspicious sign. This is an auspicious sign. Dang it, it's done for this time. In the sacred East Sky continent, phoenixes were a force to be reckoned with, as the strongest one was considered a Yuan sage. Phoenixes and humans had an agreement to live in peace together. Many sects would not drive off the phoenixes living close to them and would even try their best to protect them. In fact, many sects chose to set up their bases not far from the lairs of phoenixes because spirit essences and treasures were more abundant where phoenixes were living. However, there were just too few phoenixes in the sacred East Sky continent. Even the Shenwu sect did not possess a piece of paradise capable of enticing a phoenix to roost on, let alone a small sect like Longyu Manor. Do not land there. Do not land there no matter what. The young master would still have a chance of occupying the Songyang sword sect if the phoenix did not roost there. Once the phoenix chose to roost in the territory of the Songyang sword sect, there would be no more hope left for him. While the young master was secretly wishing, the silhouette of the phoenix appeared over the Songyang sword sect. It halted the sky for an instant and flew in a circle around the Songyang sword sect as if it had sensed something before flying away toward the north. Seeing this made the young master feel relieved all of a sudden. However, he was still creeped out by the fact that the phoenix had flown in a circle around the Songyang sword sect. Still, it was better than having the phoenix land there. As the young master was looking forward to the phoenix leaving and it seemed as though it had flown far away, it silently landed north of the Songyang sword sect's mountain. All of a sudden, the entire Songyang sword sect glowed in 5 different lights while the 6 dragon meridians, which were going to take a while to show up, suddenly surged forward after being spurred on by the phoenix. The place where the phoenix lands is the place where the 6 dragons gather. Deacon Li's eyes lit up the moment he saw the soaring dragon meridians, and he said coldly, "Look at what you have done, young master of Longyu Manor. I would have been fooled by you if it weren't for the talented lad from the Songyang sword sect. However, do you think someone like you can enjoy such a wonderful paradise?" Immediately, Deacon Li activated a jade talisman and reported back what had happened in the Songyang sword sect. While Deacon Li was busy reporting back, many martialists who saw this phenomenon also quickly reported what they had seen to their respective higher-ups. Momentarily, the atmosphere around the Songyang sword sect surged like a gathering storm as many powerhouses rushed toward the Songyang sword sect from all directions. To Yu Mo, the phoenix was merely a legendary beast he had read about in books. He should have felt great pressure when the phoenix had landed, but because Luo Yunyang was around, the phoenix had held back its aura and Yu Mo hadn't been affected at all. However, he did not know what to do with the phoenix that had settled down at the northern foot of the Songyang sword sect's mountain. Could something major be about to happen in the Songyang sword sect? Was that why the phoenix had chosen to land there? But he was the only disciple left in the Songyang sword sect. It was as if he was the head of the Songyang sword sect now. "Mister, was I really chosen to resurrect the Songyang sword sect? A phoenix even came on its own initiative. I also feel that the spiritual influence around the Songyang sword sect has increased many times all of a sudden." After Yu Mo switched over to his talkative and narcissistic self, Luo Yunyang immediately went on cultivating with his 6 senses shut off. He did not wish to make his ears suffer by listening to the blabbering man. However, according to his years of experience, it wasn't necessarily a good thing for a child to be walking around a bustling city with a pile of gold. As the person who had started all of this, Luo Yunyang could only take one step at a time and obverse the situation. Of course, Luo Yunyang didn't mind slaying anyone that was blinded by greed and came looking for trouble. "Where is the disciple of the Songyang sword sect? An elder of the Shenwu sect has arrived. Why isn't anyone here to welcome him?" A domineering voice was heard from afar. Then, another voice was heard. "The Shengji of the Sacred Ice Palace has arrived. Qing Yu of the Tianhedan sect is here to see the head of the Songyang sword sect." Chapter 1232, The Strong Do As They Wish. Shenwu sect. Sacred Ice Palace, Tianhedan sect. In Yu Mo's opinion, these sects existed only in legends. He had never thought that he would one day be able to interact with them. He felt immediately lost when he noticed the arrival of these sects. That's right, Yu Mo was at a complete loss. He had no idea what he should and could do right now. While Yu Mo was panicking, he saw many figures enter the Songyang sword sect's main hall. Although the Songyang sword sect had a protective formation array, it was only useful to prevent weaker martialists from entering and was of little use to people from those sects. They had come in directly after realizing that Yu Mo hadn't reacted. They reckoned that they did not have to take into account Yu Mo's opinion when deciding who would take over the Songyang sword sect. Yu Mo was merely an insignificant ant in their eyes. The elder of the Shenwu sect was a peak universe-grade martialist that might have the strongest cultivation base among everyone present. However, he didn't seem pleased when he saw the Shengji of Sacred Ice Palace. Shengji Baili, the Songyang sword sect is a subsidiary sect of the Shenwu sect. Naturally, my sect should handle their affairs. I wonder why the Shengji is here. The elder snapped. The Shengji of Sacred Ice Palace was only at the 6th level of the universe grade and was far behind the elder of the Shenwu sect in terms of cultivation. However, his manner of speaking was no less impressive as he smiled at the elder of the Shenwu sect. The Songyang sword sect was one of Sacred Ice Palace's subsidiary sects before it moved here. Naturally, I'm here now to take back the things that belong to Sacred Ice Palace. After saying that, the Shengji of Sacred Ice Palace added, "Are you disregarding us by taking in a subordinate of Sacred Ice Palace?" Both of them knew that this matter wouldn't be solved by a mere sentence or two. Hence, they refused to give in and butted heads. The Tianhedan sect and the others who had come weren't as formidable as the Shenwu sect and Sacred Ice Palace, so they trod carefully. "The Songyang sword sect used to be your subsidiary sect. Well, this is the first time I've heard of this." The elder of the Shenwu sect, who would not acknowledge this, laughed coldly. "In that case, why hasn't Sacred Ice Palace mentioned this before?" "Well, because we never knew about it in the past," the Shengji of Sacred Ice Palace said with a faint smile on his face. If the Shenwu sect had not hidden the Songyang sword sect so well, Sacred Ice Palace would have found them long ago. What Sacred Ice Palace's Shengji said made the elder of the Shenwu sect angry. However, he eventually chose to suppress his rage, as he noticed more and more people entering the main hall. Although he had the confidence to restrain the insensible Shengji of Sacred Ice Palace, the Shenwu sect could not afford to incur the wrath of everyone present either. Humph, Sacred Ice Palace is merely trying to get a share of the big pie after just discovering it. Sacred Ice Palace's Shengji grinned. The place where the phoenix lands is the place where the 6 dragons gather. The Shenwu sect needs to have an appetite to stomach such a big pie. After saying that, he turned to look at Yu Mo. Young brother, the Songyang Sword sect is hopeless now. Sacred Ice Palace and the Songyang Sword sect have been friends for thousands of years. We can give you many other things and even make you a core disciple as long as you join Sacred Ice Palace. How could the elder of the Shenwu sect not understand what the Shengji of Sacred Ice Palace was up to? He was merely using Yu Mo as an excuse to get a larger piece of the pie. The elder of the Shenwu sect did not speak immediately. In mere moments, he received information from his subordinates regarding the Songyang Sword sect. After mulling it over for a moment, he used his spirit consciousness and gave some orders to his disciples. Before Yu Mo could speak, someone went ahead and said, "Brother, I think you are a genius in the path of Dan. You will develop the most if you join the Tianhedan sect. Our sect has very few disciples to begin with, so we will nurture each and every one of our disciples with our heart and soul." The martialist from the Tianhedan sect, who only ranked third among the group of people that had arrived, finally spoke. After he said this, the rest of the sects that also wanted a share of the pie jumped forward and presented their offers to make Yu Mo join their sects. Yu Mo had never attracted the attention of so many people before. Thus, he was at a loss and had no idea what to say. He felt a little nervous and also dizzy because of the repeated invitations of these sects. In the end, he lowered his voice and said, I don't want to join any sect. I will just stay in the Songyang Sword sect. My master's greatest dream was to restore the Songyang Sword sect. I must not disappoint him." His words made many of the people around frown. If Yu Mo hadn't been in such an extraordinary position, they would have taught him a lesson and shown him what it meant to offend people like them. The elder of the Shenwu sect eyed Yu Mo. "Young fellow, you're quite ambitious. Do you know that no one would have cared if you'd wanted to restore the Songyang Sword sect in the past? However, the Songyang Sword sect has now become a rare paradise. The 6-path dragon meridians have gathered and the phoenix has also landed. It is very likely that this place has become a paradise. Do you think you can still keep it to yourself? Let me tell you something. You can't," the elder of the Shenwu sect said firmly. "Young fellow, you don't have to feel sad. If something like this happened, even your master would not be able to protect the Songyang Sword sect, let alone you. Therefore, your best choice now is to join the Shenwu sect and become one of us." The elder of the Shenwu sect smiled and continued. "Besides, it is not up to you to make a decision on behalf of the Songyang Sword sect. Your senior brothers and uncle masters will be arriving soon." After the elder of the Shenwu sect said that, a flying ship landed outside the main hall of the Songyang Sword sect and dozens of people disembarked. In fact, those leading the way were actually Longfei and other members of the Songyang Sword sect. Although Longfei and the other disciples had already left the Songyang Sword sect, they were still under the Shenwu sect's control because they'd merely joined different subsidiary sects. They had wanted to check out what was happening to the Songyang Sword sect and had been escorted back by powerhouses from the Shenwu sect. "Our respects to the elder." The martialist from the Shenwu sect leading the group bowed respectfully and said, 17 people from the Songyang Sword sect have been brought here." The elder of the Shenwu sect, who was very satisfied with the efficiency of his subordinate, nodded. "Well done, well done." Yu Mo had never expected that the gathering of his fellow disciples would happen in such a manner. He stared at those ex-disciples, not knowing what to say. The elder of the Shenwu sect turned to Longfei and the others. "Now that you are all here, let the other various sects know whether you are willing to join the Shenwu sect." "We are willing to join the Shenwu sect." Longfei and the others chimed in unison. They had negotiated with the powerhouses of the Shenwu sect before coming to the Songyang Sword sect and had been promised the greatest support possible if they joined the Shenwu sect. The elder of the Shenwu sect had a wide smile on his face as he smirked at Sacred Ice Palace's Shengji. Sacred Ice Palace's Shengji glowered back. He had hoped to cause Yu Mo slight confusion by being the first to entice him. However, he had not expected the elder of the Shenwu sect to humble him this impolitely. This was like a slap to his face. Ha ha ha, the entire Songyang sword sect will now join the Shenwu sect. Do the rest of you have any other objections? The elder of the Shenwu sect said with a bright smile plastered on his face. Although Sacred Ice Palace's Shengji had lost face, he did not speak right away. He needed to think carefully before acting again since he had just suffered a small setback. The other sects were also waiting in silence. While the rest of the sects waited patiently, Yu Mo said, "Uncle Master, what will happen to the Songyang Sword sect if we join the Shenwu sect? This sect is the lifetime effort of our master. Yu Mo, you are just a junior disciple. Is this your place to talk?" While the person addressed by Yu Mo was at a loss for words, Long Fei interrupted and snapped at Yu Mo. Yu Mo stood rooted to the spot speechlessly. He wasn't that good with words when dealing with these seniors. While all the people present understood the sort of situation Yu Mo was in, no one spoke up for him. They were scheming to find the best way to obtain the greatest benefits for themselves. A trace of Luo Yunyang's spirit consciousness had been lingering in the main hall right from the beginning, watching the situation develop. He felt irritated and furious after hearing what Longfei had said. However, Luo Yunyang was not going to take any action. After all, it didn't matter to him as long as Yu Mo was not in any danger. Ha ha ha, what an impressive phoenix. It shall become mine today. A large palm appeared and instantly covered half the sky. The elder of the Shenwu sect, Sacred Ice Palace's Shengji, and the other sects had behaved in an imposing manner when they'd arrived and become mere insignificant ants once the massive palm appeared above them. Not only was the palm massive, but it even contained nomological laws that they could not go up against. After the massive palm appeared, the elder of the Shenwu sect cried out in a trembling voice, It's the planet-destroying demon Venerate. Chapter 1233, The Planet-Destroying Demon Venerate. The Planet-Destroying Demon Venerate. The Sacred Ice Palace's Shengji looked extremely uncomfortable upon hearing the Shenwu sect's elder. He personally knew the planet-destroying demon Venerate. In fact, the Sacred Ice Palace harbored great animosity against the planet-destroying demon Venerate. Back when the great elder of Sacred Ice Palace had been about to break through and become a Yuan Venerate, the planet-destroying demon Venerate's sudden attacks had caused them to lose everything. If their great elder had successfully broken through, then the Shenwu sect would have been nothing compared to Sacred Ice Palace. It could even be said that the Shenwu sect could easily have groveled to Sacred Ice Palace if it had not been for the planet-destroying demon Venerate. Unfortunately, even though they hated this being to the core, they were helpless against the planet-destroying demon Venerate. They did not even have any thoughts of exacting revenge. This was not because they had forgotten their grievances but because they were simply incapable of doing so. The planet-destroying demon Venerate hadn't just appeared. He wanted to capture the phoenix, the mountain, and all the people. The palm seemed to contain boundless power of nomological laws, which made the Sacred Ice Palace's Shengji shudder in fear. Elder, what should we do? He glanced at the elder of the Shenwu sect, completely casting aside whatever grievances he had for the Shenwu sect's elder. The elder of the Shenwu sect had no idea how to deal with this matter either. Even though he had an admirable cultivation base, he was still no match for the planet-destroying demon Venerate. The might of that large palm reduced his powers to 1/10 of what they had originally been. I do not know what to do either. I hope that the phoenix will be able to resist for a little longer so that we can use the chance to get off this mountain. The elder of the Shenwu sect did not mince his words. Based on what he said, it was every man for himself. Nobody was expected to be responsible for others. Many martialists from the Shenwu sect had still hoped to rely on the protection of their elder. When they heard these words, they turned pale. We are just on a different level compared to this entity. Against a demon Venerate that is essentially on the same level as a Yuan Venerate, I am incapable of looking out for all of you, the Shenwu sect elder said bitterly while surveying his surroundings. I would say that even the chances of me escaping this time are slim. The cultivation base of the Shenwu sect elder was the highest amongst all these people. If even his chances of escaping were slim, then the rest of them did not stand a chance at all. In an instant, the atmosphere turned grave. Although they had joyfully come initially to divide benefits, they were now just trying to save their lives instead of receiving anything. The eyes of the planet-destroying demon Venerate were on the phoenix of the Songyang sword sect. He didn't just covet the phoenix now. He also wanted the entire mountain. A loud chirp resonated across the 9 skies, and a dazzling multicolored phoenix came charging up at the clouds as it began pecking heavily at the giant hands. The Shenwu sect's elder and the others looked on anxiously at the phoenix taking its first peck. If the phoenix was able to hold its own against the planet-destroying demon Venerate, then they would have a higher chance of surviving. However, if the attacks of the phoenix were useless, then their chances of getting out of this alive would be bleak. The phoenix is indeed a divine creature. 5 of the stronger laws are contained in its attacks. Although the elder of the Shenwu sect seemed affable at that moment, there was still a hint of anxiousness in his expression. Even though the phoenix had launched an impressive offense, its opponent, the planet-destroying demon Venerate, was no ordinary foe. Would he really retreat because of the attack of the phoenix? Vile thing, how dare an ordinary bead vie for luminance against the moon? The voice of the planet-destroying demon Venerate thundered across the sky. The planet-destroying demon Venerate did not use any other technique, but the palm he controlled doubled in size in an instant. This time, the palms covered the sun and enveloped the entire sky. The hands the Shenwu sect elder was looking out for had now taken control of the land and the sky. The power of the sky laws. This is the power of the sky laws. We are doomed. This time, we are really doomed. The Shenwu sect elder cried out loud. He wanted to soar into the sky at that moment but realized he was unable to. He had already been completely paralyzed by the might and aura of that pair of hands. The chirps of the phoenix were heard once again, except this round of chirps was filled with fear and terror. The pecks, which were embedded with the 5-leveled sky laws, were now seemingly useless against that humongous palm. As the large hand clasped the phoenix without any intention of stopping, it came crashing heavily down toward the Songyang sword sect. Everyone there was extremely close to being killed. The sacred ice palaces Shengji and everyone else were stricken with terror. None of them wanted to die, but the situation was entirely beyond their control. At that moment, they felt as though their minds were going to be blown apart. Hey! A shout rang all around. The Shenwu sect elder and everyone else felt their surroundings come to a standstill. They were astonished by this feeling. The first thought that came to their minds was that this martialist had spent the entire year isolated in training. Had he finally made his move? However, these thoughts disappeared as soon as they had them. Given that person's character, he did not seem to have that much empathy. Even if the founder of the Shenwu sect and the elder were to die, that person would most likely not even budge. Not unless the Shenwu sect faced the threat of destruction. Who could have the power to relieve the tension they were all facing with just one shout? The first thought that came to the mind of the Shenwu sect elder was to run. However, he eventually didn't, not because of his morale but because he simply was not willing to take the risk. As soon as the elder heard the shout, a ray of light from the blade of a sword came charging up from the Songyang sword sect. This ray of light was extremely sharp and cut through the sky as it rose into the air. Meanwhile, 9 fiery suns descended from the sky. Each of the 9 suns was filled with the boundless power of flames. As the 9 suns descended, the giant hands covering the sky immediately began breaking up. Who are you? Are you trying to oppose me? The voice of the planet-destroying demon Venerate seemed exasperated. The planet-destroying demon Venerate had always been tyrannical with everything he did. However, at that moment, there was a hint of fear in his voice. As he spoke, the 9 suns that had initially been descending changed their trajectory and began ascending and hurtling over at the planet-destroying demon Venerate. The planet-destroying demon Venerate had completely revealed his body in the sky just before the 9 suns had appeared. He was indomitable, just like a divine being who controlled the laws with both his hands and had complete control over the surrounding sky and land. This was someone the likes of the Shenwu sect elder would never dare engage in battle with. Unfortunately, while both his hands were able to take control of the sky around, the 9 suns crashed into the void. Instantly, the sky began breaking up and the almighty planet-destroying demon Venerate began crumbling at the impact with the 9 suns. Even though everyone present knew that the demon Venerate was not dead, the outcome of this battle had already been decided. What sort of technique is that? The planet-destroying demon Venerate screamed in discontentment. It is nothing special, just the 9 sky-setting sun technique. A calm voice rang through the sky. Upon hearing this, Longfei and the other disciples of the Songyang sword sect were stunned. They had all attempted to learn the 9 sky-setting sun technique, but none of them had unfortunately been able to grasp the concept completely. The 9 sky-setting sun technique was almost useless to them. Thus, they were flooded by disbelief upon hearing that the technique used to destroy the planet-destroying demon Venerate was actually a technique they had thought was a complete sham. How was this possible? How could that be? Since when was the nine sky setting sun technique this terrorizing? When had their sect's technique become so powerful? Knowing that he had already been defeated, the planet-destroying demon Venerate did not waste any more time fighting. Without saying anything, he made a quick escape. The phoenix, which had been bound by him in midair, quickly returned to its nest just as the planet-destroying demon Venerate took his leave. The rest of the people present were equally flustered. Both the elder of the Shenwu sect and the Sacred Ice Palace's Shengji knew that there was a superior being in the Songshan Sword sect. How strong did this entity have to be to defeat the planet-destroying demon Venerate? They must have been ignorant to even think of conspiring against a sect that had such a being. Senior, even though I may be the elder of the Shenwu sect, I still hope that you will grant me an opportunity to meet you. The elder spoke in a very respectful manner. However, as illustrious as the reputation of the elder was, it did not seem to matter much to Luo Yunyang, who had no intention of talking to him. The elder, who did not seem to be getting a response, appeared uncomfortable but did not dare show any signs of anger. With complex feelings, he looked over at Yu Mo. Chapter 1234, The Yuanfu Catalog. Little brother, I am not sure if you will be able to help give a referral to this senior of yours. The Shenwu sect elder smiled at Yu Mo. The elder's smile was like a blooming flower. It was obvious that he was trying to garner favor. The Shenwu sect elder's behavior made many of the martialists present look at Yu Mo. This senior from the Songyang Sword sect did not seem to want to meet them. Under the circumstances, they would perhaps have to take an alternative path through Yu Mo to try to build relations with the senior from the Songshan Sword sect. Yu Mo, who was at a tender age, instantly became a popular target of theirs. Even though he was not dumb, the current situation had exceeded his expectations. The dazzling blade rays of the nine skies reminded him of the times when the ancestral master had imparted skills to him in his slumber. These sword lights seemed stronger and sharper than when his ancestral master had imparted them. He couldn't be dreaming, could he? The Songyang Sword sect really was under the protection of his ancestral master. Wah, what did you say? Yu Mo hesitantly replied only after the Shenwu sect elder repeated his question. Ha ha ha, the Shenwu sect elder smirked deep down as he detected the terror in Yu Mo's expression. My precious junior, I am not sure if you will be able to help a little with this. He smiled and tried even harder to persuade Yu Mo. Some seniors from the Shenwu sect will wish to pay him a visit. Ancestral Master, I have only seen him once in my dreams. I really do not know how to put you in touch, Yu Mo replied with a slight tremble. Even though he kept reminding himself that the ancestral master had finally appeared and he no longer needed to fear the members of the Shenwu sect, he just could not help but feel rising fear in his heart. The Shenwu sect elder could sense the rising level of fear within Yu Mo. Despite how much he now wanted to change this mindset of his, he knew it was not going to be an easy task. Little brother, you must have been favored by your sect's founding master since he imparted this skill to you in your dreams, he said after a brief pause. Upon your founding master's return, many matters will definitely have to be handled within your sect. Given the reduced number of members in your sect, you might not be able to handle this. While the Shenwu sect might not be a major power, we can still help provide some servants who can lighten your burden. We hope that you will kindly accept our offer. The Sacred Ice Palace's Shengji resented the Shenwu sect elder for coming up with such a shameless move. However, he also chimed in. Sacred Ice Palace has more than enough servants, so we will also contribute to help you out. The servants of our sect will be at your whim and fancy, and you may deal with them as you wish. Even though your sect has a sacred mountain as its base, it should also have subordinate cities for tributes. Although Sacred Ice Palace does not have a large territory, we are willing to offer up to 10 large cities for this purpose. In the Sacred East Sky continent, the smallest city had a population of about 100,000 people. By adding the population of the city and the territory of the subordinate, the population should total up to about 1 million people. Every subordinate city was the foundation of a sect. That was why sects mostly had subordinate cities offering them tributes. The martialists of the Tianhedan sect and other sects had already explained the current situation to their respective elders. Our sect is willing to offer about 3 cities. Some of them said as they vied for the chance to come forward to speak. Our sect is willing to offer 2 mountains. The Shenwu sect elder offered the biggest number of cities. In a single bid, he offered 20 of the largest cities to the Songyang Sword sect. Even a subordinate sect like Longyu Manor was offered up by the Shenwu sect elder. The martialists of Longyu Manor didn't even know anything about the current situation. Since when had Yu Mo been so highly sought after? He was not sure what to do after hearing the offers made by these previously insufferable chaps. Longfei and the rest of the people sent over by the Shenwu sect elder were watching with envy. How they wished they had never left and had stayed with the Songyang sword sect all this time. There were massive resources available for those who had stayed, including the valiant founding master who had just saved everyone, and gifts were bestowed by the other sects. If only they had access to these resources, then their cultivation bases would definitely take a big leap forward. They too had thoughts about stepping forward and proclaiming to return to the Songyang sword sect. However, the thought of that powerful sword light made their hearts tighten with terror. They could not bear the brunt of their ancestral master's anger. The sage has cleared his cultivation grounds. What are the rest of you making a din about? Scram! A voice rang out clearly as Yu Mo didn't know what to do. These words chided everyone present. Even though the Shenwu sect elder did not dare cause trouble there, he did want to have a look at the person who was rebuking them. Upon looking up, they were all stunned to see a small bird the size of a palm among 5 colored clouds containing 5 different laws that surrounded its body. The power and might exuded by this tiny bird was close to the level of a Taichu Yuan venerate. They instantly could tell the origin of this bird. This tiny bird was the phoenix that had come earlier. Farewell, the Shenwu sect elder said as he left Yu Mo unwillingly, knowing that things were going to get ugly if he tried to force his way. The people leaving with him included the martialists of Sacred Ice Palace. Although they had appeared hostile when they'd first arrived, they now left with great appreciation for what was done. Who would have thought? No wonder the earthly veins aligned and the phoenix paid a visit. We won't be as carefree as in the past. The Shenwu sect elder nodded in agreement. I am here to pay a visit to the master. Can I be granted access? The phoenix asked Yu Mo. Even though he was inexperienced, young Muo was well aware of the boundless might hidden within the phoenix. However, despite knowing all this, he was unable to accede to its request. I am not sure how you could meet my ancestral master either, he said while shaking his head. In that case, will you please step aside? I believe the master will be able to hear my voice. The phoenix then made a request. Senior, this junior is hoping to seek shelter in your place, the phoenix said respectfully. Due to the major disaster coming, the elder in my nest has asked us to split up and seek refuge elsewhere to get through this disaster. I heard from my elder that this impending disaster would definitely cause you to die as long as you were on the Yuanfu catalog. Only 1/10 of those who are not in the catalog may stand a chance of surviving this. Senior, your cultivation base is unparalleled and I believe that you will have great insight into what is going to happen. This junior hopes that you will grant him protection by letting him be one of your subordinates. As long as you grant my request, I will definitely do my best in the future to do whatever you ask of me. Luo Yunyang initially did not care about the requests made by the phoenix. However, he was shocked upon hearing about the Yuanfu catalog. Even though it was his first time hearing of such a catalog, he mysteriously felt as though he was somehow linked to this catalog. Things would not be right if that was really the case. Is your name in this Yuanfu catalog that you speak of? Luo Yunyang echoed. My name is not in the Yuanfu catalog. The phoenix race is considered a group of divine beasts of the sky and land and is hence excluded from the Yuanfu catalog. However, every time such a catastrophe happens, about half our population dies. In that case, do the people whose names are in the Yuanfu catalog know that their names are in it? Luo Yunyang asked. Normally, this would not be made known to those who are on the list, but some people would still take a guess. For example, those who have a high cultivation base would feel their hearts skip in terror every time they heard about the Yuanfu catalog. Luo Yunyang had an urge to crush this phoenix. This jinxed mouth caused his heart to skip a beat when he heard about the Yuanfu catalog. Could his name already be in the Yuanfu catalog? Based on his current status, he was probably first amongst the core disciples of the Taishu sect. If everything went smoothly, he would eventually become one of the supporting pillars of the Taishu sect in the future. Would his name really be on the list of the Yuanfu catalog? Of course, this might not be absolutely correct. There have been occasions when some of these highly skilled martialists felt the same nerve-wracking feeling when their loved ones were on that list. Upon hearing no response from Luo Yunyang, the little phoenix continued its report. This time, Luo Yunyang really had the intense urge to just swat the little phoenix instantly. As far as you know, have any formidable martialists escaped this calamity even though their names were in the Yuanfu catalog? Luo Yunyang asked as he looked at the little phoenix. I am really not sure about this, but my elder has said before that even though it is hard to escape from the Yuanfu catalog, it is not entirely impossible. I am not completely sure how this was done before. You may leave for now. Luo Yunyang replied, as he had decided to spare the little phoenix just this once. After the little phoenix departed, Luo Yunyang mulled over the Yuanfu catalog once again. Upon thinking about it, his heart once again filled with trepidation and fear. Could his name be on the Yuanfu catalog? Luo Yunyang's thoughts eventually strayed to the fact that Yuan Venerate Shending had accepted his son as a disciple. Back then, his intuition had told him that something was amiss. Now, the words of the phoenix brought back those feelings once again. If even a Yuan Venerate at the Yuan Monarch level was unable to hide from the Yuanfu catalog, then the upcoming series of events would definitely be extremely terrifying. In an instant, Luo Yunyang began searching through the ancient records he had viewed before in the repository. To his great disappointment, there had been no records regarding the Yuanfu catalog in the repository. Given the strength and vast resources of the Taishu sect, why was there no record of this? Luo Yunyang felt an ominous foreboding as he thought about this. Chapter 1235. Impending catastrophe. There was a chance that his name might be in the Yuanfu catalog. Even though Luo Yunyang didn't like the conclusion he reached, he had no choice but to accept this situation. According to his theory, the Yuanfu catalog should have been formulated by some supreme entity that might even be at the level of the sacred venerate. To that supreme being, adding one more name to the Yuanfu catalog was as insignificant an action as it seemed. However, this was something that could determine Luo Yunyang's fate. What should he do? Many fleeting thoughts flashed by Luo Yunyang's mind. Should he seek refuge in the 36 Great Cosmos, or should he stay behind to try to fight it out? The 36 Great Cosmoses were not safe either. If he fought during the Great Calamity and failed, then only his body would be left in the vast sky sacred realm. Since this body of his in the vast sky sacred realm was possibly tied to the Yuanfu catalog, its safety was not guaranteed either. These various thoughts began flashing across Luo Yunyang's mind. Slowly, they led him to think about Yu Mo. As the days and sky were being plundered, demonic laws would surely rise. Countless massacres would occur and bloodbaths would increase in frequency. In this sky and land, it seemed as though a higher being was activating killing sprees. It was hard to hide regardless of whether one chose to fight or not. Since hiding might not be possible, it made sense to take a gamble and fight it out. As he made this decision, a portion of Luo Yunyang's mind condensed in the void and headed toward the unknowing Yu Mo, who was standing outside. Yu Mo was in a state of confusion, as he had no idea what to do next. His greatest wish was to revive the Songyang sword sect. Now, the Songshan sword sect had finally transformed from a barren and desolate hill into a bountiful, bustling mountain. The subordinate cities alone formed a total of about 40 to 50 blocks. According to his master, the Songshan sword sect had not been as strong as it was now even during its most flourishing era. This was mainly because his ancestral master was still alive. However, who was the ancestral master and where was he? Yu Mo already had a faint guess, but he just could not believe it. Yu Mo, don't you say a thing. Luo Yunyang cut in before Yu Mo could utter a word. It seemed as though Luo Yunyang already knew what the younger brother was going to say before he even did so. Yu Mo did not say a single word, but his expression was sullen. Ancestral Master, please forgive your disciple for his ignorance. Yu Mo cried out after hesitating for a moment. Yu Mo, if you were given a choice now, what would you choose? Luo Yunyang asked while looking at Yu Mo, who had a serious expression. One option would be to build our sect and establish it as the best sect in this realm. However, that choice might cause your whole body to crumble down to its bones. The other option would be to leave the sect as it is right now, as it should remain stable at least for the time being. However, nobody knows what will happen to it eventually. Luo Yunyang had initially wanted to just delegate instructions directly to Yu Mo, yet when he saw the expression of the teenager, his heart softened and allowed him to make a decision for himself. Yu Mo had never expected his master, who was an extremely mysterious man, to immediately give him two options to choose from right from the start. This choice caught him unprepared. It would be a lie if he were to say he was unsatisfied with the state of things in the Songyang sword sect. The sect was, after all, much larger than it had originally been in the past, even though it still had not become one of the large sects. In fact, he was already extremely satisfied with the way the sect was right now. However, Hearing Luo Yunyang's aim to further establish the sect as the best in the world made him feel a rush of excitement. Ancestral Master, can we really make the Songyang Sword sect the best in the world? Yu Mo asked. Yes, there is a chance of that happening. However, being the best could come at a heavy price. It might even cost us our lives. You may want to give this some thought. Luo Yunyang nodded. Give me an answer tomorrow if you must. Luo Yunyang took a deep breath as he turned and headed out of the hall. Even though he had already made up his mind to give it his all in a one-shot offensive battle, he still could not convince himself about Yu Mo, who was going to become one of his allies. If Yu Mo chose not to make a decision, then he could also approach someone else. These thoughts were just comforting Luo Yunyang. In reality, handling this issue was his Achilles heel. Yes, it was a weakness, but this weakness was not something he could get rid of. Ancestral Master, I am more than willing to join the quest to establish the Songyang Sword sect as the best sect in this realm. Yu Mo declared just as Luo Yunyang was about to exit the hall. Luo Yunyang stopped in his tracks and observed Yu Mo. Yu Mo, you have to know that this is not going to be an easy task. By doing this, you do not know whether your life might be in boundless danger. Ancestral Master, I fully understand the danger involved. However, rather than allowing me to follow you as a weakling, I hope you will allow me to fight alongside you on this quest. I am willing to give my all for the sect, Yu Mo said resolutely. Since you have made this choice, let us increase the rate of improvement of the Songyang Sword sect, Luo Yunyang replied while nodding his head gently. The very first thing we need to do is increase your cultivation level. Your current cultivation level is way too weak. You are still not worthy of taking over the Songyang Sword sect. Go make some preparations and I will take you to a paradise where you can get some proper training. Although Luo Yunyang said all this with a smile, Yu Mo could feel some sort of fear bubbling up in him. A moment later, as Yu Mo was packing his belongings, he felt a change in his surroundings and suddenly found himself in the sky. Respected Transmigrator, your training begins now. What you are going to face next is an area full of danger and opportunities. I wish you good luck. As the machine-like voice spoke, Yu Mo found himself surrounded by a number of gigantic beasts. Each of these beasts was extremely strong, and all of them began charging over at him upon noticing his presence. Yu Mo did not know that the world he was currently in had actually been created by Luo Yunyang. These beasts were just a simulation based on the beasts that Luo Yunyang had fought with in the past. Of course, there were many opportunities within this world as well. After doing all this, Luo Yunyang cast aside his guilt over Yu Mo and went back to pondering how he should advance. It wasn't difficult to increase Yu Mo's cultivation base to the peak cosmos grade within a 10-day period in the vast sky sacred region. However, Luo Yunyang had to carefully plan what he would do next. As these thoughts went through Luo Yunyang's head, a ripple in the sky attracted his attention. Upon sensing that there were two figures in that ripple, Luo Yunyang's trace of spirit consciousness vanished from the void. Planet-destroying demon Venerate, we have already agreed that everything here will belong to me after we kill the ancestral master of the Songyang Sword sect, said a tall, well-built male figure hidden in the shadows. I will stay true to my word since I have already agreed to this. However, I still want to claim ownership of that person's body. The planet-destroying demon Venerate laughed chillingly. You are still thinking of training to split your bodies. I've already told you that we should attack furiously with all our might during the great catastrophe. Being careful like this is not going to get you anywhere eventually, the man in the darkness replied. Black Wind Demon Venerate, on account of our previous collaborations, let me give you one last word of advice. It will not do you any harm to leave behind at least one clone of yourself. Who knows what might happen to you during the great catastrophe? Having an extra clone will give us an extra chance of surviving. The planet-destroying demon Venerate replied. Let's not argue about this. Since both of you are here now, you should not even think of leaving this place anymore. A voice was heard as they were arguing. Both the planet-destroying demon Venerate and the Black Wind demon Venerate were war-seasoned veterans with many years of cultivation experience. They knew that they had run into a formidable opponent when they heard Luo Yunyang's words. They didn't even hesitate one bit. Despite the situation, they activated their strongest techniques in an attempt to escape. However, as soon as they flew up, they realized they were already bound by a giant wheel of light. Given their strength, the techniques they activated to help them escape should have brought them at least several million miles away. The way things had unfolded shocked them. You are a Yuan monarch. The planet-destroying demon venerate asked in a quavering voice. As a demon venerate, his cultivation base was on a similar level with a Taichu Yuan venerates. However, encountering a Tai Yuan venerate Yuan monarch meant that they would only die if there were 100 of him. The black, wind demon venerate didn't seem any better either. He had come down to help this time in hopes of acquiring the Songyang sword sect. He had never expected an opponent whom they considered an ordinary Taichu Yuan venerate to actually be at the level of a Yuan monarch. All he wanted to do at that moment was choke the planet-destroying demon venerate for dragging him into this. I doubt that my cultivation base is at the Yuan monarch level. I have never killed a Yuan monarch myself, Luo Yunyang replied. The planet-destroying demon venerate and the black wind demon venerate felt a chill run down their spines as they heard those words. Esteemed sir, we concede. As long as you are willing to give us a second chance, we promise that we will never cause you trouble again, the black wind demon venerate said as they stole a quick glance at each other. Only the dead never cause trouble. Killing the two of you wouldn't be an exhausting task if I wanted to. However, right now, I am in need of some manpower, Luo Yunyang replied. I am going to give you two choices. You can either entrust your lives to me, or you can choose to be reduced to ashes right now. Chapter 1236. Divine Crucifixion stakes it was death or submission. This was an easy decision to make for the planet-destroying demon venerate and the black wind demon venerate. Hence, the planet-destroying demon venerate immediately replied before Luo Yunyang started to get impatient. I am willing to surrender. I am also willing to surrender. The black wind demon venerate wasn't a determined person either, so he made the same decision after hearing what the planet-destroying demon venerate said. Luo Yunyang was not surprised by what the two demon venerates did. It would only have been strange if the two demon venerates had chosen to fight against him. However, Luo Yunyang wouldn't simply believe the two of them just based on their words. Yumo might die horribly in their hands if he did not restrict them. Since you have chosen to submit, release your spirit consciousness. The faces of the planet-destroying demon venerate and the black wind demon venerate fell right away after they heard what Luo Yunyang said. They knew what Luo Yunyang was going to do right away. Sir, we can swear on our lives. The planet-destroying demon venerate objected loudly. Sir, we will definitely not agree to put our lives in someone else's hands. The black wind demon venerate also chimed in. Then go to hell. Luo Yunyang did not want to waste time talking to them anymore. My lord, we'll release our spirit consciousness now. Sensing that Luo Yunyang was not joking, the planet-destroying demon venerate and the black wind demon venerate cried out in unison almost at the same time. The two of them were unwilling to be controlled in this manner, but they might have a chance to escape someday. If they were slain on the spot now, there would be nothing left to do anymore. They could sense the threat of being obliterated immediately by the samsara wheel that was revolving around Luo Yunyang. When they released their spirit consciousness, Luo Yunyang imprinted the samsara life-death seal directly on it. The samsara life-death seal would be able to crush the two demon venerates into powder at any time if they dared to show any intention of rebelling. Originally, the planet-destroying demon venerate and the black wind demon venerate had still intended to search for flaws to exploit and escape after being sealed by Luo Yunyang. However, both of them finally understood how terrifying the samsara life-death seal was after having it imprinted on them. Under normal circumstances, the samsara life-death seal was like a treasure to them. It could not only change their aura but also weaken any attacks directed at them. It could be said that the samsara life-death seal had many uses. However, they would meet their demise if they dared to resist Luo Yunyang in any manner. After experiencing the samsara life-death seal for a while, the black wind demon venerate glanced at the planet-destroying demon venerate in resentment. If the planet-destroying demon venerate hadn't claimed that Luo Yunyang's cultivation base wasn't much stronger than his own, the black wind demon venerate wouldn't have gotten involved in this. As a result, he had become someone else's slave. Shouldn't both of you say something to me? Luo Yunyang grinned after putting the two demon venerates under his control. Knowing how terrifying the samsara life-death seal was, the two of them did not sense any warmth in Luo Yunyang's smile. Instead, they reckoned this was a cold, grimy smile. What do you want to know, my lord? The planet-destroying demon venerate summoned up his courage and replied once he realized that the black wind demon venerate wasn't going to say anything. In the past, there were no signs of demon venerates like the two of you in the four great sky continents. Why did the two of you appear in the sky continents? Luo Yunyang asked with a smirk on his face. He only vaguely understood the upcoming disaster, as he was still not aware of why or how the disaster would be arriving. Since he couldn't find answers in the Taishu sect, he naturally hoped to solve the puzzle by asking the demon venerates. The planet-destroying demon venerate and the Black Wind demon venerate glanced at each other and said, "My lord, although we roamed the sky continents in the past, most of our strength was suppressed by the demon sealing array of the 4 great sky continents. If we roamed the 4 great sky continents openly, even beings at a lower level than us could kill us in that state. Now, the demon sealing array has collapsed, so demon venerates like us don't have to maintain a low profile. Plus, we must condense 1080 divine crucifixion stakes in the next 10,000 years in order to transform the demon sealing array into a yuan sealing array. Then, only demon venerates like us will be able to roam freely in the vast sky sacred realm. The fellas from the Taishu sect and the Dekongfan sect will only hide in their own tiny realms and won't come out." Demon sealing array. Divine crucifixion stakes. Luo Yunyang felt dazed as he listened, but he felt that he roughly had the complete picture. "Then let me ask you something. What is the Yuanfu catalog?" Luo Yunyang glared at the 2 demon venerates as he asked this. "My lord, you actually don't know about the Yuanfu catalog?" the planet-destroying demon venerate said in astonishment. He seemed shocked that Luo Yunyang didn't know his own name. Although a multitude of thoughts was going through Luo Yunyang's head, he still replied faintly, "So what if I don't know about it? Is it wrong not to know about the Yuanfu catalog?" "My lord, you must have your reasons for not knowing." "Ha ha ha." The planet-destroying demon venerate chuckled and said, "The Yuanfu catalog and the divine crucifixion stakes are actually the same thing. The condensation of the divine crucifixion stakes requires the spirit consciousness of those recorded inside the Yuanfu catalog. To form 1080 divine crucifixion stakes, the spirit consciousness of 1080 people in the Yuanfu catalog will be necessary. I heard that the Yuanfu catalog was a pact signed by our demon path's great demon venerate, the ancestral masters of the Taishu sect, and the Dekongfan sect. After signing the pact, those listed in the Yuanfu catalog will be hunted down. The more people in the Yuanfu catalog of each respective side are hunted down, the stronger the array formation created to suppress the opposing side will be." After explaining everything in one breath, the planet-destroying demon venerate took in another gulp of air and added, "Last time, we had to lurk in the endless demonic realm for many years just because we had 3 fewer divine crucifixion stakes than your side. The Yuanfu catalog was a pact signed by the great demon venerate of the demon path and the ancestral masters of the Taishu sect and the Dekongfan sect." This did not surprise Luo Yunyang. According to Luo Yunyang's estimations, the sacred venerate should have a part in the Yuanfu catalog. Who are the people who can get listed on the Yuanfu catalog? Luo Yunyang hesitated for a moment before asking the 2 demon venerates this question. Naturally, those who can get listed on the Yuanfu catalog are no ordinary folks. Not only do they need to possess strong cultivation, but they also have to be extraordinarily talented. Otherwise, the divine crucifixion stakes condensed from them won't be able to suppress the vast sky sacred realm and will thus be useless. The planet-destroying demon venerate shot a glance at the Black Wind demon venerate before saying grimly, "Back then, the Black Wind demon venerate's eldest brother was listed on the Yuanfu catalog and became one of those divine crucifixion stakes. What will happen to those listed on the Yuanfu catalog of the side that won the battle? As long as one is listed on the Yuanfu catalog, they will eventually have to be turned into a divine crucifixion nail. It would be difficult to stabilize the vast sky sacred realm again if there weren't enough divine crucifixion nails." The planet-destroying demon venerate then said, "It seems that there is a substitution technique in the Taishu sect or the Dekongfan sect, but I don't know anything about it." Substitution technique. The first thought that came to Luo Yunyang's mind was his son. If he'd still had some doubts before, then after listening to the planet-destroying demon venerate, he was now certain that what Yuan Sage Shending was using should be the substitution technique. What happens after one becomes one of the divine crucifixion stakes? Although Luo Yunyang had some speculations regarding this question, he still wanted to hear it from the 2 demon venerates. The 2 demon venerates would surely tell him everything they knew truthfully. Furthermore, his questions for them weren't a secret. "My lord, when you become a divine crucifixion stake, you'll become like a star in the sky. Although you could shine brightly, you'll have to follow the trajectory of the constellation and will not be able to move at all." The planet-destroying demon venerate added, all previous divine crucifixion stakes will dissipate along with the abolishment of the present formation array before the new divine crucifixion stakes are formed for the new formation array. In other words, the planet-destroying demon Venerate was trying to say that no one would survive after being condensed into a divine crucifixion stake. It would also be an ordeal after becoming a divine crucifixion stake. This was Yuan Sage Shending. These three ancestral masters had signed the Pact of the Yuanfu Catalog. Seeing that Luo Yunyang was deep in thought, the Black Wind Demon Venerate said icily, "My lord, given your cultivation, it is normal for your name to be listed on the Yuanfu Catalog. After all, according to the requirements of the formation array, at least 3/4 of the strongest powerhouses in the realm must be listed on the Yuanfu Catalog." What the Black Wind Demon Venerate said was reasonable, and his estimation was spot on. However, Luo Yunyang had the urge to torture the Black Wind Demon Venerate after hearing what he said. This fella really didn't know his limits. "What you said really makes sense, but I think your mind needs to go through several samsara cycles." Luo Yunyang, who was in a very unhappy mood, didn't feel like being nice to the Black Wind Demon Venerate as he activated the samsara life-death seal right away. 6 different colors of light appeared around the Black Wind Demon Venerate, causing him to feel like his head was on the verge of splitting apart. He wrapped his hands around his head and tried to smash it against a rock. Unfortunately, despite his tremendous strength, he fell straight to the ground after taking a few steps. The Black Wind Demon Venerate did not beg for mercy. Instead, he shouted out loud, "My lord, it's not my fault that your name is listed on the Yuanfu Catalog. If you don't agree, you should find the person who listed your name on it. Why are you pinning the blame on me?" Chapter 1237. Passive to aggressive. What the Black Wind Demon Venerate had said made sense. Hence, he was tortured horribly by Luo Yunyang to the extent that he couldn't even beg for mercy. Luo Yunyang would not need to lie low if he could provoke the person who had listed his name on the Yuanfu Catalog. He was still feeling very unhappy after punishing the Black Wind Demon Venerate severely as he instructed the two of them to send instructions to neighboring sects around the Songyang Sword Sect, demanding that they submit to the Songyang Sword Sect or face death. Before the Black Wind Demon Venerate could start moving out, someone came knocking on their door. Xuanming from the Shenwu sect requests to see a fellow Taoist. A gentle voice was heard through the protective formation array of the Songyang Sword Sect. Luo Yunyang did care a lot about the Shenwu sect but was still very surprised to see Xuanming visiting. After all, Xuanming's cultivation was impressively at the Taishi Yuan Venerate level. Although there were many Taishi Yuan Venerates in the vast Sky Sacred Realm, all of them had a considerable status. Basically, a sect with a Taishi Yuan Venerate at the helm could at least control a territory of hundreds of millions of miles. However, the Shenwu sect seemed much weaker than that. Luo Yunyang hesitated for a moment before using his spirit consciousness to survey Xuanming carefully. Eventually, he decided to meet this person and see what he wanted. "Please." Luo Yunyang transmitted his voice to Xuanming and a passage appeared in front of him. Xuanming smiled immediately when he saw the passage before stepping into it. A short while later, Xuanming met the spirit consciousness that Luo Yunyang had sent. Upon seeing Luo Yunyang's spirit consciousness, Xuanming was astonished. After all, he was a Taishi Yuan Venerate visiting another Taishi Yuan Venerate. As a form of courtesy, he should be treated as an equal. However, he had never expected to meet merely a body formed by a trace of spirit consciousness. Xuanming was no ordinary person. After feeling astonished for a moment, he hurriedly smiled and apologized to Luo Yunyang. "Please forgive me for coming so suddenly. I wonder what Brother Xuanming is doing here," Luo Yunyang said with a smile. "Fellow Taoist, have you heard about the Yuanfu Catalog and the Divine Crucifixion Stakes?" Xuanming, who did not beat around the bush, asked bluntly. Luo Yunyang was slightly startled for a moment but still replied, "How could I not know about them? Is this why Brother Xuanming is here?" "Yes, I'm here to look for you because of the Yuanfu Catalog," Yuan Venerate Xuanming said. "Taoist, have you ever calculated the total number of itinerant cultivators like us in the Yuanfu Catalog? Come to think of it, I've actually never done that." Luo Yunyang had only heard about the Yuanfu Catalog recently and had only had a few days to research it. Furthermore, he had been focusing his research on the Taishu sect and the Dekongfan sect. As for those itinerant cultivators, he hadn't paid too much attention to them because itinerant cultivators were doomed to become cannon fodder in war. Less than 10%. Yuan Venerate Xuanming raised his index finger as he spoke. If this was the case, ordinary itinerant cultivators would not need to pay attention to the Yuanfu catalog because it really had nothing to do with them. Upon seeing Luo Yunyang stay silent, Xuanming said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, do you know what percentage of itinerant Taishi Yuan venerates in the Yuanfu catalog like us have died?" Luo Yunyang naturally did not know what that percentage was. Fortunately, Yuan Venerate Xuanming did not wait for an answer and immediately said, 99%. Almost all itinerant Tai Yuan venerates will die during the Yuanfu catalog disaster. Sometimes, they are all obliterated. Less than 10% of the itinerant cultivators were listed on the Yuanfu catalog, but nearly all of them would die. Luo Yunyang only needed to use his brain for a few moments before understanding the complete picture. Not all itinerant cultivators were willing to die, but they had no choice. The supreme beings listed in the Yuanfu catalog were willing to waste the lives of lower-level beings like them. As a result, the itinerant cultivators that could not put up any form of resistance would naturally become cannon fodder. A lot of fellow Taoists were invited to fight for those supreme beings and eventually not only sacrificed themselves but also allowed others to benefit cheaply from the trove of resources they had accumulated through the years. After he said that, Yuan Venerate Xuanming's tone became even more sorrowful. Furthermore, most itinerant cultivators are helpless against this sort of situation. Whether one goes or not doesn't matter, as both scenarios would lead to death. Thus, most fellow Taoists will choose to go and fight. This is the sorrow of itinerant cultivators like us. Luo Yunyang gently nodded his head. He knew that what Yuan Venerate Xuanming had said was the truth. The strong preyed on the weak. That had always been the case. You didn't come here today just to tell me this, right? While Luo Yunyang roughly knew what Yuan Venerate Xuanming was thinking, he still wanted Yuan Venerate Xuanming to say it on his own. Yuan Venerate Xuanming understood Luo Yunyang's thoughts and did not deny it. Itinerant cultivators can no longer be treated like ants. We must control our own destiny. At the very least, we must have control over our fate. We need to have the ability to refuse. Yuan Venerate Xuanming's expression turned solemn after he said that. After my discussion with some other fellow Taoists, we plan to form an alliance to watch one another's back. I wonder if you would be willing to join us. Itinerant cultivators would be forming an alliance to defend themselves. This situation was quite ordinary. Luo Yunyang was going to expand the influence of the Songyang sword sect anyway. Thus, this proposal to form an alliance was akin to finding a pillow just as he was about to doze off. On the surface, Luo Yunyang replied nonchalantly, "Although forming an alliance to protect ourselves is not a bad move, how do I know whether I can rely on my allies? The most important aspect of an alliance is strength. Without enough capabilities and strength, an alliance will merely be a well-packaged gift for our opponent." Yuan Venerate Xuanming, who was really confident about persuading Luo Yunyang, walked over and said, "Brother, if more people join us, we will be stronger. For instance, our alliance now has more than 20 Yuan Venerates, including 2 Shenshin Tai Yuan Venerates. 2 Shenshin Tai Yuan Venerates were indeed formidable. Meanwhile, those ordinary Tai Yuan Venerates were simply not worth Luo Yunyang's attention because the gulf between them was just too huge. Do you mean that those 2 Tai Yuan Venerates are in charge of the alliance? Luo Yunyang smiled at Yuan Venerate Xuanming. Yuan Venerate Xuanming felt somewhat shocked upon hearing that Luo Yunyang was concerned about who was in charge of the alliance and did not even sound respectful when referring to the 2 Shenshin Tai Yuan Venerates. Could Luo Yunyang also be a Shenshin Tai Yuan Venerate? That's right, they are in charge of the alliance. However, since our alliance has just been formed, all internal issues are mainly solved through mutual negotiation. Yuan Venerate Xuanming chose his words deliberately to reply to Luo Yunyang. At the same time, his tone was even more respectful. This was naturally due to Luo Yunyang's imposing manner. What if I want to be in charge of the alliance after I join? Luo Yunyang asked after nodding. Yuan Venerate Xuanming felt like there was no way he could continue this conversation with Luo Yunyang. The alliance had not accepted him, yet this person was actually starting to consider taking over the alliance. Did he think that being in charge of the alliance was such an easy feat? In Yuan Venerate Xuanming's opinion, even if Luo Yunyang was a Shenshin Tai Yuan Venerate, he would still need some time to establish himself before he could even think about being in charge of the alliance. If that happened, he would still be one of the 3 people in charge of the alliance. Fellow Taoist, the person in charge of the alliance needs to have supreme strength and the trust of the other allies, Yuan Venerate Xuanming said with emphasis. He was reminding Luo Yunyang that it wouldn't be an easy feat to helm the alliance. However, Luo Yunyang did not mind at all and replied, I want to be in charge of the alliance. I wonder if you would be willing to help me. Yuan Venerate Xuanming had dealt with all sorts of Yuan Venerates and was rather experienced. However, it was really the first time he had encountered such a situation. The two of them had just begun negotiating. Nothing was set in stone, yet he wanted to be in charge of the alliance. Wasn't this too much? However, Yuan Venerate Xuanming did not want to offend Luo Yunyang after sensing his cultivation level. Hence, he reluctantly smiled and said, it's good that you want to be in charge of the alliance. If you can garner the support of the others, I will certainly support your bid to be in charge. Ha ha ha, with the support of Yuan Venerate Xuanming, things will definitely go smoothly in the alliance. After he said that, Luo Yunyang eyed Yuan Venerate Xuanming and added, people who join the alliance do not want to be cannon fodder for others. Thus, we should find the strongest people among us. Although the two fellow Taoists are Shenshin Tai Yuan Venerates, I think that they are not good enough and cannot shoulder the responsibility of such a huge alliance. Yuan Venerate Xuanming was stupefied. He began to think that he really should not have come this time. Or rather, coming had been the wrong decision. Things had been going very well with the alliance, but he had carelessly created a mess with his words. Luo Yunyang's reply had shocked him. After pondering this for a moment, he asked Luo Yunyang, brother, your cultivation level. I should be considered a Yuan monarch. Luo Yunyang said with a smile. A Yuan monarch. While Yuan monarchs were also Yuan venerates, a Yuan monarch and a Taishi Yuan venerate were worlds apart. If Yuan Venerate Xuanming himself was a Yuan monarch, he would definitely be able to survive the massacre of the Yuanfu catalog and would not need to make so much effort to form an alliance. Are you really a Yuan monarch? Chapter 1238. Wanfan Assembly, is the strength of a Yuan monarch somewhat like this? Luo Yunyang manipulated the massive force of the samsara to envelop Yuan Venerate Xuanming in an instant. Yuan Venerate Xuanming's cultivation was extraordinary, but it wasn't enough for him to even move an inch against Luo Yunyang's suppression. This was the pressure of a Yuan monarch. It was indeed the pressure of a Yuan monarch. While suppressed, Yuan Venerate Xuanming looked at Luo Yunyang in fear and reverence. After all, Luo Yunyang could easily take his life if he wanted to. There are only that many Yuan monarchs in this world. Why is it that I haven't heard of your name? Yuan Venerate Xuanming gritted his teeth and asked Luo Yunyang despite how frightened he was. He was afraid that Luo Yunyang would kill him in a peak of anger, but he was even more afraid that he would die without knowing why. By now, Luo Yunyang had also begun to pay more attention to Yuan Venerate Xuanming. I just broke through not long ago, he replied. As a Yuan monarch, you will become a distinguished guest even if you join the two major sects. However, you actually want to join our alliance. Yuan Venerate Xuanming did not complete his sentence, but he continued to look at Luo Yunyang as he said, are you really sure that you want to be in charge of our alliance? Yes, I want to be in charge, Luo Yunyang answered in all seriousness. After mulling this over for a moment, Yuan Venerate Xuanming solemnly said, since you want to be in charge of the alliance, I hereby represent myself and proclaim that you have my support. The decision of Yuan Venerate Xuanming did not surprise Luo Yunyang. Since the formation of an alliance was meant to huddle and keep it warm, it was only natural that he would side with the strongest. Furthermore, although these people were allies, no one could be sure that two Shenshin Tai Yuan venerates would not sell them out in favor of their interests in the future. After all, no one could give any guarantees in this sort of situation. Although Luo Yunyang and Yuan Venerate Xuanming were still in the same poses, the attitude and tone of their conversation had changed greatly. Or rather, Yuan Venerate Xuanming's mannerisms had changed silently. In the beginning, he had merely wanted to recruit Luo Yunyang as an ally. Now, he had already submitted to Luo Yunyang's authority. My lord, since you have the strength of a Yuan monarch, it is not that difficult to be in charge of the alliance. In fact, you merely need to subdue the two Shenshin Tai Yuan venerates and the alliance will be yours. My lord, I wonder if you can handle the two Shenshin Tai Yuan venerates given your current cultivation. Yuan Venerate Xuanming asked Luo Yunyang respectfully. Easy. It was indeed simple for Luo Yunyang to deal with the two Shenshin Tai Yuan venerates. Upon hearing Luo Yunyang's casual reply, Yuan Venerate Xuanjing smiled. The two Shenshin Tai Yuan Venerates in charge of the alliance are cultivating on Xiluo Mountain now. Why don't you take a trip with me to Xiluo Mountain, my lord? Luo Yunyang did not reject the proposal of Yuan Venerate Xuanjing. Although he did not fully believe in Yuan Venerate Xuanjing, he believed in his own capabilities. As a martialist with a cultivation base at the Yuan monarch level, usual tactics were no longer useful to Luo Yunyang and could even be considered a joke. Absolute strength would bring absolute confidence. Xiluo Mountain was more than 1,000,000 miles away from the Songyang sword sect, but the distance was a piece of cake for two Yuan Venerates in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, the two of them arrived before Xiluo Mountain. Xiluo Mountain was grandiose, occupied an area of hundreds of thousands of miles, and dazzled amid a multicolor radiance as nomological laws loomed in between the shrouding lights, looking very much like a piece of divine land. The formation array outside Xiluo Mountain was able to stop Yuan Venerates from entering and leaving freely. Greetings, Yuan Venerate Xuanjing. The disciples guarding the mountain knew Yuan Venerate Xuanjing and thus respectfully came to greet him in succession. Although Yuan Venerate Xuanjing had submitted to Luo Yunyang, he didn't seem to be the slightest bit timid. After acknowledging the disciples guarding the mountain, he asked, "Are the two fellow Taoists here?" "The two patriarchs are attending to some guests." A disciple frowned slightly and answered respectfully, "Yuan Venerate, you are the distinguished guest of our patriarchs. You can go directly to the Hall of Brightness if you want to meet them." Yuan Venerate Xuanjing didn't expect the two Shenshin Tai Yuan Venerates to have guests. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "I'll go and meet the fellow Taoists then." Upon saying that, he made an after-you gesture in Luo Yunyang's direction and said, "Please come with me, brother Luo." Luo Yunyang naturally knew what Yuan Venerate Xuanjing's gesture meant, so he did not decline. He followed Yuan Venerate Xuanjing into Xiluo Mountain and arrived at the Hall of Brightness. A 9th-level Heavenly Venerate stood guard outside the Hall of Brightness. When he saw Yuan Venerate Xuanjing and Luo Yunyang walk in, he nodded gently and said, "Yuan Venerate Xuanjing, the two patriarchs are meeting important guests. If this isn't an important matter, you should wait a moment before entering." Yuan Venerate Xuanjing politely told the 9th-level Heavenly Venerate, "Martial nephew Songming, who is inside that needs both your patriarchs to attend to him." The 9th-level Heavenly Venerate named Songming hesitated for a moment before replying, "It's a visitor from the Dekongfan sect." Luo Yunyang paid the most attention to the Dekongfan sect and the Taishu sect, as they were the most capable of directing this massacre if it happened. Yuan Venerate Xuanjing's face darkened instantly as he asked, "What is the Dekongfan sect doing here?" "The Dekongfan sect is holding a Wanfan assembly and has invited us to participate." A tinge of anger could be detected in Songming's tone. Obviously, Songming did not consider the Dekongfan sect good folks and was unwilling to have any dealings with them. Yuan Venerate Xuanjing hesitated for an instant before glancing at Luo Yunyang. He would never participate in the Wanfan assembly if it were up to him. After all, there was a huge difference between giving advice and coming forward to deal with matters directly. He didn't want to be directly involved in this matter. "Let's go in and have a look. Let's see who came here from the Dekongfan sect," Luo Yunyang said after a moment of hesitation. "All right, let's go in and have a look then." After hearing Luo Yunyang's order, Yuan Venerate Xuanjing told Songming, "I'll go in with brother Luo." Songming was a little confused about the relationship between Luo Yunyang and Yuan Venerate Xuanjing, but he also knew that the things between Yuan Venerates were beyond him and he could not interfere. Thus, he replied respectfully, "In that case, please come in." The exterior of the Hall of Brightness looked down to earth and sturdy, but the interior was lavish the moment they stepped in. The lavish interior was not achieved by decorations made of precious materials but by the constellations and stars that filled the space as if it was a standalone realm outside this world. Among the sun and moon hanging in the sky were two sitting figures who seemed integrated into the main hall as they lounged in their seats. Both of them were Shenshin Tai Yuan Venerates, but the majesty they exuded while sitting in the hall made it seem as though they had surpassed Shenshin Tai Yuan Venerates by far. Luo Yunyang did not show much interest in the two men's imposing bearing. Although the combination of the two men seemed formidable, they would still be much weaker if they truly met a Shantian Tai Yuan Venerate. Compared to the two men, the person seated below them was somewhat weaker, as he was merely an ordinary Taishi Yuan Venerate. Taishi Yuan Venerate, Taichu Yuan Venerate, Tai Yuan Venerate. The Taishi Yuan Venerate was the weakest of the 3 levels of the Yuan Venerate. These cultivators were incapable of fighting back even against an ordinary Xingtian Tai Yuan Venerate, let alone a Shenshin Tai Yuan Venerate. However, his posture and manner while facing the 2 Shenshin Tai Yuan Venerates were not servile. It even felt like he was a little overbearing. Patriarchs, this is not my intention. It is Yuan Saint Wushang's intention. Both of you should know what will happen if you upset him. No one will be able to contain the old man's anger, let alone the 2 of you. The tall Taishi Yuan Venerate spoke in a crisp, resonating voice that felt threatening to a certain extent. If it weren't for the unusual origin of this person, anyone who dared to threaten Tai Yuan Venerates would be doomed to die. The expression on the 2 patriarchs, who stood lofty on the sun and moon like divine beings who controlled everything, turned unsightly. After all, it was very difficult for them to make a decision now. When they saw Yuan Venerate Xuanming coming in, they both felt as if they had met their savior and said immediately, "Yuan Venerate Xuanming, you're here. Please take a seat quickly." At first, the 2 patriarchs wanted to get out of this embarrassing situation this way, but as soon as they opened their mouths, the Taishi Yuan Venerate of the Dekongfan sect snapped coldly, "Patriarchs, how can you allow other people to enter an important location like this freely? Does your sect still have any rules?" He sounded like he was reprimanding them, so the faces of both patriarchs turned ugly again. Yuan Venerate Xuanming was also unhappy about it. Although he did not want to offend the members of the Dekongfan sect, his future reputation would be ruined if he did not say anything after being dismissed. Even so, he was still concerned about the reputation of the Dekongfan sect. Just as he was about to speak, Luo Yunyang, who stood beside him, gave a slap to the person from the Dekongfan sect. There was too much of a difference between the cultivation of the Taishi Yuan Venerate from the Dekongfan sect and Luo Yunyang. A mere slap from Luo Yunyang was enough to send the Taishi Yuan Venerate flying away. The 2 powerhouses seated on the sun and moon had never expected Luo Yunyang to be so violent as to slap someone just because of what he said. Supposedly, anything that happened in the main hall would not escape the control of the 2 powerhouses. However, Luo Yunyang's cultivation had surpassed theirs by far. "How dare you!" The Taishi Yuan Venerate who had been sent flying screamed in resentment. Chapter 1239, Alliance Head Yuan Venerate Laojun was also considered a formidable figure in the Dekongfan sect. Although his cultivation base wasn't great, he had excellent eloquence and was highly valued by several elders in the sect. This time, he had been tasked to get the 2 Tai Yuan Venerates in Xiluo Mountain to submit, which wasn't a difficult task in his opinion. He could get it done immediately as long as he wanted to. The 2 seated Shenshin Tai Yuan Venerates were merely objects he was going to toy with. Although the 2 Shenshin Tai Yuan Venerates evaded his attempts and even responded with hints of a threat, this was merely a ridiculous attempt in the opinion of Yuan Venerate Laojun. He was fully confident that he could make a small alliance like this submit under the might of the Dekongfan sect and slowly disintegrate it. Everything was progressing smoothly. Just as Yuan Venerate Laojun felt that victory was within sight, he was slapped across the face. He could not even dodge this slap. In other words, the person who had slapped him had a stronger cultivation, and whenever Yuan Venerate Laojun faced a stronger opponent, he would choose to fight with his wits instead of using brute strength. After all, his status was known. Since this person had dared be rude to him, he could definitely use his identity and status to crush him. When stronger opponents found out about his identity, the vast majority would choose to treat him with courtesy. After all, he had the support of the Dekongfan sect. He had never experienced any setbacks before, so he got unimaginably angry when he was slapped in the face just as the completion of a task that would merit a great achievement had been within his reach. He snarled angrily at Luo Yunyang and even sounded like he was slightly hysterical. As Yuan Venerate Laojun was throwing a fit, another slap landed across his face and cracks began to appear on his skin. "I'll kill you if you dare to bark again." Luo Yunyang glared at Yuan Venerate Laojun and spoke very calmly. Contrary to the way Yuan Venerate Laojun was screaming and throwing a fit, Luo Yunyang's words hardly seemed to threaten anyone. However, when Luo Yunyang uttered those words, Yuan Venerate Laojun felt a numbing sensation on his scalp. He could sense a death threat. Whatever backers he had did not matter to a person like Luo Yunyang, who would not even explain anything to him before acting rashly. He shut his mouth right away, while the 2 Shenshin Tai Yuan Venerates seated on the sun and moon finally reacted to the situation. Instead of yelling at Luo Yunyang, they flew out of their seats on top of the extremely realistic sun and moon. Greetings, fellow Taoist. I'm Raihui of Xiluo Mountain. Greetings, fellow Taoist. I'm Yuyao of Xiluo Mountain. Both of them greeted Luo Yunyang's clone embodiment in unison, as they had already felt the strength of a Yuan monarch coming from the clone's aura. Although they claimed to be able to rival a Yuan monarch, the differences were still glaring when they faced a true Yuan monarch. Rivaling a Yuan emperor was merely a form of strength recognition for them. Luo Yunyang nodded at the two men and said, "No need to stand on ceremony with me. I came because I have some matters to discuss with the two of you." After he said that, Luo Yunyang turned toward Yuan Venerate Xuanjing. Yuan Venerate Xuanjing was also slightly taken aback by Luo Yunyang's domineering behavior. Upon seeing Luo Yunyang look over, he could tell that Luo Yunyang was asking him to speak. He hesitated for a moment before explaining honestly, "Yuan Venerates, this is Yuan Monarch Yunyang of the Songyang Sword Sect." Yuan Venerate Laojun's boiling rage simmered down greatly after he found out that the person who had slapped him was a Yuan monarch. Then, fear crept into his heart. Although he had some life preservation treasures on him, Yuan Venerate Laojun simply had no chance of retaliating if a Yuan monarch wanted to kill him. It could even be said that the chances of the Dekongfan sect avenging him would not be great if they knew that he had been killed by a Yuan monarch. "So it's Taoist Yunyang. We are both honored." Yuan Venerate Raihui and Yuan Venerate Yuyao landed beside Luo Yunyang and immediately felt Luo Yunyang's cultivation level. After hearing what Yuan Venerate Xuanjing said, they became even more respectful. "We will be like a family in the future. You two don't have to be overly polite," Luo Yunyang said with a smile. After he said that, he looked at Yuan Venerate Laojun and said, "Leave us now if you don't have anything else to say." Yuan Venerate Laojun was really afraid of a Yuan monarch like Luo Yunyang, as his cultivation base was a complete mismatch. He would be the one losing face if he continued to entangle with Luo Yunyang. Upon seeing that Luo Yunyang was not making things difficult for him anymore, he quickly said, "Sir Yuan monarch, I didn't reach my limits. Please forgive me." After he said that, he humbled himself and added, "I have come here under the orders of Yuan Sage Wushang to invite everyone to attend the Wanfan Assembly. If none of you are willing to attend it, I hope I can be given a formal reply so that I can return and complete my task." Yuan Venerate Raihui and Yuan Venerate Yuyao were really unwilling to provide an answer. Although they were unwilling to attend the Wanfan Assembly, they dared not offend a Yuan sage. However, their fates would no longer be in their own hands if they attended the Wanfan Assembly. Yuan Venerate Raihui was speechless for a moment. Yuan Venerate Yuyao's brows were furrowed, and he instinctively looked at Yuan Venerate Xuanjing. Although Yuan Venerate Xuanjing's cultivation wasn't stronger than theirs, he possessed outstanding wisdom and always acted as the brains of the alliance. "Yuan Venerates, Yuan Monarch Yunyang is joining our alliance. He should be one of the people in charge. This matter concerns our entire alliance. I think it would be better to listen to Yuan Monarch Yunyang's opinion as well." Yuan Venerate Xuanjing had already been thinking about ways to push Luo Yunyang to be in charge of the alliance. Since both Shenshin Tai Yuan Venerates were unable to make up their minds under the pressure of the Dekongfan sect, he immediately sensed that this was an opportunity for Luo Yunyang. Just as Yuan Venerate Xuanjing thought, Yuan Venerate Raihui and Yuan Venerate Yuyao, who had been greatly troubled by what Yuan Venerate Laojun had said, glanced at Luo Yunyang simultaneously and said, "Yuan Monarch Yunyang has exceptional cultivation. He has joined our alliance now, so he should naturally be in charge of the alliance. I wonder what Yuan Monarch Yunyang has to say about this." Yuan Venerate Laojun was not worried when he heard that Yuan Venerate Raihui and Yuan Venerate Yuyao had given Luo Yunyang the right to decide. So what if Luo Yunyang had a Yuan Monarch cultivation? Although Yuan monarchs were formidable, it depended on who they were facing. A Yuan monarch was nothing against a Yuan sage. Luo Yunyang had thought that he was going to participate in some sort of battle to suppress the two Shenshin Tai Yuan Venerates before he could be in charge of this alliance, which was formed mainly of people seeking self-protection. However, he had not expected that the two Shenshin Tai Yuan Venerates would give up their position before he had even said a word. Although Luo Yunyang was in a thorny situation now that they had resigned, being able to make the two Tai Yuan Venerates give up their positions that easily was a great thing for Luo Yunyang. As for Yuan Sage Wushang, who wanted to annex the alliance, while Luo Yunyang was not willing to fall apart completely with him, he knew that he had to make a decision this time. Thus, Luo Yunyang replied on a whim, "Since both of you trust me so much, I will make a decision on behalf of the alliance." After saying that, Luo Yunyang looked at Yuan Venerate Laojun and said, "We will definitely attend the Wanfan assembly on time." Yuan Venerate Raihui and Yuan Venerate Yuyao were disappointed when they heard Luo Yunyang's words. Both of them would have given the same answer as Luo Yunyang, but Luo Yunyang was a Yuan monarch, which made them feel disappointed. They felt that Luo Yunyang's answer seemed reasonable. However, in all honesty, they were irreversibly disappointed in his answer. While they thought things were going to end in this manner, Luo Yunyang spoke again. "Shouldn't the Dekongfan sect send a written invitation for us to attend the Wanfan assembly? How can we attend it without a formal invitation?" Yuan Venerate Laojun was delighted to hear that Luo Yunyang had agreed to attend. Although his joy did not overshadow being slapped by Luo Yunyang, it was still better than being beaten in vain. However, Luo Yunyang had asked this question just as he had been preparing to respond in the most elegant manner. This made him feel as if he had been hit hard by something, which felt extremely painful. "Yuan Monarch Yunyang, are you sure you want a written invitation?" There were two types of participants in the Wanfan assembly. Those who had written invitations were naturally guests of the Dekongfan sect and did not need to submit or listen to the commands of the Dekongfan sect even if they had connections to the Dekongfan sect. However, those who did not have written invitations but took the initiative to attend the event were subordinates of the Dekongfan sect. Naturally, the Dekongfan sect had the authority to decide the fate of its subordinates. Luo Yunyang stared at Yuan Venerate Laojun and said, "What's wrong? Shouldn't the Dekongfan sect send a written invitation if they want us to attend? If the Dekongfan sect can't send out an invitation, then we shall not attend the assembly. We do have written invitations, but I will not be the one to deliver them. Yuan Venerates, please consider this carefully. Are you sure you want us to send written invitations?" Yuan Venerate Laojun was speaking to the two Shenshin Tai Yuan Venerates who stood behind Luo Yunyang. Both Yuan Venerate Raihui and Yuan Venerate Yuyao looked solemn after hearing that. They exchanged a glance for a moment before Yuan Venerate Raihui said, "Yuan Monarch Yunyang is in charge of the alliance. We will agree to what he says, and so will the rest of our alliance." Yuan Venerate Laojun's face darkened momentarily, as his threat had not worked at all. As a result, he felt frustrated. "In that case, you can all wait for a written invitation from the Dekongfan sect." After he said that, Yuan Venerate Laojun strode out of the main hall. Chapter 1240. Passing on responsibilities. Yuan Venerate Raihui and Yuan Venerate Yuyao watched with mixed feelings as Yuan Venerate Laojun took his leave. Even though this matter seemed to have been evaded for now, they knew that the problem was far from over. Instead, there would likely be an intense battle involving at least one Yuan sage. "Yuan Venerate Yuanyang, it looks like we cannot be too benevolent over this matter anymore." Yuan Venerate Raihui glanced at Luo Yunyang as he spoke solemnly. Luo Yunyang wasn't very concerned about Yuan Venerate Raihui's worries. "I have heard Yuan Venerate Xuanming mention that the objective of our alliance is to ensure that we do not end up becoming fodder thanks to the games of these higher beings. If we were to beg for mercy this time, there wouldn't be much of a reason for us to have this alliance anymore. Do the two of you agree with me?" Yuan Venerate Raihui and Yuan Venerate Yuyao exchanged a glance before nodding in agreement. Why would they not agree with Luo Yunyang's reasoning on this? Given that they had no alternatives, comprehension and execution were two separate matters. The two of them had colluded in hopes of matching up against a Yuan monarch. However, they had not expected that their opponent would be a Yuan sage instead. "Since we have already acknowledged Yuan Venerate Yunyang as an alliance leader, we will let him make the decision." Yuan Venerate Raihui hesitated for a moment, obviously intending to do a double take. In the past, the two Yuan Venerates would definitely not have given up the position of the leaders so easily. However, in the context of the present situation, they did not have much of a choice. They were just not capable of undertaking such a great responsibility. Luo Yunyang easily saw through their thoughts. "Since the three of you have placed your hopes on me, I will not decline this position," he replied with a smile. "That ought to be the right way." Yuan Venerate Raihui, who no longer had any intention of arguing with Luo Yunyang, laughed along. Yuan Venerate Xuanming's gaze flitted between Luo Yunyang and Yuan Venerate Raihui. However, he continued to stay silent. He was completely unqualified to be the alliance leader given his cultivation base. This also made him reliant on others in terms of mentality. Furthermore, he didn't want the powerhouses he was going to rely on to come from either one of the two major sects. This was because the martialists from these two major sects were just too arrogant and did not give people like him the due respect they deserved. There was even a possibility that people like him might be sacrificed if things went awry. Just as he had expected, the Dekongfan sect also came over, seeking to be part of the alliance as soon as it had been established. The reaction of Yuan Venerate Raihui and Yuan Venerate Yuyao disappointed him greatly, as neither of them was able to lift their head high in front of the martialist from the Dekongfan sect. It would be absurd to rely on them to fight for their best interests. However, Luo Yunyang was different. Being a Yuan monarch was just another display of his confidence. Furthermore, he did not hesitate to jump into action when dealing with the martialist of the Dekongfan sect. This would boost their confidence when they had to deal with the Dekongfan sect in the future as well. As these thoughts went through Yuan Venerate Xuanming's mind, all previous doubts he'd had about Luo Yunyang disappeared completely. Since the two of you have acknowledged Yuan Venerate Yunyang as a leader, should we have a meeting with all the comrades to ensure that everybody is on the same page? Yuan Venerate Xuanming said. His manner of speech as he talked to the Yuan Venerates was still as respectful as ever. Yuan Venerate Raihui and Yuan Venerate Yuyao exchanged a quick glance. Even though they were very happy with Yuan Venerate Xuanming, they both understood that they had recommended Yunyang for the position. Since neither of them was the leader of the alliance, it made perfect sense for Yuan Venerate Xuanming to lean toward supporting Luo Yunyang, except that Xuanming's prompt choice to support him made them feel some dissatisfaction. For sure, in that case, let's entrust this meeting to Yuan Venerate Xuanming. Yuan Venerate Raihui replied. Yuan Venerate Yuyao seemed to notice the displeasure in his senior brother's tone. He would not have cared much if they had just been talking to Yuan Venerate Xuanming. However, given that Luo Yunyang was standing behind Yuan Venerate Xuanming, it would have been terrible if their displeasure led to a misunderstanding with the Yuan monarch. Yuan Venerate Xuanming has always been dependable and efficient in helping us with liaising. Putting him in charge of this matter is definitely the right choice. He chimed in with a laugh. Yuan Venerate Xuanming smiled as well, disregarding the dissatisfied tone of the other two. Since he had already decided to support Luo Yunyang, it did not matter that the other two did not seem very satisfied with him. Thank you both. As Luo Yunyang continued this discussion with both Yuan Venerate Raihui and Yuan Venerate Yuyao, a gloomy expression suddenly came over Yuan Venerate Xuanming while he walked over. He took a good look at Luo Yunyang before turning his attention to Yuan Venerate Raihui and Yuan Venerate Yuyao. Is anything the matter? Luo Yunyang asked. He thought that Yuan Venerate Xuanming could be trusted and could eventually become a trusted aide. Hence, it was important to show mutual respect and understanding when dealing with him as well. The Nantuo City Lord has just sent a message, saying that his uncle, who was banished from the city many years ago, is now trying to seize his title back. He has requested our aid. As Yuan Venerate Xuanming spoke, Yuan Venerate Raihui and Yuan Venerate Yuyao both received a jade talisman and broke out in cold sweat upon seeing the contents. The Nantuo City Lord had a Tai Yuan Venerate cultivation base and thus had an extremely ordinary status within their alliance. Now, he had really run into some difficulties. The uncle, who had been banished many years ago, hadn't just returned to reclaim his title. He had even been taken in as a disciple by some big shot from the Taishu sect. This big shot had now also sent other disciples along to aid the uncle in his bid to claim the title of the city lord. The main purpose of this alliance was to unite and move against the two major sects to prevent them from throwing their weight around. Now, just as they were about to finish dealing with the Dekongfan sect, another problem had come up with the Taishu sect, making Yuan Venerates Raihui and Yuyao feel a pressing worry. They experienced a hopeless feeling of anxiousness as each martialist strived to expand their individual territory. As arrogant as the two of them were, they had no idea what to do in the current situation either. Yuan Venerate Yunyang, what do you think of this matter? Yuan Venerate Raihui asked Luo Yunyang. If Luo Yunyang had not accepted the status of the alliance leader, the two of them would have been questioned by the others instead. At that moment, many more jade talismans lit up in front of the duo, requiring their response as well. Neither Yuan Venerate Raihui nor Yuan Venerate Yuyao responded to these jade talismans, as they knew what their content was about. If it were possible, neither would choose to oppose the Taishu sect. However, if they did not and they chose to ignore the pleas of the Nantuo City Lord, then the alliance would have already lost its credibility. Luo Yunyang had not expected to face so many problems once he took on the mantle of leadership. It was as though the two major sects had colluded to oppose him, giving him a series of headaches. Upon seeing the two Yuan venerates look at him for a solution, Luo Yunyang knew that he could not choose to back off from the situation anymore. If he chose not to confront this situation, then he might as well just return to the Songyang sword sect and continue his cultivation training instead. In that case, the alliance would be nothing but a name. It will be hard to make a decision for Nantuo City within this short time. Let's call for a meeting amongst the various allies as well. Luo Yunyang glanced at Yuan Venerate Xuanjing as he announced this solemnly. Yuan Venerate Xuanjing was hard-pressed as well. Even though it had been Luo Yunyang's choice to become the leader of this alliance, he still did not feel very comfortable. After all, he had tried really hard to rope Luo Yunyang into this role. It could even be said that Yuan Venerate Xuanjing did not know how to face Luo Yunyang at that point in time. Yes, you are right. We should have a meeting with the allies first to decide what to do about this matter, Yuan Venerate Xuanjing replied compliantly. Yuan Venerate Raihui and Yuan Venerate Yuyao appeared indifferent about this matter at the moment. Very quickly, various figures began making their appearance in the giant hall of Xiluo Mountain. These people were authoritative figures in the eyes of ordinary people. Nobody would have expected them to huddle together in unity this time. The Nantuo City Lord pays his respects to both Yuan Venerates. Now that he has encountered some trouble, it mustn't be ignored. A short, energetic Yuan Venerate greeted them loudly upon seeing Yuan Venerate Raihui and Yuan Venerate Yuyao. As he greeted them, the other few Yuan Venerates, who were deep in discussion regarding the plight of the Nantuo City Lord, immediately looked over at both Yuan Venerate Raihui and Yuan Venerate Yuyao. The two Yuan Venerates exchanged a faint glance and felt extremely proud of themselves for giving up the position of the leader. Such troublesome tasks should be undertaken by capable people. Everyone, the reason for convening this meeting today, apart from discussing the situation in Nantuo City, is to also brief all of you on what is happening in the Dekongfan sect. Now, I am going to introduce to all of you a new friend who has just joined us. Yuan Venerate Raihui said as he gestured toward Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang's appearance had already caught the attention of quite a number of people. Upon hearing the introduction made by Yuan Venerate Raihui, the entire crowd turned its attention to him. This is Yuan Monarch Yunyang. Chapter 1241, Nantuo City Lord Yuan Monarch. The newest member of the alliance was a Yuan Monarch. There were mixed reactions amongst the Yuan Venerates present. Some looked joyously at him, while others eyed him suspiciously. That was right, there was suspicion. These martialists felt threatened at the prospect of having a Yuan Monarch join their ranks. If the masters were Yuan Venerate Raihui or Yuan Venerate Yuyao, then they would still feel as though they had some decision-making rights of their own. With the addition of a Yuan Monarch, however, many of them felt as though they were going to end up becoming the subordinates of the Yuan Monarch. To be honest, they really did not want to end up becoming his subordinates or leave him in control of their lives. Yuan Venerate Xuanjing had a clear understanding of the situation happening right before him and had already made preparations for a situation like this. Everyone, I must say that it is good news that Yuan Monarch Luo Yunyang is joining us, he said as he stood up. What we need most right now is the leadership of a Yuan Monarch. Just before all of you came over, an envoy from the Dekongfan sect paid a visit. They want to have a Wanfan assembly and request that we rely on Yuan Sage Wushang from the Dekongfan sect. Tell me, are you willing to become the subordinates of Yuan Sage Wushang? Hearing news about the Dekongfan sect was a first for everyone present. However, several of the people present felt overwhelmed with anger upon being asked to serve as Yuan Sage Wushang's subordinates. Even though they were Tai Yuan Venerates, they too had previously been taken advantage of by the Dekongfan sect. Besides being famous for its martialists, who had a high cultivation level, the Dekongfan sect was also well known for producing tyrants. Those who opposed the Dekongfan sect would be oppressed regardless of whether they were right or wrong. This alone was enough to infuriate anyone. However, just the reputation of the Dekongfan sect was enough to make these people suppress their anger without showing it. Everybody knew that the subordinates of the Dekongfan sect had all been eliminated during the last great catastrophe. The Yuan Monarch has already managed to repel the Dekongfan sect, but we will still eventually have to get over the issue with Yuan Sage Wushang during the Wanfan assembly. If we are unable to deal with Yuan Sage Wushang, then we will really end up having to serve the Dekongfan sect. Yuan Venerate Xuanjing's words were a wake-up call for everyone who had initially been worried about losing their freedom. Upon hearing that, they all began pondering their next move. I have no objections about letting Yuan Monarch Yunyang be our leader, but can Yuan Monarch Luo Yunyang give his word that he will actually try his very best to ensure the benefits of the people here? Yuan Monarch Yunyang, now that Nantuo City has encountered some difficulties, what should be done from your point of view as the leader of the alliance? The Nantuo City Lord asked. Right, this matter should not be delayed any further. Yuan Monarch Yunyang, what do you think should be done about this? Another person chimed in, agreeing with him. Deep in his heart, Yuan Venerate Xuanjing felt that the best solution to this problem was to give up on helping the Nantuo City Lord. After all, they had to weigh the two difficulties and eliminate the tougher one. Even though the Nantuo City Lord was proficient, going against the Taishu sect just to support him in resolving this problem was still not worth it. However, what would the Yuan Venerates of the Alliance think of them if they decided to give up on the Nantuo City Lord? The sole purpose of their alliance was to provide strength by uniting in times of adversity. If the alliance was not going to do anything to assist in times of difficulty, then how did remaining in the alliance benefit them? They might as well forget about the alliance then. Since everyone has voiced their concerns, why don't we make a trip to Nantuo City right this instant? I'm not sure how to address you, but would you be willing to lead the way? Luo Yunyang asked, looking at the short Yuan Venerate. My name is Qinlin, and I am more than willing to make a trip to Nantuo City with you, Yuan Monarch, the short Yuan Venerate replied respectfully. He had not expected Luo Yunyang to want to make a trip to Nantuo City that instant. Luo Yunyang's efficiency in tackling the matter had earned his admiration and respect. Furthermore, he was close to the Nantuo City Lord and hence knew many details about the situation there. Nantuo City was currently in an unstable state. Now that nobody was offering to help, that old friend of his would probably struggle to continue living, even though he would survive. Luo Yunyang's suggestion caught many people in the crowd by surprise. After pondering it for a moment, many of them decided to follow along. They definitely did not have the power or courage to help the Nantuo City Lord on their own, but they were certainly willing to do so with Luo Yunyang's support. Furthermore, even the people who were unwilling to get into a dispute with the Taishu sect did not leave that instant for fear of being labeled as the first ones to betray the alliance. It was very easy for a group of Yuan Venerates to make a trip to Nantuo City. Even though Yuan Venerate Raihui and Yuyao were no longer the leaders of the alliance, they did not want to lose out on a chance to contribute to the alliance either. The sun and moon suspended high up brought Luo Yunyang and the rest into the outer parameters of Nantuo City in an instant. Even though Nantuo City was known as a city, the territory it occupied exceeded 1,000,000 miles. There were not only mountains and plains within the city but a sea as well. Only martialists with a Yuan Venerate cultivation base would be able to build a city that was so massive. Even so, this huge city was currently not being defended by anybody. The ship let Luo Yunyang and the rest disembark in the upper region of a divine mountain in Nantuo City. The Taishu sect is currently in the middle of something. Are you a friend or a foe? A Yuan Venerate bellowed upon seeing the massive sun and moon ship descend. This person was a Taichu Yuan Venerate. He was obviously way below a Tai Yuan Venerate, but the way he treated the present Tai Yuan Venerates was lofty and arrogant. As well-known figures amongst Shenshin Tai Yuan Venerates, Yuan Venerate Raihui and Yuan Venerate Yuyao were always careful and they paid attention to their public image at all times. However, both of them were infuriated upon hearing the ignorant reprimand of this young fellow. They also knew very well that this Taichu Yuan Venerate was not speaking on behalf of himself but on behalf of the Taishu sect. Because of the impending catastrophe, the Taishu sect and the Dekongfan sect were frantically increasing their total power. The demon venerates hidden within the small realms were also becoming increasingly restless. If they tried to move against the Taishu sect at a critical juncture like this, there was a high chance that they would end up getting killed by stronger powers. You are just a small fry trying to bark here. Scram! Luo Yunyang's voice bellowed just as Yuan Venerate Raihui and Yuan Venerate Yuyao started feeling slightly embarrassed. A gust of wind instantly knocked the Taichu Yuan Venerate out of the way. This Taichu Yuan Venerate wasn't weak but he was just not able to resist in any way against the might of Luo Yunyang. Before he was tossed aside by Luo Yunyang, there was a mixture of fear and anger on his face. He was angry because he was being slighted in that manner despite representing the Taishu sect. He was also afraid because if the people coming in decided to kill him, he definitely wouldn't stand a chance. Who has the audacity to declare war against the Taishu sect? A harsh, cold voice was heard as two figures appeared in the sky. These two people were wearing the same robes and holding the same swords. Both of them were emitting the energy of Shenshin Tai Yuan Venerates. There were 3 tiers to the Tai Yuan Venerate ranking. Even though the Xingtian Tai Yuan Venerate was also a Tai Yuan Venerate, the sky laws they had control of had only begun to take form. Even though they might be able to exert some form of pressure against a Taichu or Taishi Yuan Venerate, they were still no match for a Shenshin Tai Yuan Venerate. A Shenshin Tai Yuan Venerate was in control of the core essence of the sky laws. The might of the sky laws activated by them was stronger and more powerful than that of a Xingtian Tai Yuan Venerate. It could be said that a single Shenshin Tai Yuan Venerate was able to dominate many people. Thanks to the sudden appearance of 2 Shenshin Tai Yuan Venerates who represented the Taishu sect, it was easy to imagine the oppression currently occurring in Nantuo City. Luo Yunyang did not recognize either one of the Shenshin Tai Yuan Venerates. Even though the Taishu sect was huge, the divergence amongst its divisions was even greater. For example, there were individual sects established by each of the 12 Yuan sages. Since Luo Yunyang had already decided to take the alliance under his wing, he wouldn't shrink away even if 2 Shenshin Tai Yuan Venerates appeared. "Were you just speaking about me?" Luo Yunyang asked, looking over at the 2 approaching Tai Yuan Venerates. The 2 Shenshin Tai Yuan Venerates had never expected someone with a Yuan monarch status to be on board the flying ship. Even though they were extremely proud people as disciples of the Taishu sect, they still maintained the same level of respect when facing a Yuan monarch. "Your Highness, we were referring to Yuan Venerate Raihui and Yuan Venerate Yuyao. We would definitely not dare challenge you to a battle. What is your purpose for paying a visit to this place?" The Shenshin Tai Yuan Venerate on the left replied respectfully with some worry. "The Taishu sect is currently doing something in Nantuo City, so we request that your honor returns at a later time." The 2 Shenshin Tai Yuan Venerates felt that their words were already extremely polite. The Yuan monarch would leave if he were tactful enough, or they would have to get reinforcements. Luo Yunyang knew that the attention of the alliance was on him at that moment. "Nantuo City is a part of our alliance, and I am the leader of the alliance. Why am I being denied entry?" he scoffed. He then took a step forward toward the Great Hall. The various Yuan Venerates of the alliance who were present heaved deep sighs of relief upon seeing Luo Yunyang walk toward the giant hall. "Get lost." Yet another voice was heard at that moment. Chapter 1242. There is also a disparity between Yuan monarchs. This word had been said in a placid tone, yet it seemed to contain immeasurable might that made the hearts of those hearing it tremble. Yuan Venerate Xuanming was determined to follow Luo Yunyang, so he stepped into the Great Hall at the same time with him. However, he felt a sudden urge to prostrate on the ground and comply with the laws of heaven when the voice echoed around the hall. While the urge was stopped by the remaining will of Yuan Venerate Xuanming, he still could not take a step forward. Just as he was at a loss and had no idea what to do next, Luo Yunyang stepped into the Great Hall. The suffocating atmosphere caused by the voice also disappeared cleanly. Immediately, Yuan Venerate Xuanming felt like a fish back in the water. While he felt relieved, his heart continued to thump hard. Although he was a Yuan Venerate, a supreme being like the one in front of him could kill him easily. It was possible for him to be obliterated with a mere thought. The more Yuan Venerate Xuanming reckoned his fate was in the hands of Luo Yunyang, the closer he strode toward him. He was now aware that only this exalted person in front of him could bring him out alive. The palace of Nantuo City was humongous, but the person sitting in the middle this time wasn't Nantuo City Lord but a handsome man with an air of divinity around him. The man was sitting loftily as if he overlooked everything like a godly being from the 9 heavens. Although Luo Yunyang stood outside the main hall, his aura was not inferior to that of the lofty man seated inside. "Do you know what you are doing?" A sarcastic smile appeared at the corners of the man's lips as he said, "Do you think you can ignore my orders just because you are a Yuan monarch? Let me tell you something. There is also a disparity between Yuan monarchs." The eyes of the man glimmered with malicious intent when he said the word, disparity. "Yes, there is a disparity between Yuan monarchs. However, it's a disparity between me and all other Yuan monarchs," Luo Yunyang casually said. He spoke in an insipid manner, but at the same time, there was a domineering arrogance about his countenance. The man didn't respond, he merely sneered. At that moment, the pint-sized Yuan Venerate standing next to the man said sarcastically, "How dare you speak like that in front of Yuan monarch Xingyuan? Right after the Yuan Venerate finished his sentence, a slap struck his face. It wasn't Luo Yunyang who did it, but the exalted Yuan monarch Xingyuan. Although Yuan monarch Xingyuan's slap wasn't anything special, it still managed to split the face of the pint-sized Yuan Venerate like a porcelain vase. Despite that, the Yuan Venerate dared not say anything impertinent. "My lord, what did I do to get punished?" He merely looked at Yuan monarch Xingyuan in fear as he asked this. "You were rude. Do you think people like you can meddle in other people's affairs and interrupt a conversation between Yuan monarchs like us at will?" The dignified man glared coldly at his subordinate and reprimanded him. "My lord, I was rude. Please forgive my impudence," the Yuan Venerate said despite the injury on his face. Yuan monarch Xingyuan ignored the subordinate he had slapped and continued to look coldly at Luo Yunyang as he said, "I haven't seen you before, Yuan monarch. Why are you in Nantuo City?" Yuan monarch Xingyuan stared at Luo Yunyang with an expression of anticipation after asking this question. Yuan monarch Xingyuan was wearing dark green robes, and his dignified demeanor was overshadowed by the chaotic aura he exuded, as he had obviously just suffered a significant setback. "I'm here for Nantuo City." Luo Yunyang nodded at Yuan monarch Xingyuan and said, "Nantuo City is part of our alliance. How can I sit idly around when it's been attacked? Are you sure you want to meddle in this?" Yuan monarch Xingyuan smirked as though this was something that intrigued him. Luo Yunyang could feel Yuan monarch Xingyuan's sarcasm. He had an extraordinary cultivation, but Luo Yunyang did not take him very seriously. "Since I've come, I'll take care of it." Yuan Venerate Xuanming and the others came in during the conversation. When the Yuan Venerate in the blue robes saw Yuan Venerate Raihui and Yuan Venerate Yuyao, his eyes glimmered with excitement. Both Yuan Venerate Raihui and Yuyao were his saviors. "I am grateful that all of you could come." The Nantuo City Lord greeted Yuan Venerate Raihui and Yuan Venerate Yuyao. Yuan Venerate Raihui and Yuan Venerate Yuyao exchanged a glance and saw the same treacly sentiment in each other's eyes. They would never have come to help Nantuo City Lord if they had been in charge of the alliance. Although they were not cold-blooded, their capabilities did allow them to be heroes. They also knew Yuan monarch Xingyuan, who was an outstanding figure among Yuan monarchs. Thus, they were merely fireflies that glowed significantly under a bright moon. The difference between them and Yuan monarch Xingyuan was too huge to fathom. Nantuo City Lord, Yuan monarch Yunyang is the one who decided to come and rescue Nantuo City. He is now in charge of the alliance. Yuan Venerate Raihui seemed to find the phrase, "in charge of the alliance," inappropriate after saying it. Hence, he quickly added, "I think calling him alliance leader would be more appropriate." Although being in charge of the alliance sounded no different than being an alliance leader, the disparity between the two titles was incredible. The person in charge of the alliance was merely a figurehead without absolute authority over most of the members of the alliance. However, an alliance leader was different. While an alliance leader did not have the ability to control the life and death of the alliance members, he had the arbitrary authority to make decisions. Yuan Venerate Raihui and Yuan Venerate Yuyao had wanted to become the alliance leaders of the spread-out alliance, but the members had not been supportive, so they could only leave the matter unsettled. Now, Yuan Venerate Raihui and Yuan Venerate Yuyao felt that Luo Yunyang had the capabilities and qualifications to become an alliance leader. The other powerhouses standing behind Yuan Venerate Raihui and Yuan Venerate Yuyao did not speak out against this. In any organization or alliance, the strongest powerhouse would receive the greatest respect and support. What Luo Yunyang had done so far had undoubtedly made him the most suitable person to be the alliance leader. This was Nantuo City Lord's first time meeting Luo Yunyang. However, since Luo Yunyang, who was the alliance leader, had come to Nantu City to rescue him, he was full of gratitude. Therefore, after hearing the introduction of Yuan Venerate Raihui, he greeted Luo Yunyang right away. "Greetings, alliance leader." Luo Yunyang, who was very satisfied with the introduction of Yuan Venerate Raihui, had come to rescue the Nantuo City Lord to establish himself. When it came to an impending disaster, gathering and consolidating one's forces was just as important as possessing a formidable fighting force. This also signified that Luo Yunyang had been formally recognized by this group of subordinates. "There's no need for formalities. We will not stand by and watch what is happening today. City Lord, feel free to explain your grievances." The Nantuo City Lord had been waiting specifically for Luo Yunyang to say this. Just as he was about to speak, Yuan monarch Xingyuan said impatiently, "Victors have been crowned kings since olden times." Yuan monarch Yunyang, I will give you a chance since you want to stand up for the Nantuo City Lord. I will not take down Nantuo City as long as you withstand 3 moves from me. Yuan monarch Xingyuan's words made the Yuan venerate beside him look worried. He was afraid of Yuan monarch Xingyuan, but he still couldn't stop himself from speaking up. Yuan monarch, this is the decision of Lord Yuan sage. Do you think I will lose? Yuan monarch Xingyuan scoffed. The Yuan venerate trembled in fear, as he felt threatened. There wouldn't be any major consequences if Yuan monarch Xingyuan killed him. He was nothing compared to Yuan monarch Xingyuan's status. Of course, my lord. You will not fail, that Yuan venerate said almost instantly with an ugly smile. Yuan monarch Xingyuan paid no further attention to him. Instead, he turned his eyes to Luo Yunyang and waited for his answer. Luo Yunyang's status as the alliance leader had merely been established. He would be dethroned immediately if he was crushed by Yuan monarch Xingyuan. Yuan monarch Xingyuan, I don't think I can accept your challenge, Luo Yunyang said faintly in front of the eager crowd. I think we should change it. I will take the Nantuo City Lord away if you can withstand 3 moves from me. All the subordinates behind Yuan monarch Xingyuan sneered when they heard Luo Yunyang reject the challenge. They thought it was normal. As one of the 12 Yuan sages, core disciples and also a rare Yuan monarch among the 3rd generation of the Taishu sect, Yuan monarch Xingyuan possessed an exalted status ordinary folks could only strive for. It could even be said that he ranked at least in the top 10 Yuan monarchs. The Yuan monarchs he challenged rarely dared to meet him in battle. However, all these people froze when they heard what Luo Yunyang said, as they found this really unbelievable. Yuan venerate Raihui and the rest were also gawking at Luo Yunyang in astonishment. How bold of you! Since you have such a lofty spirit, I shall fulfill your death wish. The voice of Yuan monarch Xingyuan made the void shudder. Chapter 1243. Hongmeng Dragon Tree Yuan venerates would not fight physically, as their powers could crush and overturn mountains and rivers. However, there were no such restrictions in the fight between Luo Yunyang and Yuan monarch Xingyuan. As Yuan monarchs, they were fully capable of controlling their auras and powers. Thus, it often seemed to ordinary martialists that there was no discernible might in their bouts. Yuan monarch Xingyuan, who was a high-level Yuan monarch of the Taishu sect, was extremely arrogant and resented Luo Yunyang very much for rebuking him. He felt extremely bitter and resentful. Hence, Yuan monarch Xingyuan took the initiative and threw a mere punch. A punch that contained all the sky laws he controlled. The move was simple, so he clenched his fist and blasted it forward. Some of the attendants in Nantuo City watched the punch blankly, as it exceeded their level of understanding. From their point of view, a Yuan monarch was a legendary figure depicted only in books or legends of the past. In their opinion, a conflict or battle between 2 Yuan monarchs should at least amount to an earth-shaking sequence. However, they actually did not feel any form of might when Yuan monarch Xingyuan made his move. Weren't top-notch beings capable of moving mountains and overturning oceans? Why would the exalted Yuan monarch who had descended upon them and suppressed their city lord with ease execute such an ordinary move? That's right, it was ordinary. This was the only word that could describe Yuan monarch Xingyuan's move. However, Yuan venerate Raihui and Yuan venerate Yuyao both felt intimidated and frightened by Yuan monarch Xingyuan's execution. While they claimed to be Shenshin Tai Yuan venerates, they realized what the disparity between them and Yuan monarch Xingyuan was after seeing his move. The attacks of a Yuan monarch did not need to cause major disturbance or use over-exaggerated movements. After all, they essentially represented the heavens in the right way. Ordinary techniques were basically futile against a Yuan monarch. Yuan monarch Xingyuan merely threw a punch, yet it contained a power capable of crushing anything. Luo Yunyang sensed the power within the punch of Yuan monarch Xingyuan and understood Yuan monarch Xingyuan's intention. The punch of Yuan monarch Xingyuan actually intended to shatter Luo Yunyang's resistance directly. Luo Yunyang used his finger in retaliation against Yuan monarch Xingyuan's intent, as it contained the destructive energy of the 6th-level obliteration finger he had comprehended. Luo Yunyang had managed to comprehend the 6th level of the obliteration finger, and Yuan monarch Xingyuan was merely the first person to experience its full might. Finger and fist collided in the void. Judging from their respective forms, it seemed as though Luo Yunyang's finger was a tad inferior. However, there was no difference between a finger and a fist when it came to a Yuan monarch. Both contained the strongest power used by Luo Yunyang and Yuan monarch Xingyuan. Fist and finger collided in the void. Immediately, Luo Yunyang felt a tremendous power within the fist surging toward him. It was as if he was facing the insurmountable power that had gathered within heaven and earth. However, Yuan monarch Xingyuan wasn't having it easy either. The reason he used this simple yet direct method was to crush a newly advanced Yuan monarch once and for all. To crush him swiftly and decisively. Instead, cracks began to appear on Yuan monarch Xingyuan's fist. The sky laws under his control were formidable, but the obliterative intent sent forth by Luo Yunyang's finger was much more majestic, violent, and crazed. The cracks appeared, leaving him no choice but to open his fist so that his arm wouldn't be shattered. A Yuan monarch could regenerate his limbs endlessly as long as he wished. However, even a Yuan monarch cherished their own body very much. In order to improve their battle prowess, Yuan monarchs usually made tons of effort to strengthen their bodies to keep them in peak condition. While a regenerated limb, or two functioned exactly the same way, they still performed a lot worse than the body that the Yuan monarch had painstakingly strengthened. Release. Realizing that things were heading south, Yuan monarch Xingyuan rapidly accelerated the power within his body and unleashed yet another punch in Luo Yunyang's direction. However, he retracted his fist quickly before it was fully extended. Luo Yunyang did not want to take advantage of this opportunity to punish Yuan monarch Xingyuan for it. However, Yuan monarch Xingyuan did live up to his own name, as the second wave of energy coming from his fist managed to block off the power of Luo Yunyang's finger. Luo Yunyang did not immediately unleash his attack again after seeing Yuan monarch Xingyuan stagger back for a few steps as he merely stared at him. "You've really surprised me," Yuan monarch Xingyuan told Luo Yunyang solemnly. "We do not need to continue anymore." After he said that, he gestured to the scrawny Yuan venerate beside him and said, "Let's go." Yuan monarch Xingyuan said this rather nonchalantly, but the scrawny Yuan venerate immediately looked really unhappy. He had followed Yuan monarch Xingyuan and waited on him submissively, all because he yearned to take back everything he had lost. Now, they were actually going to leave just like that. "Yuan monarch, we can't leave. What about the Hongmeng dragon tree?" The scrawny Yuan venerate would never have disclosed what he considered a secret in front of so many people if it weren't for the fact that Nantuo City was extremely important to him. As a result, Yuan monarch Xingyuan's expression changed. This brief confrontation made Yuan monarch Xingyuan realize that he had been defeated. He wasn't someone with a mild temper, so he was offended greatly by his subordinate's unwillingness to leave and the fact that he'd shouted at him rudely. Such impudence was disrespectful. "You can stay if you don't want to leave," he snapped right away. After he said that, he turned to Luo Yunyang. "Nantuo City is not something you can hold on to. Listen to my advice and take the Nantuo City Lord out of here immediately. You might be able to stay alive if you do that. Otherwise, you might die without a proper burial even though you're a Yuan monarch." Upon saying that, Yuan monarch Xingyuan turned and left. Although the pint-sized Yuan venerate was unwilling to leave, he still left with Yuan monarch Xingyuan when two Shenshintai Yuan venerates tugged at him. Yuan venerate Raihui and Yuan venerate Yuyao were still in shock. They were really awed and stupefied by Luo Yunyang's finger technique. They knew that they would be doomed to die if they were the ones challenging Luo Yunyang. After all, that finger technique went beyond what they could handle even if they teamed up. All the other Yuan venerates in the alliance who had come along were also awed and shocked by the outcome. They had originally thought that they would only obey Luo Yunyang, who was the alliance leader, nominally if his cultivation base was only on par with that of Yuan venerate Raihui and Yuyao. Now, they were frightened to death by what Luo Yunyang had done. They felt true fear that came from the bottom of their hearts. "Thank you, Alliance Leader, for saving Nantuo City. I have no idea what the situation would have been like if you hadn't arrived. In the future, I will do my utmost to do whatever you require." The Nantuo City Lord walked toward Luo Yunyang and bowed down respectfully as he spoke. "The City Lord does not need to be so polite. As allies, we should join forces to help the members of our alliance," Luo Yunyang gently told the Nantuo City Lord. Judging from the tone of Yuan monarch Xingyuan, it seems like the situation in Nantuo City is not over. It has just begun. Luo Yunyang chuckled as he continued. The look on Nantuo City Lord's face turned unsightly. He was really unwilling to speak out about the Hongmeng dragon tree. It was, after all, a secret of great importance that would increase his strength by leaps and bounds to the extent that even Yuan sages would no longer be a problem for him, let alone a mere Yuan monarch. However, The remarks made by Yuan monarch Xingyuan made him realize that it was no longer possible for him to have the Hongmeng dragon tree all to himself. After all, this incident had attracted the attention of people like Yuan monarch Xingyuan and even people that surpassed him by far. Instead of incurring the wrath of Luo Yunyang by hiding the secrets of the Hongmeng dragon tree, it would be better for him to speak up honestly now. Thus, after a moment of thought, the Nantuo city lord decided to speak truthfully. Alliance leader and fellow Yuan venerates, this is not a place to talk. Let's head inside and I'll give all of you a good explanation. The Nantuo city lord led the way. Luo Yunyang and the rest entered a relatively small palace that was embedded with all sorts of seals. It had apparently been constructed to prevent anyone from eavesdropping. My fellow Taoists, all of you basically started from nothing, but I inherited Nantuo city. The Nantuo city lord started speaking when everyone was seated. It's just that Nantuo city has existed for so long that many people have forgotten how it came about. Even I, as the city lord, have forgotten the reason Nantuo city exists. However, there's an ancient existence that remembers Nantuo city and especially how important it is when a great calamity is about to happen. Alliance leader and everyone here, the reason my city attracted the attention of those people is due to the Hongmeng dragon tree. Chapter 1244, 9 turns of time and space and the dragon tree will appear. Are you talking about the fabled Hongmeng dragon tree? Asked Yuan venerate Raihui, who had been pondering over this since the beginning. His eyes lit up when the Hongmeng dragon tree was mentioned. Clearly, he was excited. Luo Yunyang was a rather well-read person in the Taishu sect, but he had never come across any records of the Hongmeng dragon tree. Obviously, records of the Hongmeng dragon tree were either too old or had been deliberately hidden. No matter what, these two reasons alone were enough to illustrate the value of the Hongmeng dragon tree. The Hongmeng dragon tree is merely a legend for our family. The Nantuo city lord nodded his head as he spoke. My ancestor was a disciple of the dragon tree's master back in those days, but when this master disappeared, he sealed off the Hongmeng dragon tree in an undisclosed location. I heard that even the sacred venerate could not find the whereabouts of the Hongmeng dragon tree because of the power of this master's seal. There are several conditions for the Hongmeng dragon tree to appear, one of which is dispersing the sky-sealing great formation. After he said that, the Nantuo city lord added, originally, I treated this matter as folklore. However, a few days ago, a leaf from the Hongmeng dragon tree we have preserved in Nantuo city was rejuvenated. The Nantuo city lord waved his hand toward the void before a palm-sized turquoise leaf appeared in front of Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang's eyes lit up when he saw the leaf because there was actually a sky law hidden in it. Although the sky law was still very faint and was only considered a sapling, it would still be able to turn into a realm of its own as long as it could grow. This was a complete realm that contained sky laws. Most of the Yuan venerates stared at the leaf in envy, as they knew that the leaf was actually a ticket they could use to become Tai Yuan venerates. They had no need for this, but their juniors and disciples would benefit greatly from this leaf. No wonder Nantuo city has been handed down for so many years without any problems. It's all because it has a leaf of the Hongmeng dragon tree, a tall Yuan venerate said with lament. Upon hearing that, the Nantuo city lord sighed as well and said, the Nantuo city patriarch only managed to obtain 6 leaves. This is the final piece. While the leaves are useful to improve the cultivation of a martialist to the Yuan venerate level, those that use it will find it very tough to improve again. Take the former patriarchs of Nantuo city for example. All their cultivations have stagnated ever since they became Tai Yuan venerates. Luo Yunyang stretched out his hand and the leaf flew toward him. If someone else were to reach out for the leaf, the Nantuo city lord would surely assume that they wanted to steal it. However, Luo Yunyang was different. He would still present the leaf to Luo Yunyang if Luo Yunyang wanted it, no matter how unwilling he was. While holding the leaf in his hand, Luo Yunyang felt a gush of vitality surging toward him. However, this surge of vitality was not of great use to him. He was more intrigued by the message embedded inside the leaf. An indiscernible yet real message was embedded in the leaf. Unfortunately, it was impossible to know where this message had come from, even though he could sense it. The samsara wheel was Luo Yunyang's first thought. Although he did not know whether the samsara wheel could improve the connection between him and the message, there was no harm in trying. Right away, the samsara wheel appeared around the leaf. As it revolved around it, the indiscernible message inside became crystal clear. A small tree about 10 feet in height exuding chaos chi aura was erected in the middle of the void. The void appeared to be at a standstill, but through the samsara wheel, Luo Yunyang was able to sense the intricacies of multiple levels encapsulated within the void. He felt as though the small tree was another realm when he saw it. A realm much stronger than the realm of the leaf. However, Luo Yunyang paid more attention to the 3 reddish fruits hanging from the small tree. Each of the 3 fruits contained a sky law that was not that different from the sky law within the small tree. Just as Luo Yunyang was about to continue investigating the small tree, a tingling sensation attacked his mind. Insufficient mind power. Luo Yunyang knew that he would get hurt if he continued his investigation, so he hurriedly retracted his samsara wheel. The leaf of the Hongmeng dragon tree appeared greener than before Luo Yunyang had taken it. I wonder if I can borrow this leaf for a while, Luo Yunyang asked the Nantuo city lord as he fiddled with the leaf. The Nantuo city lord was a little reluctant, but he knew that he did not have the ability to say no to Luo Yunyang. Although the Hongmeng dragon tree was a rare opportunity, it was merely a useless object that would harm him if he did not have the ability to hold on to it. After thinking about the consequences, the Nantuo city lord immediately said, "Alliance leader, feel free to take the leaf of the Hongmeng dragon tree. This is nothing compared to the great kindness you have shown by rescuing Nantuo city." Luo Yunyang, who was very satisfied with the Nantuo city lord's straightforwardness, also replied politely, "It's my responsibility to help Nantuo city. As for the leaf of the Hongmeng dragon tree, I am only using it for the time being. I will return more than I asked for when the Hongmeng dragon tree appears." Luo Yunyang meant that he would return more leaves to Nantuo city. Thus, the Nantuo city lord was delighted to hear Luo Yunyang's promise. It would be great if the news of the Hongmeng dragon tree did not spread out of Nantuo city, but if it did, there would be a disaster. Although it was true that he was a Yuan venerate, he was nothing compared to the enemy he was about to face. Without Luo Yunyang's help this time, he would have lost his life along with the Hongmeng dragon tree. Yuan monarch Xingyuan of the Taishu sect was not an easy person to deal with. While Luo Yunyang was relying on the leaf to investigate the whereabouts of the Hongmeng dragon tree, an exalted figure sat high in a void brimming with abstruse yet scared intent. The void where the figure resided was a special space. None of the 9 sky laws in the vast sky sacred realm could be found there except for 2 special sky laws that only belonged in this space. Greetings, Yuan sage. Yuan venerate Laojun acted extremely unruly on Mountain Xiluo, but he was like a timid kitten in this place, treating the exalted figure who sat high above him very respectfully. "Have you completed your task?" Yuan sage Wushang, who was sitting high above, asked with no trace of emotion in his tone. Yuan venerate Laojun was a low-level disciple of the supreme figure in front of him but also understood this person's temperament. Thus, he hastily knelt down and pleaded, "Yuan venerate Raihui and Yuan venerate Yuyao already surrendered when I warned them about the consequences." Suddenly, a person who calls himself Yuan monarch Yunyang came and was more than I could handle. I was a disgrace who embarrassed the patriarch. I hope the patriarch can allow me to atone for my sins. Yuan monarch Yunyang. Yuan sage Wushang frowned slightly before flicking his sleeves to reveal a projection of what had happened to Yuan venerate Laojun in the void. In this projection, the images of Yuan venerate Laojun, Yuan venerate Yuyao, and Yuan venerate Raihui were crystal clear. However, Luo Yunyang's image was blurry. It could even be said that the figure of Luo Yunyang did not appear in the projection at all. All that was visible in the projection was merely a light and a shadow cast over Luo Yunyang's figure. Interesting. I knew it would not be easy for me to obtain the Hongmeng dragon tree, said Yuan sage Wushang lightly. Alright, you can step down for the time being. Yuan sage Wushang's relaxed bearing lifted the heaviness in Yuan venerate Laojun's heart. He thought that he would certainly be punished this time. He had never expected that his ancestral master would let him off that easily. Ancestral master, what do you think of Yuan monarch Yunyang? I have my own plans for him. I don't need you to remind me. Why aren't you heading back? Do you want to have a taste of my icy flame prison? While Yuan sage Wushang's tone had not changed much, his imposing bearing still made Yuan venerate Laojun shudder in fear. Please don't. Your disciple will leave now. Yuan venerate Laojun left this space in a hurry after pleading for mercy. Yuan sage Wushang then drew a circle in the void lightly with his hand, and the shadow of the Hongmeng dragon tree appeared right away in the middle of the circle. However, the shadow of the Hongmeng dragon tree that appeared in front of Yuan's sage Wuxiang was blurrier than the one reflected by Luo Yunyang. 9 turns of time and space and the dragon tree will appear. After Yuan's sage Wuxiang mumbled to himself, he disappeared into the void, leaving only a long sigh behind. In a different void, Luo Xiaochang, who was cultivating hard, suddenly heard the voice of his master. I need to make a trip. Disciple, make sure you work hard on your cultivation. Luo Xiaochang had already developed a strong connection to Yuan's sage Shending. When he heard that his master was heading out, he couldn't help asking, Master, where are you going? Ha ha, the Hongmeng dragon tree will appear soon. I definitely want to join in the fun. In the endless silence, an arm had almost completely been freed off from its suppression while its 5 fingers cheered vividly in the void. Then, the mountains began to crumble and shatter. Chapter 1245. Violent Storms, Your Majesty, the Great Era Destroyer will escape his suppression soon. The human race's divine ancestor reported to Luo Yunyang anxiously. The human race's divine ancestor wasn't the only one who was anxious. Many people were equally worried about the situation. Voids had turned into ashes one by one, and even though the Sky Law willpower could sustain and suppress this space, the rest of the Great Path nomological laws had begun to become chaotic. Hongmeng's Sacred Hall, which was located high above the void, also began to shudder. Boom! Thunderstorms echoed incessantly while lightning cut across the void. Raging winds could not enter the main hall, but they still carried enough momentum to shake the foundations of Hongmeng's Sacred Hall. Torrential rain drizzled like sharp blades, slicing up the constellations in the sky. A total of 5,000 Tai Yuan venerates of the human race had gathered in Hongmeng's Sacred Hall, representing the most powerful force of all the great eras of the human race. All 5,000 Tai Yuan venerates could be considered to be confident before the Great Era Destroyer had appeared. They felt invincible because there were so many of them and were capable of causing the entire realm to tremble under their might. The Great Era Destroyer might be formidable, but now that so many Tai Yuan venerates had formed such an impressive lineup, even the Great Era Destroyer might only be left with the option of death. However, as the Great Era Destroyer gradually extricated himself from this predicament and his spirit consciousness influenced the realm, all the Tai Yuan venerates realized the true meaning of fear. It was only now that they saw the power of the Great Era Destroyer. Great eras had been destroyed time and time again by him in the past without him exerting all his power. It should even be said that the Great Era Destroyer had been able to destroy those great eras with a simple snap of his finger. All eyes fell on Luo Yunyang. Tai Yuan venerates thought of Luo Yunyang as their only pillar of support. Luo Yunyang, who could sense the loud rumbling of the power building up in the distance, looked at everything calmly and said, he should be free within 30 days. Are all of you refining array formation weapons? After Luo Yunyang, Yuan Zi was undoubtedly the number 1 figure among these 5,000 Tai Yuan venerates in terms of cultivation base. Your Majesty, all the formation arrays have been rehearsed. Yuan Zi replied confidently. The Great Era Destroyer is formidable, but we can definitely put up a good fight. The handsome, flawless Yuan Zi was like a god of war. His face shone with ardent intent to battle. Luo Yunyang glanced at Yuan Zi and felt slightly moved. For the most part, Luo Yunyang felt that Yuan Zi was a flawless person. He didn't lack wisdom, talent, or fighting spirit. Most importantly, he always knew where he stood. If it weren't for Luo Yunyang, Yuan Zi would most definitely have been the next choice to lead the human race in the final war against the Great Era Destroyer. This was also the real reason his master had sent him to the final Great Era. Very well then, let's prepare for the final war. Luo Yunyang rose from his throne as he spoke, and the endless great path around congregated toward his body at once. It seemed as though Luo Yunyang had become the core of the realm while the great path nomological laws congregated. Even the newly formed origin intent of the realm took shape and stood beside him. Set out at once for the 7 extinction grounds. The extermination of this great evil shall commence today. The newly formed origin intent of the realm was interlinked with Luo Yunyang's mind. As a result, Luo Yunyang's voice echoed throughout the endless void via the boundless sky laws when he spoke. This scene was also shown to the common folks of the human race, who were struggling desperately in the raging storm. In the void, war banners flew high while numerous divine figures flew into the 9 skies. Although the sky laws had been damaged, the battle against the Great Era Destroyer continued. Humans across the entire human race were paying attention to this fight. Most of the human race knew it would not play a significant role in the war. However, this did not deter humans from paying any attention to it. After all, this war against the Great Era Destroyer was too important for them to ignore. If the human race won the war, everything would fall into place nicely. However, if the human race was defeated, then all of them would die along with the Great Era. The human race will triumph this time. Someone started to post on the virtual realm. He did not give any reasons why the human race would win, but he still received the approval of countless people. With the human ruler at the helm, we will surely exterminate the Great Era Destroyer and survive the final Great Era. Luo Yunyang had long ignored everything in the virtual realms. If one had to identify the calmest person in the entire situation, it would undoubtedly be Luo Yunyang. He was very confident in defeating the Great Era Destroyer. His confidence did not only stem from the preparation of the human race but also from the opportunities he had obtained through his body in the vast sky sacred realm. His body in the vast sky sacred realm had almost finished absorbing all the spirit essences of a Yuan sage, and the various attributes of that body had also reached a frightening level. If all the attributes of his bodies and clones were added, they would form a daunting power to be reckoned with, to the extent that Luo Yunyang did not feel that he would be defeated even if he could not overpower the Great Era Destroyer. What worried him the most now was the emergence of the Hongmeng Dragon Tree. Luo Yunyang finally had a better understanding of the tree. The Hongmeng Dragon Tree was one of the supreme treasures in the vast sky sacred realm. It was purported that a leaf from the tree could give rise to an entire realm. However, according to the legends, the vast sky sacred realm was, in fact, a realm formed by a supreme treasure that could rival the Hongmeng Dragon Tree. One would be able to escape unscathed from a disaster like the Yuanfu catalog if one could obtain the Hongmeng Dragon Tree, despite not necessarily having the ability to match up against the sacred venerate. Such a supreme treasure could only come with luck, not by searching for it. Luo Yunyang had gained full control of a leaf from the Hongmeng Dragon Tree and had found the best way to communicate with the divine tree. If the Hongmeng Dragon Tree gave up such a gold chance, it would not be given a second chance. It would be no exaggeration to say that both of Luo Yunyang's bodies were facing rare opportunities and both were equally important and could not be given up that easily. Anyone else would definitely choose the Hongmeng Dragon Tree. However, Luo Yunyang could not bring himself to ignore the fight against the Great Era Destroyer or give up the Hongmeng Dragon Tree. Hence, he had to fight on the two fronts of the war at the same time. This sort of situation was usually a great taboo for any powerhouse. However, thanks to his attribute regulator, Luo Yunyang could freely adjust his attributes across his bodies. After some careful thought, he felt that it was not impossible for him to do so. As long as he wasn't facing opponents too overwhelming for him to handle at the same time, he should be able to fight on both fronts of the war. Mighty ships carrying the best of what the human race had to offer moved out. Even the crew of these ships was composed of universe-grade martialists. There was no chance of them participating in this fight, as their job was only to provide covering fire after the overwhelming blast the human race had prepared for a long time was unleashed. While their individual strength seemed insignificant, streams that converged together would form oceans. They would probably die due to overexhaustion after providing support to the front line, but they had no other choice. With them spearheading the movement, vitality began to fill the desolate space of the 7 extinction grounds. In Nantuo City, Luo Yunyang was sitting in a lotus position. There was no one in Nantuo City right now, as after listening to Luo Yunyang's explanation, the Nantuo City Lord had moved all his subordinates out of the city. Although the Hongmeng Dragon Tree was extremely important, the Nantuo City Lord knew that he could no longer benefit from possessing the Hongmeng Dragon Tree under the circumstances. It could even be said that he would die horribly without a chance of seeing the Hongmeng Dragon Tree if he were to insist on participating. Luo Yunyang was not surprised by the Nantuo City Lord's decision. When he'd asked the Nantuo City Lord to choose, he'd also given this choice to Yuan Venerate Raihui and the rest. During the fight for the Hongmeng Dragon Tree, ordinary Yuan Venerates would not be able to intervene at all and would very likely be wiped out easily by any supreme being. Most of the Yuan Venerates yearned for the Hongmeng Dragon Tree but still decided to leave after weighing the consequences and their own capabilities. It was better to leave than die blindly. While some people chose to leave, some also stayed behind. Yuan Venerate Raihui and Yuan Venerate Yuyao were such an example. They did not dare fight against Yuan Sage Wushang, but they still yearned for the Hongmeng Dragon Tree. After all, acquiring its blessing might allow them to break through their present cultivation. They stayed behind to assist Luo Yunyang, but nothing more than that. The only thing they would receive if Luo Yunyang obtained the Hongmeng Dragon Tree successfully was a single chance to use the Hongmeng Dragon Tree. The clear sky suddenly turned blood red, shrouding the atmosphere around Nantuo City in bloody silence. The roots of various sacred trees inside Nantuo City disappeared into nothingness under the illumination of the bloody rays, while the spirit beasts that had lived in Nantuo City since the beginning were dissolved completely. The bloody rays shrouded Yuan Venerate Raihui and Yuan Venerate Yuyao as well. Both of them conjured the powers in their bodies and turned their surroundings into a sun and moon light wheel that blocked out the erosion of the bloody rays. Even so, Yuan Venerate Raihui and Yuan Venerate Yuyao still felt that their strength was suddenly suppressed by 30%. Both of them also believed that their fighting prowess would weaken if they were to move toward the bloody sky. Alliance leader, this Hongmeng Dragon Tree is really unusual. Yuan Venerate Raihu sounded rueful, as if he was afraid of what would happen next. After he said that, a small dark green tree appeared in that endless bloody radiance. The Hongmeng Dragon Tree had appeared. Chapter 1246, Boundless Demon Venerate. The Hongmeng Dragon Tree had appeared. Even though it seemed near, it was actually not that near. In fact, it was quite far away. Luo Yunyang was able to tell that the Hongmeng Dragon Tree was about 8 realms away from him and would only appear in the vast sky sacred realm after going through these 8 realms. However, in Luo Yunyang's opinion, it would be far too late if he waited until the Hongmeng Dragon Tree appeared in the vast sky sacred realm. Even though Luo Yunyang had an extraordinary cultivation base, his opponents were equally outstanding. The appearance of the Hongmeng Dragon Tree in the vast sky sacred realm was also likely to tempt the founders of both the Dekongfan sect and the Taishu sect. If that really happened, then the others would really not stand a chance anymore. The founders of the Dekongfan sect and the Taishu sect were highly proficient in their cultivation levels. However, the immense strength of their cultivation levels also limited their physical bodies when it came to being present in ordinary cosmoses and skies. Once they chose to do that, it was likely that these ordinary cosmoses and skies would crumble. This was the very reason they should not allow the Hongmeng Dragon Tree to traverse across the remaining 8 realms. Whoosh! A blood ray shot out from a distance not too far away from Luo Yunyang just as he was deep in thought. The user of this blood ray was fast and graceful. Yuan Venerate Raihui and Yuan Venerate Yuyao continued to keep their eyes peeled on the Hongmeng Dragon Tree. Their confidence had been dwindling ever since the tree had made its appearance. Now, the blood-red rays sent even more chills into the hearts of the duo, as they sensed that the cultivation base of the red ray of light that had shot past was comparable to the cultivation base of a Yuan monarch. Even though the two of them were touted to be able to fight on equal grounds with a Yuan monarch if they combined their strength, the truth was that there would still be a gulf if they actually fought against an actual one. This blood-red Yuan monarch made them feel even more afraid. Alliance leader, this is, Yuan Venerate Yuyao stuttered without any composure. This should be the Devil Dao Yuan monarch who crawled out of the demonic abyss, Luo Yunyang said with a faint smile. Has he taken advantage of the current situation by charging out like this? Yuan Venerate Raihui asked softly after a moment of hesitation. Even though the two of them had focused less on the presence of the Hongmeng Dragon Tree, they still really hoped in their hearts that Luo Yunyang would be able to acquire the Hongmeng Dragon Tree eventually. Once Luo Yunyang acquired the Hongmeng Dragon Tree, then it would be easy for them to undergo training under the tree as well. Other people who got hold of the Hongmeng Dragon Tree were also unlikely to care about the likes of them. This guy is nothing but a pathfinder helping to look for opportunities, that's all, Luo Yunyang replied with contempt as he looked at the rolling blood-red shadows within the rays. Yuan Venerate Raihui and Yuan Venerate Yuyao declined to comment further on this. If even their leader wasn't very concerned about this Yuan monarch, then there was nothing they could say about it. As many thoughts went through the minds of the duo, yet another figure began heading toward the Hongmeng Dragon Tree. This figure was a giant golden bird that seemed to overwhelm and block out the sky when it spread its wings. With just a quick series of movements, it had successfully come close to the blood-colored Yuan monarch. The blood-colored Yuan monarch seemed to feel some level of fear for this giant golden bird. Other than increasing his speed of movement, he did not try to make any attempts to launch an attack against the bird. Luo Yunyang was unfamiliar with this giant golden rock, which seemed to have the head of a dragon. In fact, the laws being activated by this giant bird had astonished him greatly. Even though the giant golden bird did not seem to have mastered the second sky law, Luo Yunyang still felt that it was unlikely that the bird was just an ordinary Yuan monarch. It's divine rock Galos, Yuan Venerate Raihui said with a tremble in his voice. He had once again displayed his vast knowledge on matters like this. Do you know this divine rock? Luo Yunyang asked as he patted Yuan Venerate Raihui on the back in an attempt to calm his nerves. Alliance leader, I think we had better not fight for it this time around, Yuan Venerate Raihui said respectfully after taking a deep breath. Luo Yunyang did not reply. Instead, he continued looking at Yuan Venerate Raihui, waiting for him to continue speaking. Even though Yuan Venerate Raihui had a slightly timid character, he still had pretty extensive knowledge when it came to matters like this. Alliance leader, legend has it that this divine rock was the king protector of the laws within the Dekongfan sect. It was one of the key figureheads back when the master of the Dekongfan sect subdued the vast sky sacred realm. I heard that back during those years, it even tried attacking the master of the Taishu sect. The founders of the Taishu sect and the Dekongfan sect could be considered higher-tier beings who had founded their respective sects. Even though they could not be compared to the Sacred Venerate, they were still considered the strongest in the world since the Sacred Venerate did not care about worldly affairs. It did not take just courage but also a great deal of strength to be able to oppose the two of them. I don't think that this divine rock is the same one that went against the master of the Taishu sect. Do the two of you confirm that you want to retreat? Your Honor, both of us have decided that we want out of this. Yuan Venerate Raihui and Yuan Venerate Yuyao replied after considering this for a moment. Even if we were to join the battle, we would very likely end up being a liability for you instead, Yuan Venerate Yuyao added sheepishly. They had still wanted to participate just a while ago when Luo Yunyang had asked them for their opinion on this. However, they had now begun to feel that there was just a big difference between their abilities. Besides, they found their self-protective behavior toward the alliance just a while ago laughable. After all, their abilities were just too different compared to the contenders right ahead of them. Luo Yunyang wasn't upset about their decision to retreat. Since the two of you have made a decision, I will see you guys in a while, he replied with a nod. He rose into the sky as he spoke and headed toward the boundless red rays. He had not sprung into action earlier mainly because he had not completely detected the exact location of the Hongmeng dragon tree. Now that he had used its leaves to calculate its exact location, he began charging toward the Hongmeng dragon tree. Just owning the leaf of the Hongmeng divine tree gave him a pretty large advantage, even though he was still unsure of how many others exactly were also headed toward the same tree. From the looks of it, Luo Yunyang's traveling speed was not too fast, as he was still behind the blood shadow in the divine rock. However, if he wanted to, he could still reach the Hongmeng dragon tree in an instant by making use of its leaf. The divine rock had focused its attention completely on the blood shadow and had not noticed Luo Yunyang at all. The blood shadow, which was being pursued completely, did not turn its head, let alone notice Luo Yunyang. Initially, Luo Yunyang had wanted to sweep in sneakily to reap the rewards. However, halfway through, a massive ominous feeling swept across his heart. Luo Yunyang stopped right in his tracks the moment he felt this. Regardless of the present situation, he was not prepared to take yet another step forward. Just as he stopped, a massive mouth that covered the sky moved toward him. It was engulfing him. This giant mouth was trying to swallow him. Normally, most opponents of similar cultivation levels would not make use of any techniques that required swallowing when they were engaged in battle. After all, even though they looked very impressive, there were giant flaws in these techniques. One of the flaws was digestion difficulties when swallowing an opponent with a similar cultivation base. Besides, those who were swallowed normally did not just tear a small hole in the user of the technique. Most of the time, the holes torn would cost the swallower their life. In the face of this imminent danger, Luo Yunyang had not expected a giant mouth to come at him. In any other place, he would definitely have taught the perpetrator a good lesson for swallowing anyone at will. Unfortunately, while fighting to acquire the Hongmeng dragon tree, he had to really focus on what was important. Furthermore, as he was being swallowed, Luo Yunyang felt clearly that the perpetrator was not ordinary. Luo Yunyang took a step back and instantly retreated 1,000 miles away from the giant engulfing mouth. As soon as he successfully dodged the first move, the giant mouth made yet another move toward him, using a greater suctioning power this time. Luo Yunyang managed to take a good look at the person attacking him. It was a three-headed divine being with 9 arms. The 6 eyes he had were looking coldly at Luo Yunyang. However, what attracted Luo Yunyang's attention even more was the tree branch this being was holding. The tree branch was even sleeker than the arms of a baby. At about only 1 inch in length, the branch looked very much like a stem. Luo Yunyang could pinpoint the origins of the tree branch from the moment he saw it. This was the tree branch of the Hongmeng dragon tree. He was completely sure that the branch the man was holding belonged to the Hongmeng dragon tree, even though it was unknown when the tree branch had fallen off the tree. Now, he was sure that the reason he had been attacked was because he had chosen to take the exact same path as this man. Luo Yunyang had absolutely no time to think about the coincidences shared with this particular man. Because of the incoming swallowing power, he used a single point against the giant mouth. Ha ha ha, you actually resisted the sky-devouring law of the boundless demon venerate. You are indeed one of a kind. The man laughed, the sound of his laughter resonating in the surroundings. As the sound of his laughter spread, a few more shadows began charging at full speed in his direction. Chapter 1247, The Yuan Sage Makes a Move, that is the Boundless Demon Venerate. I heard that he is the upcoming young genius of 3,000 demon abysses. With his sky-devouring law, he can devour just about anything, said a man with well-defined features. This man, who was wearing a snow-white long robe, stood loftily in the void as he kept his eyes fixed on the boundless demon venerate. An elderly man was standing right beside the good-looking man. Even though the elderly man had a crooked body structure, he did not look inferior in any way while standing beside the young man. I exchanged blows with the boundless demon venerate many years ago as well. He was not that strong back then, the elderly man said. It looks like he has finally found the path most suitable for him. If we were to duel again, in the future, we might not even be equals. There was a tinge of ruefulness in the elderly man's face as he said this. I initially thought that only insignificant ants would come forward to fight for the Hongmeng dragon tree. It looks like I was wrong. The young man laughed. The tree branch he wields should be from the Hongmeng dragon tree. I am quite sure that, while the dragon tree's master used the tree branch of the Hongmeng dragon tree as leverage for getting favors, in the end, he eventually died despite granting so many favors, the old man said regretfully. Power is the most important thing in this world. Power is indeed important, otherwise, you would just be overestimating your abilities. The young man nodded in agreement. He gazed at Luo Yunyang when he mentioned overestimating one's abilities. It was obvious from the look on his face that he thought of Luo Yunyang as such an example. However, as soon as he spoke, the finger jab Luo Yunyang had unleashed clashed head-on into the giant mouth of the boundless demon venerate. While Luo Yunyang still didn't manage to activate the strength of the sky-wrecking Yuan Sage's power, he unleashed the obliteration finger, which now contained 7 levels of sky laws. Multiple cracks began appearing on the surface of the giant mouth silently before it began to crumble. There was a look of disbelief on the face of the boundless demon venerate. Given his reputation, he had never expected to be defeated by a nobody. Luo Yunyang deftly moved past the boundless demon venerate while he was still stunned from this surprise counterattack. There were only 2 options available to the boundless demon venerate now. One was to run, and the other was to wait a little longer. Could there be a correct time to fight for the Hongmeng dragon tree? Every step ahead he took was a step closer to the tree. However, given Luo Yunyang's speed, the boundless demon venerate chose to wait instead. This was not because he did not want to give chase but because he was terrified of the power of the single finger he had seen earlier. If he really continued engaging in battle with the guy ahead of him, then there was a chance he might really perish during this fight. He was only there to help out, not to get killed. That was why he chose to retreat right at this critical juncture. From his point of view, there was nothing wrong with choosing to retreat at this point in time. Luo Yunyang continued after bypassing the boundless demon venerate. He was not letting the demon venerate off because of his magnanimity but because he simply did not have the time to pursue this situation with someone like that. The boundless red rays began turning a beautiful tinge of sky blue. Based on this, Luo Yunyang knew that the Hongmeng dragon tree had yet to break through to another realm. 9 turns of time and space and the dragon tree would appear. The Hongmeng dragon tree's pace while breaking through realms continued to increase. These people would not stand a chance once it successfully broke through all 9 realms. The boundless demon venerate knew this very well. As he watched Luo Yunyang quickly disappear into the distance, he furrowed his brows and made a decision. This time, he decided to change direction. "Who is that?" the handsome man asked in astonishment. He had never expected an unknown man to put the boundless demon venerate on the back foot. The Yuanfu catalog has been determined. Now, the sky and everything else will be sealed as the golden hour approaches. Master, even though you have been blessed by the ancestor, your name is still one of the names on the Yuanfu catalog, so you must be careful. The voice of the elderly man was apathetic yet sincere. There was a solemn expression on the face of the young man, and it was obvious that he was not taking this advice very well. "All right, I understand. If I am able to get just one of the 3 fruits on the Hongmeng dragon tree, then I will be able to break through my cultivation level." The young man laughed. "How could the boundless demon venerate compare to me once I become a Yuan sage?" The elderly man did not reply but continued observing Luo Yunyang. He felt that there was a slight chance that Luo Yunyang might end up acquiring the Hongmeng dragon tree, even though this chance was very slim. Luo Yunyang did not care less about the multiple pairs of eyes watching him from the surroundings. The tree branch that the boundless demon venerate was wielding had already eliminated his greatest advantage so far. Now, he really had to go all out if he wanted to acquire the Hongmeng dragon tree. Luo Yunyang continued advancing, getting closer and closer to the Hongmeng dragon tree by making use of the leaf in his hand. The blood shadow and the divine rock, which had taken the lead earlier, were now also making their way to the tree from an equal distance away. Even so, neither the blood shadow nor the divine rock attacked Luo Yunyang, as both continued to advance rapidly toward the Hongmeng dragon tree. The sky around the Hongmeng dragon tree continued to change rapidly. From a tinge of sky blue, it turned dark green and then dark gray. While Luo Yunyang and the rest were advancing, it became golden yellow. The Hongmeng dragon tree stood tall as it swayed gently, controlling the entire sky in its region. At first look, the Hongmeng dragon tree gave everyone the impression that it was only about as tall as another person. However, as they approached, the Hongmeng dragon tree seemed to grow to about 30 meters tall and looked like it was growing continuously. The Hongmeng dragon tree leaf seemed to be radiating an increasingly strong energy as Luo Yunyang approached. The leaf also seemed to have developed its own might and was pulling Luo Yunyang's body closer and closer to the tree as he got nearer. 100,000 miles, 10,000 miles, 5,000 miles. The size of the tree began increasing rapidly as Luo Yunyang got closer. When he was a few thousand miles away, Luo Yunyang immediately swung his hands to grab the Hongmeng dragon tree. His current cultivation base was much stronger than that of a Yuan monarch. Given his cultivation base, it was not too hard for him to acquire even a galaxy with a simple wave of his hands, let alone a mere divine tree. However, just as he reached out to grab the Hongmeng dragon tree, there was a sudden reaction from the tree and a barrier was formed to protect it. This barrier blocked Luo Yunyang's descending hands. Luo Yunyang was unable to do anything to destroy the barrier even by using all his strength. That was because the barrier contained energy from thousands of realms. Information appeared in Luo Yunyang's mind as he was astonished by the sudden transformation of the tree. The Hongmeng dragon tree currently did not have an owner. One would have to merge one's mind power into the tree in order to acquire it. Upon receiving this piece of news, Luo Yunyang immediately activated his spiritual consciousness to infuse it in the Hongmeng dragon tree. The protective cover, which had blocked Luo Yunyang's earlier attack, did not react when Luo Yunyang began infusing his mind power into the tree. The Hongmeng dragon tree should be returned to the Dekongfan sect. A calm, majestic voice resonated in the sky as a figure sitting atop the divine rock soaring in the sky above scanned the area quickly. "Vile being, who said you could have a share of the Hongmeng divine tree?" he shouted upon sensing Luo Yunyang's mind power being infused into the tree. As he spoke, 100 pillars of light enveloped the Hongmeng dragon tree. These light pillars seemed to overwhelmingly surround the Hongmeng dragon tree. However, they began shrinking in size as they approached the tree. Eventually, only a thin ray of mind power the size of a palm fell on the Hongmeng dragon tree. This was definitely a huge source of embarrassment for the man sitting atop the divine rock. However, he knew that there was just no time to care about this and continued to use his mind power in a frantic attempt to merge into the Hongmeng dragon tree. Luo Yunyang knew that the man sitting on top of the divine rock was definitely under orders to do this. Otherwise, he would not have acted in this manner. Even though this was his first time meeting this opponent, he was able to guess his status based on his attacks. It was Yuan Sage Wuxiang of the Dekongfan sect. The martialist who was trying to convene the Wanfan assembly was obviously very concerned about this divine tree. The blood shadow had also stopped in his tracks as he looked at Yuan Sage Wuxiang of the Dekongfan sect. Young chap, hee, only a useless chap like you would be led by the nose by such a small bird. The Hongmeng dragon tree is now. Thick blood-red energies began rising from his body as he spoke. In an instant, these energies came together to form a blood-red figure 1,000 times larger. A blood ray formed by his forehead charged toward the Hongmeng dragon tree as it enveloped 1/10 of the trunk of the tree. It is you, blood shadow demon venerate. I thought you had been sealed up by the sacred venerate. Why are you still alive? Yuan Sage Wuxiang asked with a mixture of terror and astonishment. It was not easy to surprise Yuan Sage Wuxiang like this. However, as he spoke, another streak of green light broke through the sky and appeared in the upper region of the Hongmeng dragon tree. The owner of the green light was currently closer to the Hongmeng dragon tree compared to Luo Yunyang and the others. Attention, everybody, there is no longer a need to fight over the Hongmeng dragon tree. The tree is mine. Chapter 1248. Parent and child Hongmeng dragon tree. Luo Yunyang recognized the figure shrouded in the green light, as it was the master who was currently in charge of training his son, Yuan Sage Xuanming. The Taishu sect would definitely come on strong when it came to something as rare as the Hongmeng dragon tree. Luo Yunyang had been waiting for the representative of the Taishu sect to make his appearance but had never expected that someone like Yuan Sage Xuanming would be showing up. Yuan Sage Xuanming, how did you get so close to the Hongmeng dragon tree? Yuan Sage Wuxiang asked grudgingly. He had initially been bent on vying for the tree but had not expected Yuan Sage Xuanming to come and ruin everything. Many years ago, my teacher acquired a fruit from the Hongmeng dragon tree. The seeds of this fruit grew into another small Hongmeng dragon tree. Yuan Sage Xuanming chuckled. Even though that small tree is by no means comparable to the actual tree in terms of power and effectiveness, it can still take me close to the actual parent tree. Unfortunately, this trip has sapped away the entire energy of this little Hongmeng dragon tree. Even though he continued to reply to Yuan Sage Wuxiang's question, Yuan Sage Xuanming wasted no time deploying his techniques. A large amount of mind power surged around him and headed toward the Hongmeng dragon tree. Luo Yunyang's current mind power on the Hongmeng dragon tree only occupied about 1/10 of it, while Yuan Sage Wuxiang and Blood Shadow Yuan Sage's mind power occupied about 1/3. It could be said that both parties were already in the process of infusing their mind powers into the Hongmeng dragon tree. The mind power of Yuan Sage Wuxiang did not choose to occupy a vacant area in the Hongmeng dragon tree. Instead, it blasted forward against Yuan Sage Xuanming's mind power. One could say that Yuan Sage Wuxiang was on equal standing with Yuan Sage Xuanming when it came to strength and mind power. However, because Yuan Sage Xuanming was now 2 times closer to the Hongmeng dragon tree than Yuan Sage Wuxiang, he naturally had an advantage. An expanse of green light appeared as the area formerly occupied by Yuan Sage Wuxiang's mind power was struck by Yuan Venerate Xuanming's mind power. Seeing the area he occupied being ruined by someone else was a direct provocation for Yuan Sage Wuxiang. His attempts to try to retaliate using his mind power were fruitless, as the distance between him and Yuan Sage Xuanming was pretty significant. Instead, the area currently being occupied by his mind power so it could be infused into the tree was reduced to about half of what it had originally been. Blood Shadow, Xuanming is currently in a far more advantageous position than the two of us. If this carries on, the two of us may end up being eliminated. Yuan Sage Wuxiang, who was currently at a loss and had no idea what to do, said this in an attempt to talk to Yuan Sage Blood Shadow for the first time. Even though the two martialists had never been able to get along, Yuan Sage Wuxiang still directly chose to approach Yuan Sage Blood Shadow to form an alliance at this critical juncture. Yuan Sage Blood Shadow let out a bout of merciless laughter. He not only ignored this request to join forces but also directly made a move toward Luo Yunyang's mind power. Luo Yunyang's current occupation of the tree was the smallest amongst everyone participating and incomparable to even 1/10 of the portion occupied by Yuan Sage Xuanming. Now, Yuan Sage Blood Shadow was making a direct move on the mind power of Luo Yunyang, even though he had not cared about him earlier during his attempt to fight for the area with Yuan Sage Wuxiang. In terms of strength or mind power, Luo Yunyang was still not nearly as proficient as an actual Yuan Sage. However, He did not feel threatened by the approaching Yuan Sage Blood Shadow. In an instant, he activated his attribute regulator and converted all his other abilities into mind as he engaged in a mind power battle against Yuan Sage Blood Shadow. Under the pressure of the mind power of Yuan Sage Blood Shadow, Luo Yunyang's mind power did not shrink back. Instead, it assumed an offensive stance and formed a vortex of lights. There was a great amount of danger involved in the battle, even though it only seemed like two different colors were flickering on the exterior of the Hongmeng Dragon Tree. Both Yuan Sage Blood Shadow and Yuan Sage Wuxiang had not thought of Luo Yunyang as a threat. Why would they be so concerned about a Yuan monarch when they were both Yuan sages? During the infusion with the tree, the reason neither had made a move on Luo Yunyang was also because they'd both intended to attack each other instead. Now that he wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of Luo Yunyang's mind power, Yuan Sage Blood Shadow had not expected such a strong counterattack. Who would have thought you'd still have something hidden up your sleeves? Unfortunately, your struggle here is still futile, said Yuan Sage Blood Shadow as he looked at Luo Yunyang. Since we have made our moves, you can forget about getting your hands on the Hongmeng Dragon Tree. The words of Yuan Sage Blood Shadow conveyed the intention of Yuan Sage Xianming, Yuan Sage Wuxiang, and the other participants. It was an absolute joke to think that someone who had not even reached the level of a Yuan Sage would try to vie with them for the Hongmeng Dragon Tree. Luo Yunyang did not reply as he continued to use his mind power in his struggle against Yuan Sage Blood Shadow. On the other side of the Hongmeng Dragon Tree, Yuan Sage Wuxiang and Yuan Sage Xianming were also engaged in an intense battle. Unlike the deadlock of a battle happening on the other side, Yuan Sage Wuxiang was currently being pushed back by the pressuring Yuan Sage Xianming. Yuan Sage Wuxiang felt sullen. He wasn't any weaker than Yuan Sage Xianming in terms of strength. However, the distance to the Hongmeng Dragon Tree meant that his mind power was unable to get a proper foothold on the tree due to the pressure of the opposing mind power. The area that had originally been occupied by his mind power had been reduced to less than 1/10 of what it had originally been. It could even be said that he was already in danger of being completely removed from the Hongmeng Dragon Tree. Once he was eliminated, he would have absolutely no more contact with the Hongmeng Dragon Tree. Blood Shadow, stop vying with that young chap. Xianming is our true opponent. Yuan Saint Wuxiang shouted as his emotions ran wild. Judging by the tussle with Luo Yunyang, Yuan Sage Blood Shadow knew now that it was impossible to quickly destroy and eliminate Luo Yunyang as he had initially intended to. He also felt threatened by the speed of the attack of Yuan Sage Xianming against Yuan Sage Wuxiang. He and Yuan Sage Wuxiang were comparable in terms of their distance from the Hongmeng Dragon Tree. Once the mind power of Yuan Sage Wuxiang was eliminated, then he would definitely be no match for Yuan Sage Xianming. Young chap, Yuan Sage Xianming is not someone you can deal with alone. How about we now shift our focus to deal with him first? Even though he had already made a decision in his mind, Yuan Sage Blood Shadow would need to withdraw from his current tussle with Luo Yunyang's mind power in order to execute his plan. Luo Yunyang continued to observe the battle between Yuan Sage Xianming and Yuan Sage Wuxiang as he kept resisting the pressure of the mind power of Yuan Sage Blood Shadow. If he had to choose one of the three Yuan sages, Luo Yunyang detested Yuan Sage Xianming the most. In his bid to escape the impending calamity, this fellow actually wanted to use his precious son as a tool for substitution. The very thought of this pained Luo Yunyang's heart. In his opinion, Yuan Sage Xianming was his greatest foe in the vast sky sacred realm. Naturally, he definitely did not want Yuan Sage Xianming to end up getting a massive cultivation level boost by obtaining the Hongmeng Dragon Tree. Alright, Luo Yunyang responded without any hesitation. Yuan Venerate Xianming had overheard the discussion between Luo Yunyang and the other two. However, there was no change in his expression. Instead, the concentration of the green light increased even more frantically as a result of his mind power. In an instant, the territory occupied by Yuan Venerate Wuxiang was further reduced by half. The mind power of Yuan Venerate Xianming was already occupying nearly the entire area previously occupied by Yuan Venerate Wuxiang. The mind power of Yuan Venerate Wuxiang was now barely hanging on to the corners of the tree. If no assistance was given within the next few moments, then his mind power would really be eliminated from the tree. There was a malevolent look on the face of Yuan Venerate Wuxiang as he frantically tried to activate even more of his mind power in defense against the mounting pressure at this critical juncture. He could not give up just like that. After all, the Hongmeng Dragon Tree was simply too important. While he was barely hanging on, the mind powers of both Luo Yunyang and Yuan Sage Blood Shadow quickly approached and attacked Yuan Sage Shending's mind power. Yuan Sage Shending never flinched as he kept pressuring Yuan Sage Wuxiang with his mind power in an attempt to push him out of the Hongmeng Dragon Tree while simultaneously fending off the attacks of Luo Yunyang and Yuan Sage Blood Shadow. Yuan Sage Shending did not seem to be at a disadvantage in any way despite facing 3 opponents at once. Instead, it seemed as though he had a great advantage. The 4 of them continued to activate their mind powers as they advanced toward the Hongmeng Dragon Tree. However, as they got closer to the tree, Yuan Sage Shending seemed to dominate the battle. Yuan Sage Shending seemed invincible in battle. However, Luo Yunyang suddenly had an idea. He could try to use his attribute regulator to reduce Yuan Sage Shending's mind attribute. This way, they would be able to eliminate Yuan Sage Shending first from the battle. However, even after defeating Yuan Sage Shending, Luo Yunyang would not hold a great advantage in the battle. The Hongmeng Dragon Tree is mine. You, and you should all get lost right this instant. Yuan Sage Shending shouted just as Luo Yunyang was secretly making his move. Then, Yuan Sage Shending's mind power output was doubled. Yuan Venerate Wuxiang, who had initially been cornered into a very small area due to the pressure exerted by Yuan Venerate Shending, was now even further reduced in terms of area to just the size of a palm. The mind power of Yuan Sage Blood Shadow also started crumbling. Luo Yunyang similarly felt a large surge of pressure. He knew that there was no other choice now since Yuan Sage Shending had used a secret technique. However, just as he was about to activate his attribute regulator, in the 36 Great Cosmoses, a jade-like palm broke through the sky on the 7 extinction grounds. Even though the palm wasn't huge, it still made the origin intent of the 36 Great Cosmoses weaken considerably. It seemed as though something was crushing this origin intent. The Great Era Destroyer had arrived. 5,000 Yuan Venerates. Not bad, Luo Yunyang. I must really thank you for giving me such a pleasant surprise. Seeing the 5 fingers talking at the same time with different voices was a peculiar sight. Meanwhile, the palm had begun to quickly descend. Chapter 1249. God-Slaying Crossbow, Ready the God-Slaying Crossbow. To the 5,000 Yuan Venerates of the 36 Great Cosmoses, these massive, boundlessly powerful warships weren't just their means of transport. They were also the greatest weapon they had in their arsenal. 1,200 Yuan Venerates standing atop the decks of these warships simultaneously soared into the sky as they quickly activated their individual powers in the array formation before them. After these 1,200 Yuan Venerates made their move, over 10,000 Heavenly Venerates also began unleashing their powers from their individual positions. A boundless energy formed a giant wave as it was directed toward a golden divine array, and energy was channeled toward a giant crossbow with a myriad of different inscriptions on its surface. This crossbow was many meters long and was composed of the tempered divine cores of many stars. The structure of the gargantuan crossbow must have used several million cores of stars, as each core of a single star was only about the size of an infant's palm. This giant crossbow would definitely be the most prized treasure of any race or city if it belonged to any of the powers within the 36 Great Cosmoses. Whoosh! Distortions started appearing in the sky as the giant crossbow fired. Spatial fissures of varying lengths and sizes appeared before the golden array started to crumble the instant the shot was fired. The God-Slaying Crossbow was one of the finest weapons Luo Yunyang had studied in the Taishu sect. However, it was still the simplified version that the human race had constructed by doing their best. Even so, many martialists of the human race were still very confident about this weapon of theirs. That weapon was deemed so powerful that even a Yuan Venerate like Yuan Zi would be hard-pressed to survive a battle with it. When the God-Slaying Crossbow had first been created, many of the drafted martialists had been filled with confidence in battle. After all, there had never been such a massive, powerful weapon in the worlds they had come from. In fact, most of them had never even heard of such a powerful weapon. Such an immensely powerful weapon was capable of killing anything. Everyone's attention was drawn to the God-Slaying Crossbow as they pinned their hopes on the weapon that was being activated. The speed of the arrow of the giant crossbow was so fast that it took only a fraction of a second for it to close in on the Era Destroyer palm. As the arrow closed in on the Great Era Destroyer palm, the Yuan Venerates in control of the God-Slaying Crossbow felt as though there was a channel between the crossbow and the Great Era Destroyer palm. A channel that only the shot fired from the God-Slaying Crossbow could break. You are trying to kill me with such a minuscule ray of light. How laughable. An ear-piercing voice filled the sky. The forefinger interlocked with the thumb before pointing at the god-slaying crossbow. It was a light, swift snap. This finger point seemed way too ordinary compared to the power of the god-slaying crossbow. However, as ordinary as it was, it still collided with the oncoming shot fired by the god-slaying crossbow. The god-slaying crossbow, which was the epitome of the efforts of the human race and was made out of the core of many different stars, began crumbling on impact with a simple point. How could that be? The energies exerted by the people of the human race halted as a feeling of fright and terror overcame them. After all, they were now unsure of whether they could deal with the impending catastrophe. The prized possession they had crafted by using the strength of everyone present had been easily destroyed by the single point of a finger. Could they still overcome the impending calamity? The human race in the 36 great cosmoses would be completely annihilated if they were unable to do so in the battle against the great era destroyer. He is hurt, Luo Yunyang said. He had a look of calm stability as he continued sitting on a throne made out of divine jade. A single droplet of blood trickled down the forefinger as Luo Yunyang said that. Even though it was just a tiny droplet, it still felt as though the entire world was filled with dripping blood. Vile creature, you have angered me now. A sharp voice resonated from the forefinger. Even though the single drop of blood was not much for the forefinger, it was its first time getting hurt after all the previous great calamities. Furthermore, this injury had been caused by the very beings he'd thought were so insignificant initially. Divine Taiyan Net, get ready. Luo Yunyang commanded without paying much attention to the curses of the forefinger. He would still use all these methods even though they were known not to be very effective in dealing with the Great Era Destroyer. The reason he would do that was not only because these methods had been prepared over many years, but also because every single effort to oppose the Great Era Destroyer counted for something. Upon command, 2,400 Yuan Venerates activated the arrays they were holding in their hands and transferred their energies. None of them held back their effort, as this concerned the future of the entire human race. Streaks of what seemed like fine silk began ascending from the warships. Each of these threads contained a Taiyan law. The martialists of the human race had destroyed a significant number of the divine incarcerate race cosmoses just to craft this very Taiyan net. It seemed as though the sky froze as a giant net of light formed and enveloped the sky. Still, the Great Era Destroyer palm did not seem to show any fear. This net might look strong, but it is actually defective, the Great Era Destroyer palm said mockingly. Many years ago, I had a friend who was able to use a net made from 6 strands of Taiyan sky laws to defeat all the martialists in this world. That was the true divine Taiyan net. The divine Taiyan net wielded by all of you is only the divine Taiyan net in name. Luo Yunyang knew that the words of the Great Era Destroyer palm were true because the divine Taiyan net was indeed crafted from a total of 6 strands of Taiyan sky laws, as mentioned in the records in the Taishu sect's repository. If he were really able to craft the authentic divine Taiyan net, then Luo Yunyang was confident that he would be able to defeat the Great Era Destroyer palm in one fell swoop instead. However, at this point in time, Luo Yunyang did not own even a single strand of that sky law, much less 6 of them. That was why he used the Taiyan law instead as a substitute. Even so, 100 of these Taiyan laws were still not comparable to a single Taiyan sky law. Descend. Luo Yunyang commanded once more without any intention to continue conversing with the Great Era Destroyer palm. Comrade, we are all depending on you. The human race's divine ancestor, who was standing beside Luo Yunyang, said as the Taiyan net began descending toward the Great Era Destroyer palm. The human race's divine ancestor had always addressed Luo Yunyang as the human ruler. Even though that form of address was respectful, it still created a distance between the two of them. At this critical juncture of the battle, the human race's divine ancestor had actually addressed Luo Yunyang differently instead. It still isn't time for you guys to enter. If I fall, you will all have to take over, Luo Yunyang replied. I know you are not willing to let any of us take the risk, but if we waited until you got defeated, then our chances of counter-attacking would be even slimmer. The human race's divine ancestor laughed. Over the course of all these years, I have been through many calamities. Since the people of the human race address me as ancestor, then it is time for me to contribute for holding on to this title. Would any of you like to retreat? He asked those behind him as he turned around. Retreating is not an option we shall choose. Human ruler, since we have already made the necessary preparations, we shall choose death over failure. A firm, resolute voice resonated. As it spoke, a bloody mist began rising from the speaker and charging toward the sky. As soon as this mist took shape, more followed in succession. In no time, thousands of bloody streaks had risen. Each of these bloody streaks was filled with murderous intent as they gathered in the sky to form a giant blood-red sword. It was the blood-soul-slaying sword. This wasn't a technique Luo Yunyang had discovered while he had been in the Taishu sect. Instead, it had been created by the successive generations of the human race during the previous Great Era. At the time, this law had been envisioned to be activated by over 1,000 ninth-grade heavenly venerates. Because of the increasing power of the human race, which was led by Luo Yunyang, the human race's divine ancestor had decided to make use of Yuan venerates to activate this attack. If one attack could already completely annihilate an opponent, what could more than 1,000? Such attacks do? While the user's energy would suffer great damage, at least it wouldn't cost them their life. However, the user would likely be killed if the attack was dragged out over a longer time. Luo Yunyang had always opposed the usage of this type of attack. However, the human race's divine ancestor was absolutely bent on the idea of getting them to do this. Therefore, Luo Yunyang eventually had to relent by allowing this to happen at a critical juncture. The divine Taiyan net covered the span of the sky as the blood sword tore through the sky and descended. The Great Era Destroyer palm did not seem very bothered even when it was bound by the divine Taiyan net. However, at the appearance of the blood sword, it literally went berserk. All of you are literally courting death. Did you think that a technique like this would actually work on me? Multiple voices hollered, coming out of the 5 fingers simultaneously. Following this holler, 5 veins of different colors that looked like 5 different sky laws appeared on the back of the 5 fingers. Insignificant ants, why are you even resisting? In reality, everything you do is futile. This time, I will let you have a taste of the power of the combination of 5 different sky laws. Upon saying this, the Great Era Destroyer palm faced Luo Yunyang and used a palm in the direction of the endless warships. The sky warped the moment it did this. Countless stars in the vast void started crumbling as many fissures formed in the 36 great cosmoses. Chapter 1250. Annihilation Sky Fist. The 36 great cosmoses of the human race went deadly silent, as almost everyone was aware that a battle concerning their fate was in full swing. They would all be doomed if they lost this battle. They might not be able to observe the battle, but the erratic phenomenon constantly happening throughout the realm could not escape their watchful eyes. They saw the sky falling and the land crumbling as everything shattered into pieces. Many more things also left them feeling extremely terrified. However, most of them were not paying attention to the peculiarities happening. They were instead anticipating winning the battle to come. They did not know how the Great Era Destroyer was going to wipe out the Great Era, but they understood that none of them would survive if he were to win. Death. Death would really await them all if they lost. Feeling hopeful and unwilling to submit to their peril was a futile effort in the fight against the destruction of the Great Era. After all, they lacked the ability to change even the smallest thing. Boom! A deafening sound of destruction echoed throughout the mysterious sky great cosmos as thousands of stars fell in an instant. While the friction in the air decreased, the destruction of the stars could still be felt significantly. Mountains crumbled while the flow of the rivers was reversed. Can we win? In the virtual realms of the human race, some people felt apprehensive amidst the wave of posts constantly screaming about victory. The question posted seemed ridiculous to many people, as most people believed that the human race would surely emerge victorious from this must-win situation. We have the divine ancestor and 5,000 Yuan venerates. The human race is currently the strongest we have ever seen in all great eras. We won't just win, we will win overwhelmingly. The respondent followed up with another post in bold after mentioning names of human race powerhouses. Most importantly, we have the human ruler. The words, human ruler, were a powerful term in the entire human race of the 36 great cosmoses. Hence, the post drew the support of almost everyone in the virtual realm when they saw these words. A genius like the human ruler is rare. With him in charge, our human race definitely will not lose. We will emerge as victors for sure. Praise for the human ruler flooded the virtual realm. At the same time, the Great Era Destroyer palm had also struck the blood soul slaying sword. The blood soul slaying sword, which was drenched in a boundless baleful aura, shook after being hit by the palm and cracks appeared on its blade. Both the divine net and blood soul slaying sword were on the verge of being destroyed. The huge warship, which carried the 2,400 Yuan venerates who utilized the Taiyan laws, began to show signs of breaking down as the Yuan venerates on board all suffered from the effects of the backlash. The effects of the backlash were not enough to kill them but still depleted their cultivation base by more than half. If they could not find ways to recuperate, their cultivation base might suffer from regression. However, at the moment, no one cared if their cultivation base would regress or not. As Yuan venerates of the human race, they were well aware of their preparations for this battle. Hence, they had the utmost confidence in the three great weapons they had. The Great Era Destroyer was formidable but not out of reach in their opinion. They could stop the impending calamity with the three great weapons they had. However, the blow of the Great Era Destroyer palm had shattered their hopes. How overwhelmingly strong and powerful it was. It was so powerful that despair was the only thing they could feel right now. Was there really no way of stopping the destruction of the final Great Era? Many of them had experienced countless samsara cycles in order to return to the final Great Era, yet what awaited them was something they could not accept easily. Why should I return if I know that this is going to happen? One of the returnees slumped on the warship and lamented in despair. Indeed, he felt despair. Yuan Zi sighed inwardly as he saw his fallen companion. He was well aware of the effort this companion of his had made since becoming a Yuan venerate. His companion had trained and cultivated hard just to seek revenge on the Great Era Destroyer. However, the overwhelming Great Era Destroyer palm had shattered his ideas and dreams. That Yuan venerate wasn't the only victim. In fact, most of the Yuan venerates were on the verge of having a mental breakdown. Why is he so strong? Is he not going to give the human race a way out? The Daqian Hall Master screamed hysterically. The Daqian Hall Master had always stood firmly by Luo Yunyang's side and had also been involved in the creation of the three great weapons. Unfortunately, he was desperate now. The three great weapons were, in his opinion, the strongest weapons ever created. However, they still could not cause any harm to the Great Era Destroyer palm. In other words, the fullest effort of the entire human race wasn't even on the same level as the Great Era Destroyer palm. It was no wonder the Great Era Destroyer palm hadn't reacted strongly to the demise of the mysterious underworld race and the divine incarcerate race. It could even be said that he had treated the death of his subordinates rather nonchalantly. It turned out that this wasn't because the Great Era Destroyer palm was helpless but because he simply did not care about his subordinates' deaths at all. It seemed certain that the final Great Era was about to be destroyed. Most of the human race's divine ancestors' will had been infused into the blood soul-slaying sword. Despite this setback, he said nothing. However, his desperation was rapidly taking over his mind. He knew that he could not inflict significant damage on the Great Era Destroyer palm alone, but he had not expected that the formidable strike arranged by him and so many other Yuan venerates would be ineffective. As well, while he sunk into despair, a figure emerged as fast as lightning, cutting through the countless voids and striking at the Great Era Destroyer palm with an outstretched finger. The 5th level Sky Law is indeed powerful, but it is a pity that there are flaws in it. You are not a complete top-level Yuan sage, but merely a remnant of one. You are just a spirit under the control of the sacred venerate. A spirit that cannot even form a complete body. Luo Yunyang snapped coldly. What is there to be cocky about? Luo Yunyang's words were said too loudly yet still contained a frightening level of intimidation. 5 faces were projected from each of the 5 fingers of the Great Era Destroyer palm upon hearing these intimidating words. All 5 faces had varying expressions of fear, shock, rage, and madness. Luo Yunyang's words were like a hammer smashing them and exposing their greatest scars without any scruples. They were merely spirits and subordinates of the sacred venerate, and there was nothing wrong with this statement. Although they had destroyed thousands of great eras in order to refine the supreme treasure they would be using to seek revenge against the sacred venerate, they were still very afraid of the sacred venerate. That's right, they feared the sacred venerate. While they were stupefied, Luo Yunyang surged in front of them and jabbed with his finger, which contained boundless power. Obliteration Finger. Luo Yunyang executed the 7th level of the Obliteration Finger this time, but the power encapsulated in it was all the power he had gathered from the chaotic whole galactic beast in his present body. Luo Yunyang wanted very much to shift the power attributes of his body in the vast sky sacred realm, but that body was fighting for the Hongmeng Dragon Tree at the same time. It was nearly impossible for that body to be distracted at all, so Luo Yunyang could only go ahead and manipulate the power attributes of his remaining 2 sources. Even so, the might of the Obliteration Finger sent out by Luo Yunyang had also reached the level of a Yuan monarch. The 7th level of the obliteration finger contained nearly boundless might to begin with. Coupled with the power from 2 of Luo Yunyang's bodies, the strike of the finger caused the sky to rupture and distort. The Great Era Destroyer palm smashed against Luo Yunyang at the same time, as Luo Yunyang had impudently disclosed a secret that they had been really reluctant to let others know about. As a result, they were itching to kill Luo Yunyang. However, a shattering sound came from the 5 fingers and resounded in the void when the palm collided against the obliteration finger. Shortly afterward, cracks appeared on the 5 fingers. Yuan Monarch Obliteration Finger. I have indeed underestimated you. The ring finger said hysterically before all 5 fingers of the palm closed up, forming a fist right away. The palm had turned into a fist. How surprising to have these insignificant ants force us to give our all once again during the final Great Era. You can go to hell along with your companions. Since you learned the obliteration finger and know that we were slaughtered by the sacred venerate, you must also have heard of the annihilation sky fist. Now, die. After forming a fist, its power multiplied, causing the obliteration finger, which had held the upper hand initially, to show signs of crumbling under the formidable annihilation sky fist. Luo Yunyang also felt a force different from the annihilation sky laws enveloping and tearing apart his body in the void. It was the annihilation sky fist. The owner of the Great Era Destroyer palm was definitely not weaker than the person who had left behind the obliteration finger. There was no room for Luo Yunyang to retreat anymore. If he wanted to continue fighting, he would have to gather all his power through his attribute regulator. However, in the void of the Hongmeng Dragon Tree, Yuan Sage Shending's mind power had become so extremely massive that he had been forced into a corner despite mobilizing all his mind power to resist. At the moment, Luo Yunyang felt that he needed to make a choice. Chapter 1251. Fighting on 2 fonts. The brilliant rays around the Hongmeng Dragon Tree had transitioned from their original golden yellowish color to an exquisite shade of dark purple, while the divine light flashing from its body was nearly consumed by a greenish light. A greenish light belonging to Yuan Sage Shending. Yuan Sage Shending had arrived under the Hongmeng Dragon Tree. His back faced the crowd, giving off the airy demeanor of a divine being. Yuan Sage Wushang, I'm not seeing you out. Yuan Sage Shending snapped as the radiance that represented Yuan Sage Wushang dissipated from the Hongmeng Dragon Tree. Yuan Sage Wushang was more than 1,000 feet away from the Hongmeng Dragon Tree. His eyes burned with anger, as he had lost his best chance to obtain the Hongmeng Dragon Tree. Obtaining the Hongmeng Dragon Tree would allow him to achieve transcendence. However, he had never expected to be knocked out of the race, just as he had been very certain that the Hongmeng Dragon Tree was within his grasp. It was no longer meaningful for him to impose his mind power on the Hongmeng Dragon Tree. The reason was that Yuan Sage Shending would not spare him another opportunity, and expanding all his mind power would be futile in the end. He had lost his only foothold and was destined to lose the Hongmeng Dragon Tree. Yuan Sage Shending was beleaguered by 3 parties. However, after expelling Yuan Sage Wushang, it all came down to Luo Yunyang and Yuan Sage Blood Shadow, who were fighting against him. Luo Yunyang was fairly confident about seizing the Hongmeng Dragon Tree, but seeing how the situation had unfolded had shaken his confidence. His present body was no weaker than a Yuan Sage's body in terms of strength, as he had absorbed the spirit essence of the sky-wrecking Great Sage. With the aid of his attribute regulator, he could increase his mind attributes to a level several times higher than that of an ordinary Yuan Sage. However, disregarding the fact that Yuan Sage Shending had an innate advantage over him, the sudden outburst and surge in Yuan Sage Shending's mind power had also exceeded that of Luo Yunyang's. Most of all, Luo Yunyang was starting to sense resistance from the Hongmeng Dragon Tree, which hadn't resisted him so far. The resistance wasn't obvious, but it was enough to be felt clearly by Luo Yunyang. The reason for this resistance was simple. Hongmeng Dragon Tree was starting to acknowledge Yuan Sage Shending. Once the Hongmeng Dragon Tree accepted Yuan Sage Shending as its master, Luo Yunyang and Yuan Sage Blood Shadow would lose the battle. The area Yuan Sage Blood Shadow refined had gradually withdrawn from the trunk of the Hongmeng Dragon Tree, leaving only a thin branch that was just half a foot thick. Even so, Yuan Sage Blood Shadow's blood rays would not stop withdrawing. If this continued, he would inevitably end up like Yuan Sage Wushang. Shending, you're indeed a step ahead of us this time. I'm displeased, but I do not want to continue tangling with you, Yuan Sage Blood Shadow said abruptly. Then, the branch that he was refining suddenly broke off from the Hongmeng Dragon Tree. The broken branch released an immeasurable amount of spirit essence toward the Hongmeng dragon tree, while the green leaves hanging on the branch became lifeless in an instant. Yuan Sage Blood Shadow paid no attention to what had happened, as he was concerned about the branch that was heading toward him rapidly. Blood Shadow, what you did wasn't useful at all. Yuan Sage Xuanming seemed calm, but his rage could be heard in his tone. He was angry that Yuan Sage Blood Shadow had snapped off the branch of the Hongmeng dragon tree. When the broken branch flew away, a small twig sprung from the section snapped off from the main trunk of the tree. In the blink of an eye, the small twig became thicker than the palm of the hand while leaves grew rapidly on it. 10 seconds later, a branch looking exactly like the one that had snapped off reappeared on the Hongmeng dragon tree. It seemed as though there was no difference between before and after the branch had snapped off from the Hongmeng dragon tree. However, Luo Yunyang could sense that the aura on the Hongmeng dragon tree had somewhat weakened. The impact was minimal on the Hongmeng dragon tree. Ha ha ha, Yuan Sage Xuanming, I can't allow you to take the entire Hongmeng dragon tree for yourself and leave us with nothing. Yuan Sage Blood Shadow mocked him sarcastically, yet this was merely a facade meant to conceal the fact that the present situation was something he did not want to see happen. Obtaining only a branch from this fight would be a major defeat for him. However, considering that Yuan Sage Wuxiang had obtained nothing, Yuan Sage Blood Shadow found that obtaining something was some sort of saving grace. Yuan Sage Xuanming had no time to bicker with Yuan Sage Blood Shadow. With the departure of Yuan Sage Blood Shadow, he now controlled more than 90% of the Hongmeng dragon tree. He also began to feel the power of the Hongmeng dragon tree fusing with his mind power. He felt that he could become the owner of the tree, as this mind power flowed within him. Although a small part of the tree was still being dominated by that obscure Yuan monarch, Yuan Sage Xuanming felt that he was nearing success. His opponents were Yuan Sage Blood Shadow, Yuan Sage Wuxiang, and that top-level Yuan Sage who had yet to make a move. Definitely not this nameless, unknown figure. Luo Yunyang was shrouded by his disguise so Yuan Sage Xuanming could not recognize him. The disparity between Luo Yunyang and Yuan Sage Xuanming was so huge that Yuan Sage Xuanming simply ignored the area controlled by Luo Yunyang. He was only concerned and worried about Luo Yunyang taking a leaf out of Yuan Sage Blood Shadow's book by snapping off a branch of the Hongmeng dragon tree. The 3 sacred fruits on the Hongmeng dragon tree were guarded closely by Yuan Sage Xuanming. Only 2 turns of time and space were left, so he had to be careful to prevent others from picking the sacred fruits and protect the Hongmeng dragon tree. Each of the 3 sacred fruits could help anyone who consumed it become a Yuan monarch or even a Yuan sage. Junior, leave now and I won't make things difficult for you. Yuan Sage Xuanming watched the Hongmeng dragon tree closely and addressed Luo Yunyang. In his opinion, Luo Yunyang wasn't worthy enough for him to go all out. Yuan Sage Xuanming's self-confidence wasn't domineering in Luo Yunyang's opinion. He could feel the pressure of Yuan Sage Xuanming as well as the resistance of the Hongmeng dragon tree against his own mind power. The area refined by Luo Yunyang's mind power had started resisting Luo Yunyang so much that it was considered an all-out attack against his mind power. While this subtle offensive move could not remove Luo Yunyang's mind power, it made refining the area 10 times harder than it was. The best option right now if he could not come up with a solution would be to give up the Hongmeng dragon tree immediately. It remained impossible to change the situation by gathering all his attributes from his body in the 36 great cosmoses with the assistance of his attribute regulator. However, Luo Yunyang was unwilling to let Yuan Sage Xuanming obtain the Hongmeng dragon tree. While this was occurring, Luo Yunyang's body in the 36 great cosmoses took on the annihilation sky fist of the Great Era Destroyer palm. Faced with Yuan Sage Xuanming's vigorous mind power on one end and the mighty blow of the Great Era Destroyer palm on the other end, both bodies of Luo Yunyang were in immense danger. Many thoughts were going through his mind as he observed both situations gravely. He knew he would put himself in even greater danger if he did what he was considering, but it was the only way to turn around the current peril. His attribute regulator flashed before his eyes as figures representing his attributes appeared in his mind. Without any hesitation, Luo Yunyang transferred all the power attributes from the body in the vast sky sacred realm to the body in the 36 great cosmoses. His body in the vast sky sacred realm was almost done refining the spirit essence of the sky-wrecking great sage and possessed fighting prowess far superior to his body in the 36 great cosmoses. However, he couldn't find an opportunity to adjust his power because he was competing for the Hongmeng Dragon Tree against Yuan Sage Blood Shadow and Yuan Sage Shending. The mighty Annihilation Sky Fist arrived in front of Luo Yunyang in mere moments, just in time for him to finish transferring his attributes as he countered it with a move of his own. The move wasn't the Obliteration Finger. It was the Great Obliteration Samsara Mark. The Great Obliteration Samsara Mark was a combination of the essence of his Great Obliteration Millstone and Samsara Wheel. It was so formidable that it even encompassed the power of the Samsara. The fist collided with the palm in the void. They were evenly matched for a moment before the Annihilation Sky Fist began to retreat. The martialists from the human race stared wide-eyed while Luo Yunyang used his technique. Although they knew that their human ruler was much stronger than them, they had not expected their human ruler to be better than the Great Era Destroyer palm. However, Luo Yunyang had done it. His move reignited the hope in their hearts. The 5 fingers of the Great Era Destroyer palm gathered once again and their voices returned to normal. A Yuan Sage. You are actually a Yuan Sage. How is it possible to have a Yuan Sage in this realm? A deep voice echoed from the ends of the realm. Luo Yunyang didn't respond but went ahead and increased the magnitude of his Great Obliteration Samsara Mark once again. It wasn't because Luo Yunyang did not want to say anything to the Great Era Destroyer palm but because he was running out of time. There was not enough time for this plan to succeed, and it would be very unfavorable for him if anything went wrong at any moment during this plan. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The Annihilation Sky Fist sent forth by the Great Era Destroyer palm retreated quickly as cracks began to develop on the massive fist formed by the Sky Laws. Luo Yunyang, do you want to know the reason I'm destroying the Great Eras again and again? I shall show you the supreme treasure I have spent countless Great Eras to refine. You won't die in vain if you get to witness this supreme treasure before the Sacred Venerate does. The Great Era Destroyer palm snarled frantically as he retracted his Annihilation Sky Fist. However, Luo Yunyang did not pursue this, as he was rapidly adjusting his power attributes. Chapter 1252, Sky Extermination Shuttle. The section of the Divine Light on the Hongmeng Dragon Tree representing Luo Yunyang's mind power had shrunk to the size of a palm and would disappear in a few seconds. Once the section disappeared, the entire Hongmeng Dragon Tree would become Yuan Sage Shending's possession. Yuan Sage Shending was in high spirits because he had nearly full control of the Hongmeng Dragon Tree's power. He had since banished Luo Yunyang's mind power and was on the verge of crushing it entirely. How dare a Yuan monarch compete against him for a prized possession? It was ridiculous. Massive, overwhelming power surged forward and enveloped Luo Yunyang's mind power at once. Luo Yunyang had only 2 choices. One of them was to immediately sever the connection between his mind power and the Hongmeng Dragon Tree, and the other was to fight and resist to the end. Severing his mind power on the Hongmeng Dragon Tree would be an irreversible loss for Luo Yunyang, as it would cause severe injuries and hurt his base cultivation due to the immense damage his mind power would suffer. However, resisting to the end posed a great risk of losing more than he asked for. Most people would definitely choose to sever their mind power if they faced such a situation. After all, it was much better to keep one's life by severing a limb instead of losing one's whole body. However, as extraordinary as Luo Yunyang was, he chose the second option. With the assistance of his attribute regulator, he concentrated all his attributes across his 3 bodies on his mind power. Boom, boom, boom. A power that dwarfed the energy of countless stars smashed Luo Yunyang's mind power to the point where he even felt cracks develop in his mind power. Right now, severing his mind power and fleeing seemed like the correct choice for Luo Yunyang. Although his mind power had exceeded that of an ordinary Yuan Sage 4 times, he was still in imminent danger while facing Yuan Sage Shending, who was backed up by the power of the Hongmeng Dragon Tree. Junior, you are really reckless. Yuan Sage Shending found Luo Yunyang's persistence completely absurd and hilarious. Those who could become Yuan Sages were people with great wisdom and perseverance. When knowing that something could not be done, they would definitely make the most favorable decision for themselves. People like Yuan Sage Blood Shadow were a great example, as he'd left after securing what he could leave with. Although the branch of the Hongmeng Dragon Tree was not comparable to a body, it was still a significant reward that proved Yuan Sage Blood Shadow hadn't made a fruitless trip. Luo Yunyang was recklessly holding on to something he had no chance of obtaining, which was simply a gross overestimation of his own strength in Yuan Sage Shending's opinion. Luo Yunyang ignored Yuan Sage Shending. He was battling on two fronts as he quickly adjusted his mind power to compete with Yuan Sage Shending while also taking on the devastating blow of the Great Era Destroyer's palm. The prowess displayed by the Great Era Destroyer palm was similar to that of Luo Yunyang after using his attribute regulator. The Great Era Destroyer palm became even more brutal upon being knocked back by the force of the samsara. He had destroyed countless great eras just to refine a supreme treasure. Flustered and exasperated by his circumstances, he wanted to use his supreme treasure. He hadn't completely refined his supreme treasure, but it was going to be used against the sacred venerate in the first place, so one could imagine how strong that supreme treasure was. Rise. Blood trickled from the 5 fingers of the great destroyer palm as a strange formation array appeared in the void. Buzz. A gentle tremor echoed in the void, causing everyone in the 36 great cosmoses to feel their hearts shaking in fear. It felt as though their hearts were on the verge of collapsing. Even extraordinary figures like Yuan Zi had difficulty breathing because of this great fear. The supreme treasure refined by the boundless power of destruction was really mighty before it even appeared. If it were to surface, the entire 36 great cosmoses would surely suffer irreparable damage. In the ancestral land of the 4 sky race, the patriarch was giving a lecture to the younger generation of disciples. Although his cultivation was vastly inferior to Luo Yunyang's, his disciples were still mesmerized by his elaborate explanation on cultivation techniques. The disparity in strength between the 4 sky race and the human race was getting wider and wider, but it also completely wiped out any intention that their patriarch had of competing against the human race. The 4 sky race did not even participate in the battle against the Great Era Destroyer this time, not because it didn't want to but because its presence was not significant enough to matter. The buzzing vibration was heard by the beings of the 4 sky race. The sensation wasn't very strong and couldn't kill any of the powerhouses in the 4 sky race. However, the patriarch giving the lecture suddenly had traces of blood dripping from his eyes. "Patriarch, what's the matter?" An elder of the 4 sky race asked in shock. "A supreme treasure is about to surface. This realm will be obliterated. We are doomed." "All right, you don't have to listen to my lecture anymore. We are all going to die soon. You guys can contemplate if you have any unfinished business for now. Get done as much as you can." Many people in the 36 great cosmoses were struck by sorrow as they gazed into the void. They were not aware of the situation of the battle, but the buzzing sound was akin to a chime of despair when it resounded in all corners of the realm. "From this day on, there will be no human race in the realm." An elderly member of the human race cried out in sadness. Some teenagers burning with vivid passion quickly ran over to the people they secretly admired and confessed their heartfelt feelings for them. In the virtual realm, a blacked-out screen was on the front page of the forums. The blacked-out screen was self-explanatory. The martialists who had posted comments before had no intention of leaving any more comments in the virtual realm now. They were simply speechless. "Have we been defeated?" Feng Feifei strolled amongst the crowd, staring at the void as if she had seen something appear from the cracks that had developed. 5,000 Yuan venerates stared closely at Luo Yunyang, their human ruler, who was the only one capable of bringing them hope, even though they knew that they would not escape this calamity. Luo Yunyang's expression was calm. Nothing special was exuded from his body, so it felt as though he was an ordinary person. "Sky Extermination Shuttle." The Great Era Destroyer palm said nothing more than these 3 words as a black shuttle flew out of the endless depths of the land. The Sky Shuttle was like a black shadow at first glance. However, everywhere it went in the 7 extinction lands, it shattered instantly. It was like a scorching sun that illuminated a great cosmos, turning everything into ashes and the land into nothing everywhere it went. Standing opposite the Great Era Destroyer palm, Luo Yunyang was the first person to bear the full force of the Sky Extermination Shuttle. The Great Era Destroyer palm was confident that his supreme treasure would be able to turn this opponent, who had humiliated him greatly, into ashes instantly. However, just as he felt that everything was going to end, he saw a smile creeping up on Luo Yunyang's face. Luo Yunyang stretched out his hand slowly with a smile still on his face. Then, a massive samsara wheel appeared on his body. Or rather, half a samsara wheel had appeared. This half of the samsara wheel exuded a strange, indescribable feeling. It did not exhibit much power, as it merely rotated in the void. However, it was absorbing power from its surroundings. The Great Era Destroyer palm thought that it was ridiculous of the samsara wheel to do this. The Sky Extermination Shuttle, which contained boundless power of destruction, was a supreme treasure capable of dealing with the sacred venerate. Even though the power of the supreme treasure wasn't in its final form, the power it had was definitely able to exterminate Luo Yunyang and the human race without any difficulty. It was simply suicidal of Luo Yunyang to do this. While Luo Yunyang's body in the 36 great cosmoses manipulated the samsara wheel, his body under the Hongmeng dragon tree did the same. However, unlike the samsara wheel in the 36 great cosmoses, the samsara wheel that had appeared not far from the Hongmeng dragon tree was the other half of the samsara wheel. In other words, the complete samsara wheel could only be formed by combining both halves of the samsara wheel on the two sides of the battlefront. The murderous intent filling the eyes of Yuan Sage Shending intensified when he saw the samsara wheel emerging on Luo Yunyang's body. "Vile being, you can stay here if you don't want to leave," he snorted. Then, a violent power surged in an unruly way toward Luo Yunyang's remaining mind power on the Hongmeng dragon tree. The blow contained all of Yuan Sage Shending's mind power and also the power of the Hongmeng dragon tree. This was considered the strongest attack he had ever come up with. He had to take advantage of this opportunity to intimidate and show his might by killing an unknown, obscure opponent like Luo Yunyang. Yuan Sage Wushang shook his head and left when the power surged forward. The power had become too much for him to withstand and nothing good would come out of him staying around. Wise men know when to submit to the circumstances. Although he was unwilling to give up the Hongmeng dragon tree, staying alive was more important than a tree. The only thing he could not accept wholeheartedly was the fact that he would no longer compare to Yuan Sage Shending in the future. Yuan Sage Shending was in no mood to pay attention to Yuan Sage Wushang, as he had a foreboding premonition. The massive power he bombarded Luo Yunyang with did not meet any resistance. Something wasn't right. Chapter 1253. Borrowing power to deal with power. Luo Yunyang felt that his body was on the verge of collapsing when the power from the Sky Extermination Shuttle entered it. So formidable, Luo Yunyang felt as if his insides were going to be torn apart when the power surged. As a Yuan monarch entity, Luo Yunyang's cultivation was unusually strong. However, he still felt like an insect in the face of the power of the Sky Extermination Shuttle. If he thought of his body as a river that allowed water to flow, in this case, his body was experiencing a mighty torrent in the form of the power of the Sky Extermination Shuttle, which was capable of demolishing anything that stood in its way. The first thing that this mighty torrent was going to demolish was indeed Luo Yunyang's body. What Luo Yunyang had to do now was allow the power to be transferred into his other body through his samsara wheel. However, he had to first ensure that his body would not collapse under the sheer might of the power. Otherwise, he would really become a laughing stock. He had to increase his constitution attributes. As the sensation of being torn apart got stronger, Luo Yunyang quickly manipulated his attribute regulator and converted most of his attributes to constitution in a bid to strengthen his body. Even so, cracks still appeared rapidly on Luo Yunyang's body. The mighty power gushed into his body, which acted like a vessel, filling it to the point that the vessel was about to explode at any moment. Fortunately, the samsara wheel rotated fast enough, as it took merely 1/10 of a second to transfer and send away the power of the Sky Extermination Shuttle. This might have seemed like a split moment to ordinary people, but it was an incredibly long duration for Luo Yunyang, who felt that he could not withstand it any longer. This process was repeated twice for Luo Yunyang, as the power entered one of his bodies and was blasted out of the other. His body in the 36 great cosmoses recovered quickly after sending out the power of the Sky Extermination Shuttle. However, it was not faster than the power of Yuan Sage Shending, which came out of his body in the vast sky sacred realm. Yuan Sage Shending's all-out strike, in combination with the assistance of the Hongmeng dragon tree, was no less impressive than the power of the Sky Extermination Shuttle. Despite going through the samsara wheel, it remained as berserk as ever. The process also caused cracks to develop around Luo Yunyang's body and spirit consciousness, which was really unbearable. This unbearable feeling disappeared right after the mighty power exited his body. He had completed his task. What he had to do next was laugh and watch on as the two supreme beings on the two different battlefronts unleashed their strongest attacks simultaneously. Yuan Sage Shending felt an inexplicable premonition looming in his heart. However, he did not know why he was feeling this way. Martialists at Yuan Sage Shending's level were usually able to sense imminent danger right away. This sort of intuition was akin to a supreme treasure that allowed them to avoid misfortune. They relied very much on such a reaction to keep themselves alive in a lot of situations. At the moment, Yuan Sage Shending was at the peak of his life, as he had obtained the Hongmeng Dragon Tree. While he still lacked the ability to fight against his master, he had taken the first big step toward the level of a sacred venerate. There were only a few sacred venerates in the vast sky sacred realm, and all of them were exalted figures who overlooked everything with their lofty demeanor. Even Yuan sages would need to bow down in reverence when facing a true sacred venerate. What is going on? Why am I having a premonition? Is there a sacred venerate around? There shouldn't be. Master told me that he would take care of all the possible consequences before I came. The only possibility was that those sacred venerates had come for him. If it wasn't the sacred venerates, then who is it? Who had the ability to threaten him? Bewildered by his thoughts, Yuan Sage Shending mocked himself for feeling too worried. However, the foreboding premonition in his heart got stronger. Just as Yuan Sage Shending responded involuntarily, massive annihilation power shot in full force toward him from Luo Yunyang's body. This power was overwhelmingly strong. As a member of the 12 Yuan sages, Yuan Sage Shending had been through plenty of big occasions. However, the incoming power still made his expression change. This power was overwhelmingly strong, and the force of extermination accompanying it was too massive to deal with. Boom! Yuan Sage Shending had unleashed his all-out strike, so he was fully prepared. However, his hasty counterattack still felt like a muddy wall broken instantly by the extreme power that surged toward him. The mighty power made the expression on Yuan Sage Shending's face change greatly. He felt like an ant that could be exterminated if he forcibly endured the overwhelming power. Without any hesitation, he redirected the surging power toward the Hongmeng Dragon Tree he had subdued while he retreated frantically. Despite the amazing speed at which Yuan Sage Shending retreated, the surging power still crashed into his body heavily, sending him flying backward. His internal universe and the sky laws he had condensed were nearly shattered completely. His body, which had remained almost unscathed for eons, had been blown away by less than half in an instant. Although Yuan Sage Shending could still afford losing less than half of his body, the loss of his internal universe and sky laws had caused his cultivation to plummet. What saddened him even more was that the connection between him and the Hongmeng Dragon Tree had been completely severed. The greenish light that had shrouded the Hongmeng Dragon Tree before had now been destroyed by the impact of the surging power. Plus, it didn't stop there. Yuan Sage Shending even felt that an intent hidden in the depths of Hongmeng Dragon Tree had been pulverized by the impact of the frenzied power. It was the origin intent of the Hongmeng Dragon Tree, an extremely important factor for any powerhouse who would like to refine the Hongmeng Dragon Tree. The only way to control the Hongmeng Dragon Tree was to make its origin intent submit. The reason Yuan Sage Shending was able to get increasingly stronger toward the end of the fight for the Hongmeng Dragon Tree was because he had managed to make the origin intent of the tree submit to him. Although the origin intent did not possess high intelligence, its existence maintained the autonomous power of Hongmeng Dragon Tree to a certain extent. Now, the origin intent that even Yuan Sage Shending had taken the time to refine was slowly turned into ashes by this frenzied power of annihilation. Luo Yunyang charged toward the Hongmeng Dragon Tree when it calmed down again. The Hongmeng Dragon Tree had to be refined moments ago, but all Luo Yunyang had to do now was imprint his will directly on the Hongmeng Dragon Tree. Without its origin intent, Luo Yunyang would be able to gain control of the Hongmeng Dragon Tree by using his mind power to imprint his will. A massive amount of spirit essence was mobilized by Luo Yunyang from the Hongmeng Dragon Tree to repair the damage to his body. Who the hell are you? What sort of technique did you use? Yuan Sage Shending glared at Luo Yunyang. The battle itself was a humiliating defeat for Yuan Sage Shending. The reward had already been in his hands, yet it had been taken from him and he had even suffered a huge blow. Luo Yunyang did not answer Yuan Sage Shending. He wasn't in the mood to pay attention to Yuan Sage Shending or his questions. In mere moments, a greenish light shot up from the Hongmeng Dragon Tree and transformed into a massive pestle that smashed heavily into Yuan Sage Shending. Yuan Sage Shending sighed when he felt the massive power hidden in the pestle before tearing the void apart and flying away. He had already failed, so it was meaningless to struggle any longer. As a result, he chose to leave immediately. The moment Yuan Sage Shending left, a menacing roar echoed from a secret location within the vast sky sacred realm. The deafening roar sounded like cries of demons, making anyone that heard it feel like their heart and consciousness were about to crumble. A towering mountain trembled so hard that it nearly collapsed. As the mountain continued trembling, a portrait hanging high on the mountain was illuminated brightly. In the portrait, a figure's back emerged gradually. The figure said nothing and stayed motionless, yet it possessed the ability to control everything in the realm. The deafening roar quietened down shortly as the tone turned from tyrannical to unwilling. Then, the figure that emerged slowly started to return into the portrait. Although it seemed as if nothing had ever happened, in fact, this unknown land had just gone through a massive confrontation. This sort of confrontation took place across 7 locations, on tall mountains, at the bottom of the sea, or even in the depths of a galaxy. No matter where it was, a portrait would be present, along with a turned-around figure incapable of suppressing anyone. In the 7 extinction lands of the 36 great cosmoses, Luo Yunyang also managed to blast the power brought forth by his samsara wheel from Yuan's sage Shending toward the extermination sky shuttle. The power of the extermination sky shuttle was impressive, but it wasn't easy to send out a second wave of power after the first had been unleashed. Hence, due to the impact of the combined powers of the Hongmeng Dragon Tree and Yuan Sage Shending, the Sky Extermination Shuttle was knocked back and sent flying away. The palm that conjured the Sky Extermination Shuttle also suffered immense backlash in the aftermath, causing cracks to appear on it. Chapter 1254. Boundless hatred. Cracks appeared on the Great Era Destroyer palm. The 5 fingers, which had their own will, felt as though they were about to shatter at any moment. I've had a taste of the power of the Hongmeng Dragon Tree. The ring finger's voice was no longer loud and crisp, as if he was afraid that his voice would cause his body to shatter right away. The index finger also said heavily, there is another power looming around. It felt like it came from the Master of Taishu. No, the Master of Taishu should be much stronger than this person. He isn't the Master of Taishu. Even if the person in question isn't the Master of Taishu, his power, in combination with the blow of the Hongmeng Dragon Tree, is comparable to the Master of Taishu's power, the thumb added. The Sky Extermination Shuttle had been damaged badly. It has actually been badly damaged. The thumb said agitatedly. How is it possible? How can we have been attacked so ferociously in such a wasteland? Unless the sacred venerate, Luo Yunyang was frantically recovering his power in the meantime. He knew that it was the best time to attack the Great Era Destroyer palm, but the game-changing blow he had unleashed had also exhausted a lot of his energy. It was important to kill the Great Era Destroyer palm, but it was even more important to him to recover as soon as possible. In Luo Yunyang's opinion, the Great Era Destroyer palm was merely a toothless tiger without the Sky Extermination Shuttle. At the very least, he did not have to be too afraid of the Great Era Destroyer palm. While Luo Yunyang could not attack now, Yuan Zi and the other 5,000 human race Yuan venerates could still continue the fight. Previously, the formidable prowess displayed by the Sky Extermination Shuttle had struck fear in their hearts, causing them to lose the will to retaliate at all. It could even be said that they were just awaiting their death while facing such overwhelming power. However, as all of them felt desperate and were losing hope, Luo Yunyang channeled and took all the energy into his body. An even more magnificent power shot down the Sky Extermination Shuttle. All this happened too fast to describe. However, for Yuan Zi and the rest of the Yuan venerates, it was a turning point between life and death. Move, Yuan Zi commanded as he unleashed a 4-colored sword light while soaring and slashed at the Great Era Destroyer palm. At the same moment, the human race's divine ancestor and the other Yuan venerates also took action. While they could not manipulate the blood sword again, they still used their strongest techniques to strike the Great Era Destroyer palm. Rays of light shrouded the void, crashing the Great Era Destroyer palm. These attacks were nothing to the Great Era Destroyer palm usually. However, it was now battered from the previous engagement and could not even muster up the energy to move. As a result, the palm could only bear the wrath of these attacks in silence. Cracks continuously appeared on the Great Era Destroyer palm, and the human race martialists felt that the Great Era Destroyer palm was definitely going to crumble if they continued this barrage of attacks. The human race's divine ancestor, the powerhouses of the current Great Era, and the countless powerhouses of previous Great Eras attacked frantically. They did not hesitate even though unleashing such attacks would make them suffer irreversible losses. After all, they had seen hope. Luo Yunyang watched the Great Era Destroyer palm, which seemed to be on the verge of collapsing, and breathed a sigh of relief. He had mostly recovered from his injuries by now. The reason he had a quick recovery was because his attribute regulator had increased his constitution attributes constantly. The effects of the Hongmeng Dragon Tree had also played a part. The Hongmeng Dragon Tree was blooming with vitality. It could not only form a realm of its own but also assist Luo Yunyang in recovering from his physical injuries quickly. Die. Luo Yunyang soared and pointed his finger at the Great Era Destroyer palm after gauging that he had mostly recovered. The might of his finger was boundless. Although it contained the essence of the 7th level obliteration finger, its true power was at the 8th level after Luo Yunyang adjusted all his power attributes through his attribute regulator. Of course, the Hongmeng Dragon Tree played a huge part as well. The Great Era Destroyer palm did not move in the face of Luo Yunyang's overwhelming attack, as if it was not aware of the attack. However, just as the finger was about to land on the body of the Great Era Destroyer palm, a voice suddenly spoke in Luo Yunyang's ear. Luo Yunyang, you have won. I really didn't expect that I would lose everything at the last moment. Ha ha ha, it seems that you have entered the vast sky sacred realm since you can harvest the power of Hongmeng Dragon Tree and the power of the disciple of the Master of Taishu. According to my calculations, it is time for the sacred venerate to harvest from the vast sky sacred realm again. Is your name already in the Yuanfu catalog? The voice wasn't coming from the 5 fingers, but it gave Luo Yunyang a creepy feeling the moment he heard it. His name was indeed in the Yuanfu catalog. Even his son, Luo Xiaochong, was in danger because of Yuan Sage Shending. Luo Yunyang also suspected that his father's name was in the Yuanfu catalog. Luo Yunyang, I know you definitely do not want to become a puppet who is enslaved by others, but your cultivation is still not good enough to oppose the sacred venerate. Don't assume that the sacred venerate will not cause you trouble if you hide in this obscure place. Listen to me, the Yuanfu catalog isn't as simple as you think. You will be doomed if you can't break the shackles of the seal of the Yuanfu catalog. In order to allow you to have a bigger chance of opposing the sacred venerate, I shall present you with a gift. When the word, gift, was uttered, tiny specks of light flew out of the Great Era Destroyer palm. Those specks of light disappeared right after appearing in the Great Era Destroyer palm, which terrorized the entire human race, turned into a jade hand that looked like it had been carved out of white jade and fell to the ground. My body has gone through years of tempering. It is so strong that even a sacred venerate could only suppress it but not destroy it. Now, I have sent away the last traces of spirit consciousness left behind in my palm. If you can obtain the rest of my body, you will be able to restore them into a complete fighting avatar and obtain a truly supreme fighting avatar. Although you wouldn't be able to fight with the sacred venerate, the disciples of the sacred venerate would not be able to do anything to you either. After he said that, he added with a trace of lingering sadness, my years of effort have been destroyed by a moment of failure. I refuse to accept this. This crazy roar reverberated in Luo Yunyang's mind while the spirit consciousness of the Great Era Destroyer palm dissipated in the void. After the spirit consciousness dissipated completely, Luo Yunyang sensed that the suppressed origin intent of the 36 great cosmoses had begun to recover rapidly. The chaotic spirit essence and the nomological laws within the 7 extinction grounds had also started to return to their original state. The stars that had deviated from their own orbit also returned to their position swiftly as everything else went back in order. Blooming vitality surged and filled the void. Then, Luo Yunyang grabbed the jade hand and sent it into his storage bracelet. When he took the jade hand, he used his spirit consciousness and went over it a few times. There were 5 incomplete sky laws within the jade hand. To be exact, there were 5 Shantian sky laws. Although there were flaws in the sky laws, their combined strength was much stronger than a complete Shantian sky law. While Luo Yunyang disliked the Great Era Destroyer palm greatly, he still remembered what the Great Era Destroyer palm had said. His name was in the Yuanfu catalog, and while he had obtained the Hongmeng Dragon Tree, this did not guarantee that he could escape his fate. In the end, his strength would still be the deciding factor during the impending calamity. The Sky Extermination Shuttle was much stronger than the Jade Hand. It had not suffered any damage when it had been sent flying by the power of Yuan Sage Shending in the Hongmeng Dragon Tree, and it continued to exude destructive power from its jetback body. The Sky Extermination Shuttle had originally been intended to be used by the Great Era Destroyer palm to deal with the Sacred Venerate. Hence, the extent of its power was unimaginable. However, it still lacked the destruction of the final Great Era before its true power could be formed completely. If that happened, Luo Yunyang felt that even Yuan Sage Shending and the Hongmeng Dragon Tree wouldn't be able to do anything to it. Now, it was impossible for Luo Yunyang to refine the Sky Extermination Shuttle to its complete state because it would cost him too much. We won, some martialists cried out in relief. The Daqian Hall Master and the others didn't care about their images. They cheered in unison in the 7 extinction grounds, which were blooming in vitality again. Some returnees even dropped to their knees, crying out the names of people that were only remembered by them. Countless martialists had gathered around Luo Yunyang as they gazed at him in reverence. All of them knew that Luo Yunyang had played the most decisive role, even though they had all participated in the massive war. They would have had no hope of victory if Luo Yunyang had not been leading them. Luo Yunyang looked at the crowd surrounding him and smiled gently. However, as he was about to say something, his expression changed all of a sudden. I need to spend a few days in seclusion, Luo Yunyang told the Sky Spirit Monarch. The Sky Spirit Monarch and the divine troops were Luo Yunyang's guards. Hence, they were naturally tasked with ensuring Luo Yunyang's safety. Everyone present thought that Luo Yunyang had suffered great injuries during the fight against the Great Era Destroyer Palm, and that was why he had said that. However, none of them knew that the reason Luo Yunyang was hurrying back into seclusion was because of the changes that had happened in the vast sky sacred realm. The radiance around the Hongmeng dragon tree, which was already under the control of Luo Yunyang, had turned white before Luo Yunyang could keep it as white as the world around it. While this situation occurred, someone in the void said faintly, "Fellow Taoist, how about you lend this thing to me for a moment?" Then, a hand came and grabbed swiftly for the Hongmeng dragon tree. Chapter 1255. Dauphin Lord Qingjing Yuan Venerate Raihui and Yuan Venerate Yuyao had witnessed the entire fight. Both of them had lost any hope of acquiring the Hongmeng dragon tree. Now, they could only look at Luo Yunyang in disbelief. They had been a little wary of Luo Yunyang becoming their alliance leader initially, as they had been afraid Luo Yunyang might deceive them. However, the current situation made them feel foolish. How could Luo Yunyang still deceive them when things had turned out this way? Luo Yunyang could kill them at any time if he wanted to. Yuan Sage Wushang, Yuan Sage Shending, and Yuan Sage Blood Shadow had lost everything to Luo Yunyang during the fight for the Hongmeng dragon tree. This proved that all of them were a lot weaker than Luo Yunyang. However, just as they wanted to rush toward Luo Yunyang and congratulate him, an overly powerful energy suppressed them. The sky laws they controlled were seemingly insignificant in the face of this overwhelming energy, so they were completely incapable of resisting it. This energy alone was enough to make them feel extremely terrified. At the same time, they also heard someone say, "Fellow Taoist, how about you lend this thing to me for a moment?" This sentence was enunciated charmingly, as if it wasn't a human speaking but the heavens. No one could resist when the heavens spoke. Who was it? Who would actually make a move at a time like this? Yuan Sage Shending had already fled the scene, but Yuan Sage Blood Shadow hadn't. He had originally wanted to wait and see if he could benefit from the situation at the right time, but he had never expected that someone would act before him. This situation worried Yuan Sage Blood Shadow greatly, as his first thought was to run as far away as he could. "Brother Blood Shadow, could you perhaps be unwilling to see an old friend?" Just as Yuan Sage Blood Shadow was about to leave, this voice rang in his ear. Yuan Sage Blood Shadow knew that he could not escape after hearing that voice. He simply chuckled. "It's not that I do not wish to meet you, but the price I have to bear just to meet you is too heavy for me." His tone carried an obvious hint of submission. However, that was what Yuan Saint Blood Shadow was dealing with. Luo Yunyang, on the other hand, was dealing with the hand that was grabbing for the Hongmeng dragon tree. Right after the hand appeared, everything around Luo Yunyang seemed to be sealed up by it. Although Luo Yunyang possessed fighting prowess equivalent to a Yuan Sage's prowess, he still felt that he could not come up with any form of resistance when facing the grabbing hand approaching him. This sort of sensation was really unpleasant. Luo Yunyang certainly did not want to surrender the Hongmeng dragon tree, but he also felt that he was not capable of fighting against the newcomer. Luo Yunyang made a decision after thinking this through swiftly just as the big palm was about to reach him. He activated his attribute regulator and discovered that, despite being very intimidating, his opponent did not lack shortcomings. In fact, the most critical flaw of this unknown opponent was their speed. This person's speed was only 3 times the speed of Luo Yunyang. For an ordinary Yuan Sage, such a speed difference would be tantamount to death. However, Luo Yunyang possessed the attribute regulator and could adjust his speed to surpass this overwhelming unknown opponent. The unknown opponent's power and other attributes were more than 10 times Luo Yunyang's attributes. There wouldn't be any significant effect even if Luo Yunyang were to use his attribute regulator. Upon making a decision, Luo Yunyang completed the adjustment of his speed attribute immediately and then disappeared into the void in an instant. The person trying to grab Luo Yunyang could seal millions of miles of void with a thought and envelop the entire void with his spirit consciousness. However, as someone at the level of a Yuan sage, Luo Yunyang was capable of moving tens of millions of miles away in an instant. As a result, the person who had appeared could not do anything to Luo Yunyang. It would be most effective if this person intercepted Luo Yunyang directly. After realizing that Luo Yunyang was trying to escape, the other person guffawed and said, "Fellow Taoist, you can't escape from me." Yuan Sage Blood Shadow watched as the figure disappeared into the distance before breathing a sigh of relief. At the same time, he also thought to himself how shameless that person was. Yuan Sage Blood Shadow had to address that person as senior because he was one of the 4 great Dauphin lords who had founded the Dekongfan sect with the master of the Dekongfan sect and a disciple of the Sacred Venerate. It could be said that this person's identity and status were miles ahead of Yuan Sage Blood Shadow and the other Yuan sages. After becoming a great Dauphin lord, he had spent most of his time in his own paradise in the Qingjing land in the east. As a result, many people would address this person as Dauphin Lord Qingjing. However, Dauphin Lord Qingjing wasn't a man of great stature. He often acted against people while disregarding his identity. Hence, many people hated this man very much and yet couldn't do anything about it. Although Yuan Sage Blood Shadow was a protege of a formidable person, he still feared Dauphin Lord Qingjing greatly because he knew that there was nothing he could do if that shameless Dauphin Lord were to attack him. Of course, the person supporting him would definitely help him out if he encountered a life-threatening situation, but he would still pay a heavy price even if he was rescued. How lucky that this nameless chap had been able to flee so quickly. I better use this chance to return to the 3,000 demon abysses. Yuan Sage Blood Shadow fled very quickly as well. He finally stopped after fleeing millions of miles away in the blink of an eye and arriving at a location within the 3,000 demon abysses, where his master could reach him at any moment. He wanted to know what would happen to the unknown chap who had run off with the Hongmeng dragon tree. However, after executing his observation technique, he was astonished to realize that Dauphin Lord Qingjing was still chasing the man who had run off with the Hongmeng dragon tree. Fast, fast, fast. The speed of the person who had fled with the Hongmeng dragon tree was so fast that Yuan Sage Blood Shadow could not find the words to describe it. Was this the legendary sky limit? This was the impression Yuan Sage Zuying had as he watched in disbelief while the distance between Luo Yunyang and Dauphin Lord Qingjing continued to increase. Yuan sages did not control only one sky law. The more sky laws a Yuan sage controlled, the stronger that Yuan sage would be. However, some Yuan sages did not control many sky laws and cultivated what they controlled to the fullest. Those who cultivated to the fullest reached the legendary sky limits. Every Yuan sage who managed to attain the sky limits was a special being in the entire realm. They were stronger than ordinary Yuan sages in battle and also possessed extraordinary techniques because they cultivated their sky laws to the sky limits. For example, there was a Yuan sage who cultivated his defensive sky law to the sky limits and could take on any attacks from opponents at a similar level to him. Many Yuan sages could do nothing to him as a result. Even Yuan sage who was 1 or 2 levels above him was utterly helpless in the face of such a defensive strategy. However, it was not an easy task to cultivate a sky law to the sky limits. Many Yuan sages would rather increase the number of sky laws they controlled than cultivate to the sky limits. Because cultivating a sky law to the sky limits required great perseverance in addition to enlightenment, the chances of success were slim. Even with careful planning, the rate of success was still less than 10%. Dauphin Lord Qingjing was extremely sullen. He had shamelessly decided to bully a younger junior, as all he wanted was to take down the junior who had taken the Hongmeng dragon tree with an overbearing attitude. However, he had never expected that this Yuan sage, who was vastly inferior to him, would surpass him in terms of speed, causing the distance between them to become wider and wider. "Junior, surrender the Hongmeng dragon tree and I'll let you go today. Otherwise, I'll chase you to the end of the realm." Dauphin Lord Qingjing growled angrily. Luo Yunyang was enraged by Dauphin Lord Qingjing. He'd already had a hard time obtaining the Hongmeng dragon tree, yet before he could catch his breath, he was hunted down again. This made him feel extremely depressed. Now, this person had actually dared to claim that he wanted to fight with him to the end. This was going too far. Luo Yunyang now knew who this person was. Dauphin Lord Qingjing of the Great East. A shameless person who would disregard his status and attack a junior. Boom! A massive amount of thunder rays appeared as Luo Yunyang was escaping hastily. Every single one of these thunder rays contained boundless destructive force so strong that even a Yuan sage like Luo Yunyang would lose a layer of skin if he was hit by one of them. Fortunately, Luo Yunyang's speed was fast enough that the thunder rays could not hurt him at all even though they covered nearly all the corners of his route. However, right after the thunder rays appeared, a figure appeared in the void as well. Vile being, the 9-direction thunder gods are here. What are you waiting for? Surrender now. A towering powerhouse exuding boundless might berated Luo Yunyang. The 9-direction thunder gods were war generals of the Dekongfan sect. Although their individual cultivations were not at the Tai Yuan venerate level, they could still rival a Yuan sage when thousands of them joined forces and wielded the supreme treasure bestowed upon them by the master of the Dekongfan sect. Luo Yunyang knew Dauphin Lord Qingjing would catch up to him if he faced the 9-direction thunder gods now. Once that happened, it would be difficult for him to escape from Dauphin Lord Qingjing again even if his cultivation was through the roof. Hence, Luo Yunyang reversed direction right away. Vile being, why aren't you surrendering? The 3-realm wind god is here. Vile being, be a good boy and surrender now. The 6-element rain god is here. Luo Yunyang changed direction every time he heard the term, vile being, in front of him. At the same time, his fury neared the tipping point. Chapter 1256. Visiting Qingjing's sky, how shameless. Yuan sage Jinlao glanced at the situation reflected in the mirror in front of him and spoke with both disdain and jealousy. Naturally, he was referring to Dauphin Lord Qingjing. In terms of both status and cultivation, Dauphin Lord Qingjing was stronger and more prestigious than Yuan sage Jinlao. However, it wasn't by a lot. In the past, Yuan sage Jinlao had lost to Dauphin Lord Qingjing. Although Dauphin Lord Qingjing did not dare crush Yuan sage Jinlao, he still took an opportunity belonging to Yuan sage Jinlao without hesitation. This angered Yuan sage Jinlao greatly. However, at the same time, he was helpless. Upon seeing that Dauphin Lord Qingjing was going to rob the Hongmeng dragon tree again, Yuan sage Jinlao suddenly felt as though he shared a common enemy with Luo Yunyang. Beside Yuan sage Jinlao, a person with a short stature who gave off a feeling of exceptional robustness and vigor chucked. Should we join the fray? Forget it, I'm afraid we won't be able to have a slice of the pie and we might even lose face. Yuan sage Jinlao thought to himself quickly before waving his hand to dismiss his companion's suggestion. It would be better not to provoke Dauphin Lord Qingjing. At the same moment, Luo Yunyang sped up and escaped from a tight encirclement formed by wind, rain, and thunder sky laws. He breathed a sigh of relief. Without his attribute regulator, he would have been stopped by Dauphin Lord Qingjing. If that had happened, the end result would have been unimaginable. Luo Yunyang's anger was at its tipping point as he immediately jumped up and surged eastward. Yuan sage Jinlao looked suspicious when he saw Luo Yunyang suddenly change direction. East isn't the best direction for him to move toward if he truly wants to escape. North is the best direction for him. However, it would be easier for Dauphin Lord Qingjing in the east. After saying that, Yuan sage Jinlao suddenly stood up as if he had thought of something. There was a look of horror on his face as he gasped. How is this possible? The powerhouse beside Yuan sage Jinlao was also horrified. If this is the case, then it is really reckless of him. At the same time that Yuan sage said that, someone in a sky palace in the center of the vast sky sacred realm sighed. An emperor in splendid robes was playing chess with an old man in a robe flickering with constellations. In front of the emperor was a mirror reflecting Luo Yunyang being chased. The old man sitting next to the emperor said with a hint of anger, "The Dekongfan sect is too much. Their wind, rain, thunder, and lightning weapons actually crossed my sacred court. Your Majesty, you must not yield to the sect master of the Dekongfan sect." The expression on the emperor's face changed when he heard the word, yield. Then, his voice turned cold and he said, "What can I do? He is my senior brother and the sect master of the Dekongfan sect." The white-haired old man seemed to sense that he had said something wrong, but his position was well revered so there wasn't too much for him to worry about. "Your Majesty, you should fight for it when it's time for you to fight. After all, if the will of the people weakens, our sacred court." Just as the old man was about to go on, in the mirror, Luo Yunyang appeared at the entrance of a cosmos connected to the vast sky sacred realm. The entrance absorbed endless spirit essence from the vast sky sacred realm as if it was devouring everything in its path. Upon seeing the entrance, the old man and the emperor glanced at Luo Yunyang in shock. This was the entrance to Qingjing Sky. This entrance led to the territory of Dauphin Lord Qingjing. Luo Yunyang was practically throwing himself into a trap. What was he up to? The emperor's eyes lit up as if he had thought of something in an instant. He really has nerve. The old man finally realized what was going on as he looked in disbelief and horror at Luo Yunyang, who was standing at the entrance of Qingjing Sky. Is he really that audacious? While the old man mumbled to himself, Dauphin Lord Qingjing, who had been chasing after Luo Yunyang for a long time, had a sinister look on his face. Vile being, how dare you? Dauphin Lord Qingjing was getting anxious. Qingjing Sky was his foundation, his base. It was no exaggeration to say that many people would not be able to do anything to him as long as he remained inside Qingjing Sky. Furthermore, he had many disciples waiting on him inside. It could be said that Qingjing Sky was very important to him. Those who were hostile to him or even Yuan Sage Jinlao and the rest, who had been crushed by him before, dared not come knocking on his door here looking for trouble. After all, that would mean that they were going to fall out completely with him. Luo Yunyang did not have many scruples as he immediately unleashed the Destruction Sky Fist containing 5 levels of sky laws executed by the Great Destroyer Palm. This was blasted directly at the entrance of Qingjing Sky. Since Luo Yunyang had not held back at all, the might of the blow was devastating. Qingjing Sky was vast and not in any way inferior to a great cosmos. Plus, the sky laws there were derived from the sky laws controlled by Dauphin Lord Qingjing. As a result, the aura there was much stronger than in any ordinary great cosmos. The people who lived inside were the most loyal disciples of Dauphin Lord Qingjing. Basically, their fates were in the hands of Dauphin Lord Qingjing. Dauphin Lord Qingjing was the only ruler in Qingjing Sky. Thus, the environment in this realm was tranquil and peaceful, free from any disaster or calamity. Now, Luo Yunyang's fist had arrived like a catastrophe befalling Qingjing Sky, which lacked the protection of Dauphin Lord Qingjing. Sacred mountains crumbled and land shattered. Paradises were turned into ruins in an instant while supreme treasures were pulverized in mere moments. The sun, moon, and constellations formed by Dauphin Lord Qingjing had also fallen as the entire realm looked like it was on the verge of crumbling. Dauphin Lord, please have mercy. The followers of Dauphin Lord Qingjing shouted frantically when the terrifying force that tore through the void descended on them. They simply had no way of resisting such a disaster. As a result, people began to flee frantically. Qingjing Mountain, which was located in the center of Qingjing Sky, was Dauphin Lord Qingjing's sacred cultivation spot. Many disciples were stationed there, and the massive palace halls erected around the mountain made the entire place look like a paradise. However, Dauphin Lord Qingjing had not set up any formidable formation arrays around Qingjing Mountain. In his opinion, there wasn't any imminent threat that required him to do so. Arranging powerful formation arrays would be useless to him. Hence, the palace halls erected high in the 9 skies came crashing down one by one when Luo Yunyang's devastating punch descended on them. 2 of the 3 main peaks were also smashed. The worst of all was that the spirit essence meridians converging from all directions into Qingjing Mountain were scattered and destroyed by Luo Yunyang's attack. A massive amount of destructive force also gathered in the void, turning the void into a desolate land. Dauphin Lord Qingjing entered swiftly Qingjing Sky without stopping. The situation in Qingjing Sky drove him crazy. He felt like this was a piece of land he had painstakingly sowed, only for an impudent beast to trample on his effort just as he had been about to reap what he'd sowed. Dauphin Lord Qingjing could not recall the last time he had suffered such a loss. However, that day, not only had he failed to obtain the Hongmeng Dragon Tree, but someone had also destroyed his Qingjing Sky seal. Dauphin Lord Qingjing formed hand seals while screaming, "Junior, you aren't leaving until I have settled the score with you." After leaving a trace of his spirit consciousness to instruct his disciples in rebuilding Qingjing Sky, Dauphin Lord Qingjing turned and chased after Luo Yunyang frantically. Previously, Dauphin Lord Qingjing had chased after Luo Yunyang crazily for the sake of a supreme treasure. Now, he was trying to vent his anger, an anger that made him erupt into a crazed frenzy. Dauphin Lord Qingjing wanted to tear this audacious chap into pieces so that he would know what the result of offending him was. Otherwise, he would not be able to get rid of his anger or recover the face he had lost. Even juniors with lower status than him might despise him, let alone supreme beings with the same status as him. Naturally, Luo Yunyang could sense the wrath of Dauphin Lord Qingjing. However, he did not fear Dauphin Lord Qingjing at all because he had transferred all his attributes to his speed. When he did that, the distance between them also widened. Dauphin Lord Qingjing's wind, rain, thunder, and lightning subordinates were not able to catch up with Luo Yunyang either, let alone intercept him. They could not even keep up with Luo Yunyang's pace. A short while later, Dauphin Lord Qingjing had already pursued Luo Yunyang to the southernmost tip of the eastern sacred sky lands. At the same time, a voice echoed in his ears again. "Uncle Master, that man went into Qingjing's sky again." The voice belonged to a Yuan sage powerhouse from the Dekongfan sect. He had been paying close attention to Luo Yunyang's actions, so when he saw that Luo Yunyang had once again arrived in Qingjing's sky, he quickly warned Dauphin Lord Qingjing. Dauphin Lord Qingjing's eyes were burning with rage. He had never expected that this audacious chap would have the nerve to enter his Qingjing sky again. Without any hesitation, Dauphin Lord Qingjing rushed back to Qingjing's sky once more. However, upon entering it, he realized that a massive samsara wheel was rotating wildly inside. The sky was falling and everything had turned into chaos. It seemed as if everything in Qingjing's sky had been reset to the way it had been before. Dauphin Lord Qingjing seethed with rage. He had made countless efforts to build Qingjing's sky. Rebuilding it would mean that his years of efforts had gone down the drain. More importantly, his reputation would plummet into non-existence if this continued. Vile being, I'll go all out against you. Chapter 1257. Guardian King Galos. It was definitely infuriating for a top Yuan sage to have their foundation destroyed. Dauphin Lord Qingjing had long forgotten the last time he had suffered such a major loss. He had forgotten completely that he had initiated this entire saga by shamelessly bullying a junior. "Get him, all of you, arrest that vile being." Dauphin Lord Qingjing's roar made the sky tremble as he sent this palm forward to break the samsara wheel suspended in the void. Naturally, he wasn't commanding his disciples but the powerhouses in the Dekongfan sect. Although Dauphin Lord Qingjing was not the ruler of the Dekongfan sect, his status in the sect was almost equivalent to the sect master of the Dekongfan sect. Even Yuan sage Wushang and the others had to obey his instructions. Right now, Yuan sage Wushang was extremely depressed because he had failed to obtain any benefits and had instead suffered losses. Although he didn't want to help Dauphin Lord Qingjing, he had no other choice. After all, he had received an order. He had to act even if he just put on a show. Furthermore, Yuan sage Wushang still hoped that he could use this opportunity to recapture the Hongmeng Dragon Tree. After all, the Hongmeng Dragon Tree was of great importance. Hence, Yuan sage Wushang rushed in the direction of Luo Yunyang after leaving his seclusion spot. Thanks to Yuan sage Wushang's speed, he traversed millions of miles in an instant. However, before he could continue his journey, a cloud appeared and obstructed his way. Yuan sage Wushang was no stranger to the person obstructing him. He had just suffered a loss because of the senior brother of this person, so he wasn't very pleased to see this person standing in his way. "Yuan sage Jinlao, what are you blocking my way for?" Yuan sage Wushang glared at Yuan sage Jinlao. Yuan sage Jinlao was smiling wide as he replied, "Senior brother Wushang, we haven't seen each other in a long time. We have not finished the last game of chess we played yet. Why don't we continue it now? I'd like to get a chance to pay you back." Yuan sage Wushang's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He had never played chess with Yuan sage Jinlao before and wasn't as familiar with Yuan sage Jinlao as he claimed. "Yuan sage Jinlao, the two of us don't have a relationship. I have been ordered to deal with the thief who stole the Hongmeng Dragon Tree, so get out of my way." Yuan sage Jinlao, who wasn't angry about being reprimanded by Yuan sage Wushang, flashed him a warm smile. "Senior brother Wushang, why do you keep rejecting me? I know you're acting on orders, but so am I. Since both of us are following orders, why don't we take it easy instead of falling out completely with one another? It wouldn't be nice for either of us if that happened." Yuan sage Wushang was irked by what Yuan sage Jinlao said, but he had to admit that Yuan sage Jinlao's words made sense too. Although his cultivation base wasn't weaker than Yuan sage Jinlao's cultivation base, he wasn't exactly stronger either. Nobody knew who would end up losing if they were to fight. However, no matter the outcome, it was impossible for Yuan sage Wushang to help Dauphin Lord Qingjing. Hence, after a moment of hesitation, he lowered his tone and said, "Very well, let's take it easy then. Yuan Sage Jinlao chuckled. This is what senior brother Wushang should do. Come on, let's go. The chess board is ready, senior brother. Yuan Sage Wushang was not the first Yuan Sage in the Dekongfan sect to be intercepted. The other Yuan Sages who had been about to take action were also stopped one after another. None of the individuals that intercepted the Dekongfan sect's Yuan Sages were friends of Luo Yunyang, but they still assisted Luo Yunyang greatly. Luo Yunyang moved very swiftly. As he became more and more familiar with his speed, his movements also became much more graceful and nimble. Dauphin Lord Qingjing was in a frenzy. Although he had tried to trap Luo Yunyang with his schemes, he had failed miserably each time. None of the people he had instructed had appeared to help him. As a result, Luo Yunyang had managed to enter his Qingjing sky again. While the foundation of Qingjing sky wasn't damaged, it had weakened considerably. Qingjing sky would definitely be razed to the ground if he allowed Luo Yunyang's rampage to continue. Dauphin Lord Qingjing knew very well that Qingjing sky would be invulnerable to the attacks of Luo Yunyang only if he was at the helm. However, remaining in Qingjing sky also meant that his plan to obtain and chase after the Hongmeng dragon tree would fail. Although Dauphin Lord Qingjing could not let things go easily, he still decided to focus on chasing the Hongmeng dragon tree after weighing his options. With the Hongmeng dragon tree, it would not be too difficult for him to build another Qingjing sky. Wushang, why haven't you come yet? Dauphin Lord Qingjing snapped angrily at Yuan Sage Wushang with his spirit consciousness as he stood outside Qingjing sky, which had been ravaged by Luo Yunyang again. In the past, Dauphin Lord Qingjing had still had to treat Yuan Sage Wushang with respect, as the disparity in their abilities wasn't that huge. Now, Dauphin Lord Qingjing was nearly on the verge of exploding from anger, so he couldn't care less about respecting anyone. Yuan Sage Wushang was very unhappy with the way Dauphin Lord Qingjing had yelled at him. He smiled and nodded at Yuan Sage Jinlao, who was playing chess with him, before replying reluctantly, Uncle Master, I was intercepted by Yuan Sage Jinlao on my way and I couldn't leave. Please endure for a while longer. I'll deal with Yuan Sage Jinlao quickly and head over to help you immediately. Yuan Sage Jinlao didn't get upset upon hearing Yuan Sage Wushang say that. On the contrary, he even smiled at Yuan Sage Wushang. It was obvious that the two of them had become friendly because of this incident. After asking a few other Yuan sages of the Dekongfan sect for help, Dauphin Lord Qingjing realized that ordinary Yuan sages like them were not reliable. Now, there was only one option he could choose apart from admitting defeat. He could ask for help from an existence he admired but was afraid of. Despite feeling somewhat reluctant, Dauphin Lord Qingjing still went on and contacted the Supreme Being through his spirit consciousness. Galos is on his way, junior brother. Don't worry about it. After saying that causally, the Supreme Existence said nothing more. However, these words still made Dauphin Lord Qingjing feel very relieved. Although the Supreme Master of the Dekongfan sect had done nothing, he had still sent over his divine rock, Galos, which was already enough for Dauphin Lord Qingjing. The divine rock Galos used by Yuan Sage Wushang as a mount was not comparable to the divine rock Galos that served the great master of the Dekongfan sect. This was a divine rock Galos that had been crowned the guardian king of the Dekongfan sect. Naturally, he guarded the great master of the Dekongfan sect. According to the estimations of many people, the cultivation of guardian king Galos wasn't weaker than a Yuan sage's cultivation. Some people even felt that his cultivation had surpassed a Yuan sage's. Dauphin Lord Qingjing was one of the few people who were aware of the cultivation base of guardian king Galos. He knew that guardian king Galos did not just possess exceptional cultivation but had also cultivated his speed sky laws to the level of the sky limits. It could be said that his purpose for coming was exactly to rein in the speed of the audacious chap who had dared to destroy Qingjing sky. Dauphin Lord Qingjing had issued Guardian King Galos an order moments ago, requesting assistance from him. Unfortunately, Guardian King Galos did not care about the order at all. Now that the order had come directly from the great master of the Dekongfan sect, Guardian King Galos finally arrived. With the assistance of Guardian King Galos, Dauphin Lord Qingjing was very confident that he would be able to seize the person causing inexplicable damage to his territory. All of you get ready to seize that vile being as soon as Guardian King Galos makes his move. Dauphin Lord Qingjing's eyes were burning red as he snapped at the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning subordinates standing around him. They all appeared very impressive when they were ordered by Dauphin Lord Qingjing, but after being beaten by Luo Yunyang again and again, they'd started to lose their confidence. They'd even thought of not pursuing Luo Yunyang anymore. However, now that Qingjing Sky had been invaded a couple of times and Dauphin Lord Qingjing was enraged, they no longer dared to stop. Thanks to the arrival of the Guardian King Galos, that vile being would be in for a tough lesson. It would be best to capture him alive. Otherwise, the wrath of Dauphin Lord Qingjing would befall them instead. Luo Yunyang continued to rely on his speed as he traversed through the void of the vast sky sacred realm, which people claimed had no borders or edges. However, he had already gone all over the 4 great sky continents multiple times. He felt happy to bombard Qingjing Sky over and over and would do so every chance he got. Even if he made a pointless trip, he would still make Dauphin Lord Qingjing unhappy. He believed that Dauphin Lord Qingjing would stop his pursuit after a few more rounds of bombarding Qingjing Sky. As Luo Yunyang was pandering to him, a ray of dazzling golden light shot toward him at great speed from afar. The speed of the golden light seemed even faster than his current speed. The golden light got close to Luo Yunyang in the blink of an eye. Only then did he realize that it was actually a divine rock Galos. Luo Yunyang was no stranger to it. Yuan Sage Wushang had one, but there was a world of a difference between that and the one in front of him right now. Apart from their appearance, the aura they exuded was also very different. You can't escape from me. A powerful mind power invaded Luo Yunyang's mind instantly. This was the warning Guardian King Galos gave Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang knew immediately upon seeing Guardian King Galos that the Dekongfan sect had sent the divine rock. Without any hesitation, he turned and fled as fast as he could. However, Guardian King Galos was faster than him. Chapter 1258. Too fast. 3 Sacred Curse Techniques. Although the Guardian King Galos was in name a servant of the Great Master of the Dekongfan sect, the origin of his birth was not inferior to the Great Master of the Dekongfan sect by any means. Guardian King Galos had been born from nothing before the vast sky sacred realm had even been created. It was said that Guardian King Galos was a figure who came from the same era as a sacred venerate. However, the main reason why he had become a servant of the Great Master of the Dekongfan sect was because the sacred venerate had hatched a plan with his disciple and forced Guardian King Galos to submit. It was also because of Guardian King Galos that the Dekongfan sect had been able to progress to the status it had now. However, because of the development and improvement of the Dekongfan sect, there were also fewer things Guardian King Galos needed to handle personally. Although his reputation plummeted as the years went by, all the Yuan sages knew how strong Guardian King Galos was. He didn't just possess supreme speed. He also had equally formidable offensive capabilities. Sect Master Qingjing had thought of Guardian King Galos right away after seeing Qingjing Sky get destroyed by Luo Yunyang. Unfortunately, Guardian King Galos had ignored his request for help. Things were different now due to the order of the Great Master of the Dekongfan sect. Guardian King Galos would definitely show Luo Yunyang no mercy. Luo Yunyang fled at a frantic pace, but Guardian King Galos was much faster. 100 million miles, 10 million miles, 1 million miles. Guardian King Galos managed to shorten the distance between him and Luo Yunyang in just a few moments to the point that he could catch up to Luo Yunyang in an instant. The distance between them had shrunk to close proximity, but Luo Yunyang wouldn't have been afraid if only Guardian King Galos had been coming after him. After all, he still had a way to escape even if he wasn't a match for him. However, Dauphin Lord Qingjing would be able to rush over to him if he tangled with Guardian King Galos. Luo Yunyang knew very well that he was no match for Dauphin Lord Qingjing right now. Engaging in a fight with him would have dire consequences. Many ideas went through his head for a moment. However, all these ideas were difficult to execute, as Guardian King Galos wasn't his only opponent. After pondering this for a split second, he activated his attribute regulator and various attributes of Guardian King Galos appeared in his head. Guardian King Galos. Power, 203,644 speed, 802,343 constitution, 103,445 mind, 323,454. Luo Yunyang's eyes lit up when he saw the attributes reflected in his mind. Guardian King Galos's speed was very close to his, which was why Guardian King Galos had been able to catch up to him. His own speed would never surpass that of Guardian King Galos even if he added all his attributes to his speed. However, the constitution attribute of Guardian King Galos was starkly different from his insane speed. Hence, Luo Yunyang made a decision in an instant. Guardian King Galos, this enmity is between me and Dauphin Lord Qingjing. Aren't you going too far by treating me like this? Luo Yunyang's voice rang out. Although Guardian King Galos could transform into a human at will, he chose to remain in his original form since he was very familiar with his own body. Guardian King Galos's eyebrows furrowed when he heard what Luo Yunyang said. This chap was really dim-witted. You're offending the Dekongfan sect too by offending Dauphin Lord Qingjing. As the Guardian King of the Dekongfan sect, I have valid reasons to deal with you. You really are asking for it. Guardian King Galos ignored Luo Yunyang and continued rushing to catch up to him. What a puny insect said didn't matter to him at all. He did not have to pay attention to it, as he just had to accomplish his task. Dauphin Lord Qingjing also heard what Luo Yunyang said. Instead of feeling worried, he smirked. It looked like these were merely the death throes of Luo Yunyang. Nothing would happen if Guardian King Galos was not involved, but it was wishful thinking on Luo Yunyang's part to expect to force Guardian King Galos to retreat by spewing some nonsense. Dauphin Lord Qingjing was very familiar with the temperament of Guardian King Galos, so he did not say anything to Guardian King Galos as he tried to chase after Luo Yunyang crazily. He definitely had to break all the bones of this audacious chap who had dared to destroy more than half of the foundation he had painstakingly built. No, his hatred wouldn't be satiated even if he tore Luo Yunyang into pieces. He needed to make Luo Yunyang suffer a fate worse than death. Guardian King Galos, I have 3 sacred curse techniques. One of them can exterminate the heavens, another can obliterate men, and the last can destroy the earth. Luo Yunyang's voice resounded again. Compared to what he had said previously, his tone this time was way more serious. Don't blame me for using these 3 sacred curse techniques on you if you continue to be stubborn. You'd better think twice before you put yourself in danger for the sake of others. Guardian King Galos was currently only 500,000 miles away from Luo Yunyang. This was a distance he could cover within a second. After hearing what Luo Yunyang said, he snapped back icily. Stupid tricks. He did not show Luo Yunyang any respect as he flapped his wings even quicker, increasing his speed instantly by 30%. Sky limit speed. This is the true sky limit. Dauphin Lord Qingjing said, trembling while he stared at the lightning-fast Guardian King Galos. Although Guardian King Galos was assisting him this time, he was well aware of Guardian King Galos's status. Guardian King Galos might be a friend and assistant of his now, but it was also very likely that Guardian King Galos might become his opponent in the Dekongfan sect. In the future, it would be better for him if he was careful when facing Guardian King Galos. While deep in thought, Luo Yunyang suddenly halted in midair. Although it was only a slight pause, everyone, including Dauphin Lord Qingjing, still saw it happen. Even Yuan Sage Wushang, Yuan Sage Jinlao, and the others watching the battle stopped whatever they were doing and focused their attention on the battle. Senior brother, have you ever heard of the 3 sacred curse techniques? The relationship between Yuan Sage Jinlao and Yuan Sage Wushang had improved ever since they'd begun their game of chess. They felt as though they were on better terms already. It's indeed the first time I've heard of this. Yuan Sage Wushang shook his head and added, but Guardian King Galos has trained under my master for many years and is a natural enemy of those vile techniques. Even if the 3 sacred curse techniques mentioned by that person turn out to be true, they will still be useless against Guardian King Galos. Yuan Sage Jinlao nodded before sighing. Senior brother Wushang, it seems like we won't have to continue our game of chess anymore. Why do you say that, junior brother? We are now evenly matched, so we should spend more time on the game. Yuan Sage Wushang felt better all of a sudden as he replied with a chuckle. Yuan Sage Jinlao smiled as well. The outcome of the battle has been decided. The 2 of us need not argue over it. While the 2 Yuan sages were having this conversation, the distance between Guardian King Galos and Luo Yunyang was now only 10,000 miles. The speed of Guardian King Galos had also reached its peak. Most of the people watching the battle couldn't even get a glimpse of Guardian King Galos's figure. Even Yuan sages could only catch a trace of golden light when they looked at Guardian King Galos. Fast. This was insanely fast. It was so quick it made everyone witnessing it shudder in fear. Due to his amazing speed, Guardian King Galos could easily catch up to Luo Yunyang and grab him as long as he wanted to. Although Dauphin Lord Qingjing was very fast, his speed wasn't comparable to Guardian King Galos's speed. However, it didn't matter because he was smiling wide. The chap who had embarrassed him was finally going to fall in his grasp. However, just as he sped up to rush over hurriedly, a strange scene appeared and bogged his mind for a moment. He saw the massive golden body of Guardian King Galos burst into blinding radiance all of a sudden. Then, Guardian King Galos, who had the fastest speed in the realm, saw his divine body dissipating silently in the void, leaving only a figure of him formed by his remaining spirit consciousness rushing forward. Without the support of his divine body, the spirit consciousness of Guardian King Galos saw his speed decrease greatly and even his cultivation was reduced 100 times suddenly. Guardian King Galos rushing toward Luo Yunyang blindly was definitely akin to serving food to Luo Yunyang on a platter. What did you do? A deafening roar erupted from Guardian King Galos's spirit consciousness. His body had collapsed without any warning in the void. It was utterly unfathomable and surely enraging. Furthermore, his divine body was actually a supreme treasure born out of nothingness. Losing it would cause irreparable damage to his cultivation in the future. Didn't I tell you that I have 3 sacred curse techniques? Although I wouldn't use them casually, I would not hesitate if my life was on the line. Luo Yunyang did not chase after Guardian King Galos. Instead, he went along on his way and dashed out in the distance. You did not heed my advice and forced me to execute the 3 sacred curse techniques. Who is to blame? Guardian King Galos gritted his teeth in anger but did not dare chase after Luo Yunyang anymore. After all, it was very likely that he would end up being destroyed by Luo Yunyang. What's more, the current situation was extremely dangerous. He needed to be the great master of the Dekongfan sect right now and then slowly recover his body under the protection of the great master of the Dekongfan sect. Dauphin Lord Qingjing and his subordinates behind him were all deeply shocked by what had happened. They all knew that their cultivation bases were exceptional but insignificant compared to Guardian King Galos. Now that Guardian King Galos had been dealt with, the consequences would be unimaginable if they ended up fighting with the person who had run off with the Hongmeng dragon tree. Dauphin Lord Qingjing's face was filled with fear. He was afraid that his body would suffer the same fate at the hands of Luo Yunyang. At the same moment, the voice of the disciple he had left behind in Qingjing's sky echoed in his ears urgently. Master, that man is heading straight toward us again. Chapter 1259. The great master of the Dekongfan sect Dauphin Lord Qingjing did not make a mad dash back to Qingjing sky. He knew in his heart that his effort to rush back as fast as he could would not be able to stop Qingjing sky from being destroyed completely. He had to remain calm when facing such a major situation. He didn't have to rush back to Qingjing sky now but to complete what he had set out to accomplish. He flew over to Guardian King Galos and asked heavily, Guardian King Galos, what is going on? Truth be told, Guardian King Galos resented Dauphin Lord Qingjing very much. If it hadn't been for Dauphin Lord Qingjing's request for assistance, he wouldn't have been in such a plight. There were countless supreme treasures in the Dekongfan sect. Although the great master of the Dekongfan sect was not a stingy person, his divine body was a result of painstaking efforts over many years. Having it destroyed would mean that he would not be able to regain the cultivation he used to have and would not improve any more. However, even if he resented Dauphin Lord Qingjing in his heart, he was presently at his weakest. Offending Dauphin Lord Qingjing at such a time would make the situation even more unfavorable for him. Dauphin Lord, I have no idea either. Guardian King Galos wasn't lying. It was true that he had no idea what had happened. In fact, Guardian King Galos was a little confused. Dauphin Lord Qingjing also felt that Guardian King Galos really wasn't lying. After all, there was no reason for Guardian King Galos to lie. Is this really the effect of the 3 sacred curse techniques? Dauphin Lord Qingjing pondered deeply for a moment and mumbled to himself. Guardian King Galos had completely disregarded the 3 sacred curse techniques when he had heard about the techniques of Luo Yunyang initially. Now, he understood what, once bitten, twice shy, meant. That should be the 3 sacred curse techniques. How could my body shatter in the void for no reason if it isn't due to the sacred curse techniques? Guardian King Galos said heavily. Dauphin Lord, I want to return to the great master of Dekongfan sect, so please forgive me for not being able to help with this matter. Your injury requires you to refine your golden body again in Senior Brother's boundless divine pool, Dauphin Lord Qingjing said. Let's go, I will escort you back. Guardian King Galos had never thought that Dauphin Lord Qingjing would escort him back. Although Dauphin Lord Qingjing had been humiliated completely by some nameless chap, his status was still out in the open. With him escorting him, Guardian King Galos would not have to worry about being assassinated. He had never taken the Yuanfu catalog to heart, but he had to be more anxious now given his injuries. If those almighties were to strike and slay him, turning his spirit consciousness into a divine crucifixion stake, then even the great master of the Dekongfan sect would not be able to save him. Galos will certainly remember Dauphin Lord's kindness. After thanking Dauphin Lord Qingjing, Guardian King Galos realized that Dauphin Lord Qingjing probably wasn't escorting him back out of goodwill. Dauphin Lord Qingjing's purpose was to seek the great master of the Dekongfan sect's help to deal with this matter. Although they were authoritative figures in the Dekongfan sect, the disparity between Dauphin Lord Qingjing and the great master of the Dekongfan sect was very huge. In the past, Guardian King Galos would have scoffed at Dauphin Lord Qingjing's behavior. Now, he was also hoping that Dauphin Lord Qingjing could get the great master of the Dekongfan sect to deal with the vile being who had destroyed his golden body. Yuan Sage Wuxiang and Yuan Sage Jinlao found it hard to accept this sudden turn of events. They had never expected that things would turn out like this. Have you ever heard of the 3 sacred curse techniques? Yuan Sage Wuxiang felt his body turn cold after asking this. It was reasonable that Yuan Sage Wuxiang would be afraid. Luo Yunyang was an old enemy of his. It was very likely that he would die if Luo Yunyang were to use the 3 sacred curse techniques on him. He wasn't confident enough to say that he could surely withstand these techniques, as even Guardian King Galos couldn't resist them. Yuan Sage Jinlao shook his head and said, I have not heard of them before, but these techniques must require a hefty price from the executor to be this amazing. Otherwise, he would have used the 3 sacred curse techniques when he fought against Dauphin Lord Qingjing. Yuan Sage Jinlao wasn't very certain about his claim, but this still made Yuan Sage Wuxiang feel very relieved upon hearing it. Considering that the unknown existence had not unleashed the 3 sacred curse techniques during the battle for the Hongmeng Dragon Tree, he felt that Yuan Sage Jinlao must be right about this. Yuan Sage Wuxiang was not the only one talking about the 3 sacred curse techniques. In fact, many top powerhouses in the vast sky sacred realm were discussing these mysterious techniques. Although most powerhouses felt that Guardian King Galos wasn't the strongest powerhouse in the realm, he was already a rare genius among Yuan sages. The level of these mysterious techniques had to be alarming for them to be able to destroy the body of such a formidable figure silently. It would be no exaggeration to say that such terrifying techniques left a tingling feeling on the scalps of those who knew about them. They were all afraid they would be assassinated in the shadows if they encountered the person who had obtained the Hongmeng Dragon Tree. However, no matter how intelligent these powerhouses were, they could not figure out why the body of Guardian King Galos would collapse directly without experiencing an impact. Meanwhile, Luo Yunyang was still outside of Qingjing's sky. Although Dauphin Lord Qingjing had not returned, Luo Yunyang knew that Qingjing's sky had been created by Dauphin Lord Qingjing using great powers. There might be some array formations that could put him in a dangerous situation if he entered Qingjing's sky. Hence, Luo Yunyang displayed great caution when dealing with Qingjing's sky. Apart from being extra cautious, he also used various methods to attack the entrance of Qingjing's sky. After half an hour's effort, the paradise of the Dekongfan sect seemed as if it had gone through a great calamity. A catastrophe that had almost completely destroyed it. The sky and earth shattered while the stars fell. Disciples left behind by Dauphin Lord Qingjing desperately sought help from their master, but Dauphin Lord Qingjing, who knew that it would be futile even if he were to do anything, ignored his disciples completely. As a result, it felt as if Qingjing's sky was no longer a space that belonged to him, as it continued to suffer the wrath of Luo Yunyang's attack. The situation caught Luo Yunyang's attention. He had not entered Qingjing's sky, so it was not easy for him to destroy Qingjing's sky completely. Since Dauphin Lord Qingjing had not returned even though the situation had become so dire, things were not that simple. After mulling this over for a moment, Luo Yunyang immediately thought of the great master of the Dekongfan sect. Could he escape if the great master of the Dekongfan sect were to act? Luo Yunyang had never come into contact with the great master of the Dekongfan sect before, but based on the strength of his disciples, he knew that the great master of the Dekongfan sect could kill him in an instant. There was only one option when facing such a formidable being: hide and run as far away as he could. While constantly manipulating his samsara wheel and other techniques to cause destruction in Qingjing's sky, Luo Yunyang also waited cautiously for the sneak attack that might come from the great master of the Dekongfan sect. Luo Yunyang already found it impossible to give up halfway. If he really couldn't do it, he was prepared to use the connection between the two bodies to temporarily will this body back to the 36 great cosmoses. However, his worries proved to be superfluous. While he was frantically destroying Qingjing sky, Dauphin Lord Qingjing also arrived outside of the paradise of the great master of the Dekongfan sect. However, Dauphin Lord Qingjing was not invited inside. I want to see the great master. In the past, it had been very simple for Dauphin Lord Qingjing to meet his senior brother. The great master of the Dekongfan sect would even send people out to receive him. This time, he was stopped by someone. After seeing how flustered Dauphin Lord Qingjing was, the young boy who stopped him got frightened. He was familiar with the ill temper of Dauphin Lord Qingjing, who wasn't a very broad-minded man. He would definitely have a difficult life if he offended Dauphin Lord Qingjing. However, the great master of the Dekongfan sect had given him orders. Going against these orders would cause him to face heavier punishment. Dauphin Lord Qingjing, please understand that it was not my decision to prevent you from seeing the great master. The great master said that he can't see you now. Please, do not make things difficult for me. Normally, Dauphin Lord Qingjing would not stoop down and make things difficult for a junior. However, this situation was very urgent, so he glared at the anxious disciple and snapped icily. What if I intend to make things difficult for you? The boy was almost tearing up by now. Dauphin Lord Qingjing was simply unreasonable. However, the boy could only blame himself for being unlucky. As he was at a loss, a faint voice spoke. You reap what you sow. Junior brother, you better resolve this on your own. Senior brother still has some things to do. The voice contained an unassailable tone as it echoed in the void, producing a massive wave of energy that pushed Dauphin Lord Qingjing out forcefully. Getting expelled was a huge humiliation for Dauphin Lord Qingjing. He would not have taken this lying down if the person doing this had not been the great master of the Dekongfan sect. However, the great master of the Dekongfan sect had chased him away, so the consequences for challenging his authority had to be unimaginable. After a moment of hesitation, Dauphin Lord Qingjing finally turned and walked away. In a divine palace radiating with golden radiance and majesty, the great master of the Dekongfan sect was sitting in a lotus position, staring into the void and watching as Dauphin Lord Qingjing walked away. Master, why didn't you help Dauphin Lord Qingjing this time? Said an elder standing aside. His cultivation was no less impressive than that of Dauphin Lord Qingjing. Although I can subdue that unknown person, the Dekongfan sect will immediately become the butt of public criticism if I do. If that happens, things will get out of hand. The great master of the Dekongfan sect said faintly. Chapter 1260. It's not over yet. The great master of the Dekongfan sect refused to act, which meant that Dauphin Lord Qingjing had lost his strongest backup. Although he had cultivated for eons, he did not have many friends and had even fewer friends who possessed profound cultivation bases that were willing to help him out. What could he do? Should he continue tangling with that person? Although Dauphin Lord Qingjing wanted very much to get the Hongmeng Dragon Tree, he was not willing to continue getting involved with Luo Yunyang. He couldn't catch Luo Yunyang, let alone think about obtaining the Hongmeng Dragon Tree. He was equally unwilling to return to Qingjing sky. After fumbling with his thoughts, Dauphin Lord Qingjing still had no idea what to do. Master, please help us. The sky pillars of Qingjing sky are collapsing. Dauphin Lord, please have mercy and come rescue us. We cannot hold on any longer. Dauphin Lord, more than half of Qingjing sky has collapsed. Can you please do something? Wails and cries echoed in the ears of Dauphin Lord Qingjing, who glanced into the distance and only sighed emotionally. Then, he executed a hand seal and entered Qingjing sky. Qingjing sky was in shambles. All sorts of elemental origin sources surged within the realm as everything seemed to be falling apart. Although the origin sources weren't damaged, the realm, which had once been a paradise, had turned into ruins. Dauphin Lord Qingjing felt his heart ache terribly and could not help yelling in anger. Vile being, I will definitely make you pay for what you have done. His roar reverberated in all directions. However, those who heard the painful cry of Dauphin Lord Qingjing merely scoffed in disdain. Dauphin Lord Qingjing's loud roar meant that he had suffered a crushing defeat. After returning to Qingjing sky, Dauphin Lord Qingjing still could not find a way to deal with Luo Yunyang. As a result, many people felt that Dauphin Lord Qingjing had lost this battle. Senior brother, it seems like we really need to leave this time, Yuan Sage Jinlao told Yuan Sage Wushang with a smile. Although Yuan Sage Wushang and Dauphin Lord Qingjing belonged to the Dekongfan sect, Yuan Sage Wuxiang did not feel embarrassed about the situation. The one who had lost face was Dauphin Lord Qingjing, not him. We shall leave the game as it is then. I hope we can have a few more sessions in the future, Yuan Sage Wuxiang said with lament. The Hongmeng Dragon Tree has fallen into the hands of an unknown person. It seems like there are talented figures everywhere in this realm. The Great Sealing Array is dissipating and the agreement of the Yuanfu catalog has been signed again. I wonder how many people are going to go through this disaster. Although we both have strong supporters behind us, we should still be careful. Yuan Sage Jinlao also lamented. The appearance of the 3,000 demon abysses means that powerhouses from the demon path have risen from their depths. However, from this day on, that unknown person should also occupy his rightful place among the Yuan sages of the realm, said Yuan Sage Wuxiang with a nod. Yuan Sage Jinlao nodded his head in agreement. Someone with the ability to make Dauphin Lord Qingjing feel so helpless certainly deserved a rightful place in the realm. As the two men were discussing the situation and bidding each other farewell, what happened next gave them a great shock. Dauphin Lord Qingjing, come out and fight me. A taunting voice echoed in the void. The two Yuan sages had shifted their attention away from Dauphin Lord Qingjing already, but the voice drew their attention once again. Immediately, a figure appeared outside the entrance of Qingjing Sky, which had been nearly restored. Yuan Sage Wuxiang found this figure familiar. During the battle for the Hongmeng Sacred Tree, he had thought that this figure was the weakest among all the competitors. However, this figure, who had ended up winning the Hongmeng Sacred Tree, was the strongest one among them. Although Yuan Sage Wuxiang did not know what the restrictions or limitations of using the 3 sacred curse techniques were, just thinking about it was enough to make his scalp tingle in fear. He is now in Qingjing Sky and he's issuing a challenge, Yuan Sage Jinlao said, even though he was somewhat skeptical. He believed that the person who had captured the Hongmeng Dragon Tree should have found a place to comprehend the Hongmeng Dragon Tree as soon as possible after realizing that Dauphin Lord Qingjing was not going to chase him. This would allow him to form a small realm in the vast sky sacred realm that belonged to him. Unexpectedly, this person had actually gone back to Qingjing Sky and challenged Dauphin Lord Qingjing. He had to be insane. The reason Dauphin Lord Qingjing had swallowed his indignation was because he could not catch him. Why would you go knocking on your opponent's door so foolishly? How can Dauphin Lord Qingjing let this matter slide? While the two Yuan sages were shocked by the situation, Dauphin Lord Qingjing came rushing out. Junior, I swear that I will kill you today. Dauphin Lord Qingjing snarled. Dauphin Lord Qingjing had always acted like he was wise and intelligent. However, he had now disregarded the notion of maintaining his image. Dauphin Lord Qingjing was not only enraged but also eagerly looking forward to this challenge. Since this junior had dared to issue a challenge, it would be great if he could trap him inside Qingjing Sky. By doing so, he could vent his anger, dispel all his humiliation, and take back the Hongmeng Dragon Tree. Unfortunately, Dauphin Lord Qingjing realized that he was expecting too much right after he shouted out loud, as Luo Yunyang turned into a light shadow and disappeared thousands of miles away. Come on, chase me if you have the guts. Junior, I will kill you. Dauphin Lord Qingjing roared. He soared at once and flew millions of miles into the distance. However, before he could continue his chase, a disciple behind him shouted, Sect Master, don't fall into his trap. He's trying to lure you away. Dauphin Lord Qingjing was no fool. He understood instantly after hearing what his disciple said. It was very likely that this person would use this opportunity to sabotage Qingjing Sky if he chased after him. Although he refused to take this lying down, Dauphin Lord Qingjing still suppressed his rage and returned to the entrance of Qingjing Sky hurriedly. Junior, aren't you going to challenge me? Come at me then. Dauphin Lord Qingjing snapped while standing at the entrance of Qingjing Sky. Luo Yunyang stood in the distance and smiled at Dauphin Lord Qingjing. This was what he'd wanted to achieve. He had been ambushed all of a sudden by Dauphin Lord Qingjing and had nearly lost his life along with the Hongmeng Dragon Tree. How could he allow Dauphin Lord Qingjing to decide what he wanted to do? Ha ha, Luo Yunyang merely laughed at what Dauphin Lord Qingjing had said. Dauphin Lord Qingjing's rage was at its boiling point when he saw how cocky Luo Yunyang was acting. He felt like his lungs were about to explode at any time, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't catch up to Luo Yunyang. Speed. He had actually been defeated by Luo Yunyang's speed. This was an extremely humbling experience for Dauphin Lord Qingjing. Although Dauphin Lord Qingjing wanted to curse badly, he knew that words couldn't kill, and doing so would make it seem like he was running out of ideas to deal with Luo Yunyang. It would make him a laughing stock. With a wave of his sleeves, Dauphin Lord Qingjing turned and rushed into Qingjing's sky. All he could do now was hide inside Qingjing's sky. Luo Yunyang once again stood at the entrance of Qingjing's sky and started cursing Dauphin Lord Qingjing. Although he did not say anything particularly offensive, it was still quite unbearable to hear. Dauphin Lord Qingjing was furious as he rushed out to try and capture Luo Yunyang. However, there were millions of miles of distance between him and Luo Yunyang once more. After having the same back and forth exchange a few more times, Dauphin Lord Qingjing stopped coming out of Qingjing's sky, even though he was extremely angry. He had no other ways of dealing with Luo Yunyang, so rather than humiliating himself time and again, it would be better to remain in Qingjing's sky. The powerhouses of the Dekongfan sect and the Taishu sect gaped at the scene silently. While they watched the situation blankly, they also felt some sympathy for Dauphin Lord Qingjing. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. A month passed in a jiffy, but Luo Yunyang was still blocking the entrance of Qingjing's sky, making it impossible for Dauphin Lord Qingjing to leave Qingjing's sky. Apart from that, he continued to use his clone technique and curse at Dauphin Lord Qingjing almost every day. Although Dauphin Lord Qingjing ignored all this, it was still a great inconvenience for the disciples of Qingjing's sky. Some powerhouses of the Dekongfan sect also felt that it would be really embarrassing for their sect if this continued. If this person had been an ordinary Yuan sage, they would definitely have ganged up to teach him a lesson. However, this person possessed extreme speed and had tons of tricks up his sleeves. He was a headache to deal with. Hence, most of them were unwilling to provoke such a ruffian. Fellow Taoist, I'm Longxiang of the Dekongfan sect, and I'm here specifically to negotiate with you. I wonder if I could have this opportunity. 100 days later, Yuan sage Longxiang of the Dekongfan sect emerged and spoke up. Yuan sage Longxiang was famous for his formidable capabilities among the Yuan sages in the Dekongfan sect. He also ranked in the top 3 in terms of fighting prowess and was considered a well-known figure among the disciples of the great master of the Dekongfan sect. Even Yuan sages of the Taishu sect would be respectful whenever Yuan sage Longxiang personally stepped forward to negotiate. Luo Yunyang had heard of Yuan sage Longxiang during his time with the Taishu sect. Hence, he did not reject Yuan sage Longxiang's request to negotiate. I wonder what Yuan sage Longxiang wishes to talk about. The outcome of the battle over the Hongmeng Dragon Tree has already been set in stone. You have obtained the Hongmeng Dragon Tree, so why push your luck and continue rubbing salt on those wounds? This time, I am acting on behalf of the great master of the Dekongfan sect to end this matter right here with no repercussions. What do you think? Yuan sage Longxiang's tone was peaceful but also unassailable. Ha ha, the way you put it, it seems like I've taken advantage of you guys. Although Luo Yunyang was not prepared to let this matter slide, his expression became more rigid when he heard what Yuan sage Longxiang had said. Yuan sage Longxiang's brow furrowed, as he could hear the underlying meaning of Luo Yunyang's words. Do you really think that the Dekongfan sect cannot do anything to you? Yuan sage Longxiang's voice resonated forcefully. Luo Yunyang was much calmer, but his tone was as resolute as ever. I have no idea if the Dekongfan sect can do anything to me. I only know that anyone who dares to do anything to me will have to pay a heavy price. It's better this way, otherwise, any random beings would dare to provoke me in the future. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.